Su Hao looked around in confusion at the antique Chinese-style room. Countless questions arose in his mind. Su Hao, an orphan from Earth, was an ordinary young man in his early 20s full of youthful vigor. Though quick-tempered, he had a kind heart and a strong sense of justice. Perhaps it stemmed from the emotional void he had experienced since childhood. He remembered reading a novel when suddenly he lost consciousness, and now he found himself here. Memories flooded into Su Hao's mind. When he regained consciousness, he was completely stunned. He had transmigrated into a novel and became a character with the same name, and worse, one of the villains. The story unfolded in a fictional ancient world, the Great Wu Dynasty. Su Hao held the position of Prime Minister's son, and following the original character's trajectory, he would commit a series of heinous acts. He betrayed his country by selling border military intelligence to enemy forces. Eventually, the protagonist uncovered his conspiracy, leading to his execution by being torn apart by 5 horses and the extermination of his entire family. Su Hao was still struggling to accept his current situation when a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding, congratulations on successfully transmigrating to a new world. System activated. The system is called Daily Good Deed. As the name suggests, it evaluates the impact of Su Hao's actions each day and grants rewards accordingly, triggering different lottery pools based on the outcomes of his good deeds. A friendly reminder: this system activates based on the host's behavior and doesn't force any tasks. The rewards are comprehensive and diverse, including possibilities like a portal back to Earth from the host's previous life." With the golden finger in hand, Su Hao's confidence surged. What of it if he was a villain? With knowledge of the general plot and a golden finger, could he really meet such a tragic end? With renewed confidence for his new life, Su Hao walked to the bronze mirror in the room and carefully examined his face, which was identical to his past life. He was very satisfied. "Bad news, young master." A shout came from outside the door, and it was suddenly pushed open. A servant ran in. It was a retainer of the Su family. Su Hao was startled. "What's wrong? Has the protagonist come to cause trouble?" he called out hastily. Young master, what protagonist?" "Your fiancée has come to break off the engagement." "Fiancée? Zhao Xuanlu." Su Hao suddenly remembered. This was exactly when the novel's female protagonist, Zhao Xuanlu, daughter of the Minister of Revenue and the capital's foremost talented woman, came to break off the engagement. It was precisely because of Zhao Xuanlu that Su Hao would later clash with Zhao Hao. Thus began the story. Because the Su family held great power, the original host had coveted Zhao Xuanlu's beauty and forced the Zhao family into an engagement. The female protagonist, Zhao Xuanlu, was dissatisfied and came to formally break it off. Su Hao recalled that Zhao Hao was currently the Zhao family's adopted son and had come along for this engagement annulment. "Young master, stop spacing out. Master is waiting ahead and says he wants to take you to the Zhao residence for an explanation," the servant urged. "Let's go." Su Hao smiled and picked up the folding fan beside him. In the main hall of the Prime Minister's residence, a middle-aged man in official robes with a stern expression looked at the young man and woman standing at the center of the hall. "Miss Zhao, your father hasn't even come in person to break off this engagement. I wonder if this is your own decision or that of your Zhao family?" The middle-aged man asked in a stern voice. "Prime Minister, when you and my father arranged this engagement, I was unaware. Moreover, I cannot see how Su Hao, who idles about the capital all day, bullies others, and commits evil deeds, could be a suitable match for me. This engagement must be broken." The young woman who spoke, dressed in an elegant light cyan blue long dress, was indeed the foremost talented woman, Zhao Xuanlu, who had come to break off the engagement. The dissatisfied-looking man standing beside her was the protagonist, Zhao Hao, who was now like a brother to Zhao Xuanlu and accompanied her to annul the engagement. Sitting upright in the main seat was the current Prime Minister Su Cheng. Upon hearing Zhao Xuanlu's words the next moment, Su Cheng slammed the teacup in his hand onto the table fiercely. "Insufferable arrogance! To insult my son before my very eyes! Do you truly think the Prime Minister's residence has no one to defend it? Seize these 2 ignorant youngsters. I will personally go question Minister Zhao on how he raises his children." No sooner had Su Cheng spoken than 4 or 5 martial artists rushed in from outside, surrounding Zhao Xuanlu and the others. Zhao Hao clenched his fists and stepped forward. "Sister, don't be afraid. I'm here." Just as tensions reached a breaking point, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. "Enough." Everyone turned to look at the doorway. Su Hao strode in. Upon seeing Su Hao enter, Su Cheng said, There's no need to be angry. Today I will surely get justice for you." Su Cheng doted on his only son Su Hao excessively, which is why Su Hao had grown so arrogant in the capital. Su Hao looked at his benefactor father in this life with a hint of regret in his eyes. "Enough. It's just a broken engagement. Do you want to make a scene in front of everyone? If you don't want to marry me, I don't want to marry you either. If you don't want to marry me, I don't want to marry you either." Su Hao said this nonchalantly. Su Cheng looked surprised at these words. His prodigal son was acting differently today. Normally he would never give up anything he wanted so easily. "Young master, he's just a wet-behind-the-ears kid. We'll take him down in no time." The guards hastily pledged their loyalty and moved to attack Zhao Hao. But in the next moment, Su Hao moved with the speed of a sprinter and kicked the speaking guard in the buttocks. How dare you be so bold? Get out of here. Don't you have work to do at home? Su Hao scolded. Several guards were bewildered. They glanced at Su Cheng. Although Su Cheng looked puzzled, he waved his hand, and the guards quickly bowed and exited. Su Hao then walked toward Zhao Xuanlu, but was blocked by Zhao Hao. What do you want to do? Zhao Hao asked with great hostility. This is my home. You're asking what I want to do. What are you the one calling off the engagement? Su Hao glanced a few more times at the book's foolish protagonist, finding nothing particularly remarkable about him. Do you really agree to cancel the engagement? Zhao Xuanlu spoke up. Su Hao glanced at his fiancée. Indeed, she was a classical beauty with an air of scholarly elegance. But to Su Hao, accustomed to modern women with long legs, she was merely a novelty. Hand over the marriage contract. Su Hao extended his hand. Zhao Xuanlu and Zhao Hao exchanged glances before placing the marriage contract in his palm. Without even looking at it, Su Hao tore it apart and tossed it into the air. All right, Miss Zhao, you're free now. We're done. Su Hao said cheerfully. Su Hao, are you serious? Zhao Xuanlu asked in disbelief. What else would I be? Don't pull that act of pretending you don't want to let go after I'm gone. Su Hao quickly distanced himself. You bastard, stop talking nonsense. Zhao Hao scolded displeasedly. Enough, shut up. I'm already being generous. Take your precious sister and fly off together. Don't bother notifying me about the wedding. It'd be too forward given how unfamiliar we are. Su Hao impatiently urged them on. Su Hao, don't talk nonsense. Zhao Hao is my younger brother. Zhao Xuanlu emphasized resentfully. Whatever. I have one requirement. Keep your distance from now on, preferably never contact me again. A good ex should be as dead to you. Can you manage that? And you, Zhao Ritian, stay as far away from me as possible. Su Hao said to both of them with disgust. My name is Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao emphasized discontentedly. Zhao Xuanlu's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. This fellow seemed to be the one unwilling to go through with the marriage. Su Hao didn't want to waste his breath any longer. He waved his hand. Show them out. The servants waiting at the door hurried in and escorted the two out. Ding host has completed today's act of kindness, fulfilling another's happiness by supporting Zhao Xuanlu's feelings and preventing the act of bullying a woman. Reward based on the consequences of this event: 1 draw from the silver prize pool. The system's voice made Su Hao even happier. This engagement had to be broken. He didn't want to waste time dealing with Zhao Ritian. This counted as doing good, a pleasant surprise. He'd draw the prize later. Didn't he notice his cheap father staring at him? You don't have anything to do today, do you? Su Cheng asked with some confusion. What could I possibly have to do? By the way, let's consider this engagement matter closed. Su Hao quickly reminded his father not to cause trouble for him. The next moment, Su Cheng suddenly patted Su Hao's shoulder and laughed loudly. Oh, what are you doing? You scared me. Su Hao asked dissatisfiedly. Haha, your father is pleased. I'm glad my son can see through matters of romance and love. I'm comforted knowing you've grown sensible. Rest assured, I'll certainly arrange a good match for you. Su Cheng said earnestly. Su Hao's lips twitched. Does this count as being sensible? Old man, you only see me shielding you from the storm, without wondering where the wind and rain come from. However, Su Hao also understood. The Su family hadn't had many descendants. His mother had passed away after giving birth to him. Over the years, Su Cheng had been both father and mother. Despite being such a high-ranking chancellor, he hadn't taken any concubines, mainly because he feared Su Hao would suffer. It could be said that for Su Hao's sake, Su Cheng had given him everything. Alright, worry about yourself instead. You're such a high-ranking official with not even a concubine. What a disgrace to speak of. Su Hao teased. Oh, you rascal. Su Cheng's aged face turned red, and Su Hao quickly ran out. Su Hao hurried back to his room and quickly summoned the system lottery. Su Hao symbolically greeted the various deities from his past life. Ding, congratulations, host. From the silver prize pool draw, you have obtained 1 full body enhancement. The next moment, Su Hao felt warmth spreading through his entire body. After a few seconds, he clenched his fists, then tore open his clothes, gazing at his well-defined 8-pack abs and praising the system's effectiveness. Originally, this body had been hollowed out at a young age due to the previous owner's indulgence in wine and women. Now, with the physical enhancement, not only had he recovered what was lost, but Su Hao felt confident that even unarmed he could handle 2 or 3 strong men. This world had martial arts similar to the wuxia novels from his past life, with cultivation levels divided into unranked, third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, postnatal warrior, prenatal warrior, peak, and grandmaster. Su Hao didn't know what lay beyond these levels, as the highest martial arts realm in the novels he'd read was the grandmaster. The guards who had surrounded Zhao Ritian in the living room were all third-rate warriors, while the one Su Hao kicked was a second-rate warrior. Though Su Hao looked down on Zhao Ritian, he was well aware that despite his young age, Zhao Ritian was already a postnatal warrior, and countless encounters in the future would forge him into a grandmaster-level expert. But was Su Hao weak? He wasn't afraid at all. He wouldn't provoke you, but if you came after him, he'd use the system to deal with you. Having completed today's good deeds, Su Hao began to fully enjoy the luxurious life of an ancient, wealthy young master. The young maids around him were increasingly beautiful, and comparing them to the princesses at the commercial KTV his colleagues used to talk about, Su Hao felt they weren't bad at all. The key point was that they were all very obedient. For dinner, Su Cheng had to handle government affairs in his study, so Su Hao sat alone at a table full of delicacies. Although the flavors couldn't compare to his past life due to the seasonings, the ingredients alone, any one of them would have been enough to send someone to prison in his previous world. If Su Hao relied solely on Chancellor Su Cheng's salary, he couldn't have sustained such extravagance. But the Su family had their own businesses, shops spread throughout the capital. No wonder people outside called Su Cheng not just Chancellor Su, but also Su half the city. In terms of money, Su Cheng was even more generous with Su Hao. After all, he only had one son. Why not spend it on him rather than take it to the grave? This wicked feudal society, I love it so much, Su Hao thought to himself. That night, as he was about to sleep, Su Hao had initially worried about being bored without his phone. But when he lifted the covers and found two delicate girls waiting to warm his bed, he thought, why would I need a phone? He quickly crawled into bed and chatted with the two girls. Properly chatted, really. Having just arrived, Su Hao's modern mindset hadn't fully adapted, yet frankly he felt embarrassed. The next day, Su Cheng went to court, while Su Hao got up and prepared to go out, planning to stroll around the streets and see if he could find an opportunity to complete today's task. Su Hao led a large black dog followed by two guards, Zhang Long and Zhao, who both first-rate warriors. Su Cheng had specifically hired them to protect Su Hao's safety. With Su Hao's appearance on the street and the nearby market's fear of the Su family's young master, passers-by hurriedly made way for him. Su Hao didn't mind finding everything fascinating. Whatever caught his eye he would buy. The street vendors were stunned. They'd never seen young Master Su actually pay for something before. They thought the sun must be rising in the west. After wandering like this for a while, Su Hao, leading his dog, was about to enter a restaurant to grab a bite when he noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance. Eager to join the excitement, Su Hao quickly made his way over. Hey, what's going on in there? So many people. Su Hao patted the shoulder of the person in front of him and asked curiously. There's a girl selling herself to bury her father. The restaurant staff say she's bringing a corpse here and disrupting their business, so they want to drive her away. The person in front didn't turn around as he explained to Su Hao. Is that so? Let me through to take a look. Su Hao said, curiously wanting to push forward when the person who had just spoken showed dissatisfaction. What are you squeezing for? There are so many people. Then turning his head and seeing Su Hao, his displeasure instantly turned to terror. He hurriedly ran away without looking back. Those nearby hearing this and seeing Su Hao also quickly scattered. Su Hao paid little mind to the commoners who shunned him and said coldly, hurry up and take that corpse away. Don't you know you're blocking our business? Several young waiters at the tavern pointed and shouted at a woman kneeling on the ground in mourning clothes. As they spoke, they moved to push a wooden cart nearby which was wrapped in a straw mat, presumably containing the woman's deceased relative. Please don't touch my father, have some mercy. The woman rose sorrowfully and blocked the group. How much would it cost to bury my father? Just then a voice came from behind the crowd. One of the tavern's waiters was about to turn around and scold, but when he did, he saw Su Hao standing there with his vicious dog. Any temper he had vanished instantly. Oh, young Master Su, what wine brings you here? Knowing Su Hao was a regular customer at the tavern, the waiter had long grown accustomed to flattering him. After all, offending this master meant nothing good would come of it. But who would have expected Su Hao to step forward and shove him aside? Move along. The waiter, having no choice, quickly signaled the others to step aside. Su Hao approached the woman and looked at her. Her clothes were worn and simple, her eyes bloodshot from crying, her hands covered in calluses and wounds, yet she still gripped the cart tightly. Su Hao found it hard to imagine how such a frail woman had managed to push this cart into the busy market. I'm asking you, how much silver do you need? The woman looked up at Su Hao, her expression troubled as she glanced between him with his vicious dog and the fearful stares of the surrounding commoners, then back at her deceased relative on the cart. F5. As she began to speak, Su Hao gestured to Zhang Long and Zhao, who behind him. Bring 50 taels. Zhang Long didn't hesitate, pulling out a 50-tael banknote. At Su Hao's signal, Zhang Long nodded and walked over to the woman, handing her the money. The woman was stunned. She had actually meant to say 5 taels. In this era, gold and silver were the hardest currency, and a family's annual expenses for food and clothing rarely exceeded 2 taels. This was also why no one wanted to buy this woman. 5 taels could purchase 2 decent maids from the agency. That's too much. 5 taels is enough for me, the woman said honestly to Su Hao. Take it. I rarely carry small change. To me, 5 taels and 50 taels make no difference. Su Hao waved dismissively. The woman took the banknote and looked at Su Hao, gratitude rising in her eyes. Young master, may I come to sign the deed of sale with you tomorrow? Please rest assured I won't renege. I have no one left in my family, and I wish to bury my father properly. Is that acceptable? The woman pleaded. Su Hao shook his head. A shiver ran through the woman's heart. Selling herself meant losing her freedom after all. How could you bury your father all by yourself? You can't even lift a coffin. Zhang Long, Zhao, who go to the coffin shop and buy one. Then come back and help her bury her father. Report to me once it's done. I'll be dining here. Su Hao commanded. Young master, and you'll be all alone. Zhang Long said with concern. It's broad daylight. Would anyone in the imperial capital dare lay a hand on me? Go quickly and choose a fine coffin. Su Hao ordered. Since the master had spoken, Zhang Long and Zhao, who hurried away. Su Hao looked at the woman still guarding the cart. Stop staring. Come inside with me and have something to eat. Su Hao said. A young master, but my father. The woman looked troubled. Su Hao scanned the area, spotting the waiters who had driven people away earlier. You make sure to take good care of her father. Understood. Understood. Don't worry, sir. The waiter dared not delay this master. Not only would he watch over a corpse, but even if it lay beside him, he wouldn't dare refuse. After all, Su Hao's fearsome reputation was well known. The woman, perhaps overwhelmed by the series of tragedies that had struck her family in recent days, finally found a lifeline and wept with emotion. Su Hao, leading his dog, guided the woman into the tavern, ordered a table full of dishes, and asked for 2 large bones for Dahe dog. Watching the woman too embarrassed to eat, Su Hao said, "Eat." "Thank you, young master." The woman finally picked up her chopsticks. Su Hao was puzzled. Wasn't this considered doing a good deed? Why was the system still silent? Su Hao casually took a sip of the insipid ancient wine and found it lacking. After eating a few bites of food, he felt it was far inferior to what he was used to at home. "By the way, what's your name?" Su Hao asked idly. "Wanner. Song Wanner." The woman wiped her mouth and replied cautiously. No sooner had she finished than Su Hao nearly fell off his chair. "What did you say?" "Song Wanner." The woman nodded. "Yes, young master. If you dislike the name, please bestow a new one upon me." Song Wanner said obediently. Su Hao shook his head. This was too coincidental. He knew this woman. She was the female lead in the novel, extremely popular with readers. She sold herself to bury her father, was bullied, and was later rescued by the male lead. She then served as his maid, working tirelessly and obediently. How could all these details line up so perfectly? Selling herself to bury her father, being bullied. But where the hell is Zhao Ritian? Is the male lead still asleep? Su Hao thought to himself. He never expected that by simply doing a random act of kindness he would run into the male lead's destined love. "Young master, did Wanner do something to upset you?" Song Wanner noticed Su Hao's expression shifting between surprise and anger, and worried she had done something wrong. Su Hao snapped back to reality. "No, it's nothing to do with you. Your name is very pleasant. Just eat. We'll finish up in Zhonglong, and Zhao, who should be back soon," Su Hao said. Song Wanner nodded and lowered her head to eat. This pitiful female lead hadn't had a proper meal in days. She was truly starving, eating so hastily. Su Hao poured her a cup of water and handed it over. "Eat slowly. Order more if you're not enough." Su Hao's casual reminder almost brought tears to Song Wanner's eyes. After a while, the two of them and the dog finished their meal and left the tavern. Zhonglong and Zhao, who had not yet returned. Since Song Wanner was out, there was no need for the tavern waiters. Su Hao casually tossed them some silver coins to dismiss them and asked them to bring out 2 chairs. Su Hao sat by the roadside amusing himself with the dog. The passers-by all curiously watched this strange sight. Suddenly, several figures approached from nearby. "Su Hao, what are you doing here?" A sharp reprimand came. Su Hao looked up and saw that the newcomer was Zhao Ritian, along with Zhao Xuanlu and several people dressed as scholars. "Damn it, so you actually show up. Do I need to report to you, Zhao Ritian, about where I am?" Su Hao said irritably. At this moment, Zhao Xuanlu noticed Song Wanner, who looked sorrowful beside them. "Su Hao, are you bullying this woman again?" Zhao Xuanlu pointed at Su Hao and scolded. "Damn it, ex-wife, if your eyes aren't useful, donate them to someone who needs them." Su Hao retorted sarcastically. "You, this ruffian. Why are you guarding this girl? Who is your ex-wife?" Zhao Xuanlu was nearly bursting with anger. "Miss, you've misunderstood. I sold myself to bury my father, and the young master helped me. From now on, I belong to him." Hearing Song Wanner's words, Zhao Xuanlu wore a peculiar expression. Did Su Hao actually have the nerve to be this generous? "Did you hear that, ex-wife? I'm doing a good deed here. Now apologize to me," Su Hao said with pent-up anger. Zhao Xuanlu coldly snorted and ignored him. At this moment, Zhao Hao stepped forward, glancing at Song Wanner. "Miss, I am Zhao Hao. If you are in distress and need silver, I am willing to help. But you absolutely must not take money from this scoundrel." Zhao Hao spoke to Song Wanner without reservation. "What the hell, Zhao Ritian, are you even speaking human language? So my money is fake or something?" Su Hao retorted directly. Just as Song Wanner was about to speak, Zhao Hao interrupted her, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. "Miss, you may inquire anywhere on the streets of the capital. Everyone knows the infamous Su Hao, son of the Prime Minister. A despicable young noble who bullies innocent people and harasses women. If you fall into the hands of such a person, you will be ruined. I repeat, I am willing to help you." With this move of Zhao Hao, Su Hao was genuinely disgusted. "Damn, you've really mastered the art of flattering the high while trampling the low." However, noticing the murmuring among the bystanders growing louder, Su Hao understood that he was the villain, and everything Zhao Ritian said was true. He glanced at Song Wanner and realized this must be the terrifying correction of the world. Those two were meant to be together. Understanding this, Su Hao stood up. "Su, how dare you deny that what I said is not the truth?" Zhao Hao assumed Su Hao was about to make excuses. "Young master, Su Hao's ears, speak a little louder, damn it." How unlucky. Su Hao had no desire to engage further with Zhao Ritian and prepared to leave with his dog. Just then suddenly Su Hao's sleeve was tugged. "Young master, where are you going? Don't you want Wanner anymore?" Su Hao turned to see Song Wanner's pitiful expression. Damn, this was too powerful. Su Hao's heart trembled. Song Wanner's words clearly indicated her choice. Ding host has completed today's act of kindness, saving the tragic life of the female lead Song Wanner. Originally, Song Wanner would die from blocking a fatal blow for the protagonist Zhao Hao. Due to the host's intervention, Song Wanner's fate has changed. Reward based on event consequences: 1 silver lottery draw. After receiving the system notification, Su Hao immediately used the lottery. Because he saw Song Wanner's final fate, he made a firm decision. "Zhao Ritian, you cannot hold on to Wanner. Give her to me." Su Hao prayed in his heart for a boost in strength. Ding, congratulations to the host. Silver lottery reward obtained. Character from the taking of Tiger Roar, Ding Xiao. I get it, the money-grubbing swordsman Runji. Where is the system? Su Hao asked urgently. The character will arrive at the host's side in 2 minutes. Characters summoned by the system are 100% loyal to the host. After receiving the system's answer, Su Hao looked at Song Wanner, who had brought him good fortune, and gently stroked her head. Rest assured, from now on stay with young master. Su Hao gave Wanner a definite answer. Wanner wiped her tears and nodded with a smile. Young miss, you are confused, Zhao Hao interrupted unhappily. Young master, I do not know what kind of person your family's master is, but in Wanner's heart my young master is the best person. I have said that Wanner belongs to the young master for this lifetime. Wanner had already changed her address for Su Hao to young master. Did you hear that, Zhao Ritian? Wanner and I are willing. What are you meddling in? Hurry up and scram with my ex-wife. Su Hao didn't give Zhao Ritian a good face. This is too much. Did I fuck your mother? Su Hao was speechless. Su Hao, you have insulted me so. I will not let this go. Take this. Zhao Hao attacked in a rage. Zhao Hao, stop. Zhao Xuanlu had not expected Zhao Hao to suddenly strike. After all, the situation was clear. Su Hao was willing to spend money, and this girl was willing to follow him. She had been told everything, which was more than enough. Why would he suddenly attack Su Hao? Su Hao was shocked. Damn it, you're the male lead, not a lunatic. Can't win with words, so you insult me. Shit, why haven't Zhang Long and Zhao Hu returned yet? In truth, even if those two had returned with their top-tier cultivation, they could not defeat a male lead with a protagonist halo. After all, Zhao Hao was a post-natal realm warrior. Seeing Zhao Hao's palm strike approaching, Song Wanner for some reason stepped forward in front of Su Hao, arms spread wide. Su Hao was shocked. Now he knew how she was going to die. This level of loyalty was too much. Without thinking, Su Hao grabbed Song Wanner and shouted loudly, "Money, bro." Upon seeing Song Wanner suddenly rush out, Zhao Hao slowed his speed. But upon seeing the two embracing, Zhao Hao's eyes reddened with an inexplicable fury rising in his heart. He had not originally intended to kill Su Hao, but looking at the two of them, he admitted his killing intent had awakened. One palm directly aimed at Su Hao's head. Just then, "Do not harm my young master. Ding Xiu has arrived." A figure descended from the rooftop. A sense of crisis arose in Zhao Hao's heart. He instinctively dodged backward. The moment Zhao Hao dodged, a Miao Dao gleaming with cold light crashed heavily onto the ground. Su Hao, still holding Wanner, stared in astonishment at the scene before him. "Awesome money, bro," Su Hao exclaimed in amazement. "Damn, money, bro nearly killed the male lead." Ding Xiu, dressed as a wandering swordsman, lifted his Miao Dao and rested it on his shoulder. He turned to glance at Su Hao. "Young master, be at ease." Su Hao gave Ding Xiu a thumbs up. "Money, bro, get him." From the system introduction, Su Hao knew that Ding Xiu was a post-natal realm late-stage warrior. Warrior minor realms, early, middle, late, grand perfection. While Zhao Hao was only a post-natal realm early-stage warrior. Even with a protagonist halo facing, "Money, bro, you must kneel." "Who are you?" Zhao Hao narrowly dodged the fatal blow and steadied himself, glaring at Ding Xiu. "Hee, I'll tell you once, you're not a corpse. Young master's enemy is quite formidable. Remember to pay more." After Ding Xiu finished speaking, his figure charged forward. Zhao Hao hastily raised his fists to counter. Ding Xiu moved as if playing, shouldering his Miao Dao as the handle repeatedly deflected Zhao Hao's punches and palm strikes. The next second, Ding Xiu gripped the blade with both hands. His entire body spun into the air like a whirlwind, and he brought down a mighty slash titled, "Slashing the Legendary Hero." Zhao Hao panicked and dodged, falling backward to the ground. "Wow, nice move." Su Hao watched excitedly like a live martial arts film. At this moment, Zhao Xuanlu anxiously ran to Su Hao's side. "Su Hao, quickly tell your man to stop." "On what grounds?" "Zhao Ritian can hit me, but I can't hit back." "What do I owe you something?" Ding Xiu put some effort into it. "I'll pay more," Su Hao said without goodwill. Zhao Xuanlu was stunned by the retort. Then she saw that on the battlefield, upon hearing "pay more," Ding Xiu seemed to have instantly received a buff. Without waiting for Zhao Hao to steady himself, he struck with the handle a heart-piercing elbow. Zhao Hao was sent flying, spitting blood, and crashed to the ground again. "Oh, you're quite cautious, kid." "A heart-protecting mirror," Ding Xiu said in surprise, staring at Zhao Hao. "Su Hao, please quickly make him stop." Seeing her brother beaten and vomiting blood, Zhao Xuanlu forgot everything else and urgently begged Su Hao. Su Hao ignored her, but was astonished. As expected of the male lead, he still wouldn't die. Just as Su Hao was anticipating Ding Xiu stepping forward to finish the job and potentially kill Zhao Hao, a voice rang out, "Stop." Two squads of soldiers came running and surrounded the crowd. Zhao Xuanlu breathed a sigh of relief. Ding Xiu glanced back at Su Hao, who signaled him to return. Sheathing his weapon, Ding Xiu walked back to Su Hao's side with his Miao Dao resting on his shoulder. "What's happening here? Who dares brawl in this place?" the lead officer demanded. Zhao Hao, barely able to stand, was supported by his companions. Before he could speak, Su Hao raised his hand. "I am reporting a crime. That man committed assault in public and attempted to murder the son of the Prime Minister." Su Hao shouted loudly. The officer hurried forward. "What? Attempted murder of the Prime Minister's son?" "Indeed. I am that son. That fellow attacked me. Arrest him and interrogate him thoroughly." Su Hao pointed at the weakened Zhao Hao. "Su Hao, don't try to pass yourself off as the victim." Zhao Xuanlu protested indignantly. "TCH, a woman like you should speak with evidence. Everyone here saw it. Didn't he attack me first? My men only hit him because of that. Am I right, everyone?" Su Hao scanned the surrounding citizens. They all nodded, not merely from fear of his power, but because he spoke the truth. Hearing Su Hao's words and seeing the citizens corroborate his account, Though Zhao Hao appeared to be the one who suffered, the officer had no choice but to step forward. You'll need to come with us. Officer, my father is Zhao Xingmin, the Minister of Revenue. My brother acted foolishly, and he's still injured. Could you show some mercy? Zhao Xuanlu was at her wit's end. Listen to that. The righteous party is now pulling strings. Using connections. Is there no law in the imperial capital? Even if this reaches Her Majesty the Empress, I will demand justice. Su Hao mocked with a smile. The officer was deeply troubled. On one side stood the Prime Minister, on the other the Minister. He couldn't afford to offend either. He lowered his voice to Zhao Xuanlu. Miss Zhao, if you wish to settle this peacefully, you'll need to ask that gentleman for favor. The officer's meaning was clear. Zhao Xuanlu's face showed her dilemma. She knew well that if the matter escalated, and Zhao Hao were charged with attempted murder, even her father would struggle to protect him. She walked up to Su Hao. Su Hao, can we just let this matter drop? I'm begging you. What relationship do we have? Oh right, until yesterday we were still engaged. If the engagement hadn't been broken off, this would merely be a family dispute, brothers-in-law scuffling as usual. But that's over now. So tell me, why did Zhao Hao hit me? Su Hao asked coldly at the end. Yes, why? You're the protagonist, the righteous hero. I'm supposedly the villain. But I never provoked you or wronged you, yet you came at me wanting to kill me. Hearing Su Hao's words, even the talented Zhao Xuanlu showed embarrassment. Can I apologize on his behalf? As Zhao Xuanlu spoke, the sound of a carriage came from outside the crowd. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu had arrived. Young master, are you alright? They rushed over with anxious voices. Where have you been so long? Where's the coffin? Su Hao asked. In the carriage, young master. Who offended you? We'll get revenge for you. Zhao Hu was straightforward, his expression fierce as he stared at Zhao Xuanlu. Alright, take your unlucky brother and get out of here. I don't have time for you. And stay away from me in the future. After Su Hao finished speaking, he turned to Song Wanner. Zhao Hu, go get the coffin. Wanner, let's send your father on his final journey. As Su Hao spoke, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu hurried to prepare the carriage. Ding Xiu glanced at the soldiers, then whispered near Su Hao, Young master, should I finish that fellow off later? Forget it. He's unusually slippery and hard to kill. Keep your distance from him in the future. Su Hao instructed. Ding Xiu made it clear he only acknowledged the young master and money. Whatever the young master commanded, he would follow. Zhao Xuanlu watched Su Hao lead his people away. The officer, seeing Su Hao had dropped the matter, hastily took his men and left as well. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu placed Wanner's father into the coffin. The group drove the carriage outside the city to the family's backyard where a grave had been prepared. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu had been quite reliable. Not only had they bought the coffin, but also a memorial stone. Ding Xiu used his Miao Dao to carve the inscription for Wanner. Su Hao and the others watched Wanner weeping before her father's grave. They did not rush her. After some time, Wanner stood up. Young master, I'm sorry for making you and the brothers wait. One of the young master must discuss something serious with you, Su Hao said gravely. Please speak, young master. Wanner said nervously. In the future, if you encounter danger, your first priority must be to protect yourself. Do you understand? One sentence left Wanner stunned. Young master is more valuable than Wanner. Wanner should be protecting the young master. What do you mean more valuable? When faced with life and death, all lives are equal. No one is more valuable than another. Being alive in this world is precious. Live well, do you understand? Su Hao said, pointing to her father's gravestone. Your father would want you to live safely and peacefully. Su Hao spoke earnestly. Wanner nodded with tears in her eyes. Young master, Wanner will listen and understands. Su Hao smiled and ruffled her hair. Alright, let's go. We'll buy you some new clothes on the street. Following the young master, you may lose money, but you must never lose face. Su Hao said, fanning himself. Then the group went shopping. Su Hao was truly astonished. He had dated girls in his previous life, of course he had experience accompanying a girlfriend shopping. But this was the first time he'd met a woman afraid to spend money while shopping. No matter what he offered Wanner, she refused. In the end, Su Hao stopped asking, and simply bought anything she glanced at twice. In the end, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu were laden with bags and packages. Truth be told, Ding Xiu, besides his formidable fighting skills, was quite adept at cunning schemes. As for Wanner, this delicate girl appeared malnourished and used to heavy labor. Su Hao couldn't bear to let her do difficult work. Neither Zhang Long nor Zhao Hu suspected Ding Xiu's background. They assumed he was simply a master arranged by the Prime Minister to secretly protect the young master. Upon returning home, Su Hao had Wanner bathe and change into her new clothes. When she emerged, she was transformed, catching Su Hao completely off guard. No wonder Zhao Hao had fought so desperately for her. Staring at her, Wanner shyly asked, Young master, does Wanner look pretty? Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. The young master has decided. We'll go shopping again tomorrow for more new clothes. We'll dress you in different styles every day. Su Hao declared magnanimously. Young master, please don't spend money on Wanner, okay? Wanner pleaded. She thought everything Zhao Hao had said today was nonsense. She had seen plenty of servants from wealthy families. None were treated as well by their masters as she was by the young master. She was pondering how to repay the young master's kindness. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Su Cheng studied the carefree Ding Xiu. Ding Xiu, wandering swordsman, thief, murderer, hand stained with many lives. Why approach my son? Su Cheng's voice was cold. Ding Xiu paid no mind to Su Cheng's attitude. Since you are the young master's father, I shall address you as master. I, Ding Xiu, only take orders from the young master. If he tells me to kill someone, I kill them. Of course, if the target proves too difficult, the young master will need to pay extra. Ding Xiu wiped his mouth as he spoke. Su Cheng simply stared at him in silence. When Ding Xiu finally returned to Su Hao's courtyard, he was counting a thick stack of silver notes, utterly pleased with himself. Meanwhile, Su Hao lay on a rocking chair while Warner gently massaged his shoulders. Well, my father was quite generous, wasn't he? Su Hao asked without opening his eyes. Haha, young master, the old master truly has wealth. Ding Xiu chuckled without any reservation. Su Hao had anticipated this before returning home. Ding Xiu's appearance would inevitably lead to an identity investigation by Su Cheng. The system had assigned Ding Xiu the identity of a wandering swordsman, one who would take any job for the right price. Su Hao had simply instructed Ding Xiu to demonstrate unwavering loyalty to him, promising that rewards would follow. And indeed it had worked out exactly as planned. Having served as chancellor for years, Su Cheng understood that discerning character and utilizing talent was fundamental. A man like Ding Xiu, greedy and scrupulous, mattered little. What truly counted was his loyalty to his own son. Meanwhile, at the Zhao residence within the minister's mansion, Zhao Ritian lay weak upon his bed as a physician took his pulse. Zhao Xuanlu and an elderly man in official robes stood nearby. Honorable Minister, the physician reported, your son's heart meridian suffered a severe blow. Thanks to the heart-protecting mirror, he lies, though even a deity would have struggled otherwise. He must rest quietly for over a month to recover. I shall prescribe medicine now. Under no circumstances should he exert his internal energy during convalescence. The physician offered these instructions to the group. Thank you for your trouble, doctor. Someone see the physician back and retrieve the prescription. The elderly man in official robes was none other than Zhao Xuanlu's father, Zhao Xingmin, the current Minister of Revenue. Once the physician departed, Zhao Xingmin frowned, looking at both Zhao Xuanlu and Zhao Hao on the bed. Did I not say yesterday? The engagement is broken. The Su family will not pursue matters further. Do not provoke Su Hao again. You simply refuse to listen. Father, your daughter understands her mistake. Zhao Xuanlu bowed her head in acknowledgement. After all, they were clearly in the wrong today. Adoptive father coughed. This is all that spoiled young master Su Hao's fault. I was careless today and failed to anticipate that he had skilled experts by his side. Zhao Hao lay on the bed, unwilling to accept defeat. Foolishness. Who is at fault or not? I tell you, Zhao, Su Hao is Su Cheng's son. No one will concern themselves with right or wrong. What do you think the chancellor's mansion is? His father Su Cheng holds his position as chancellor firmly as Mount Tai in the imperial court, a trusted minister of the empress, who in the capital does not know that Su Cheng dotes most upon his only son Su Hao. Yet you deliberately provoked him. Tomorrow when we attend court, Su Cheng will surely seize this opportunity to strike. Zhao Xingmin spoke with a headache. Father, what should we do now? Zhao Xuanlu said with a worried expression. Adoptive father, elder sister, I will take full responsibility for this matter myself. Zhao Hao continued. If you are not to go anywhere recently, stay home and recover from your injuries. With those words, Zhao Xingmin left in displeasure. Why, elder sister, am I wrong for advocating justice? Zhao Hao asked excitedly. Zhao Xuanlu shook her head helplessly. Little Hao, what you did today was indeed incorrect. Rest well and recover. Zhao Xuanlu left those words behind and also turned to depart. Zhao Ritian's eyes widened in fury. Su Hao. The next morning, Su Hao stretched as he rose from bed. Warner entered with a basin of water. Young master, you are awake. Warner will help you wash. Thank you, Warner, but I will do it myself. Su Hao was already unfamiliar with these ancient toiletries, and having someone serve him felt awkward. Does young master find Warner clumsy? Warner will learn. Warner said somewhat dejectedly. To repay Su Hao, she had diligently asked the maids in Su Hao's courtyard how to properly care for him. Learning Su Hao's preferences, Su Hao could only ask her to help him wash, having to praise her work. On the third day after his transmigration, leading to He and accompanied by Warner, Ding Xiu, Zhonglong, and Zhao Hu, young master Su set out to do good deeds. As soon as they reached the street, two pitiful beggars approached and blocked his way. Have mercy, sir, please give us some food. Zhonglong and Zhao Hu were about to shoo the beggars away when Su Hao surprised them by stopping them. Did you see that? Su Hao looked at those around him in astonishment. Young master, what are you talking about? What did you see? Wana asked. They are not afraid of me. Su Hao said somewhat excitedly. Zhonglong and Zhao Hu suddenly understood. Warner and Ding Xiu, who had recently followed Su Hao, did not know this. They clearly understood that when their young master went out, common people would avoid him, and even the beggars of the capital would not approach to beg. Nonsense. If you couldn't get money, you might easily lose your life. You are not beggars from the capital, are you? Su Hao asked curiously. Both beggars were bewildered. Why ask about their origins when begging? Replying to this, honorable lord, we are all disaster victims from outside the city. We had no means of survival and came to the city to beg. One beggar explained. At this moment, Song Warner also spoke up. Young master, they are not lying. Recently there have been many disaster victims near the capital. It seems their homeland has had no rain, and they fled here along the way. Hearing this, Su Hao remembered. There seemed to be such a passage in the book, famine victims flooding into the capital, but the national treasury was insufficient and relief efforts had no solution for a long time. The male protagonist Zhao Hao, witnessing this scene, devised some method for disaster relief. Through his adoptive father, the Minister of Revenue, he presented a proposal to the Empress, ultimately succeeding in settling the disaster victims and gaining the Empress's favor. Su Hao calculated the timeline. In this situation, Zhao Ritian should have already presented a proposal to the Empress, shouldn't he? Why is there still no movement? Zhao Ritian, what the hell are you doing again? Zhao Hao, how dare you say that? I'm recovering from my injuries at home right now. Forget about Zhao Ritian for now. Su Hao looked at the disaster victims before him and thought of a way to do good. He truly did not understand disaster relief. Although he had read many novels while they were just novels, Su Hao did not believe he could solve the court's problems with a few words. But solving the plight of these victims before him, he was quite interested. It was just about money after all. Are you very hungry? Su Hao asked. The two beggars nodded. Sir, have mercy. Don't worry, I can feed you until you're full, but you need to help me with a favor, okay? Su Hao asked. The two beggars did not hesitate. Starving disaster victims did not care about anything. As long as there was food, that was all that mattered. Okay, go back now and contact the disaster victims. Bring as many as you can. Tell them that in 2 Shurchen at the gate of the Chancellor's mansion, we will distribute kanji and grain. By then I'll let you two eat first. Su Hao said. The two beggars' eyes lit up. Really? Sir, you're not lying to us, are you? What are you talking about? I am the son of a chancellor. I'm inviting you to eat at my family's doorstep. Why would I lie to you? Su Hao introduced himself arrogantly. Upon hearing Prime Minister's son, the two beggars dropped to their knees. Thank you, young master. You are indeed a living Guanyin Bodhisattva. Alright, can you gather people? Don't just bring your family. I need many disaster victims. Su Hao instructed them. Young master, we have many people, at least several thousand. You. Even the beggars looked troubled. Su Hao counted on his fingers and calculated, bring them all. Upon receiving Su Hao's definite answer, the two beggars' faces lit up with joy. They turned to leave to call others, when Su Hao suddenly seemed to think of something. Wait, come back. Su Hao called them back. Young master, you won't go back on your word, will you? The two asked with worried expressions. Go back on what word? Let's change the location. You know where the palace is, right? If not, ask someone. The time stays the same, 2 hours from now. Come to the palace gate to get your food. As Su Hao spoke, the two beggars nodded repeatedly. As long as he wouldn't go back on his word, that was all that mattered. Indeed, why change the location? Because Su Hao had overlooked a crucial issue before. This was the ancient times when imperial power reigned supreme. No matter how much merit one accumulated throughout all dynasties, there existed the unspoken rule of never achieving feats so great as to overshadow the sovereign. The emperor did not wish for his subordinates to be incompetent, but neither could they be too capable. Their fame must never surpass his own. Though he had never met the empress, Su Hao had to be extremely cautious. Otherwise, if the court couldn't solve the problem of feeding the disaster victims, and the prime minister's residence was so impressive, fine, you think you're something special gathering the people's hearts, what are you planning? A rebellion. That was precisely why Su Hao chose the palace gate as his location. Of course, this was far from sufficient. Su Hao immediately ordered Zhang Long and Zhao Hu go to every Su family grain shop in the city and collect all the grain. Gather enough food for several thousand people for 3 days. If it's not enough, buy more. Deliver everything to the palace gate. Not too far, but not too close either. Understood, young master. We'll handle it immediately. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu hurried off. Ding Xiu, Warner, let's go home. Su Hao walked along with his dog. Su Hao instructed Ding Xiu, besides those staying home to guard the house, summon everyone who breathes. All the household servants, guards, and the cooks. Everyone to the entrance now. Understood, young master. Ding Xiu shouldered his blade and went to carry out the task. Warner, find a few skilled maidservants to help me make something. Su Hao whispered into Warner's ear. Warner listened, her eyes brightening as she nodded. The entire prime minister's mansion burst into action. The cooks carried dozens of large pots. The household servants lined up at the entrance. Su Hao led dozens of people carrying supplies in a grand procession toward the area near the palace. Finding a spacious spot, he declared, right here. Get to work. Shortly after, a squad of imperial guards came running. What do you think you're doing? Setting up stalls near the palace gate is prohibited. Get out of here. The guards shouted sternly. Can't you see with your own eyes? Look who you're talking to. Su Hao stepped forward and cursed. The leading officer took one look at Su Hao and hastily stepped forward. Isn't this young Master Su? What are you doing here, sir? This near the palace gate. It's not a good look. The officer attempted a diplomatic approach. Who said this young master is setting up a stall to sell things? I'll warn you in advance. The scene ahead will be quite grand. Don't be startled. We're doing great work on behalf of the court here. Use some sense. After Su Hao spoke cryptically, he continued directing people to work. The bewildered officer and guard stood there. Sir, what should we do? You're asking me. Who am I supposed to ask? This is the prime minister's son. You dare lay a hand on him. Forget it. Just keep a close watch. Let him do as he pleases. The officer gave the order and they withdrew. Before long, 4 or 5 gruel stalls were set up on both sides of the road. In the distance, carts came rumbling forward in grand procession. Young master, we're here. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu shouted. Is all the grain down? All of it? Su Hao asked. Not quite, young master. The carts weren't enough. All the shopkeepers are still collecting grain. Zhang Long said. All right, Zhao Hu, get to work. Zhang Long, you watch the grain. When it's running low, organize people to go fetch more immediately. Su Hao instructed. Then the cooks began putting rice into the pots. Before long, wisps of cooking smoke rose into the air. The time quickly arrived for Su Hao's meeting with the beggars. In the distance, at a street corner, a figure appeared banging a broken basin. It was the beggar who had gone to summon others. Seeing the cooking smoke near the palace gate in the distance, along with the fragrant aroma of porridge drifting over. Hurry up. Our benefactor wasn't lying. There's really food. The beggar shouted loudly. Immediately from the neighboring streets, disaster victims poured in from all directions. The grand procession instantly filled every street and alley near the palace gate until they were completely choked with people. The officer at the palace gate panicked. How are there so many disaster victims? Hurry, go inform the palace. Tell the brothers to be on full alert. We absolutely cannot let anything happen, the officer said, nervously wiping cold sweat from his brow. Su Hao watched the flood of disaster victims approaching. He quickly stood on a chair and shouted, "No one move. Get in line. Children and elderly first. Whoever pushes forward doesn't eat." Su Hao shouted. Upon hearing his words and smelling the delicious aroma wafting from the pots, the disaster victims obediently lined up at the several gruel stations. Seeing that order had been restored, Su Hao continued, "Good. Ding Xiu, unfurl the banner." Su Hao said. Ding Xiu nodded and erected a large flag beside the gruel stations. Several other gruel stations followed suit. Can you read the characters on top? If not, I'll tell you. It says, "Imperial grace is boundless." Its meaning is simple. Everything you're eating today was bestowed upon you by Her Majesty the Empress. So everyone who receives porridge, shout, "Long live the Empress," toward the palace. Did everyone hear me? Su Hao shouted. Indeed, this banner was made by Wanner and the others. By doing this, the glory went to the Empress. They couldn't find fault with that. Su Hao thought to himself that he only wanted the system rewards. We heard, "Long live the Empress! Long live the Empress! Long live the Empress!" The crowd's voices thundered like a rising tide. Good, now line up for porridge. After Su Hao finished shouting, he climbed down from the chair and went to the porridge barrels, personally serving the disaster victims. The main reason was that Su Hao feared the system might not recognize his efforts if he didn't work personally. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, a woman of breathtaking beauty sat upon the dragon throne adorned in imperial robes. This was the Empress of Great Wu Zhou Ranua. After the morning court session, due to the issue of disaster relief, several important ministers had been summoned to discuss how to aid the afflicted. Su Cheng and Zhao Xingmin were among those present. Their so-called disaster relief discussions were essentially about where to find money. The Empress was deeply troubled. After much deliberation, these ministers still couldn't come up with any solutions. Just then a guard rushed into the palace breathlessly and announced loudly. What happened? The Empress asked. Your Majesty, a large crowd of disaster victims has gathered at the palace gate, surrounding the palace like a wall. The guard knelt on the ground and reported. What? How could this happen? The Empress slammed the table and rose abruptly, her impressive figure trembling with emotion. A minister stepped forward. Your Majesty, please don't worry. We can simply dispatch guards to disperse the disaster victims. Your Majesty, this old minister believes such action would be inappropriate. We should first understand the intent behind the disaster victims gathering at the palace before making any decisions. Su Cheng stepped forward respectfully. The Prime Minister speaks wisely. Send someone to ascertain the refugees' intentions immediately. The Empress nodded and instructed the guards. Just as she finished speaking, another guard came with urgent news. The Empress summoned him in, and he reported, Your Majesty, someone has set up porridge stations at the palace gates to distribute food to the refugees. As the guard spoke, the Empress asked in surprise, Oh, do you know who is distributing the porridge? The guard glanced cautiously at Su Cheng before answering. It is the young master of the Prime Minister's household, Su Hao. After the guard finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Su Cheng was the first to recover his composure. Are you certain? Are you certain it is my son Su Hao? All the ministers present, including the Empress herself, knew that the Prime Minister's family had a notorious playboy in the capital. He idled his days away bullying and oppressing others. Regarding Su Hao's conduct, the Empress had turned a blind eye, because she knew the Prime Minister's only weakness was this wayward son. Unless absolutely necessary, the Empress had no desire to strain relations with her trusted minister and subject who had helped her rise to power. Thus everyone knew about Su Hao. Yet how could distributing porridge to refugees and Su Hao's name ever be mentioned in the same breath? Reporting to my lord, I saw it clearly with my own eyes. Young Master Su stood on high ground directing the refugees to form orderly lines for porridge. Moreover, each porridge station erected a large banner inscribed with 4 characters, The Emperor's grace is boundless. Not only that, but young Master Su also instructed every refugee who received porridge to shout loudly toward the palace gates, Long live the Empress. After the guard finished his report, silence filled the imperial study. The next moment, the Empress's face beamed with delight. Minister Su, you have given me quite a surprise. Tell me, was this your idea, or your son's? The Empress inquired. Su Cheng's mind was filled with questions, yet he cupped his hands toward the Empress, and replied, Your Majesty, this old minister truly had no knowledge of it. It must have been my son's own initiative. Hearing Su Cheng's response, the Empress surveyed the assembled ministers. Then why don't all of you accompany me to take a look? As the Empress rose and spoke, several ministers followed closely behind. When the Empress led the ministers to the palace gate wall, they beheld the lines of refugees waiting for porridge below, along with the ceaseless cries of Long live the Empress. At this moment, the Empress could barely conceal her joy. Gazing upon the scene below, she asked, Minister Su, can you spot your son? The Empress inquired. The moment Su Cheng ascended to the wall, he saw Su Hao's familiar face beneath one of the porridge stations, though his behavior was entirely unfamiliar. Su Hao was ladling porridge with rolled up sleeves, disheveled, and shouting for the refugees to form orderly lines. Su Cheng could swear his son had never even served himself food at home. Your Majesty, the one ladling porridge is my foolish son. Su Cheng pointed him out to the empress. She turned to look at Su Hao. Though the distance was considerable, Su Hao in his brocade robes and handsome features stood out distinctly in the crowd. The sight of him personally ladling porridge for the refugees gradually changed the empress's perception of him as a wastrel. At that moment, Zhao, who standing beside Su Hao, suddenly noticed Su Cheng on the city tower. Young master, it's the old master. He's on the wall. Zhao, who pointed out. My father is still inside the palace. No wonder he hasn't come home at the usual hour after court. Su Hao glanced up at the wall and spotted his father standing there. His gaze swept sideways and his pupils contracted. The woman beside his father. How beautiful she was. Though separated by distance, he could still sense the unique aura of dignity emanating from her. Su Hao grabbed a chair, stepped onto it, and shouted, "Father." Su Hao waved his ladle high as he cried out. Su Cheng on the wall watched his son's appearance and responded with a smile mixed with relief. A father seeing his wastrel son perform such an earth-shattering act. He understood clearly that at this moment the empress was extremely pleased. Whatever Su Hao's motives, the result was excellent. The next second Su Hao shouted again, "Father, the beauty beside you is absolutely stunning." Su Hao's shouts carried up to the wall. Su Cheng broke into a cold sweat and hastily bowed to the empress. "Your Majesty, please forgive this offense. My son speaks without thinking, failing to recognize your Majesty's sacred countenance, and has thus offended you. Please punish this old minister." Su Cheng quickly sought forgiveness. As expected, his rascal son couldn't stay serious for more than 2 seconds. The empress remained composed. "Minister Su, please rise. You did say he doesn't recognize me. But what does stunning mean?" The curious empress turned to ask. "Your Majesty, my son is always spouting strange phrases. This old minister has no idea either." Su Cheng quickly answered. "Ask him yourself." The empress quietly instructed Su Cheng. Though puzzled by the empress's attitude, Su Cheng nonetheless shouted down to the city. "However, what does stunning mean?" Hearing his father's question, everyone on and below the wall turned their attention. Su Hao was momentarily stunned. He had forgotten this was ancient times. "It means beautiful, gorgeous. This girl is very beautiful. Absolutely magnificent. Everyone, isn't she beautiful?" Su Hao bellowed at the top of his lungs, finishing with a thumbs up. The refugees looked at Su Hao, who had been serving them food, and collectively cried out toward the city wall, "Beautiful. So beautiful." At this moment, although the empress still didn't understand those final words Su Hao had used, the ever-dignified empress understood perfectly that Su Hao was complimenting her beauty. The praise of nearly 10,000 commoners caused a faint blush to spread across her cheeks. She softly murmured, "Libertine." Su Cheng watched the empress's retreating figure and felt beads of cold sweat form on his brow. "Power loves beauty, I understand. But if you set your sights on the empress, how could I possibly arrange that for you? I'd have to rebel." Before long, multiple porridge stations began operating simultaneously. Under Su Hao's insistence, they endeavored to ensure every refugee could eat their fill, greatly increasing efficiency. The refugees who received food were moved to tears. Among the refugees, an elderly man led a group to stand before the porridge station. "Elder, have you eaten? Come, let me serve you first. Young people, go to the back of the line." Su Hao, accepting everyone without exception, said as he ladled porridge. No, old man has already eaten," the elder declined. The next moment, he suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud. The refugees behind him followed suit. "What the? Get up quickly. You're this old, it'll shorten my lifespan." Su Hao panicked and stepped out of the porridge station with his ladle. "Please, benefactor, tell us your name. We shall forever remember your great kindness," the elder said emotionally. Su Hao was somewhat shaken by the scene before him. After all, Su Hao had grown up under the red flag, and even as an orphan the state had never let him go hungry. Where had he ever witnessed such gratitude over a bowl of porridge? In truth, Su Hao wasn't as noble as all this. He simply wanted to do some good deeds without violating his conscience, earn some system rewards, and live well in this unfamiliar world. "I'm just the one doing the work. If you want to give thanks, thank the empress," Su Hao shouted to the refugees. After hearing his words, the elder understood Su Hao's intention. The next moment, he turned and led the refugees, still kneeling, toward the imperial city. "We kowtow to thank Her Majesty the Empress. May Her Majesty live 10,000 blessings. May Great Wu prosper for 10,000 years." The elder cried out loudly. The refugees followed in chorus. "We kowtow to thank Her Majesty the Empress. May Her Majesty live 10,000 blessings. May Great Wu prosper for 10,000 years." The refugees cried out in unison. "We kowtow to thank Her Majesty the Empress. May Her Majesty live 10,000 blessings. May Great Wu prosper for 10,000 years." The female emperor standing atop the city walls witnessed the 10,000 subjects kneeling below. A hint of joy did not grace her face. "I am unworthy of this. And you the pillars of my court." Her voice turned cold. The ministers behind her were already drenched in cold sweat. "Your Majesty, we have failed you. Have you figured it out? How did Su Hao manage to raise the funds and grain?" the female emperor inquired. Su Cheng remained silent. Having seen the sheer number of refugees and the grain stacked behind the porridge shed, he had already deduced whose money his spendthrift son had spent. At this moment, a guard stepped forward. "Reporting to Your Majesty, it has been clarified. A few hours ago, the servants of the Prime Minister's residence instructed all the shops belonging to the Prime Minister's household in the city to gather funds and grain with all their strength. Young Master Su gave the order that enough grain for 3 days must be secured for the refugees. When their own grain shops fell short, they purchased from elsewhere, all expenses borne by the Prime Minister's residence." Upon hearing the guard's words, the ministers drew a sharp breath as they gazed at Su Cheng standing there. They knew Su half-city was wealthy, but they were certain that if any of their own children dared squander the family fortune like this, they would come home with broken legs. After all, disaster relief was no small matter. Did Su Cheng's heart ache? It did. But compared to his son, mere money and grain were insignificant. Moreover, Su Cheng was certain that Su Hao's actions would earn the female emperor's favor, something that could never be purchased with wealth. As expected, upon hearing the guard's report, the female emperor turned to face the ministers. The prime minister can spend his entire fortune to relieve the disaster. Does that mean among all of you in this court there is only one loyal minister? Her voice carried no warmth whatsoever. The ministers were all shrewd individuals, and hearing these words their hearts sank. Zhao Xingmin was the first to step forward. Your Majesty, this minister is willing to follow the Prime Minister's example and donate his family's fortune to aid the refugees. Your Majesty, this minister. One after another, several ministers voiced their commitment. No wonder. They understood that if they didn't quickly part with their wealth to avoid disaster once the female emperor's gaze fell upon them, it would mean losing their heads. A cold smile played at the corner of the female emperor's lips as she turned to look at Su Cheng, her expression softening slightly. Minister Su, the silver grain and cloth donated by the officials shall be recorded by you. Arrange for people to distribute them to the refugees. This old minister obeys your command. Su Cheng bowed deeply to receive the imperial edict. The female emperor once again gazed down at the city, her eyes fixed upon Su Hao, who was still distributing porridge. Working tirelessly until nightfall, most refugees had already received their porridge. For the smaller number who arrived late after hearing the news, Su Hao had Zhang Long and Zhao who distribute some provisions to them as well. On the way back, an exhausted Su Hao collapsed onto the cart, carrying the grain, resting his head on Wanner's lap. Young master, are we coming again tomorrow? Wanner asked as she massaged Su Hao's head. Of course. I said 3 days and I meant 3 days. Su Hao replied with certainty. The young master is truly wonderful. Wanner exclaimed happily. Ding host has completed today's act of kindness. Kindness performed, setting up sheds to distribute porridge, to aid the refugees, drawing the court's attention to the issue of disaster relief, changing the fate of refugees who would have perished from famine. Based on the outcome of the action, reward, 2 gold lottery draws. Su Hao was instantly revitalized. Gold lottery draws, 2 of them. He'd only gotten Ding Xiao, a post-heaven martial artist, from the silver lottery. With gold lottery draws, wouldn't he soar to new heights? Watching Su Hao suddenly spring up with joy, Wanner asked curiously, Young master, what happened? Su Hao smiled, lifted Wanner's face, and kissed her cheek, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Haha, Wanner, remember what I'm about to teach you. Do not commit evil even if it is a small deed. You do not neglect goodness even if it is a trivial act. As long as you're willing to act, there will surely be rewards. Su Hao said cheerfully. Wanner repeated his words, then nodded. Young master, Wanner remembers. Under Su Hao's leadership, the group made their grand return to the Prime Minister's residence. No sooner had Su Hao arrived home than he was summoned by Su Cheng. Su Hao understood. After spending so much of the family's money today, it would be strange if Su Cheng didn't ask about it. As Su Hao entered Su Cheng's quarters, having already prepared himself to kneel and beg for forgiveness, he found his father seated properly before a table of food. Father, Su Hao called out tentatively. Hao is back. You've been busy all day. Sit and eat. The household chefs went with you, so these were sent out to be bought from a restaurant. Su Cheng's gentle tone left Su Hao somewhat puzzled. He sat down cautiously. Father, aren't you going to blame me? Blame you for what? Spending money to aid the refugees. Su Cheng asked with a smile, then shook his head. Well, quite a bit was spent today. Our grain shops won't have any reserves to open for at least half a month. Su Hao said, awkwardly scratching his head. Indeed, with Su Hao's actions today, the Prime Minister's residence would experience a significant decline in income. To your father, wealth is but an earthly possession. Your father has only one flesh and blood left, yourself. Eat now, the dishes are getting cold. Without offering much explanation, just these words alone made Su Hao's heart, unaccustomed to familial affection, tremble violently. In the original story, Su Cheng was an old, cunning prime minister in court. When it came to matters of right and wrong, he only cared about his own interests. He was no good official to the common people, no loyal servant to the court, but he was certainly a good father. He didn't want Su Hao to lack anything in his life, which was why he wanted to give Su Hao everything good. Su Hao picked up his chopsticks and ate heartily. A smile graced Su Cheng's face as he sipped his wine. Elsewhere, the court ministers returned home and unanimously summoned their stewards to calculate their household wealth, then tearfully tallied the assets they would donate. At the Zhao household, Minister of Revenue, Zhao Xingmin, did the same. His rank was high, and the female emperor's gaze was fixed upon him more intently. Zhao Xuanlu watched her father calculate the household wealth. Father, what are you doing? What else? Sending money to the Prime Minister's residence, of course. Zhao Xingmin said helplessly. Upon hearing this, dissatisfaction crossed Zhao Xuanlu's face. Sending money to the Prime Minister's residence. Could it be that because of Su Hao's matter the female emperor is holding you accountable, father? Zhao Xuanlu imagined the situation developing as such. Alas, it is indeed because of that good-for-nothing, but even if the Prime Minister's residence didn't accept it, this money would still have to be sent. Zhao Xingmin said with resignation. Zhao Xuanlu didn't understand. Could it be that just because 2 officials' children fought, the Ministry of Revenue had to pay such a heavy price? How could the female emperor favor the Prime Minister so one-sidedly? Seeing her intelligent daughter's confused expression, Zhao Xingmin explained. Today Su Hao used the Prime Minister's money and grain under the banner of the female emperor to set up sheds at the city gates and distribute porridge to the refugees. Her Majesty took the opportunity to use the Prime Minister as an example, compelling the ministers to donate money and grain for disaster relief. Daughter, tell me, could that money not be given? After Zhao Xingmin finished his explanation, Zhao Xuanlu thought she had misheard. Father, who did you say? Su Hao? You mean the Su Hao from the Prime Minister's residence? Who else could it be? Today from the city tower, father personally watched Su Hao distributing porridge to the refugees. Although the female emperor didn't show it, father could tell that Her Majesty was greatly impressed with Su Hao. The Prime Minister's residence is about to produce another remarkable figure. Su Cheng truly has excellent tactics and courage to go so far for the sake of paving the way for his good-for-nothing son. Zhao Xingmin believed all of this was Su Cheng's calculated plan. Zhao Xingmin believed all of this was Su Cheng's calculated plan. Zhao Xuanlu slowly recovered from her shock. So everything had been the Chancellor's scheme all along. She would rather believe this explanation than imagine that Su Hao could be a good person. At that moment, Zhao Hao's frail figure appeared, supported by a servant. Adoptive father, sister, regarding the refugees outside the city that you mentioned the other day, I have already devised a good solution. Please let me explain it in detail so I can present it to Her Majesty the Empress. Zhao Hao spoke to Zhao Xingmin with joy, but there was no look of approval. Instead, Zhao Xingmin wore an expression of helplessness. Refugees. People who can fill their stomachs. Can they still be called refugees? Have the steward keep proper records and ensure the accounts are clear. I'm tired. Daughter, help your father keep an eye on things. Hao, you should go back and recover from your illness. Zhao Xingmin left in disappointment. Zhao Hao was stunned. Sister, what's going on? Little Hao, listen to father. Go back and rest properly. Zhao Xuanlu said helplessly. Zhao Ritian thought to himself, rest. Rest my ass. I'm a savior. Without me, what would become of the refugees? The refugees thinks we're eating just fine. Sister, what's really going on? Zhao Hao couldn't let it go and had to understand the situation. It's Su Hao. He gave away his family's wealth to relieve the refugees. The Empress, citing the Chancellor's example, had all officials donate money and grain. The refugees' situation should be properly resolved soon. Zhao Xuanlu told him the truth. Zhao Hao stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, then suddenly spat blood. Su Hao, it's you again. Zhao Hao said resentfully. Seeing him cough blood, Zhao Xuanlu quickly called for help. She couldn't understand why her usually graceful and compassionate younger brother had become so strange since yesterday. Su Hao had no idea about Zhao Ritian's situation. Even if he did, he could only applaud and cheer him on. Meanwhile, Su Hao had taken a bath, burned incense, and sat on his bed ready to draw prizes. He decided to greet the various deities from his past life first. System lottery. Ding, congratulations, host. From the golden prize pool double draw, you have obtained the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, and the ancient wealth gathering gift package. Huh. Su Hao was confused about what all this meant. The next moment, that familiar sensation of bodily transformation returned. Seconds later, Su Hao joyfully felt the power in his clenched fists. Awesome. Understanding the meaning of the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, Su Hao now possessed the power of a man born with supernatural strength. In his past life, he had been a weightlifting champion. Su Hao declared, "You hold the barbell, I'll lift you," effortlessly. After the initial joy, Su Hao still felt somewhat regretful that he hadn't drawn any martial arts to fulfill his dream of becoming a martial arts master. However, through the system's introduction, Su Hao understood that if it came to a pure contest of strength, even a postnatal expert couldn't harm him. Prenatal martial artists were a different matter. They had cultivated innate true qi, which could be projected outward, and that was no joke. The two existed on entirely different planes. Su Hao then reached into his system space, which could only store items drawn from the system. He opened the anime-style gift package, and the next moment golden light erupted. Ding host has opened the gift package and obtained distilled liquor technology, papermaking technology, and glass firing technology. Su Hao was surprised. It was indeed these 3 items. As everyone knows, if you travel back to ancient times and don't know how to brew liquor, make paper, or craft glass, you deserve to stay poor. When Su Hao first arrived, he hadn't considered creating inventions from scratch, but the results were predictable. He genuinely didn't know how. They could only explain the basic principles at best. It wasn't Su Hao's fault. Who the hell prepares for time travel anyway? Now things were perfect. He had everything. Moreover, the system thoughtfully included 100 finished products for each technology stored in the system space. What use is this to me? Isn't the Chancellor's mansion wealthy enough? Su Hao pondered this. But then he realized, although his father's attitude today had been nonchalant, thinking about today's expenses, if he kept spending money on good deeds like this, even a mountain of gold in the Chancellor's mansion would be squandered. He needed money to make money. With an open mind, Su Hao simply lay down and slept. The revolution had not yet succeeded. Comrades still needed to work hard. The next day, young Master Su arrived at the palace gate as promised with a group of people to continue relieving the refugees, but he was dumbfounded upon arrival, because the refugees had already begun lining up for porridge. Someone's stealing my work, Su Hao thought in surprise. Ding Xiu, let's go and see which bastard is competing with me for this position. Su Hao called Ding Xiu and they headed toward the porridge tent. Upon hearing there was work, Ding Xiu grabbed his meow blade and followed. When the two approached and took a look, Su Hao was stunned, while Ding Xiu wore a complicated expression. Young master, if I'm not mistaken, the person at the front is your own flesh and blood, a beloved relative. That'll cost extra. Su Hao was speechless and kicked Ding Xiu directly. Get lost. You know it's my own father, and you're still asking me to pay extra to chop him. Su Hao cursed irritably. Indeed, the one directing all the soldiers and officers was none other than Su Cheng. Ding Xiu rubbed his buttocks, thinking to himself how the young master could have such immense strength. As a postnatal martial artist, he had barely avoided having his defense broken by that kick. This should count as a work-related injury, extra payment. Father, why are you here? Aren't you attending court today? Su Hao approached Su Cheng in surprise. Hour has arrived. I saw you were still sleeping this morning, so I didn't wake you. I forgot to tell you yesterday. The Empress highly praised our family's gesture of dispersing wealth to relieve the refugees. All officials have voluntarily learned from this and donated money and grain to help the refugees. I'm handling this matter. Su Cheng explained. Su Hao looked helpless. Father, it's good that you forgot, but don't forget next time. Voluntarily, not through coercion and temptation. Su Hao asked curiously. Watch your words. Su Cheng reminded him cautiously. Understood. Then what can I do now, father? Su Hao asked. I've arranged all the manpower and grain and food. Son, go play. Leave it to me. Su Cheng waved his hand. Su Hao thought, Father, do you even hear yourself speaking human language? Easily said. If I don't participate, the system might not recognize it. Although he complained like this, he also understood that since the court had intervened, there was indeed nothing for him to do. All right then, father, I'll leave first. Su Hao could only finish with disappointment and left with Ding Xiu telling the chancellor's mansion servants and cooks to return first. Su Hao brought Waner, Ding Xiu, Zhang Long, and Zhao Hu. The few of them had no intention of returning home. As they were about to leave, an argument broke out at the back of the long refugee queue. You're not even a refugee. Why are you coming to claim the relief grain meant for us? Exactly, get lost quickly. You have hands and feet. How can you compete with us homeless people? Don't you have any shame? Many refugees pointed at a commoner woman standing in the queue, driving her away. The woman lowered her head in shame. She was also holding a little girl's hand, likely her daughter. This scene was also observed by Su Hao and his companions. Young master, can you help her? Waner asked with some pity for the peasant woman. It's just a bowl of porridge. Giving her a bowl won't make much difference. Zhao Hu said carelessly. Originally a vicious household servant, these past 2 days following his master doing good deeds had somewhat changed his personality. Anyway, whatever the young master told him to do, he would do. Su Hao shook his head. The refugees are right. She cannot claim this porridge. Su Hao said calmly. Upon hearing Su Hao's words, several people looked at him with confusion. After all, the Su Hao who had spent lavishly like a bodhisattva yesterday was now haggling over every detail with a woman. Observing their puzzled expressions, Su Hao explained, You must understand what kind of grain this is. It is disaster relief grain. The key word here is disaster. This grain can save those in crisis, but it cannot lift the permanently poor from their poverty. Su Hao continued his explanation, and one of them asked in response, Master Su, could you explain the reasoning behind this? Waner inquired, and Su Hao elaborated. When famine victims receive enough food to survive the crisis, they will return to their homes and resume their lives. However, if the destitute begin receiving this grain as a precedent, no amount of imperial funds could sustain such a vast population of the poor. Su Hao finished speaking, and everyone suddenly understood. It was true that since ancient times, relief efforts had always prioritized emergencies over chronic poverty. Watching from afar, Waner felt a pang of sympathy as she observed the woman and young girl being pushed out of the queue by other famine victims. Master Su, is there truly no other solution, she asked. Su Hao gently rubbed the girl's head and replied with confidence, I am the solution. Su Hao spoke with assurance, but at that moment the woman who had been pushed from the crowd stumbled and fell. The little girl beside her began to cry, trying to help her mother up. Mother, are you alright? Well, let's go home. The little girl was terrified. Stop it, a voice commanded. A sharp reprimand echoed through the air. Everyone paused and turned to see Su Hao approaching with his companions. The famine victims who had initially wanted Su Hao to mind his own business suddenly lit up with recognition. It's the benefactor from yesterday. Someone recognized Su Hao and called out loudly, Enough, everyone. Continue lining up. We're all struggling people. There's no need to make things difficult for one another. If it weren't for sheer desperation, no one would bring their children to collect disaster relief grain. Su Hao spoke loudly to soothe the famine victims, and they respected their benefactor's words, returning to their places in line. Meanwhile, Waner stepped forward to help the woman up. Thank you, kind benefactors. The woman thanked them through tears. Su Hao looked at her and shook his head helplessly, then crouched down to look at the tiny girl before him. What's your name, little one? Su Hao asked with a smile. The little girl timidly glanced at her mother, then back at Su Hao, and hastily wiped the tears from her face. My name is Hua Hua, she replied in a childish voice. Su Hao laughed, and without any disgust took his own sleeve to gently wipe Hua Hua's face. You've become a little smudged cat from all that crying. Noticing that Su Hao was using his clean clothes to help wipe her face, Hua Hua lowered her head in embarrassment. Are you hungry, he asked. Hua Hua dared not speak, looking at her mother instead, and finally nodded. Come, let's eat and talk. Su Hao picked up Hua Hua, his voice carrying a note of hope. The woman beside them seemed flustered, but Waner pulled her gently. Sister, come along. Our young master is the kindest person, Waner said gently, leading the mother and daughter to a nearby restaurant. To their astonishment, dishes were already on the table. I didn't order too much. You two probably haven't eaten properly these past few days, and eating too much at once isn't good for your health. Please eat. Su Hao spoke with genuine concern. Mother, is that meat? Does meat taste good? Hua Hua asked timidly. The woman burst into tears and immediately pulled Hua Hua to kneel before Su Hao. Thank you, benefactor. Just as she was about to kowtow, Su Hao quickly helped her up. With his strength, he lifted both mother and daughter to their feet. The child is still young. Let her eat first. Does Hua Hua like meat? Su Hao comforted her, then looked at Hua Hua and asked with a smile. Hua Hua curiously examined the meat dishes on the table, then shook her head. I've never eaten it. Wait. I think when father was still here I had meat congee. It seemed delicious, but I've forgotten. Hua Hua described softly. Warner invited them to sit, and the woman began feeding her child. As they ate, Su Hao learned about the woman's situation. Her name was Lu Shi, and her husband had gone to the border to serve as a soldier before the new year, but never returned. With no male heir at home and a young daughter to care for, a woman's life must have been incredibly difficult. Compounded by the severe drought this year that ruined the harvest, Sister Lu had no choice but to come to the city to seek her fortune. However, with little Hua Hua too young to leave behind, she had spent 2 consecutive days unable to find any work. Both mother and child had barely eaten in 2 days, and only when driven by extreme hunger did she consider applying for disaster relief grain. After hearing Sister Lu's story, Su Hao looked at her and asked, Sister Lu, your husband died in war. Doesn't the imperial court provide any support? Su Hao asked curiously. They gave some silver to arrange my husband's funeral, but there was nothing left. We must rely on ourselves to survive. Sister Lu said sadly. A life is worth only this much money. No wonder they say even dogs won't become soldiers. Ding Xiao, who had been drinking wine nearby, suddenly became interested upon hearing about money. Su Hao shot him an exasperated look. It's not that the court doesn't want to help. Every year too many wounded soldiers and veterans return from the battlefield. There are many worse off than us. The court simply cannot help everyone. Sister Lu continued. Upon hearing this, Su Hao's eyes lit up. Sister Lu, can you get in touch with these wounded soldiers and veterans? Su Hao asked. After hearing this, Sister Lu shook her head. I only know where a few households that served with my husband are located. I don't know about others. But benefactor, I know where you might find out where they are. Sister Lu explained. Where? The Prince of Jinbei's mansion. People from the Prince of Jinbei's mansion often come to assist these veterans and wounded soldiers. Our family has also received their kindness. If the benefactor wants to know where these people are, the Prince of Jinbei's mansion would certainly know. After Sister Lu finished speaking, Su Hao murmured to himself, the Prince of Jinbei's mansion. The Yang family. He suddenly understood. Then Sister Lu, why didn't you and Hua Hua go to the Prince of Jinbei's mansion when you came to the city? They would have helped you, wouldn't they, eh? Warner asked puzzledly. Sister Lu sighed. It's not that we didn't want to go. We heard that the Prince of Jinbei's mansion is already running a deficit each year just to support us military families. How could we shamelessly ask them for more help? Sister Lu spoke sincerely. Su Hao immediately had an idea. Sister Lu, you and Hua Hua have nowhere to stay now. Why not come to my house first? You can do some work within your capacity, and at least your food and shelter won't be a worry, Su Hao asked. Upon hearing these words, Sister Lu became so excited that she was about to kneel to Su Hao again, but he quickly stopped her. Then it's settled. Zhao Hu Yu and Warner will take Sister Lu and Hua Hua home. Warner, see to arranging some work for Sister Lu. Su Hao instructed. Yes, young master. Where are you going next? Zhao Hu asked curiously. I'm taking Zhang Long and Ding Xiao to the Prince of Jinbei's mansion. Su Hao stood up and said. Behind him, Zhang Long's eyes narrowed. Young master, absolutely not. It's common knowledge throughout the imperial capital that the Prince of Jinbei's mansion and our Prime Minister's mansion are not on good terms. Zhang Long reminded him thoughtfully. Su Hao of course knew this well. What am I going to deliver, warmth, and they'll still beat me up? Su Hao deeply understood the relationship between the two, and his heart trembled slightly. They really would. Zhang Long muttered silently in his heart. In the end, the group split into 2 parties. Zhang Long and Ding Xiao drove the carriage, while Su Hao sat inside. Young master, aren't we buying any gifts? Such an awkward visit without anything. Zhang Long asked uncertainly. Su Hao lifted the curtain. As I said before, we're going there to solve their troubles. I shouldn't even expect them to treat me to a meal, let alone bring gifts. Su Hao spoke stubbornly. Hearing his words, Zhang Long had nothing more to say. The carriage soon arrived at the Jinbei Prince's mansion. Zhang Long, familiar with the route, got off to announce their arrival. After a long wait, someone finally came to invite Su Hao inside. Su Hao descended from the carriage and entered the Jinbei Prince's mansion with Zhang Long and Ding Xiao. The Jinbei Prince's mansion was the only hereditary non-imperial princely title in the Great Wu dynasty. The Yang family had been loyal and heroic for generations, shedding blood and sacrifice to guard the borders. The current Jinbei Prince Yang Xinzhong was over 70 years old. His 3 sons had all died on the battlefield. In reality, the one in charge of the mansion was Yang Xinzhong's granddaughter Yang Wanqing, the #1 female warrior of the Great Wu dynasty, appointed as the Tiange general by the empress herself. If she were not a woman, she would have long inherited the Jinbei Prince Ti. Why did Su Hao feel uneasy about coming to the Jinbei Prince's mansion? The reason was all because of the troubles caused by his predecessor. Su Hao's predecessor had once casually encountered the female, General Yang Wanqing, on the street. Although she was a mere warrior, Yang Wanqing was also a stunningly beautiful female general with an aura of heroism. Su Hao, this lecherous scoundrel, was bold to the point of audacity. He harassed her in the street, and even boasted that he would marry Yang Wanqing. Could that Tiange female general tolerate such a cad? She struck directly. Not only did Su Hao's wicked servants get beaten, but Su Hao himself was beaten so badly that he couldn't get out of bed for half a month. Afterwards, Su Cheng was furious and went to the mansion to argue. Who knew that reality would teach Su Cheng a lesson? Civil officials shouldn't seek trouble with military warriors. The old Jinbei prince even brought out the dragon-beating whip bestowed by the late emperor. No wonder Su Hao said he was coming to the Jinbei prince's mansion, and Zhang Long was so panicked. He was truly afraid they wouldn't make it out alive. Su Hao gathered his courage and entered the mansion with his men. As soon as they entered, they saw many mansion soldiers practicing martial arts in the courtyard. They were tossing stone blocks high into the air, and every one of them looked at Su Hao with hostile eyes. Su Hao quietly approached Ding Xiu. If things really turn violent, do you think we can get out alive? I'm heavily injured, and you would certainly die. Ding Xiu said indifferently. What if I pay extra? No matter how much you pay, the outcome won't change. Hearing this, Su Hao's heart sank. He had been careless and let his arrogance get the better of him. But since they were already inside, the three of them arrived at the main hall. At that moment, in the Jinbei prince's mansion, main hall, a frail old man sat on the main seat. This was the old Jinbei prince Yang Zhenzhou. Standing beside him was a young man who hadn't yet dried the milk from his mouth. Yang Yanhua, the grandson of Yang Zhenzhou, and the younger brother of Yang Wanqing. It was precisely for the sake of this younger brother that Yang Wanqing had delayed inheriting the Jinbei prince title, actually paving the way for the only male heir of the Yang family. This humble one, Su Hao, pays respects to the Jinbei prince. It's been many years and your lordship's vigor remains unchanged. Flattery could penetrate any armor. As soon as Su Hao entered, he offered his respects. Now you have no excuse to beat me, right? Yanhua, check whether the sun is rising from the west today. How did the precious gem of the prime minister's mansion come to our Yang family's door? The old Jinbei prince asked his grandson with a teasing look. Grandpa, a weasel paying respects to a chicken harbors no good intentions. Yang Yanhua said with great arrogance. Hearing the mockery from both grandfather and grandson, Su Hao didn't mind at all. Your lordship, this humble one has important business to discuss. As Su Hao spoke, Hehe, what? Do you still want to lay claim to my daughter Wanqing? The old Jinbei prince asked coldly. Su Hao, I think you're still craving another beating. With your wretched appearance, you still want to marry my sister. You should spit and look at your reflection first. Yang Yanhua cursed at Su Hao. You're too small-minded, isn't it? Su Hao said disdainfully, looking at both grandfather and grandson. The two were stunned. You little brat, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't be like your father, full of crooked schemes. The old Jinbei prince scolded displeasedly. Anyone you pull from the Jinbei prince's mansion is a man of iron bones. Don't bring up romantic matters as soon as something comes up. I said you're small-minded, and I was right. Su Hao spoke neither humbly nor presumptuously. Cut the nonsense. Su Hao, why are you here? Yang Yanhua couldn't contain his impatience and scolded. Su Hao tapped his fan. At least I'm a guest here. It's been so long, and not even a cup of tea has been served. Is this the hospitality of the Jinbei prince's mansion? After Su Hao finished speaking, he directly found a seat and sat down. Yang Yanhua was about to fly into a rage when the old Jinbei prince raised his hand to stop him. Someone served tea. Soon a servant brought a cup of tea to Su Hao. Drink. Let me see what you have to say after drinking our tea. Su Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He took a sip of tea. Not bad, the tea was indeed mediocre. Putting down the teacup, then in front of your lordship, I'll stop beating around the bush. I'm here to request something. Su Hao said seriously. Su Hao, are you crazy? You came to my mansion to demand things. Yang Yanhua almost admired Su Hao's courage. Young people are so impetuous. When adults are speaking, children should play elsewhere. Su Hao said impatiently. You? Yang Yanhua was about to lose his temper when the old Jinbei prince stopped him. Tell me what you want. I want all the veterans and disabled soldiers under the Jinbei prince's mansion who have returned from the battlefield. The moment Su Hao spoke these words, the old Jinbei prince stood up in surprise. You little brat, are you trying to rebel? Your lordship, don't joke like that. It could cost you your head. Besides, if I were going to rebel, would I want a bunch of old, weak, sick, and disabled people? Su Hao was also at a loss for words. Hearing Su Hao's words, the Jinbei prince also breathed a sigh of relief and sat down. Then why do you need so many people? So many? Su Hao asked curiously. Otherwise, there are over 2,000 registered veterans and wounded soldiers in the mansion. You know nothing and come to demand people. The Jinbei prince scolded impatiently. Not bad, not bad. I can handle it. Su Hao calculated and nodded. Su Hao, what exactly do you want to do? Yang Yanhua couldn't bear the impatience and asked. Let me be honest. Every year your Jinbei prince's mansion provides financial support to these veterans. The expenses must be considerable, yet it's just a drop in the bucket and doesn't solve any real problems. Su Hao asked calmly. What does that have to do with you? Yang Yanhua responded with a reddening face. What Su Hao said was the truth. Before I came, it had nothing to do with me. But now that I'm here. Halfway through his words, Su Hao stood up and bowed deeply to the Jinbei prince. I earnestly implore your lordship to set aside the grievances between our two families and let me give these veterans a way to survive. Su Hao said seriously. The old prince of Jinbei observed Su Hao's actions. You little rascal, what do you mean by this? Su Hao rose and faced the prince of Jinbei. I mean exactly what I said. Your Jinbei manor cannot provide for these wounded and veteran soldiers. But I can. Su Hao spoke each word with deliberate emphasis. Su Hao, on what grounds? You're merely a good-for-nothing wastrel. Yang Yanhua sneered dismissively. simply because this good-for-nothing has money to spare. Su Hao proudly unfurled his folding fan as he declared this. Su Hao, are you aware of the consequences of mocking this old man? The Prince of Jinbei asked coldly. Words alone mean nothing. I, Su Hao, am willing to sign a written pledge. If any soldier that Jinbei Manor entrusts to me should lack food or shelter, you may deal with me as you see fit. Su Hao replied with earnest resolve. Truly? The old Prince of Jinbei asked, somewhat stirred with excitement. Grandfather, you actually believe this fellow? Yang Yanhua remained incredulous towards Su Hao. The Prince of Jinbei ignored him, fixing his gaze upon Su Hao instead. Then he sighed. Matters concerning the manor are no longer within my authority. Su Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. You must be joking, the young master cursed inwardly. After wasting so much breath, this old codger had the nerve to say he had no say in the matter. Just then voices echoed from outside the main hall. General, the servant's respectful tones carried in. The Prince of Jinbei smiled and stroked his beard. The one with real authority has arrived. You may discuss matters with her. Su Hao turned in bewilderment. A magnificent female general in military attire strode into the hall with commanding grace. She completely ignored Su Hao and approached the Prince of Jinbei. Grandfather, Wanqing has returned. Sister. Indeed, this female general was Yang Wanqing, the legendary Tian's female general. Ding Xiu crept to Su Hao's side and whispered urgently, Young master, do not provoke her under any circumstances. She is a peak master realm expert. Su Hao shot him a glare. I don't need you to tell me that. I've been beaten by her before. Yet Su Hao was equally astonished. Yang Wanqing was so young, yet her martial arts talent even eclipsed the protagonist's limelight. A peak master. This was the level that could eliminate him with a single punch without breaking a sweat. But truthfully, no wonder his predecessor had been audacious enough to covet others' wives. Yang Wanqing was genuinely beautiful, her figure even visible beneath the armor. Surely it must weigh a considerable amount. As Su Hao contemplated the matter of weight, Yang Wanqing and her grandfather exchanged pleasantries. The female general's sharp gaze then fell upon Su Hao. I heard in the military camp that someone came to our manor to cause trouble at you against Su Hao. Upon hearing Yang Wanqing's words, Su Hao leaped as if a cat had stepped on his tail. Who caused trouble? Who the hell spread this nonsense? Calm down, please don't strike. I'm here to request personnel. Su Hao tactically retreated behind Zhang Long and Ding Xiu in fright. Requesting personnel. At Su Hao's words, Yang Wanqing spoke, through gritted teeth, her face flushed with indignation. Su Hao was stunned. Had he said something wrong? He had only come for the veterans after all. Su Hao, you truly never learn. I've told you, I will never marry a good-for-nothing like you. Abandon this notion at once. Yang Wanqing rebuked Su Hao coldly. Good grief, this is already the second time I've explained since entering the house. My business with you has nothing to do with marriage. Why would I want to marry you? Is it because your martial arts are high enough to strike me effortlessly? Or is it because your broad hips could bear me many sons? Su Hao was truly at a loss. What was wrong with everyone? In his frustration, his sharp tongue had unleashed a barrage of insults. After Su Hao finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent. Yang Yanhua regarded Su Hao with the expression of one gazing upon a martyr. What remarkable courage! To speak such words about his own elder sister. Sure enough, in the next instant, Yang Wanqing struck. Su Hao, you court death. Wanqing, hold. The Prince of Jinbei attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Yang Wanqing had already launched her attack. The female general channeled true qi through her palm and struck the large bronze incense burner in the center of the hall. The 1,000-pound bronze vessel came hurtling towards Su Hao with tremendous force. Ding Xiu stepped forward. Blast, young master, if I die, please burn me extra paper money. He prepared to sacrifice himself to shield Su Hao from the bronze furnace. But simultaneously, Su Hao shoved both Ding Xiu and Zhang Long aside. Move! Su Hao barked in a low voice. As the bronze furnace hurtled toward him, an instinct told him he could do this. Su Hao chose to trust his intuition. The next moment, to everyone's astonishment, Su Hao mustered all his strength and caught the furnace. As for the innate true qi upon the vessel, Su Hao could not deflect it. He roared, channeling every ounce of his formidable strength, the power of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. He hoisted the furnace aloft, spun it overhead, and cast it aside. Though crude, this method successfully dispersed the innate true qi. The furnace crashed to the ground, shattering the floorboards instantly, as a cloud of dust rose into the air. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief. Not only the Yang family of 3, but even Zhang Long and Ding Xiu were astounded. When had their young master become so powerful? As everyone stared at Su Hao standing beside the settling dust, Su Hao withdrew his hands from the furnace. Ow, it's scalding. Phew, phew, phew. Su Hao frantically blew on his scorched hands. Only then did the others recover their composure. The old Prince of Jinbei rapped the table heavily. Ridiculous. Wanqing, did you intend to kill him? He's unharmed, so. Grandfather Wanqing was wrong. Yang Wanqing had acted rashly in a heat of anger. But now that she had regained composure, she realized that an ordinary person would have been killed instantly by that strike. Though the Jinbei Manor did not fear the Prime Minister's residence, Su Hao absolutely could not die within their walls. The old Prince of Jinbei rose and approached Su Hao. Young man, your martial skills are impressive. Martial skills? I don't know any. Su Hao answered honestly. Impossible. Do you take us for fools? Our bronze furnace weighs at least 800 jin, and you simply hoisted it up. You claim you don't practice martial arts. Yang Yanhua was nearly at a loss for words. In his mind, Su Hao had always been a worthless good-for-nothing. Never had he imagined this waste of a person would pull off something so extraordinary. Whatever his own abilities, he could not have done it. Though Yang Yanhua was still young in years. I genuinely don't know martial arts. I just happen to have a bit more strength than most. Su Hao explained helplessly. The old prince of Jinbei seized Su Hao's wrist without hesitation. Su Hao did not resist, understanding the old man wished to probe his cultivation. Truly no internal energy whatsoever. Innate divine strength. A born prodigy for martial cultivation. All these years, how did we never hear that Su Cheng's son possessed such extraordinary talent? The old prince of Jinbei exclaimed in amazement. Old sir, my father was a civil official. He only had me study books. Su Hao awkwardly fabricated an excuse. He would have preferred to say even his father didn't know, but that would raise too many questions. Absurd. This Su Cheng has truly squandered your gift. But it's not too late. Young man, would you like to learn martial arts? The prince of Jinbei's tone shifted as he asked. Oh, you're offering to teach me, old sir. Su Hao's interest was piqued. Haha, this old man's time has passed. Let my granddaughter Wanqing instruct you. The old prince of Jinbei squinted and smiled as he spoke. Su Hao shuddered involuntarily. No thank you. Learning from her, I'd be beaten to death on the very first day. Su Hao shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. Grandpa, who would want to teach this bastard? Yang Wanqing glared at Su Hao angrily. The old Jinbei king turned and gave Yang Wanqing a gentle look. Hehe boy, don't take your blessings for granted. My Wanqing is an innate master before she turns 20. Go ask around Da how many are there like her. Besides, don't you have feelings for my Wanqing? This old man guarantees that with your talent you'll catch up to Wanqing within 10 years. When that time comes, whatever you desire, what can she possibly do to stop you? Old master, are you really looking for a disciple? This is clearly looking for a live-in son-in-law. Su Hao realized what he had said and spoke up. Before the old man could continue, a chilling presence suddenly emerged behind them. Grandpa. Both Su Hao and the old man shivered simultaneously. Regarding martial arts training, let's discuss that later. Let's focus on business first. Right, let's talk about business first. Since Wanqing is back, you can tell her. The old man quickly responded and made his way back to his seat. Yang Wanqing approached Su Hao. What exactly do you want? Speak your piece, but keep your distance, alright? Su Hao was genuinely frightened. If he said something wrong, this woman could strike him down in an instant. Oh sister, this guy came asking for the roster of veteran soldiers and the wounded. He claims he can support them. Yang Yanhua, observing Su Hao's timid demeanor, spoke on his behalf. What? Yang Wanqing looked at Su Hao in surprise. Yes, that's right. Of course I'm not simply supporting them. They all earn their own living with their hands. I'm just providing them with a platform to make money, do you understand? Su Hao explained. You want to hire them? Yang Wanqing asked after a moment's thought. Exactly, you're much smarter than your grandfather and brother. They'll be working for me. My family may not have much else, but we have plenty of shops. That needs no proof. I happen to be starting a business recently and need hands. As long as they can walk and move, I'll take them. Can you give me the roster this time? Su Hao asked. Why, oi? What do you mean why? You have money. You could clearly hire ordinary commoners for labor. Why do you want those veteran soldiers and wounded men? Yang Wanqing voiced the question that had been troubling her. If the Jinbei king had asked this, Su Hao thought for a moment and looked at everyone. It's not easy to survive on the battlefield. We can't let these men who shed blood for Dao cry again. This might sound pretentious and you may not believe me, but if you don't trust me, tomorrow you can bring the people to the Jinbei mansion. I'll sign contracts with each of them right here in front of all of you. I can only guarantee that as long as they follow me, Su Hao, they won't go hungry. Su Hao said sincerely. Tomorrow. If you don't mind, the trouble now works too. I'm ready whenever. Su Hao replied readily. After a long while, Yang Wanqing looked at Su Hao. Come tomorrow with the contracts. I'll gather the people. Remember, I'll be watching you. Don't entertain any wicked thoughts. Yang Wanqing said seriously. Su Hao happily snapped his fan shut. It's settled then. Tomorrow. Well, I'll take my leave now. Old master, I'm taking my leave. Su Hao thought to himself that he had finally succeeded. Why the rush? Stay for dinner. We can discuss martial arts practice while we're at it. The Jinbei king invited him. Su Hao was about to agree when he felt Yang Wanqing's gaze like a blade fixed upon him. Perhaps another time. By the way, I don't need to pay for this floor, do I? Su Hao pointed to the floor damaged by the copper stove and asked. Seeing Yang Wanqing remain silent with her cold, piercing gaze. Let's go quick. Su Hao hastily signaled Zhang Long and Ding Xiu to slip away. Watching Su Hao flee in fright, a faint smile flickered in Yang Wanqing's eyes. This Su boy isn't bad, is he? Before she knew it, the old man appeared beside her and asked. Yang Wanqing quickly hid her embarrassed smile. He's just a bastard. Yang Wanqing said coldly. Sister, I think this kid isn't so bad. He doesn't seem as much of a bastard as they say. Yang Yanhua commented. Did you practice today? Yang Wanqing shot him a look of dominance and asked. Not yet. Then why aren't you going? Oh sigh, when will I ever be able to lift this thing? Yang Yanhua walked over to the copper stove and muttered to himself dejectedly. After Yang Yanhua left, the old Jinbei king looked at Yang Wanqing. Grandpa, why are you staring at me like that? Yang Wanqing asked somewhat guiltily. Wanqing, Grandpa is old. From now on, the Jinbei mansion depends on you and your brother. Your brother is still young, and having no men in the house is never quite right. The old man said earnestly. Grandpa, before my younger brother grows up, as long as I'm here, no one will be able to threaten the Jinbei mansion. Warfare ignited in Yang Wanqing's eyes. The Jinbei king helplessly shook his head, thinking that if it weren't for his 3 sons dying in their prime, he wouldn't have to let his granddaughter abandon feminine attire for martial robes. On the other side, Su Hao had just returned to the prime minister's mansion when he saw Waner leading sister Lu and Hua Hua dressed in clean clothes standing in his courtyard. "Young master," Waner called out. "Young master, young master." Sister Lu and Hua Hua also called out in imitation. Su Hao smiled and squatted down to pat Hua Hua's head. "Hua Hua, from now on, just call me brother, got it?" "Got it, brother." Hua Hua smiled and called out in a childish voice. Su Hao stood up. "Sister Lu, from now on you and Hua Hua can stay at the prime minister's mansion. It's just my father and me here. There's no one else to worry about, and not much going on. I have many maids in my courtyard who can help watch Hua Hua when they're free. You can take the child out to stroll when you have time. There aren't many rules." Su Hao arranged. "Thank you, young master," Sister Lu said gratefully. "Bronze pool lottery, that makes sense. If they hadn't met me, Sister Lu and her daughter's fate would truly be unpredictable." System draw. Ding, congratulations, host on the bronze pool double draw obtained lollipop 1 box exquisite rose bouquet 99 flowers. Nothing useful. Su Hao's appetite had simply been spoiled by the rewards from the past few days. Forget it, better than nothing. A box of lollipops, wouldn't I get diabetes after eating all that? But fortunately the system space has no time flow, so there's no need to worry about expiration dates. Su Hao looked at Hua Hua beside him. Smiling, he took out a lollipop from his chest, actually materialized from the system space. He handed it to Hua Hua. Watching Hua Hua's curious expression at the beautifully packaged treat, wanting to reach for it, but afraid to touch it. "What is this, brother?" The others also looked curious. Su Hao directly tore open the paper wrapper. He stuffed it into Hua Hua's hand. "Here, it's candy. Try it," Su Hao said with a smile. Hua Hua obediently opened her little mouth and licked the lollipop. The next second her face lit up with joy. "It's really candy, so sweet. Mama is candy sweet." Watching Hua Hua show the lollipop to Lu's sister with such delight, Su Hao felt a warm sense of satisfaction. Children in ancient times could be made this happy with just one piece of candy. "Say thank you to young master," Lu's sister instructed. "Thank you, brother," Hua Hua repeated, then tried to pick up the candy wrapper Su Hao had discarded. "Why did you throw it away?" Su Hao asked. Hua Hua looked a bit embarrassed. "Hua Hua wants to save it, so I can eat it slowly together with Mama." Not willing to eat it, Su Hao ruffled her hair. "Go ahead and eat it. Brother has more at home, but you can only have one at a time or your teeth will rot, understood?" Waner gazed longingly at Hua Hua bouncing around in the distance with her candy. The next moment, Su Hao placed a lollipop at Waner's lips. "If you want to know, try it yourself." Waner was overjoyed and accepted the lollipop. "Hee, young master, you still have more." Su Hao playfully flicked Waner's delicate nose. "How could I forget you? Young master is the best." Su Hao pointed to his own cheek. "Just saying it with words." Seeing Su Hao's hint, Waner's face flushed red. The next second, "Moi?" She kissed Su Hao on the cheek. In this ancient era, if this were modern times, Su Hao would have been dragged away by the authorities. "Wipe it off, you dog thing, that one candy made the girl kiss you." "Haha, alright, you eat up. I'm going to find my father," Su Hao said with a smile, and departed. Upon entering Su Cheng's study, Su Hao walked straight in. "Father," but today Su Cheng did not give Su Hao a good face. "You unfilial wretch finally remembered to come back. Your audacity knows no bounds." Su Cheng bellowed. "Huh, what's wrong, father? Did I offend you?" Su Hao was puzzled. Everything was fine this morning. Could he have tired himself out from distributing porridge under the canopy this morning? "Tired? I could have gone in your place. You're not cut out for this kind of work, father. Those old arms and legs of yours." Su Hao complained. "Nonsense. Tell me, why did you go to the northern marching prince's mansion for no good reason?" Su Cheng said sternly. "Oh, about that. I had something to discuss with the prince," Su Hao said nonchalantly. "I know. Wasn't it about those wounded and veteran soldiers? Couldn't you have sent someone to negotiate? How bold are you to go yourself with just 2 people? If that old bastard of a prince had made a move, could you have come back in one piece?" Su Cheng said with worry. Hearing this, Su Hao realized Zhang Long must have returned and reported everything to his father. "It's not that serious. My father is the prime minister. What could they do to me? The prince was quite kind to me, even wanted me to stay for dinner," Su Hao said casually. Su Cheng's mouth twitched. "Silly son, have you forgotten how the grudge between our families began? Even if you went father, do you think they would have shown you any respect? Enough of your nonsense. From now on, prioritize safety in everything you do. Understand?" Su Cheng instructed. "Understood. By the way, father, I came to find you about something." Just as Su Hao finished speaking, he saw Su Cheng point to the corner of a table. "Here are the things you wanted." Su Hao was surprised as he picked them up, a thick stack of shop deeds. "Aren't you going into business? The shops and properties are already at home. Just have someone take you to recognize the places when you have time," Su Cheng said matter-of-factly. Warmth filled Su Hao's heart. This biological father, how could he be so carefree? Not even asking what business he planned to start. What if he lost everything? Without saying much else, the bond between father and son transcended words. He tucked the deeds away. "Remember to come for dinner later," Su Cheng instructed. "Got it, father. I should go bathe first." Su Hao was about to leave when Su Cheng called out again. "How do you prefer older women who've been married?" It was truly difficult for the prime minister himself, not knowing how to broach such a subject. Su Hao turned around with a startled expression. "Who told you that?" Didn't you bring back a woman with a child today, and placed her in your own courtyard? Su Qing asked. Goodness, don't go spreading rumors like that, will you? Lu's sister isn't even 2 years younger than my mother. I just felt sorry for her raising a child alone, so I brought her back. Su Hao explained with an eye roll. After hearing this, Su Cheng was clearly relieved. As long as his son wasn't interested in being someone's stepfather, that was fine. Looking at his father's expression, Su Hao sighed. Actually, come to think of it, father, you're also widowed, and Lu's sister is too. You have a child to raise, and so does she. I was going to make Hua Hua my adopted sister anyway. What if I played matchmaker for the two of you? The age difference isn't that much either. The moment Su Hao finished speaking, Su Cheng's face turned bright red. A teacup came flying at Su Hao. You ungrateful wretch. Your mother's portrait is still here. Su Cheng cursed. Haha, mother would understand. We're both men here. I get it. Su Hao ran out laughing. Su Cheng shook his head helplessly while gazing at the portrait of his late wife. Look at the rascal of a son you gave me. The next morning, Su Hao woke up early. He performed a set of calisthenics in the courtyard. Hua Hua had also woken up early. She stood beside Su Hao, imitating the movements cutely. The perplexing sight of the tall and small duo doing exercises together set the courtyard's maidservants laughing uncontrollably. After breakfast, Su Hao led Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Ding Xiu, and 2 accountants to count the numbers. Since they were going to the northern marching prince's mansion, Wanner did not come along. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Hua Hua clinging to the doorway, gazing at him with longing eyes. Su Hao thought to himself, Lu's sister and the others were all busy with their morning tasks. There wasn't a single child at home for Hua Hua to play with. Seeing Hua Hua's eager little expression, Su Hao smiled and waved her over. Hua Hua laughed and stumbled towards Su Hao. Su Hao caught the little missile. Let's go off to do great things. Hee hee, great things. Hua Hua laughed and raised her tiny fist, shouting along. Upon arriving at the northern marching prince's mansion, he saw people were already lining up to enter. Su Hao thought to himself that Yang Wanqing certainly worked efficiently. At that moment, the steward came out. Seeing Su Hao, he said respectfully, Young Master Su, His Highness the Prince and the General have instructed whenever you arrive, bring you in directly. The steward's attitude was a complete 180 degrees from yesterday. Su Hao led Hua Hua along with Ding Xiu and the others inside. When they reached the front courtyard of the northern marching prince's mansion, the courtyard was filled with people standing in military formation. Among them were not a few missing arms and legs. Su Hao looked around curiously. Hua Hua tugged at Su Hao's hand. Brother, why are all these grandfathers and uncles injured? Hua Hua asked cautiously. Hua Hua, remember, they are all people who bled and sacrificed for our country, just like your father. Su Hao said seriously to Hua Hua. People just like Papa, then they're heroes too, right? Hua Hua was very clever, right? Su Hao nodded. Su Hao. At that moment, Yang Wanqing walked out from the entrance of the main hall and called out to him. Su Hao approached, leading Hua Hua by the hand. Yang Wanqing gazed at Su Hao, tending to the child, her expression filled with bewilderment. Your daughter. Su Hao shot her an exasperated glance. My sister. At this moment, Hua Hua was so terrified by the murderous aura radiating from Yang Wanqing that she hid behind Su Hao's legs. I wasn't aware you had a sister. Yang Wanqing asked, puzzled. Are you conducting a household census? Hua Hua, call her sister. Su Hao patted the child's head as he spoke. Sister, Hua Hua called out in her adorable childish voice. If her father hadn't died, he would have been among these people. Su Hao explained calmly. Yang Wanqing looked at Hua Hua, then at Su Hao, her expression one of utter disbelief. Alright, is everyone here? Su Hao asked the assembled crowd. Everyone who could come is here. But I'll ask you one more time, are you certain about employing them? You can still back out if you have second thoughts. Yang Wanqing warned. Su Hao ignored her question and beckoned to Yang Yanhua. What is it? Bring me a chair, brother. Su Hao commanded. TCH, you certainly know how to throw your weight around. Yang Yanhua said coldly, though he still returned to the main hall and retrieved a chair. Su Hao took the chair but did not sit. Instead, he stood upon it, facing the crowd gathered in the courtyard. Good morning, everyone. Ahem. Su Hao bellowed at the top of his lungs, even managing to cough from the effort. Why are you shouting so loudly? Yang Wanqing asked, displeased. Obviously. I don't possess any internal energy, so if I don't shout, how can they hear me? Su Hao replied sheepishly. The adorable Hua Hua, however, giggled at Su Hao and then clapped her little hands encouragingly. Su Hao responded with a smug look, then continued. My name is Su Hao. From this moment on, you only need to know one thing. Su Hao will be your employer. You work for me, and I pay you. Is that understood? Su Hao declared bluntly. What exactly do you want us to do? Someone shouted from the crowd. Excellent question. What will you be doing? I run a major enterprise, and the business I conduct requires trustworthy people. That's why I've come to the Jinbei Prince's manor. General Yang has told me that you are all true heroes who have slain enemies on the battlefield. She said I could place complete trust in you. Now I want to confirm. Can you prove yourselves worthy of that trust? After Su Hao finished speaking, of course. The general has spoken, so we'll do whatever you need without hesitation. Right, we've already licked blood from our sword blades. Just assign the task to me. The crowd responded with confidence. Good, very good, excellent. Everyone here, please line up in an orderly fashion. We will sign contracts. If any of you feel you are simply too old for the work, you may send another family member in your place. Gender is not a restriction, only that you can vouch for their trustworthiness. I will also pay referral fees for anyone you recommend. Then my people will record the information and tell you where to go tomorrow. After I take you to the shop the day after tomorrow, I will advance everyone's first month's wages. Do you all understand? Su Hao's throat felt like it was about to catch fire from all the shouting. Understood. Don't worry, employer. We're the right people for the job. You've chosen well. The old soldiers did not know how to speak elegantly, but their words were sincere. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and the others began organizing the crowd to sign contracts. Documents Su Hao had prepared in advance, complete with fingerprints. Su Hao, why did you deceive them with those words? Yang Wanqing walked over to where Su Hao was playing with Hua Hua and asked. Su Hao didn't even glance at her. What else should I have said? That I, Su Hao the great philanthropist, am graciously bestowing charity upon them. These are people who never fear death on the battlefield. Should I make them bow and scrape to me over a few scattered coins of silver? Do you think I deserve that? Su Hao's words struck Yang Wanqing's heart like a heavy hammer. Indeed, no one wishes to accept unearned charity from others, and least of all these battle-hardened warriors. Yet gazing at this young man who spoke of such matters with such casual nonchalance, Yang Wanqing felt the Jinbei prince's manner owed him an immense debt of gratitude. But they are splendid, aren't they? I give them ample trust, and look how eagerly they respond, full of vigor. I believe they are precisely the people I need. Su Hao gazed with satisfaction at the crowd signing contracts in the distance. At this moment, Yang Yanhua approached with a contract in his hand, his expression one of astonishment. Su Hao, have you gone mad? Yang Yanhua exclaimed in shock. Yang Wanqing snatched the contract and glanced at it, equally stunned. The wages specified were 3 times higher than the prevailing market rate, and that was only the beginning. If a family member falls ill and cannot afford treatment, inform the employer will handle it. If a family member passes away and burial costs cannot be met, inform the employer will handle it. If there are too many mouths to feed at home and you cannot make ends meet, inform the employer will handle it. This. Yang Wanqing found herself at a loss for words. Well, I was afraid you wouldn't feel comfortable entrusting people to me. There's the contract. If I violate the terms, you can sue me. Su Hao replied somewhat awkwardly. Yang Wanqing fixed him with a complex gaze. Meanwhile, Yang Yanhua leaned close to Su Hao with a peculiar expression. Did you damage your brain when you fell, eh? Get lost. Su Hao pushed him away in disgust. Hua Hua, tell him. Who is the smartest person in Dawu? Su Hao asked proudly. Hehe, it's Big Brother. Big Brother is the smartest. Hua Hua answered happily, grinning from ear to ear. Haha, good girl here. Su Hao laughed and handed Hua Hua a lollipop. Hua Hua's eyes sparkled as she skillfully tore open the wrapper and placed it in her mouth. Uff. Unable to contain herself any longer, Yang Wanqing burst out laughing at Su Hao's shameless trickery of the child. Yang Yanhua, however, curiously picked up the candy wrapper Hua Hua had discarded. What's this? Is it food? It smells so sweet. The wrapper still carried the lingering fragrant scent of the candy. It's candy. It's really, really sweet. Hua Hua excitedly explained to Yang Yanhua. Candy. Is it tasty? Can I have a taste, brother? Yang Yanhua asked curiously. Hua Hua's face contorted with inner turmoil, gazing reluctantly at the candy in her hand. The next moment, Su Hao struck him on the back of the head. Why did you hit me? Just as Yang Yanhua was about to explode with rage, he saw Su Hao holding up a lollipop. Are you not ashamed fighting a child for candy? Go eat that over there. Su Hao rolled his eyes as he spoke. Yang Yanhua, maintaining his proud expression, accepted the lollipop, copied the way Hua Hua had opened it, and stuffed it into his mouth. Instantly, he was conquered by the flavor. Gazing at this comical young man, Su Hao could only shake his head helplessly. He then pulled out another piece and handed it to Yang Wanqing. I don't want it. I'm not a child. Our General Yang spoke, her face flushed with embarrassment. Take it. It's suitable for both old and young. I don't have many, so if you want more later, you might not be able to find any. Su Hao pressed the candy directly into her hand. Yang Wanqing held the candy, but unlike her brother, did not immediately devour it like some uncouth peasant. Instead, she tucked it away. There were indeed quite a lot of people. After more than half the day had passed, the main task was to clearly inform them of the shop locations so they wouldn't go to the wrong places. Fortunately, the Su family's commercial properties were all well positioned and easy to find. Su Hao sat on the steps, cradling the sleeping Hua Hua in his arms, dozing off. Hey, wake up. Yang Wanqing called out to rouse Su Hao. Is it done? Su Hao asked groggily. Yes, I've had everything recorded for the people you brought. They've all left. Yang Wanqing replied. Good, I'm starving. I have to say the Jinbei Prince Manor doesn't even provide meals. Su Hao complained. I called you, but you wouldn't get up. How was I supposed to know if you were hungry? Yang Wanqing shot him a disdainful glance. Terrible service. Seeing Su Hao had awakened, Yang Yanhua rushed over and pulled Su Hao aside. Easy. Su Hao first passed Hua Hua to Zhang Long. Yang Yanhua's sneaky appearance made Su Hao speak first. Let me make this clear, I don't have any candy. Su Hao said impatiently. Yang Yanhua's face fell. The temptation of lollipops was simply too great. But he quickly perked up. So what kind of business are you planning to start? Yang Yanhua asked. Why are you asking about this? Su Hao replied with suspicion. Are you still hiring? Can I work for you? Yang Yanhua asked shyly. Su Hao's eyes widened. You can't be serious? The young prince of the Jinbei Prince Manor wants to work for me. Are you short on money or something? Su Hao asked in astonishment. Yeah, my monthly allowance isn't even as much as what you pay those old soldiers. My sister doesn't let me spend freely usually. I don't need that much money. Just give me lollipops, how about it? Yang Yanhua said with a crafty plan. TCH, I'd rather just give you money. Kid, how did you end up so badly off? When I was your age, I never even had a concept of money. Whatever I wanted to buy, I just bought it without a second thought. Su Hao wasn't bragging. Yang Yanhua's eyes filled with envy. When will I be able to buy whatever I want? Yang Yanhua asked innocently. How that's all your sister's fault. If she had agreed to marry me back, then you'd be my brother-in-law. Your brother-in-law pulling some strings would be more than enough for your spending. Su Hao said with a wicked grin. Really? Yang Yanhua asked excitedly. Of course. Su Hao was about to continue showing off when suddenly from behind both of them, of course what? Both their faces changed simultaneously. The tall and short pair turned their heads to find Yang Wanqing standing coldly behind them, her expression freezing. The sight sent cold sweat pouring down both their backs. I have something to do. This has nothing to do with me. The dishonorable Yang Yanhua immediately fled. Wait, I remember I have something to do too. I'll be going now. Su Hao tried to follow suit, but this innate expert Yang Wanqing grabbed him by the collar. What's the rush? What were you telling my brother? Say it again. In front of me. Yang Wanqing said each word clearly. I didn't say anything. Su Hao, well aware of how formidable this woman could be, dared not repeat a single word. Oh, you seemed quite lively just now. Yang Wanqing glared with her beautiful eyes. A general, please have mercy. I was wrong. There was no shame in begging for mercy when one's life was at stake. Humph. You tried to corrupt my brother and still expect me to let you go. Dream on. Yang Wanqing said indignantly, about to teach Su Hao a lesson. Wait. I'll show you a magic trick, if you let me go. Su Hao called out desperately. Magic. Yang Wanqing had never heard the word before. It's a trick like a performance. If I satisfy you, you let me go. Su Hao quickly explained. Yang Wanqing gave a cold smile and crossed her arms. Go ahead. Let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Su Hao took a deep breath, placed his hands behind his back, silently praying that some trace of the little girl's innocent wonder might still remain in this female general. The next moment, Su Hao produced an exquisite bouquet of flowers from behind his back. He held the fiery red roses before Yang Wanqing. The bouquet instantly captivated her attention. Where did you? These are flowers. It's a trick, you know. If I tell you, it won't work anymore. This is for you. I'm leaving now. We were just playing around. No need to take it seriously. Su Hao stuffed the flowers into Yang Wanqing's hands and immediately ran away. Yang Wanqing clutched the flowers, watching Su Hao flee while carrying a child and dragging Ding Xiu and the others. She looked down at the roses in her arms, her face flushing red, as she slowly leaned in to smell the bouquet. Inside the imperial palace in the study, the empress was reviewing memorial reports when she suddenly looked up in surprise at the guard delivering the report. So many veterans and wounded soldiers who retired from the battlefield. What is the Jinbei Prince Manor planning? The empress asked in bewilderment. Reporting back to your majesty, we asked around. It seems the son of the prime minister wants to start a business and is hiring workers. The guard replied. Hiring workers? That many people? The empress was truly puzzled now. What kind of business required so many workers, and they were all elderly, weak, or disabled at that? Your majesty, I looked into some of the contracts they signed with Su Hao. They are indeed employment contracts, and they have been assigned to various Su family shops throughout the city. However, even they don't know exactly what kind of business it will be. Su Hao only told them to report to the shops tomorrow, and he gave each of them 1 month's wages in advance. The thing is, there's something very unusual about their contracts. What kind of unusual? This subordinate has made a copy. Please examine it, your majesty. The guard handed the copied contract to an attendant who presented it to the empress. The empress glanced at it. This is an employment contract. It looks more like an act of charity. But yes, your majesty. It does appear to be an act of charity. The men we have stationed at the Jinbei Prince Manor reported that Su Hao went there yesterday and specifically requested these old soldiers and disabled veterans. He apparently made promises to the Jinbei Prince and General Yang that he would ensure these people's livelihood. After hearing this, the empress's expression grew even more puzzled. Should I summon the prime minister to ask about this? The attendant suggested from the side. No, I monitor all officials and they know this. But as emperor, I cannot expose this. It would affect the relationship between sovereign and minister. Besides, these are merely a group of veterans who retired from the battlefield. As the great empress, if I make such a big fuss over something like this, the world would laugh at me. An insignificant woman making a mountain out of a molehill. Forget it. Keep watch on those people and see exactly what they're doing. The empress analyzed. Yes, there's one more thing, your majesty. Speak. When Su Hao left today, he gave General Yang something that looked like flowers. The guard reported. It looked like flowers. Don't you know a flower when you see one? The empress said with displeasure. Your majesty, please forgive me. That thing was extraordinarily beautiful. This humble one had never seen its like. But when General Yang received the flowers, she seemed very happy. She smelled them for quite a long time. After the guard finished, the empress waved him away. She then sat on the dragon throne and murmured, when did the prime minister's residence and the Jinbei Prince Manor become so close? The empress murmured to herself. As the emperor, she had the head of the civil officials on one side, and the soul of the border army, the Jinbei Prince Manor, on the other. This was something the empress could not afford to ignore. Su Hao returned home and immediately retreated into his study. Not until evening did he summon Ding Xiu, Zhang Long, and Zhao Hu. Zhang Long, tomorrow you organize the people from these shops to purchase all the wine on the market. It doesn't matter the quality, the cheaper the better. As long as it's wine, we'll take everything they have, however much there is. The funds will be drawn from the accounts office. Zhang Long nodded. Understood, young master. Ding Xiu, tomorrow select men from the old soldiers, those skilled at blacksmithing and carpentry. Find me several craftsmen and build workshops. Position them near the Prime Minister's residence for my convenience. Once completed, have them manufacture the items according to the specifications. After speaking, Su Hao handed a booklet to Ding Xiu. Understood. Ding Xiu stuffed it into his chest without even glancing at it. Zhao Hu convert these shops into workshops by organizing workers. If the space isn't large enough, purchase the neighboring establishments. The blueprints are all on here. Any competent builder will understand at a glance. Ask if there's anything unclear. Su Hao handed another booklet to Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu accepted it with his simple, honest manner. Understood, young master. Remember, purchase them. Don't you dare rob anyone. If they won't sell, offer more money. If they truly refuse, then leave it. Do you understand? Su Hao harbored concerns about this honest fool Zhao Hu. For the sake of completing his orders, he might resort to robbery without hesitation. Don't doubt it. This fellow was absolutely capable of such a thing. Oh, understood, young master. First try purchasing. If they won't sell, negotiate. If negotiation fails, I'll handle it. Just forget it. Zhao Hu repeated the instructions back. Fine then. Tomorrow's monthly wages for the old soldiers have the steward advance from the estate. Zhang Long, you'll oversee this. Understood, young master. All right, Zhang Long, and Zhao Hu, you may withdraw. Ding Xiu, stay behind. As Su Hao spoke, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu departed. Su Hao produced a gift box from beneath his desk and offered it to Ding Xiu. Take a look. If we sold these, how much would they be worth? Su Hao inquired. Ding Xiu opened the box, his eyes widening. Young master, these are superb glass cups. The craftsmanship, priceless. At this valuation, people would scramble to buy them. Ding Xiu grew animated, gesturing to Su Hao. Very well, find an opportunity to sell them. Take your time, but remember, absolutely no one must discover these originated from the Prime Minister's residence. Understand? Su Hao instructed. No problem, young master. Though with such exquisite items, it's a shame to sell them. We're not short on funds anyway. Why not keep them? Ding Xiu became stingy whenever money was involved. Small-minded thinking. It won't be long before the young master makes these things so commonplace that no one would even bother picking them up off the ground. We can produce as many as needed. Su Hao spoke with confidence. Ding Xiu regarded him with a strange expression. Young master, you're talking nonsense. Hey, who taught you that? Su Hao cursed. Who do you think? Ding Xiu replied awkwardly. Su Hao also froze. Get out. Right away, young master. Ding Xiu hastily gathered his things and retreated. Before selling them, he'd savor them a while first. With everyone gone, Su Hao finally relaxed. He'd finished his busy work. He might be the busiest transmigrator among wastrels. That Zhao Ritian is useless as always. Zhao Hao, come out here. Single combat. Now that the old soldiers have been recruited and mostly settled, Ding the host's daily act of kindness has been detected. Act of kindness. The old soldiers never die, they only fade away. Su Hao had employed over 1,000 old and wounded soldiers across the capital, saving 1,000 families. Based on the outcome assessment, the host receives 3 draws from the gold prize pool. Su Hao employed over 1,000 veteran and wounded soldiers in the capital, saving more than 1,000 families. Based on behavioral outcome assessment, the host receives 3 draws from the gold prize pool. Holy cow, 3 draws. Su Hao grew excited. He habitually analyzed the situation. If he thought about it, the disaster victims he helped were far more numerous, weren't they? Why did he only get 2 draws last time? Did the system take a cut? But upon reflection, Su Hao understood. The 2 situations weren't the same. The disaster victims, Su Hao had only provided for their basic needs during the crisis period. But for the veterans, Su Hao had given them long-term stability. Of course the impact was greater. Understanding this, he declared. System lottery all in. Su Hao spoke. Ding, congratulations to the host for the 3 consecutive gold prize pool draws. Reward 1, movable type printing. Reward 2, martial arts insight. Reward 2, martial arts insight. Reward 3, 1, supreme ancient commercial talent 1. After Su Hao reviewed the rewards, he thought no wonder the gold rewards were impressive. Movable type printing needed no explanation. The crystallized wisdom of his ancestors. Martial arts insight, like a physical constitution, this is a natural talent. Regardless of the martial art, the host will find it extremely easy to enter a state of enlightenment while learning. In other words, from this point forward, the host is a martial arts prodigy. After reading the system's impressive description, Su Hao summed it up in 2 words: mediocre. Indeed, Su Hao didn't think he'd ever need it. Wouldn't it be better to wait until he won a grand prize and instantly become a grandmaster expert? Oh well, Su Hao didn't dwell on it. What he cared about most was the last one. What was most scarce in ancient times? Talent. When Su Hao was busy earlier that afternoon, he already felt he had far too few capable people at his disposal. The system had delivered just what he needed. A commercial talent was precisely what Su Hao required at this moment. Just as Su Hao was contemplating this, Wanar knocked on the door. Young master, someone has come to the residence seeking an audience with you. The steward said it was too late. Asked him to come tomorrow. He refused to leave, insisting at the gate that he absolutely must meet the young master. Wanar reported. Su Hao hurried to open the door. Did this person give his name? Yes, all right. He said he was called Shun Wan San. Wanar recalled. Su Hao's eyes lit up. I knew it had to be the great merchant Shun. This legendary wealth god throughout the ages. With him, would money ever be a concern? The only regret would be a short lifespan, dying with money left unspent. Young master, should I let him in? Wanar watched her young master spacing out again. She quickly snapped him back. Please invite him in quickly. Oh yes, and brew tea. Use my father's finest leaves. Su Hao spoke excitedly. Oh, all right, young master. Wanar will go right away. Forget it, I'll go personally. Su Hao said impatiently, rushing out himself. Wanar scratched her head in confusion. When Su Hao reached the main gate, he saw the Shun de Guanrun he had longed to meet. His first impression: why is he a fat man? At least 300 pounds. Won't he have all sorts of health problems? TV shows have misled me. Su Hao thought to himself with exasperation. Yet there sat Shun Xiuqiu de Guanren on the steps, struggling even to rise. The rotund merchant rushed excitedly towards Su Hao. Young master, I finally found you. Don't come closer. I definitely can't catch you if you fall. Su Hao quickly stopped him. Shun Xiuqiu performed an emergency stop. He managed to halt just in time. Su Hao composed himself. Fine, why concern himself with appearances? Talent was what mattered. Come, let's speak inside. Su Hao said. Yes, young master. Shun Xiuqiu followed Su Hao in. Once inside the study, Su Hao first inquired about Shun Xiuqiu's current circumstances. Upon asking, he learned the system had assigned Shun Xiuqiu the identity of a bankrupt merchant caravan leader. He currently had only a dozen servants or so. But Su Hao was certain Shun de Guanren's abilities were absolutely SSR tier. After Su Hao handed him several items, the man directly laid out several detailed commercial proposals. Even Su Hao, a modern person, found them nearly flawless, perfectly suited to the nation's conditions, the people's sentiments, and the current commercial environment. Excessively professional. Out of trust in the system character, Su Hao handed everything he had to manager Shun Xiuqiu along with his own ideas. Shun Xiuqiu looked at the items Su Hao presented as if they were treasures and immediately devised a business plan for Su Hao. Although Shun Xiuqiu had nothing beyond a dozen or so workers, Su Hao provided the capital. Manpower was the least of Su Hao's worries. The shops were already ready, and Su Hao's identity came with natural connections. In other words, it wouldn't matter if it were Manager Shun or just an ordinary person. They could make it work. Shun Xiuqiu admitted he had never had it this good before. Since Shun Xiuqiu was here, Su Hao decided to hand over Zhonglong Zhaohu and Ding Xiu's operations to him. After all, professionals should handle professional matters. However, Ding Xiu eyed the glass cup he had just received with reluctance, unwilling to hand it over to the plump man. If anyone hadn't known Shun Xiuqiu was young Master Su's man Ding Xiu W. The problem was that Ding Xiu, who handled all the dirty work, was displaying his murderous intent too obviously. With no other option, Su Hao retrieved another glass cup from the system space. Here, you money-grubbing fellow. Su Hao tossed the glass cup to Ding Xiu as he spoke. Ding Xiu looked at it in his hand with delight. Young master gave this to me. Yes. Stop fixating on old Shun. Your future earnings will depend on him. You'll be counting money until your hands cramp, and you'll need to watch him do it. Su Hao said irritably. The moment the word money was mentioned, Ding Xiu's eyes lit up. Based on this fat man, what else would it be? Back in his prime, old Shun had more money scattered around your house than you've ever seen. Su Hao boasted. Young master, it's not that exaggerated. Shin Wanson felt awkward inside. Young master, could you at least keep your boasting reasonable? Who throws money around for no reason? But he immediately noticed Ding Xiu looking at him as if he were a beautiful woman. Brother, could you stop looking at me like that? Shun Xiuqiu was genuinely frightened now. As long as the money is right, everything is negotiable. Ding Xiu said with great interest. Sure. Shun Xiuqiu breathed a sigh of relief. Then Su Hao sent Ding Xiu and the others away, and continued discussing the business blueprint with Shun Xiuqiu. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of Su Cheng's residence, an old man stood before his late wife's memorial tablet, with a worried expression, sighing heavily. Ever since Wanner had come to fetch a large amount of fine tea, as Su Hao instructed, he had asked one too many questions about why his son was drinking tea so late at night. Wanner had informed him that a fat man weighing over 300 Jin had come to the residence to find Su Hao, who had treated him as an honored guest, and locked himself in a room with him for a candlelit night conversation. Our Prime Minister Su could not sleep at all. Could our son be attracted to men? How could he face Su's ancestors like this? Su Cheng's intelligence had simply never been passed down to Su Hao. Meanwhile, at the Prince of Jinbei's mansion, Yang Yanhua came to summon his elder sister for dinner. Upon arriving at Yang Wanxing's room, he found his usually stern sister had changed out of her armor into a fitted outfit. What mattered most was that Yang Wanxing sat before a table gazing at the vibrant red flowers arranged in a vase. Sister, it's time to eat. Yang Yanhua called out when she didn't notice him enter. I'm not hungry. You go ahead. Yang Wanxing responded calmly. Sister, you've been staring at those flowers all afternoon. Sure, the roses Su Hao gave you are beautiful and unique, but you can't eat them. Have you had enough? Yang Yanhua walked in and teased her. But boys at that age are naturally mischievous. While talking, Yang Yanhua actually reached out and plucked a rose petal, holding it in his hand. What's the matter? There are so many. I'm only taking one. What happened next? In an instant, Yang Wanxing sprang to her feet. Sensing her cold, fierce gaze, Yang Yanhua realized he had caused trouble. Sister, if you're not eating, I'll go eat then. He quickly placed the rose back on the table and tried to flee, but Yang Wanxing sent a gust of wind that blocked his path. Sister, you're not going to do this, are you? You're even using your body techniques. Did I break the heavenly laws? Yang Yanhua was stunned. Eat first, then we'll settle this later. Come on, let me see if your martial arts have improved. Before Yang Yanhua could protest, Yang Wanxing grabbed him by the collar and dragged him toward the training ground. After chatting with Shun Xiuqiu until midnight, the matter was basically settled, with the rest left to Shun Xiuqiu's execution. Su Hao felt completely at ease arranging for Shun Xiuqiu to rest at the mansion. The next morning, as Su Hao and his group were about to leave the main gate, they saw Yang Yanhua standing by the stone lines with a horse. "Why are you here so early? Why aren't you coming in?" Su Hao asked curiously as he approached. Glancing at the steward following Shinshouchio, Su Hao asked, "What's wrong with you? You don't even recognize the young master of the Jinbei prince's mansion and let him stand outside." "I don't blame him. I didn't ask him to announce me. I was waiting for you here," Yang Yanhua said strangely with his back turned. "Oh, why are you waiting for me?" Su Hao asked curiously. "My sister sent me. She wanted me to see if you need any help. With me here, those old soldiers will give you face." Yang Yanhua continued speaking with his back turned. "Oh, so that's what it is. Don't worry, I'm distributing money, not training troops. Why would they cause trouble for me? But what's wrong with you? Why do you always keep your back turned?" Su Hao asked curiously, stepping forward to take a look. Nothing. Yang Yanhua evaded guiltily. Watching the boy's behavior, Su Hao looked just like when he was young, when a boy was bullied and came home pretending everything was fine. "What do you mean nothing? Let me see. Were you bullied? Which bastard doesn't want to live anymore?" Su Hao said in a righteous manner, repeatedly trying to turn Yang Yanhua around. The others watched curiously. Seeing that he couldn't dodge any longer and hearing Su Hao's words, Yang Yanhua finally turned around looking embarrassed in front of everyone. But when everyone saw Yang Yanhua's appearance, they all froze. It was Hua Hua who reacted first. "Brother, who is this person?" Hua Hua asked softly, but everyone could hear her. Hua Hua had just met Yang Yanhua the day before, and the boy had even brought a little girl to play at his house for a while. By all rights, Hua Hua should have recognized him. But no one blamed Hua Hua for forgetting, because Yang Yanhua's current appearance was simply unrecognizable. 2 black eye circles aside his face was at least twice as wide, covered in countless bruises. The handsome young man was completely unrecognizable from the current pork head. "What the hell, Xiao Hua, who did this to you? That's too damn cruel. What kind of grudge? For what reason? Come on, bro, let's go to his place. Has the law lost its way?" Su Hao exclaimed. His words weren't an exaggeration. What manner of enmity could warrant such viciousness targeting only the face? Yang Yanhua narrowed his eyes at Su Hao, thinking to himself, "What for? All because of that lousy flower you sent. My sister didn't hold back at all when she beat me. Why, even my father never beat me this hard while he was alive. My sister did this. Go avenge me," Yang Yanhua said indignantly. "A son, you have to believe that your sister is doing this for your own good." Su Hao's expression instantly changed as he put his arm around Yang Yanhua's shoulder. "Yang Yanhua, could you be any more of a coward? Just say you're afraid of my sister. What nonsense about for your own good? Actually, I'm the one who's more afraid. Alright, let's go quickly. We have important business to attend to." Yang Yanhua looked at the few people who were barely holding back their laughter as they helplessly urged Su Hao to hurry along. "Oh, alright then. You go with him." Su Hao pointed at Shinshouchio and said, "Why?" Yang Yanhua asked, still hoping to follow Su Hao and get a couple of candies. "He is my manager, Shen. From now on, I'll hand over all my business affairs to him completely. Old Shen, this is the young master of the Jinbei prince's mansion. Do not neglect him." Su Hao introduced the two to each other as he spoke. Shinshouchio clasped his fists in salute. This humble Shen pays his respects to the young master. Yang Yanhua returned the salute, then looked at Su Hao curiously. "He's going to do business, then what are you going to do?" "That's right. Today, with the steward and the accountant, he was taking Shinshouchio to handle the resettlement issues for the veterans. Me? I'm taking a day off today, going on an outing," Su Hao answered calmly. Indeed, today he had no intention of seeking out charitable deeds. Having been reborn after such hardship, he needed to balance work and rest. After some thought, he decided that the ancient times offered clearer mountains and purer waters than the modern era. So he invited Warner, brought Hua Hua, Ding Xiu, Zhang Long, and Zhao Hu, and the group set out for a picnic in the countryside. "An outing? I'm coming too," Yang Yanhua said without hesitation. "Oh, isn't your sister supposed to have you watching over the veterans?" Su Hao was merely teasing the boy. With Shinshouchio already there was no need to worry. Whether Yang Yanhua went or not made little difference, but bringing the kid along would at least provide extra help. "Just say you won't tell, that's all. Are you even a friend?" Yang Yanhua said guiltily. "Haha, let's go then. I'll leave the hunting to you. A young general should know how to knock an arrow right," Su Hao said with a smile, throwing his arm around Yang Yanhua's shoulder. "Of course. Piece of cake. Leave it to this general," Yang Yanhua said confidently. Then the group split into 2 parties. Su Hao took Warner and Hua Hua in the carriage with Zhang Long and Zhao Hu driving, while Ding Xiu and Yang Yanhua rode on horseback. The few of them headed out of the city. "Brother, why aren't you riding a horse?" Hua Hua asked curiously, looking at Ding Xiu and Yang Yanhua riding outside. "A brother is too lazy to ride," Su Hao said awkwardly. "Haha, Su Hao, you can't ride a horse. How are you going to chase my sister like this?" Yang Yanhua teased with a smile. "Oh great, you're so skilled at riding, then why did your sister beat you into a swollen face?" Su Hao, who had never lost an argument, retorted, "You, Yang Yanhua was so exasperated, he could only huff in frustration. Su Hao turned his head to look at Hua Hua. "Hee, Hua Hua, brother really can't ride a horse. When I learn, I'll take you riding." Hua Hua smiled, showing no disappointment at all. "Haha, okay. Brother is the best." Su Hao looked triumphantly at Yang Yanhua outside. "See that kid?" Yang Yanhua said disdainfully. Soon the group left the city and found a small riverbank. "Let's make it here. There are mountains and water, and the air is so fresh." Su Hao lifted the carriage curtain, saying cheerfully. No one had any objections. They got off the carriage. Zhang Long and Zhao, who weren't very good at archery, so Su Hao had them gather firewood. As for Ding Xiao and Yang Yanhua, the two took bows and arrows to go hunting. We're all going to be busy, what about you? Yang Yanhua asked. I'm the one coordinating everything. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you, you little kid. Su Hao started to bluff. TCH, you're just being lazy, Yang Yanhua retorted. The next moment, Su Hao directly pulled out a lollipop. Are you coming or not? Be straight with me. Deal. Yang Yanhua thought to himself, just waiting for this. Su Hao was thinking, I can handle you, kid. Besides, he couldn't practice martial arts anyway. Hunting would just be a burden. It was better to stay by the river and play with Hua and Waner. With tasks assigned, Waner smiled as she watched Su Hao playing wildly with Hua. She carried the fruit brought from home to the riverbank to wash. As she was washing, she suddenly noticed the water's color was off. Lifting her hand, she saw bright red staining her skin. The sight made Waner drop the fruit from her hands. Looking up, she witnessed a scene on the river. Oh! Waner screamed in fright. What's wrong? What is it? Su Hao quickly ran over holding Hua and asked. Young master, look. Waner, terrified, pointed at the river's surface. Su Hao looked over and the next moment quickly covered Hua's eyes. Why? Because floating down the river was a person, their blood staining the water red. Judging from the clothing, it was a woman. Su Hao quickly handed Hua to Waner. Waner, take Hua and go back to the carriage quickly. Okay, young master. Waner quickly hugged Hua and headed toward the carriage. Su Hao looked around, his heart also racing with panic. There was no way around it. He was a modern person, and encountering such a scene, it would be strange if he weren't shaken. Let's go back first. Wait for Ding Xiao and the others to return, then leave immediately. Su Hao muttered to himself, having made up his mind. He was also preparing to return to the carriage. But just as he was about to turn around, he saw that the person in the river was still alive. They held a long sword, lifting it slightly to wave once, then weakly lowering it again. I can't get involved. Let's go quickly. This person is severely injured. The one who hurt them must be nearby. What if they come looking? But she's not dead yet. What could you even do about it? Su Hao found himself caught in an internal struggle, two voices warring in his mind. He had turned to leave, but after taking 2 steps, he cursed under his breath. Damn it, I don't care anymore. Su Hao cursed and turned to walk toward the river. Indeed, he simply couldn't bear to watch a living person die right before his eyes and do nothing. Fortunately, the stream was shallow and not swift. Su Hao easily grabbed the woman in the water. With his extraordinary strength, he lifted her into his arms. Only then did he get a clear view of her face. Holy shit, woman, you're unfairly beautiful. Lucky you ran into me. If some pervert had found you, they wouldn't have let your corpse go untouched. Young master, what is this? Waner lifted the carriage curtain and saw Su Hao carrying a woman. She's still alive. Waner, stop her bleeding first. Brother, this sister is bleeding. Hua, don't be afraid. This sister is injured. Let Sister Waner help her. Brother will protect you from below the carriage. Brother, be careful. Brother, be careful. Hua said worriedly. Su Hao nodded, then looked at the sword still clenched in the woman's hand. He reached for it. I saved you, let me borrow it for self-defense first. The woman gripped it tightly, but fortunately, Su Hao was strong. The precious sword gleamed coldly. Su Hao didn't understand swords, but he knew it was sharp. Waner, it's up to you. Yes, young master. Waner said, taking out the first aid kit from the carriage and attending to the woman. Su Hao took the sword and stepped down from the carriage, hoping desperately that Ding Xiao would return soon, or Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. Indeed, Su Hao possessed great strength, but lacked a sense of security. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the forest. Su Hao looked over with delight, expecting Zhang Long and the others, but his heart sank when he saw the newcomers. 4 or 5 men brandishing sharp weapons with ferocious expressions, clearly not ordinary folk. Fuck, has my luck run out? Someone's here. Several of them sprinted toward the carriage. Su Hao couldn't even attempt to drive away as they had already surrounded him and the carriage. Boy, have you seen an injured woman? One of them questioned Su Hao in a cold voice. They were indeed after the injured woman. No, I was just passing by. Su Hao played dumb. Brothers, that woman is poisoned and injured. She can't have gone far. She must be hiding nearby. One of them spoke. Elders, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Su Hao said as he prepared to drive the carriage away. Wait. How boy, do you take me for a fool? The leader walked towards Su Hao with a cold expression. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Don't come any closer. Su Hao sat on the carriage and shouted. I don't understand. Whose blood trail is this? Hearing this, Su Hao and the others finally noticed a trail of bright red blood on the ground leading all the way to the carriage. Su Hao thought, this is bad. Who says villains have low intelligence? The protagonist could definitely hide and avoid them. Zhao Ritian, don't you know whether you're the protagonist or not? Moi. At that moment, a groan of pain came from the carriage. Su Hao wore a bitter expression. Damn it, woman, can't you hold out a little longer? Kill him. Leave no survivors. The leader's cold eyes glared, and several men drew their swords and knives, advancing toward the carriage. Fuck, don't you dare move. Am I being too nice to you? Su Hao pulled the woman's sword from the carriage and held it in his hand. Not knowing where his courage came from, he shouted at the man. Seeing the sword in Su Hao's hand. The woman is indeed hiding in the carriage. Boy, hand her over, and I'll let you go. Go to hell. Do you really think I'm stupid? You said leave no survivors just now, and now you're offering me a way out. Who are you trying to fool? Su Hao cursed directly. He knew clearly that this guy was probably wary of the woman's condition in the carriage. If they knew she was severely injured and unconscious, they would never let him Wan'er and Hua go. So he couldn't let them approach the carriage. He had to stall. As long as Ding Xiu and the others returned, they would be safe. Boy, you're being ungrateful. If you don't know martial arts, do you? You can't even hold a sword properly, yet you want to play the hero. The leader said disdainfully. It had to be admitted that Su Hao's stance with the sword was indeed poor. I don't know martial arts, but I'll show you a move to scare you to death. Fuck, Su Hao said, pretending to be calm. He looked at a nearby tree, and without hesitation punched it violently. The thin tree almost broke in two from Su Hao's brutal strike. Looking at the surrounding men, he quickly entered a defensive stance. Su Hao looked proud, but inside he was thinking, fuck, it hurts, damn it, can't shout out, or I'll blow my cover. Indeed, Su Hao's punch was pure brute force. The visual effect was impressive, but without spiritual energy wrapping around it, the pain was intense. Hey, interesting. Natural strength. Boy, you have no internal energy fluctuation at all. Am I right? The leader said mockingly. Fuck, why the hell are you so smart? Just wait. When I get the chance, I'll kill you first, not for any other reason, but because you're too damn smart. Su Hao cursed in his heart. At that moment, someone from Su Hao's side struck with a sword. No internal energy. I almost fell for your trick, boy. Die. Su Hao instinctively dodged backward, narrowly avoiding the sword strike. But it wasn't over. The attacker continued his assault. Su Hao rolled and scrambled to evade. The onlookers sneered and mocked, watching the spectacle, without any intention to help. But soon their laughter died, for they watched Su Hao transition from dodging to suddenly counterattacking with the sword. He used the very same technique his attacker had just employed. In a moment of carelessness, the attacker was slashed across the chest by Su Hao using his own sword style, staggering backward. Brother, this kid is strange. At that moment, Su Hao also came to his senses. Indeed, in the crisis, he had seemed to enter another state. Su Hao immediately understood. Martial arts clarity. The reward he had just received last night. Holy shit, if I knew you were this awesome, I would have learned a few moves from Ding Xiu first. Come on. Still think I don't know martial arts. Su Hao confidently held his sword horizontally, looking at the group. Attack together, kill him. The leader immediately ordered. Fuck, no honor in this. Have the guts to come at me one at a time. Su Hao was greatly alarmed. 4 or 5 swords and blades, especially the leader's, which even had blade wind. Su Hao quickly jumped onto the carriage to take cover. Ding Xiu, if you don't come soon, I'm dead. Su Hao shouted to the sky. Just at the critical moment, suddenly 3 arrows shot from the forest toward the carriage. Before the assassins could react to the sound of arrows splitting the air, 3 minions were already hit by the arrows, flying through the air and falling to the ground. Su Hao looked over with great joy and saw Yan Yanhua with a lollipop in his mouth, holding a bow and arrows in his hand. The leader, holding his blade, looked cautiously and asked, "Who's there?" At this moment, Ding Xiu drew his Miao blade. "You almost made me lose my job. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents, and you're asking who I am. Go ask the king of hell." Ding Xiu finished speaking coldly. His Miao blade swung, creating a gust of blade wind. He came straight at them with killing intent. The leader was forced back, but unfortunately Ding Xiu had no intention of letting him go. Each strike was more ferocious than the last. On the other side, the remaining minions, seeing the situation, their boss entangled by a master and a divine archer not far away, thought, "What are we waiting for? Let's run." Unfortunately, the direction they ran led them straight into Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, who were returning with gathered firewood. Anyone with half a brain would understand what was happening after seeing this scene. The 2 men didn't hesitate for a moment, launching into action immediately. When Su Hao saw the crisis had passed, he plopped down onto the carriage seat. "Holy hell, that scared the life out of me." Ding, the system has detected that the host has completed today's act of kindness. Act of kindness, rescuing the female heroine Yun Lu from evil cult assassins and changing her destiny. Based on the impact assessment, the host receives 2 draws from the silver prize pool. Su Hao was startled. "Who did you say she was?" As Su Hao was reeling from the shock, he turned and lifted the carriage curtain. But the next second, an awkward situation arose. "Young master," Wan'er blushingly called out in a coy voice, because at that moment she was bandaging the injured woman's abdomen and the clothes had all been undone. More importantly, the woman had already woken up, though due to her severe injuries, she could only stare with open eyes. When Su Hao lifted the curtain and stared at her, his throat bobbed, and then he noticed the woman's murderous gaze. Sorry, please continue." Su Hao quickly let the curtain fall. "Damn it, system, are you saying she's Yun Lu, the female heroine from the book?" Su Hao carefully recalled the plot from the book. It seemed to be true. The male protagonist Zhao Hao encountered Yun Lu, who had been ambushed by the evil cult in the wilderness. With the protagonist's halo blazing, he directly saved Yun Lu. Later, through Yun Lu's connections, he entered the sect of Master Yunhua of the Heavenly Night Palace. Heavenly Night Palace, the leader of the righteous faction in the Grand Wu martial world. Their requirements for accepting disciples are extremely strict, with only a handful of disciples in each generation. However, without exception, each of them became a powerhouse who dominated their region. Master Yunhua was praised as the #1 expert in the martial world, but no one outside the sect has ever seen her true appearance. While others might not know, Su Hao was well aware that Master Yunhua was not only a master-level expert, but also a great beauty with timeless elegance. After Zhao Rifi entered Master Yunhua's sect, becoming Yun Lu's junior brother, he not only won over his senior sister, but eventually became a rebellious disciple who seduced his own master. What the readers saw made them exclaim, "You beast." Wait, I have one question. Where the hell is Zhao Rifi? You haven't even shown up. Last time Warner came late, that was excusable. But this time you didn't even bother appearing. Without me your senior sister would have been dead by now. Xiaohao, what do you think? Did you forget I'm still recovering from my injuries? No wait, you wouldn't know about that. You beast, come down here and fight me one-on-one. Damn, if she finds out what I just saw, she's definitely going to settle accounts with me later, Su Hao muttered to himself. It wasn't that he was overly worried because he knew that despite Yin Lu being severely injured, this woman was undoubtedly an innate realm expert. If she attacked him, he wouldn't even be able to run. Sigh, if she wants to hit me a few times, so be it. I did get the better end of the deal after all, and I have to say Yin Lu's figure really is quite impressive. As Su Hao was saying this, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu dragged back the evil cult assassin who had tried to flee, though only his corpse remained. Young master, we've killed him. The two clumsy fellows quickly dumped the corpse. At this moment, Ding Xiao, who had just walked over, hastily tossed aside the human head he was carrying. He had hoped to offset his contributions with his mistakes and avoid a scolding later. At this point, Yang Yanhua, who had risen from beside several corpses, asked Su Hao, these were all martial artists. How did you provoke these people? Yang Yanhua inquired. Su Hao truly wanted to praise this kid. Learn from him, now that's what you call being professional. Forget it, it's a long story. Ding Xiao, take those two to dispose of the bodies. Make it clean. Our picnic today is definitely cancelled. Once we're done, we need to head back to the city quickly. Xiaohua, when we get back, don't go around telling people about this. These folks' identities aren't simple. Su Hao instructed. The group got moving, and Yang Yanhua nodded. He wasn't afraid of these martial artists, but they were troublesome. These wandering warriors of the martial world were hard to deal with. He had shot and killed 3 of them himself. All of this was karmic debt from the martial world. Su Hao was doing this for his own good. On the way back, Su Hao didn't enter the carriage, but squeezed in with Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. The group hurried back to the city and directly returned to the Prime Minister's residence. Yin Lu's poison had gone too deep, and she had fainted again. Su Hao quickly ordered someone to find a doctor. Except for Warner, who went inside to help Su Hao, and the others waited in the courtyard. System lottery draw. Su Hao took the opportunity to draw the prize. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 2 consecutive draws from the silver prize pool. Rewards obtained: Universal Antidote Pills X 1 bottle, 5 years of pure internal force top-up version. Both rewards were pretty good. There were 10 pills in the bottle, and these were life-saving treasures. Didn't you see how a female heroine who was an innate realm expert was brought down by poison and chased so miserably by a few little minions? Assassin leader, who are you calling a minion? Come down here and fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. It really wasn't Su Hao exaggerating. Besides the one Ding Xiao killed, who was a latter heaven realm martial artist, the others couldn't even compare to Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. Otherwise, Yang Yanhua wouldn't have been able to shoot and kill 3 of them. Before Su Hao could think much more, the next second a sudden force appeared out of thin air within Su Hao. Then a surge of hot energy rushed directly to his dantian. After Su Hao completely absorbed this force and let it circulate through his dantian, he contentedly opened his eyes only to see Ding Xiao and Yang Yanhua staring at him with astonished and strange expressions. Why are you looking at me like that? Young master. You. Su Hao, where did your internal force come from? And it's incredibly pure. The two asked in amazement. I suddenly got it. Would you believe that? Su Hao said awkwardly. You mean you suddenly have internal force comparable to a first-rate martial artist? Are you some kind of monster? Yang Yanhua said speechlessly. Su Hao was overjoyed. Haha, so that means I've become a first-rate martial artist now. Then I'm on the same level as Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. Su Hao laughed, looking at Zhang Long and Zhao Hu beside him. Young master, our internal force isn't as pure as yours. Zhang Long said awkwardly. Bro, what should I do? Looking at young master, I don't want to live anymore. Zhao Hu said bluntly. Don't mention it, me neither. Zhang Long said with a despondent face. Damn it, after more than a decade of arduous cultivation, young master got it just by closing his eyes and opening them again. Ding Xiao rubbed his nose. Well, you can't put it that way. Young master has internal force but doesn't know how to use it. If he really fought, he couldn't beat Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. Ding Xiao spoke some fair words. Oh, then what's the point of that? Su Hao said unhappily. He slapped his palm on the table. But the next second, crash. Just look, the stone table in the courtyard was snapped in 2 by Su Hao's slap, shocking everyone. Su Hao also looked up at Ding Xiao in embarrassment. So Zhang Long and Zhao Hu are fine too, right? The 2 blockheads hastily shook their heads. Ding Xiao also swallowed hard. Not to mention those 2. Even he couldn't do that. Su Hao already had supernatural strength, and with the addition of internal force, if he really hit someone, just look at that stone table to see the result. This is too monstrous. Yang Yanhua's morale crumbled. Hee, I'm actually pretty formidable, aren't I? Su Hao gave a foolish grin. The others signaled they had no desire to speak with him. At that moment, the room doors suddenly opened and Warner and the physician stepped out. How is it? Su Hao asked. Alas, Lord Su, this young lady's external wounds are not serious. Rest will suffice. The grave matter is the poison coursing through her veins. I fear my medical skills fall short. I cannot purge this toxin. Without a renowned physician or an antidote, her life hangs by a thread. The physician said helplessly. Young master, what should we do now? This young lady hasn't regained consciousness since she returned. Warner also asked worriedly. Purging poison. Then there's nothing to worry about. Here, Warner, feed this to her. In half an hour, trouble the physician to check again and see if the poison has been resolved. Su Hao retrieved a detoxification pill from his system space and handed it to Warner. Very well, young master, I'm going right now, Warner said and sprinted into the room. Though the physician had no idea what that pill of Su Hao's was, half an hour was something he could certainly wait for. Half an hour later, the physician entered to take Yun Lu's pulse. To his astonishment, he discovered all traces of poison had vanished. When he inquired whether Su Hao practiced medicine, Su Hao could only claim he had obtained the detoxification pill by chance. What else was he supposed to say? He also asked the physician to prescribe several healing formulas, had Zhao Hu accompany him to collect the medicine, and paid the consultation fee. That evening, Yang Yanhua mooched a dinner off Su Hao before returning to Jinbei Royal Manor. Upon arriving, he was intercepted in the main hall by Yang Wanqing, who was reading a military treatise. Why are you back so late? A sister, you don't understand. I was incredibly busy today and only just got back. Yang Yanhua quickly recited his premeditated excuse. Think before you speak, or I'll take you to the martial arts ground and say it there. Yang Wanqing kept her eyes fixed on the military text without looking at Yang Yanhua as she spoke. Her little brother shivered. Sister, I visited Su Hao's shop at noon. Only his steward and a fat man were there. They said you and Su Hao didn't go at all today. Where did you go? Learning how to lie from Su Hao, have you? Yang Wanqing slammed the military book heavily onto the table. Su Hao, don't slander me. I didn't teach him. Your brother is naturally skilled at lying. Yang Yanhua nearly knelt. He quickly recounted everything that had happened that day, even mentioning Su Hao giving him candy. Look at how scared the kid was. Little brother thought, nonsense, my face is still swollen. Yang Wanqing listened in surprise. What? Su Hao encountered Jianghu assassins. Is he alright? Her sudden agitated concern left Yang Yanhua staring at her in astonishment. Ahem, why are you looking at me? Speak. Yang Wanqing said embarrassedly. Little brother Su Hao, look at what your bouquet did to my sister. Ah, he's fine. He barely escaped danger. My men and I returned in time and dealt with the assassins. Then he rescued a rather beautiful woman and brought her back to the manor. I had dinner at his place and came straight back. Seeing his sister's mood had calmed, Yang Yanhua condensed the account. A rather beautiful woman. What's her relationship with Su Hao? Yang Yanhua, sister, you're done for. I don't know her and neither does Su Hao. In fact, those assassins were targeting that woman. Su Hao rescued her and was subsequently hunted by the assassins. She's currently recuperating at the Prime Minister's mansion. Yang Yanhua explained. Yang Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief. That's all. Alright, sister, have you ever heard of someone suddenly possessing years of pure internal energy? Yang Yanhua paused, then asked. What nonsense are you spinning now? That's impossible. Martial arts require gradual refinement. There is no shortcut. At your age, all you want is to be lazy. Yang Wanqing's torrent of lecturing nearly brought Yang Yanhua to tears. Sister, that's a lie. How can there be no shortcuts? Someone closed their eyes and opened them, and boom. Internal energy appeared. You dare talk back? Who is this person? Yang Wanqing glared at him. Su Hao? I saw it with my own eyes. His internal energy suddenly manifested. He's incredibly formidable. That thick stone table. He split it in two with a casual slap. Yang Yanhua demonstrated vividly. Su Hao. Yang Wanqing was startled. Yes, sister, I'm not lying this time. If you don't believe me, go ask Su Hao's subordinates at the Prime Minister's mansion. They all saw it. This lad now possesses the internal energy of a top-tier warrior. Aside from not knowing any techniques, he's no inferior to them. Yang Yanhua said excitedly. Yang Wanqing fell silent, stunned. Then, Su Hao must simply possess extraordinary talent. A faint smile lingered at the corner of Yang Wanqing's lips after she spoke. Yang Yanhua was completely dumbfounded. Sister, you're so? What's the word? Double standards. So double standard. The moment it's about Su Hao, he's extraordinarily talented. But he would never dare say that aloud. That's all, sister. Yang Yanhua said obediently. Very well. I won't punish you this time. But if you dare lie to me again, I wouldn't dare. There won't be a next time. That evening in the courtyard, Su Hao held a sword. Not Yun Lu's, but a fine blade he had taken from the Prime Minister's mansion armory. Su Hao was practicing sword forms, specifically the few moves he had learned from the assassins that afternoon. To his surprise, he discovered he could derive a complete sword technique from these few moves. Su Hao knew this was the work of his martial arts clarity talent. Only now did he fully grasp how heaven-defying this gift truly was. It could even deduce and perfect martial arts techniques. Of course, Su Hao also felt the assassin's swordplay was too rudimentary, making the deduction effortless. Just as Su Hao was deeply engrossed in his practice, Warner came running from the adjacent courtyard. Young master, that young lady has awakened. She says she wishes to see you, Warner reported. Very well, I know. Su Hao sheathed his sword, stretched his limbs, and followed Warner. Su Hao entered Yun Lu's room, and immediately saw her already standing. How impressive. You were injured so severely, yet you're out of bed. Su Hao exclaimed in surprise. But the next moment Yun Lu turned around, her expression cold, her gaze sharp as blades. Su Hao thought to himself, trouble. Warner, exit. Su Hao quickly pushed Warner out from behind him. Sure enough, just as Su Hao had feared, whoosh, Yun Lu drew her own treasure sword from beside the bed, the blade pointing directly at Su Hao. Pervert. Good heavens, revered heroine, please listen to me. Su Hao cried out. Facing Yun Lu's sword strike, Su Hao instinctively raised his own long sword to block. Seeing that Su Hao had blocked her attack, Yun Lu was somewhat surprised. Although she had no intention of killing this pervert, and had held back, she was still injured. Yet her poison had been cured. She was an innate realm warrior. This pervert was clearly no ordinary man. She increased her force once more. Su Hao, without overthinking, immediately unleashed the newly deduced sword technique. Within moments, sword lights clashed throughout the room. Outside, Warner witnessed the scene and hurried off to fetch Ding Xiao and the others. Just a few exchanges into the fight, Su Hao still felt confident in himself. But as Yin Lu's true strength gradually revealed itself, damn, I can't win this, I really can't beat her. At this moment, outside the door, Ding Xiao and a host of Prime Minister's residence guards rushed in. Su Hao had just parried Yin Lu's sword strike and was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, Yin Lu suddenly changed her move, grabbing Su Hao's collar and placing her long sword across his neck. Make them retreat. Young master, young sir. Everyone was shocked. Excuse me, sister, let's talk this over reasonably. Even if I saw you accidentally, at least I'm the one who saved you, right? Su Hao cursed internally. What hero rescuing the beauty? All those stories about someone marrying their savior just from one glance were complete nonsense. I said it again, make them leave. Enduring the pain from her wound, Yin Lu spoke near Su Hao's ear. Did you hear me? Get out. Su Hao quickly ordered everyone to retreat. Ding Xiao and the others hurried out the door. Sister, please put down your sword. I can't beat you anyway, right? Su Hao carefully glanced at the sword on his neck as he made the suggestion. Yin Lu released Su Hao and spun around to change her stance, standing face to face with him. However, what remained unchanged was the long sword still resting against Su Hao's neck. Tell me, what connection do you have with those demonic cult villains? Are you one of them? Yin Lu demanded sharply. Since when? Do you still remember I saved you during the day? Su Hao was speechless. Yin Lu frowned and thought for a moment. How do you explain your sword technique? Yin Lu asked coldly. Sword technique? I just learned it recently. Su Hao quickly told the truth. Who taught you? With what purpose? Who taught me? Those people who were chasing you in the afternoon. I learned it with the purpose of saving you. Yin Lu was completely confused by this. Explain yourself clearly. No, that person used this sword technique to try to kill me, and I learned it just by watching a few times. Su Hao explained briefly. Do I look like a fool to you? Yin Lu asked. No, not at all. You're quite pretty, and probably pretty smart too. Su Hao replied awkwardly. Then why are you lying and trying to deceive me? How could anyone possibly learn it just by watching a few times? Yin Lu shouted. You don't believe me. Should I believe you? Yin Lu asked. My name is Su Hao. You can ask anyone in the capital. Su Hao said. Ask about what? Yin Lu asked. Me, the son of the Prime Minister of Great Wudong Dynasty. Living a comfortable life, eating the imperial grain, why would I go join some demonic cult and become a hoodlum? Does that sound reasonable to you? After Su Hao finished speaking, Yin Lu was also stunned. She looked around at the magnificent furnishings of the room. Don't doubt it, you've been brought to the Prime Minister's residence. Su Hao said helplessly. Yin Lu had already believed most of what he said. Originally, she had only wanted to teach Su Hao a lesson for taking advantage of her. Who knew that Su Hao would use demonic cult sword techniques? That was why she interrogated him. Yin Lu put down her sword. Finally, that explains it. Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Is everything you said true? Yin Lu asked. Su Hao helplessly picked up the sword that had fallen to the ground. Watch me. Su Hao performed sword techniques. Yin Lu had thought Su Hao was about to attack her, but after watching she realized the young man was demonstrating sword techniques. However, why was he using her sword techniques? Yin Lu was greatly shocked. How do you know this? Right, these are the few moves you used just now. But your sword technique is clearly much stronger than that person from the afternoon. I only remembered these moves. Now do you believe me? Su Hao said. Incredible. As Yin Lu expressed her amazement, her expression suddenly twisted in agony. Then she clutched her abdomen. Su Hao looked over and said, your wound is bleeding. Lie down quickly. Su Hao stepped forward to support Yin Lu. What are you doing? Yin Lu asked cautiously. Su Hao released her. Fine, go lie down yourself. I won't touch you. I'll call someone in to look at your wound. You troublesome child. We worked so hard to save you and you had to move around recklessly. Su Hao said crossly as he walked outside. A moment later, Warner came in. Yin Lu recognized her. During the day, it was this girl who had bandaged her wound in the carriage. Miss, my young master is a good person. He's the one who saved you. You cannot keep attacking my young master. Warner said, her tone completely different from her usual timid self, serious and dissatisfied as she spoke to Yin Lu. Your young master, his name is Su Hao? This place is really the Prime Minister's residence? Yin Lu asked to confirm. Yes, indeed. If we hadn't gone out and my young master hadn't pulled you out of the river, you would have drowned by now. There were also several very fierce people who came to pursue and kill you. They demanded my young master hand you over, but he refused and protected us instead. Warner recounted the events. A hint of guilt flashed across Yin Lu's expression. My apologies. I acted too hastily. Thank you, miss. Yin Lu said politely. It's nothing. My name is Warner, I'm the young master's maid. Warner returned to her gentle demeanor as she treated Yin Lu's wound. That night, Su Hao did not go to see Yin Lu again. The night passed. When Su Hao got up in the morning, he was stretching in the courtyard. He asked Warner about Yin Lu's condition. Young master, that young lady has already eaten breakfast, taken her medicine, and is resting quietly in her room. Warner reported. All right, let her rest. Su Hao said. Indeed, Yin Lu was quite severely injured. Even though she had beaten him up yesterday, that didn't mean her wound could heal so quickly. As Su Hao stretched, he was also thinking. Originally, he was supposed to rest yesterday, but he ended up saving Yin Lu by accident. Should he continue his rest today? After thinking for a while, Let's take it as it comes. At this moment, he saw Hua stumble and run over from the side courtyard. Brother! Hua called out happily. Su Hao happily waved her over. Hua ran over obediently and hugged Su Hao's leg. Brother, are we going out to play again today? Hua asked. At your young age you should focus on studying hard and not just think about playing. Su Hao unconsciously repeated what adults always tell children in his previous life. Huh, Hua said, scratching her little head. Hua hasn't learned anything. Su Hao was momentarily stunned. Then he squatted down to look at Hua. Does Hua want to read books and learn characters? Su Hao asked. Hua looked at Su Hao with bright, delighted eyes. Can Hua? Of course, as long as you want. Su Hao said confidently. Looking at Hua's age, she was indeed at the right age for early education. Wanted to know if there are any kindergartens around here? Su Hao asked without thinking. What? Young master, what's a kindergarten? Wanner asked confusedly. Su Hao slapped his own forehead. I mean a private school, a place where children go to study. Su Hao asked. Wanner thought for a moment and shook her head. Wanner doesn't know. Su Hao then had someone summon Zhang Long to ask this young man. Young master, the places to study in the capital aren't they just academies? Zhang Long said. Academy. Su Hao suddenly recalled information about the academy. The academy, a gathering place for scholars from across the land in the capital. Those admitted are considered halfway to entering the Dao court, with students traveling thousands of miles from all corners of the nation each year to pursue their studies. Young master, have you forgotten? You were once a student at the academy too, but were sent back for being too unruly. Father even went to beg the master on your behalf back then, and the master called you uncarvable rotten wood. Zhang Long began recounting Su Hao's history. Enough, I remember now. No need to go on. Su Hao's face flushed red, looking at Wanner and Hua who were listening with great interest. What's wrong with the young master? Doesn't the young master care about his dignity? Then is there no place for children to study? Su Hao asked. Zhang Long shook his head. For ordinary families, how can they afford to send their children to school when they can barely afford to eat? Su Hao came to understand. Dao was much like the ancient times of his past life, with expensive paper and backward printing technology, making books even more costly, unaffordable for ordinary families. Once they grew a bit older, those who could read and write were already considered talents. As for families with better circumstances like Su Hao's official household, they would hire renowned local tutors from childhood to provide early education, and then when older enter the academy to prepare for the imperial examinations. Young master, if you wish for Hua to learn to read and write, we can simply hire a few scholars to come and teach. Zhang Long guessed Su Hao's thoughts as he spoke. Su Hao stroked Hua, who was clinging to his leg. Hua, would you prefer that brother hire a tutor to come teach you at home, or would you rather study alongside everyone else at the school? Su Hao asked Hua. Brother, what does the school look like? Hua was just a child naturally curious about unfamiliar things. The next moment, Su Hao picked up Hua. Let's go today, brother, we'll take you to see what the school is like. Haha, great. Hua smiled happily. Zhang Long quickly went to prepare the carriage, and Zhang Long and Zhao Hu drove toward the academy. Ding Xiu had gone to help Xin Xiuqiu today, so he did not accompany Su Hao. Young master, we have arrived at the academy. Zhang Long stopped the carriage and spoke. The carriage curtain was lifted, and Su Hao, Hua, and Wanner stepped down. Su Hao was now seeing Dao's premier institution with his own eyes. The facade was indeed extraordinary, quite imposing. Indeed, it comes as no surprise. After all, those who emerge from here are assuredly officials. It would be hard to justify anything less grand. Wow, brother, this place is so beautiful. Hua said in surprise. Wanner also nodded in astonishment. Hee, it's decent enough. Let's go in and take a look. Su Hao smiled and held Hua's hand as they walked into the academy. As they walked in, they saw scholars coming and going. Truly a sacred place of learning. Hua and Wanner curiously looked around. Su Hao was introducing things to both of them. The academy's grounds were truly vast. The group walked a considerable distance before reaching a schoolhouse. If carriages were allowed inside the academy, Su Hao would have wanted to ride one. Listening to the resonant reading voices of the scholars within, Hua tiptoed to look inside. Seeing her cute posture, Su Hao picked her up so she could see more clearly. Su Hao, what are you doing? Suddenly a rebuke came from behind them. Su Hao turned around, seeing several scholar students approaching, who looked at Su Hao with disdain and asked, "Who are you? Do I know you?" Su Hao glanced at them contemptuously and asked. Actually, Su Hao recognized them. Several of these people were the ones who had been with Zhao Hao on the street that day. That's right, Su Hao's ex-wife and Zhao Ritian were both students at the academy. Seeing Su Hao's attitude, the group said, "Su Hao, you've been kicked out of the academy by the masters. You still have the nerve to come back and cause trouble. Don't think just because your father is the prime minister you can act with impunity." A scholar pointed at Su Hao and loudly denounced him. The rebuke made Hua somewhat frightened as she clung to Su Hao. Su Hao set Hua down. "Are you blind or something? Which I saw your uncle causing trouble." Su Hao truly didn't want to indulge these pedantic scholars. "You? Su Hao, you're vulgar, daring to curse people," a scholar exclaimed loudly. "So what if I curse you? You dare provoke me when you know your uncle's father is the prime minister. What's with you lot? Is your brain filled with paste? What? You don't want to be civil officials anymore? You bunch of blockheads, have you read yourselves stupid?" Su Hao unleashed his full barrage of insults. These scholars had never heard such vicious words before. They were furious, smoke practically rising from their ears. "You can't even keep up in an argument, what good are you? Hurry and scram," Su Hao said with disgust, and was about to take Hua and the others away. Su Hao, stop right there. The academy is no place for you to run wild. The scholars shouted loudly. Su Hao was angered. So you don't want face when it's given, huh? Forgot your uncle was a spoiled brat, did you? Zhang Zhao, shut them up. I don't want to hear them yapping. Seriously, hanging around with Zhao Ritian has made you all idiots. Su Hao cursed, dissatisfied. Zhang Long and Zhao, who had long since lost their patience. The two clenched their fists and charged toward the scholars. A bunch of idiots daring to curse our young master. Su Hao, stop. At this moment a voice came. The scholars, who had been somewhat panicked, saw the newcomer and looked delighted. Senior Sister Xuanlu. Everyone called out. Zhang Long and Zhao, who stopped and looked back at Su Hao, asking what to do. Oh, isn't this my ex-wife? Do you have classes today, oi? Su Hao asked teasingly. Zhao Xuanlu frowned and walked over. Su Hao, don't call me that recklessly. What are you doing here? Are you going to let your people commit assault in the academy? What do you want, a medal? Where's your unlucky brother Zhao Ritian? Haven't healed yet, have you? Don't forget your lesson. Su Hao certainly didn't want to give this woman any face. You? Zhao Xuanlu trembled slightly with anger behind Su Hao. Zhang Long, Zhao, who 2 slaps each, let them remember this lesson. Hit. Su Hao said sternly. Yes. The two accepted the order, and before anyone could react, Zhang Long and Zhao, who had already charged into the crowd. The sound of slapping had already echoed. Resist. Forget it if they couldn't handle these weak scholars. Zhang Long and Zhao, who might as well quit. Su Hao, what exactly are you trying to do? Zhao Xuanlu asked anxiously. This was already the second time Su Hao had disregarded her dignity. Do I need to report to my ex-wife? Su Hao gave her a sideways glance and said, Nonsense. This is a sacred place of the sages. What kind of behavior is this making such a commotion? A hoarse rebuke came from the schoolhouse. Su Hao glanced over, then beckoned to Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. The two understood without words, stopped, and returned to their positions. Master Kong, the master has arrived. Master Kong, you must give us justice. The beaten scholars quickly cried out their grievances. Zhao Xuanlu also hurriedly bowed to the old man. Master Kong, this old man walked to stand before the group. More scholars, drawn by the commotion, had gathered around. Su Hao, it's you. You come to the academy to cause trouble. Do you want this old man to memorialize the emperor against your father? Su Hao looked at this old man. This was the Master Kong who had called his former self uncarvable rotten wood, and then expelled him from the academy. Of course, given how the former self had behaved, being expelled was justified. No, Kong Fuzi, what you're saying is wrong. Why drag my father into my affairs? Are you looking for trouble? You ungrateful fool. A father who fails to teach his son deserves criticism. I must certainly ask the Prime Minister how he managed to raise such an illiterate ruffian. Kong Fuzi berated him. Su Hao clapped his hands. Well said. Sound reasoning, well articulated, and perfectly timed. Very well, allow me to ask you, Fuzi. These wretches who speak nothing but filth, who publicly insulted the Prime Minister, a mandarin of the realm, did I as his son go too far by rewarding them with a few slaps? Su Hao asked with unwavering confidence. Kong Fuzi's gaze shifted to the several beaten students. No, sir. We didn't. He's lying. The students scrambled to defend themselves. Kong Fuzi then turned his eyes toward Zhao Xuanlu. Unfortunately, she had arrived later and knew nothing of what transpired, showing no reaction whatsoever. Didn't. If I brought my dear sister to study at the academy, yet you wretches approached saying I was making trouble at the academy simply because my father is the Prime Minister. Isn't this defamation of my father's reputation? Come, let everyone be the judge. Su Hao shouted, waving his arm. The crowd immediately broke into murmurs. Kong Fuzi frowned as he watched the students, rendered utterly speechless, realizing Su Hao spoke the truth. Yet he found it strange. When had this ruffian become so eloquent? What does Fuzi have to say? You wish to petition against my father. Very well. Though I am but a commoner, I will strike the winding drum and petition the sacred emperor, asking his majesty how this academy teaches its students. Su Hao's gaze burned with unwavering conviction as he stared at Kong Fuzi, returning the old man's earlier accusations verbatim. The students buzzed in astonishment. Dare Su Hao speak to Kong Fuzi in such a manner? Kong Fuzi was so furious his breathing grew ragged, yet he found himself unable to refute a single word from Su Hao. What is your purpose in coming to this academy? To cause trouble, Kong Fuzi demanded sternly. Su Hao then pulled the little Hua Hua from behind him. I told you, I brought my sister to study. Hua Hua imitates her brother. Greetings, Fuzi. Su Hao demonstrated a proper teacher-student bow to Kong Fuzi. Hua Hua, still bewildered, mimicked him clumsily. Greetings, Fuzi. Hua Hua spoke in her adorable milky voice. Ridiculous. Absurd. This academy has never accepted children so young. Kong Fuzi swept his sleeve and said coldly. Hua Hua, frightened by his stern demeanor, quickly hid behind Su Hao. Brother, can I not study with this grandfather? He looks so scary. Hua Hua asked pitifully. From the crowd, one of the students who had been slapped earlier spoke up. That's right, Su Hao. You're clearly here to cause trouble. Bringing a little child and a girl at that to study at the academy. Do you think the academy is your private estate? Su Hao shot him a withering glare. Still haven't learned your lesson, have you? The man hastily covered his face and retreated. Hey, girl. Watch your tongue. My ex-wife is standing right there. Who exactly do you think you're looking down upon? Su Hao gestured toward Zhao Xuanlu beside him. Indeed, from the moment that man showed discrimination against women, Zhao Xuanlu had been displeased, even more so than when Su Hao called her his ex-wife. The man quickly bowed to Zhao Xuanlu. Senior sister Zhao Xuanlu, don't listen to his nonsense. This junior brother absolutely meant no such thing. Su Hao, how dare you compare yourself to senior sister Zhao Xuanlu? The man scrambled to flatter her. Hekong Fuzi, does this man's words represent the academy's stance? You won't accept my sister, is that right? Su Hao asked with a cold laugh. Though his words were vulgar, their meaning is essentially correct. The academy exists to cultivate officials for the court. It is not a place just anyone can enter. Kong Fuzi said proudly. Su Hao turned to look at Zhao Xuanlu once more. Ex-wife, do you feel the same way? Su Hao asked with a cold huff. Zhao Xuanlu opened her mouth, glancing at Hua Hua. Your sister is truly too young. She should first learn some introductory materials. She truly isn't suited for the academy at this time. If she wishes to learn, you could send her to my residence. I'll teach her. After Zhao Xuanlu finished speaking, Su Hao nodded with satisfaction. Finally something sensible. What an eye-opener. Very well, I was once a student of this academy too. All you scholars and talents present, may I ask a question? What is the purpose of reading? Su Hao asked loudly. Scholar A, obviously to cultivate oneself and refine one's character. Scholar B, to endure years of hardship in pursuit of the imperial examination. Scholar C. Many scholars voiced their opinions in a cacophony. And you, Fuzi, what is the purpose of reading? Su Hao turned to Kong Fuzi and asked. Ahem, scholars read, of course, to serve the monarch and repay the nation, to contribute to the court. Kong Fuzi replied confidently. Su Hao once more turned his gaze to Zhao Xuanlu. Ex-wife, what do you think? Zhao Xuanlu considered carefully. Within books are beautiful women. Before she could finish, Su Hao shook his head and waved his hand dismissively. That's not it. You should read to prove that no one can say women are inferior to men, to prove that women can hold up half the sky. These two sentences left Zhao Xuanlu frozen in shock. No one can say women are inferior to men. Ridiculous. How could women possibly hold up half the sky? The same student who had been slapped earlier objected again. How can they not? Let me ask you, what about the heaven strategy, General Yang Wanqing? Women may be delicate by nature, but General Yang forsakes feminine attire for armor, slaying enemies on the battlefield. Which enemy man could possibly match her? Su Hao walked toward that student step by step, speaking each word with precision. The student retreated speechlessly, but he wasn't finished yet. And what of our current sovereign, the Empress? Tell me, is her governance and martial prowess comparable to any man? If you say the Empress and General Yang are merely rare exceptions, then fine. Let me ask you this, were you not born of your mother? Go home, kneel before your mother, and ask her whether women can hold up half the sky. You good for nothing. Su Hao's final outburst sent the student tumbling to the ground. Su Hao waved dismissively. Is that all? Su Hao, by your logic, everything we said was wrong. Then tell us, for what purpose do you read? Someone shouted. Hey, you may read for self-cultivation, for examinations and glory. All acceptable, all valid. But this question truly asks what makes a scholar of character. Su Hao answered with a smile. The crowd seemed somewhat puzzled. Su Hao lifted Hua Hua into his arms. Hua Hua, brother will teach you. Why does a true scholar read? To cultivate oneself, govern the family, and pacify the realm. Su Hao walked toward the crowd with Hua Hua in his arms. To establish a righteous spirit for heaven and earth, to safeguard the livelihood of all people, to inherit the profound wisdom of the sages, and to secure lasting peace for generations to come. Su Hao's 4 loud sentences left the students dumbfounded, all repeating them under their breath. Hua Hua in Su Hao's arms scratched his head. Brother, it's too long. Hua Hua can't remember it. Haha, it's fine. Just remember this. You are the future of this nation. Study for the rise of De Wu. Su Hao said with a smile. Hua Hua remembers. Hua Hua will study for the rise of De Wu. Hua Hua obediently replied. Su Hao looked back at the dumbfounded scholars of the academy. Hua Hua's teaching ability is just average. We won't study here anymore. Let's go back. I'll build you a school, brother. Su Hao confidently finished his words, embracing Hua Hua as he and Wanner's group departed. Zhao Xuanlu's gaze remained fixed on them, muttering to herself, study for the rise of De Wu. After leaving the academy, Su Hao's group reached their carriage when a commotion erupted behind them. They turned to see the main gate of the academy, where several officials were pushing a student out. Hurry and leave. Everyone please be lenient. I promise I'll pay the room and board fees within these few days, the pushed student pleaded. You haven't paid last month's fees either. This academy isn't a charity. Get out. The student was pushed down the steps and sat dejectedly with his books. Hey! Suddenly a voice rang out before him. The student looked up and was startled. 2 intimidating figures stood before him. What do you want? He asked, clutching his books. But the next moment Zhang Long and Zhao Hu had already hoisted him up. Indeed, the ones who came looking for him were Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. Let me go. Help, the student cried. But before despair could overwhelm him, he was brought before the carriage. Stop yelling. Our young master wants to see you. Zhao Hu said impatiently. The student was bewildered as the carriage curtain lifted. Hi brother, what's your name? Su Hao greeted him playfully. I am Lu Wenjung. Who are you? What do you want with me? Lu Wenjung asked. Brother Lu, what just happened? Care to share? Su Hao asked curiously. I spent all my money on books and had nothing left for room and board, so the academy expelled me. Lu Wenjung said with a sigh. No one would assume the academy was free. Books cost money, writing materials cost money, and lodging and meals cost even more. Every aspect required payment. If you had no money, you couldn't study. Then you've come to the right person. I'll pay you 10 taels of silver a month. Will you work for me? Su Hao asked bluntly. Huh, 10 taels. What do you do? Even if I starve, I would never do anything illegal. Lu Wenjing said righteously. Su Hao chuckled. This fellow actually had principles. Don't worry, it's teaching. Can you do it? Teaching? Lu Wenjing shook his head sadly upon hearing this. Why is that? Su Hao asked. My knowledge is limited, and I'm unwilling to mislead young students. Damn it, you're really dragging your feet. Can't you teach a child my sister's age? Have you been reading all these years for nothing? Su Hao said impatiently, pointing at Hua Hua as he scolded Lu Wenjing. Huh, initial education. I can do that. Lu Wenjing regained his confidence. It's not just my sister, it's many children. One person won't be enough. Go find friends or fellow students who can teach. The same monthly 10 taels applies, and I'll cover all your ink, paper, and brushes from now on. Su Hao finished speaking and held out his hand to Wanner. Wanner understood and produced a heavy money bag, placing it in Su Hao's palm. Su Hao tossed it to Lu Wenjing. This is 50 taels, the first month's wages for you and anyone you recruit. As he spoke, Lu Wenjing trembled as he opened the bag and found genuine silver inside. You're just giving this to me. What do you want me to kowtow to you to? Cut the nonsense. Go find people and come to the Prime Minister's mansion early tomorrow morning. Su Hao said. Wait, you're just giving this to me. Aren't you afraid of me? Lu Wenjing asked awkwardly, as if wondering if Su Hao wasn't afraid he would run away. Look me up, I'm Su Hao. If you run, it means I misjudged you and the money buys me a lesson. That's fine. See you later. Zhonglong Zhaohu, let's go home. Su Hao said, lowering the carriage curtain. The carriage drove away, leaving the bewildered Lu Wenjing clutching the money bag. That evening at the palace. Your Majesty, Su Hao went to the academy early this morning. A guard reported to the Empress. Huh, what is this fellow doing at the academy again? The Empress asked, puzzled. It seems he wanted a little girl to attend the academy, but it ended on a sour note. I recorded the entire process. Please review it, Your Majesty. The guard handed a small booklet to his attendant, who passed it to the Empress. The Empress opened the booklet. At first she thought it was merely a comedy, but as she read on, her eyes widened. To establish conscience for heaven and earth, to secure livelihood for the people, to continue lost learning for past sages, to bring peace for all generations. Su Hao, are you trying to become a sage? The Empress murmured. She then waved her hand, dismissing the guard. A smile crossed her face. Who says women are inferior to men? Women can hold up half the sky. I govern the nation and achieve both civil and military glory. Can any man rival me? Quite interesting. Meanwhile, at the Jinbei prince's mansion, Yang Wanqing sat with a worried expression, staring at the desk where some fading roses lay. Why can't I keep them alive? They've withered so quickly already. Yang Wanqing muttered to herself, when suddenly Yang Yanhua burst in hurriedly. Sister. Yang Wanqing quickly composed herself, shedding her girlish demeanor. What is it? Running around in such a flustered manner. Where is your decorum? Sister, it's not about me. It's about Su Hao. This fellow, huge scene at the academy today. Yang Yanhua said. Yang Wanqing looked at him in surprise. Su Hao? What was he doing causing trouble at the academy? Who knows? It's all the talk. People say he even mentioned you in public. Yang Yanhua was also puzzled. Mention me. What did he say? Yang Wanqing asked curiously. Let me think. How did this fellow put it? Oh, right, him. As for the current Tiansu General Yang Wanqing, though women are naturally gentle, General Yang prefers armor over makeup. On the battlefield, can any enemy soldier withstand her? Yang Yanhua recited with feigned grandeur. But the next moment Yang Wanqing's face flushed red. Why would he say such things? Yang Yanhua, oblivious to his sister's reaction, continued. I think those pedantic scholars were saying women shouldn't study. Su Hao retorted that women are not inferior to men and can hold up half the sky, using you as an example. He left those scholars speechless. Honestly, this fellow really knows how to speak. Hearing these words, Yang Wanqing rose and walked to the window. Who says women are inferior to men? Su Hao, you truly understand me. Yang Wanqing gazed resolutely at the moon in the sky. Yes, when she had first entered the military camp, no one had believed in her. But she was determined to prove that the banner of the Jinbei prince's mansion would never fall under her watch. At the Shangshu residence, Zhao Xuanlu had remained in the study since returning from the academy. Just then the study door opened, and Zhao Hao entered leaning on a cane. Su Hao, Ritian, what's wrong with you? Zhao Ritian, get lost. Sister, why didn't you come to dinner? Zhao Ritian walked over and asked. I'm not hungry. Little Hao, you go ahead and eat. Zhao Xuanlu didn't even lift her head as she spoke. Sister, what are you looking at? Zhao Hao curiously approached and asked, gazing at the desk Zhao Xuanlu had been staring at. The next moment Zhao Hao saw on the desk a piece of calligraphy. To establish a heart for heaven and earth. Zhao Hao read aloud. Indeed, the characters were written by Zhao Xuanlu after she returned in the afternoon, and she had been gazing at them all afternoon. As expected of my sister, a talented woman of our age. To harbor such a grand aspiration, the spirit within these characters makes this humble brother feel inadequate. Zhao Hao, assuming Zhao Xuanlu had written it, immediately praised her with admiration. Little Hao, for such words to come from a scholar's mouth. Does it not give us the learned a sense of direction? Zhao Xuanlu asked softly. Naturally, sister. Rest assured, for such a grand aspiration, this humble brother will fulfill it for you in the future. Leave it to me. Zhao Hao leaned on his cane and patted his chest as he spoke. He may have exerted himself a bit too much, for he coughed twice. Zhao Xuanlu stared at him with a strange expression. Why should you complete it for me? Sister's grand aspiration is thus, but sister is after all a woman. Such an arduous path. Let this humble brother complete it for you instead. Zhao Hao felt his words were impeccable. Wouldn't Zhao Xuanlu be deeply moved? But immediately his mood soured, for Zhao Xuanlu looked at him with a tormented expression. What's wrong with being a woman? Don't you understand? This is not one person's aspiration, but the aspiration of all scholars under heaven. Zhao Xuanlu spoke with a stern voice. The next moment, she picked up the calligraphy and tore it apart, startling Zhao Hao. Sister, what's wrong with you? Zhao Xuanlu gazed sadly out the window. Such a grand aspiration, I am not worthy of it now. These words were not spoken by me. Do you know who said them? Who? Su Hao. Zhao Xuanlu directly spoke Su Hao's name. Zhao Hao's cane fell from his hand. Who? Su Hao? Impossible. Zhao Hao responded with shock and indignation. As if she wasn't at all surprised by Zhao Hao's reaction, today Su Hao said it in front of everyone at the academy. Even Confucius was present. Zhao Xuanlu spoke calmly. Impossible, I don't believe it. Even if he said it, he must have copied it. It wasn't his own words. Zhao Hao's voice grew louder as he spoke, as if the louder he was the more it proved his point was correct. Zhao Xuanlu suddenly turned her head and looked at him with a strange expression. Copied. Little Hao, then tell me, where should one go to copy such words of the sages? For such a grand aspiration, whose words should Su Hao have copied? Zhao Xuanlu's question was like a heavy hammer striking hard at Zhao Hao's Dao heart. No, impossible, impossible. At this moment, Zhao Hao's mind was like paste, constantly muttering and repeating impossible from his mouth. Zhao Xuanlu sighed helplessly. All right, go have your meal. Tell father not to wait for me. Go out now. As Zhao Xuanlu spoke, Zhao Hao foolishly turned around, forgetting he hadn't picked up his cane, and almost fell. Then he awkwardly picked up the cane, glanced at Zhao Xuanlu, gritted his teeth, and went out. Today's sister was different, and even more different was that playboy Su Hao. That statement certainly wasn't from him. How could it be? Su Hao Ritian, you understand me best. Of course I couldn't have said those words. Only you know what I'm capable of. Zhao Ritian, one-on-one, come out. After Zhao Hao left, Zhao Xuanlu silently took out another piece of paper from her sleeve. On it, written in clear and resolute handwriting, were the words, who says women are inferior to men. Zhao Xuanlu looked at the words, recalling how Su Hao had spoken with such spirit at the academy today, recounting the current empress and General Yang Wanqing. For some reason, hearing Su Hao speak of these two filled Zhao Xuanlu with an inexplicable ache in her heart, as though Su Hao were telling her directly that she, Zhao Xuanlu, could not compare to those two. In the past, within the imperial capital, setting aside the empress Zhao Xuanlu and Yang Wanqing, this literary figure and that martial one had always been renowned as the two remarkable women of the capital, matched in both appearance and ability. But after hearing Su Hao's words today, Zhao Xuanlu felt uncomfortably that she was somewhat unworthy of her reputation. On the other side, Su Hao, who had returned from the academy, had no idea that his few words of mockery toward the academy had caused such a stir. He was currently busy calling Shin Shiqiu over. Paper must be produced as soon as possible. Su Hao said seriously. Rest assured, young master. The tools and materials have all been secured. We merely await your command, and Shun guarantees that production capacity will be ensured. Moreover, our technology and costs, compared to those paper merchants on the market, no, they simply cannot compare. As long as our product circulates in the market, we will certainly make a profit, Shin Shiqiu said with conviction. According to what we discussed earlier, the price will be low, just a bit lower than the paper on the market. When they lower their prices, we lower ours as well. I want to gradually bring down the price of paper and then compete with them on production volume. Su Hao spoke, and Shin Shiqiu nodded. By the way, there are a few more matters. First, immediately go collect books from the market. For the books we acquire, begin printing according to the technology one provided. The same principle applies. Our books must be priced lower than those on the market. There's only one requirement, make them affordable for scholars. Su Hao continued his instructions. Rest assured, young master. Shin understands. Second, go count how many of our workers have children at home. Once the count is complete, tell them that as long as they are workers of our Su family, their children can all enter my private school to learn to read and write. As Su Hao spoke, young master, this might not be appropriate. Although our workers' monthly wages are higher than those of other workers, the cost of education is still too burdensome for them, Shin Shiqiu said with concern. Who said we're charging? It's all free. For the children's education, paper books, all given to the workers at cost price. Now they can afford to send their children to school, right? Su Hao asked. Shin Shiqiu's eyes lit up as if two small abacuses were spinning rapidly in his eyes. Yes, absolutely. But young master, if we don't charge, won't we have to bear all these costs? Losing money. Su Hao looked at him strangely. Master Shun, if you're going to complain about being poor, I'll kick you. Don't think I don't know how fast you've been moving these past couple of days. I've already recovered the costs I gave you, and those 2 glass cups. You sold them at outrageous prices. Su Hao scolded in annoyance. No, just a small profit, a small profit. Shin Shiqiu said, awkwardly, thinking to himself, it must have been Ding Xiu who said that bastard. Ding Xiu, you didn't give me a hush fund. Besides, no matter how much you give me, I couldn't hide it from the young master. Su Hao sighed. We'll have to pay compensation, of course, but this amount we can still afford. Old Shin, you need to work harder. There will be plenty of opportunities to lose big money in the future. After Su Hao finished speaking, Shin Shiqiu was on the verge of tears. Boss, do you hear yourself? Is that even human speech? Is it easy for me to make money? I don't believe me. If I set up private schools in the imperial capital, I'd only lose a small amount. But what if I established them throughout the entire Great Wu? After Su Hao finished speaking, Shin Xiuqiu stood dumbfounded. Then we'd lose everything. You're joking, right, young master? Shin Xiuqiu asked with a bitter expression. Hell, when it comes to doing good deeds, young master never makes empty promises. Su Hao said with a smile. Shin Xiuqiu felt his blood pressure rising, nearly fainting. Alright, stop looking like that. Old Shin, let me tell you, within 10 years business in Great Wu will become much easier. Su Hao said firmly. Why are you so certain, young master? Shin Xiuqiu asked. Because the people of Great Wu can now read. There are fewer ignorant masses, and their thinking has become more flexible. Su Hao said yearningly. Shin Xiuqiu seemed to understand. Young master, don't worry, I'll go handle it right away. I've had Zhang Long find locations for the private schools. When the time comes, we'll immediately have carpenters build desks and chairs for the students according to the number of students. Send them over. Su Hao instructed. Yes, young master. After Shin Xiuqiu left, Su Hao sighed with relief, sat in his chair, and took a sip of tea. Ding, today's good deed task has been completed. The good deed content helped the impoverished scholar Lu Wenjing solve his food and clothing survival problems, and indirectly helped 4 academy students solve their food and clothing problems through Lu Wenjing. Based on the behavioral results evaluation, the host has obtained 1 silver pool lottery draw, 4 bronze pool lottery draws. Su Hao looked at the system prompt in surprise. Damn it, Lu Wenjing is quite capable. If I had known, I would have given him more money. But why are both silver and bronze rewards coming together? What's going on? The silver reward was provided by Lu Wenjing to the host, while the other 4 only provided bronze rewards. Su Hao was surprised. So this Lu Wenjing is different from the others. After all, only the female lead would provide silver rewards, right? Lu Wenjing. Su Hao began searching through the characters in the novel from his memory. Autumn. Su Hao finally remembered. In the original novel, Lu Wenjing was the impoverished scholar saved by the original protagonist Zhao Ritian. After that, he always stayed by Zhao Ritian's side. The reason Su Hao hadn't remembered this supporting character was that Zhao Ritian kept calling Lu Wenjing a nerd, which is why Su Hao had forgotten the supporting character's name. Only after thinking carefully did he remember it. Su Hao was no longer concerned about why Zhao Ritian wasn't around again. He was used to it. The reason Lu Wenjing surprised Su Hao was that although this character didn't have high presence in the early part of the book, his identity later on was truly not low, and he was connected to Su Hao. Because after Su Cheng was brought down by his own good son, Zhao Hao, through his relationship with the Empress, discovered Lu Wenjing's talent. This guy entered officialdom as if he had a cheat, rising rapidly through the ranks, and eventually inherited Su Cheng's position as chancellor, reaching the pinnacle of power. Should I help my father get rid of this usurping kid in advance? So never mind. The future chancellor has already been turned into a teacher by me. Besides, can my father be chancellor for life? Lu Wenjing is really capable. If there's a chance, I'll introduce him to my father and cultivate him as a successor. After Su Hao made up his mind, he began the lottery draw. System all in. Ding, congratulations to the host for conducting 1 silver lottery draw and 4 consecutive bronze lottery draws. Rewards obtained. Reward 1, ancient perfume formula including production processes for various scents. Reward 2, a packet of rose seeds, 100 survival rate for first planting. Reward 3, the 3 great enlightenment readers of ancient times, including 10 copies of each book, and the book content will be automatically input into the host's memory. Reward 4, proficiency in horse riding and archery. Reward 5, spicy strip snacks, 10 boxes, preservative free. Su Hao looked at the rewards. Let me calculate. Am I a lucky person? Definitely. This is a huge jackpot. Originally, Su Hao hadn't had much hope for the bronze lottery draws, but who would have thought that more than half of the rewards were extremely useful to him? Wano, young master. Wano entered and spoke. Take these books and this small booklet to old Shun. For these books, tell him to print as many as he can. As for this booklet, just tell him hunger marketing and he'll understand. Got it. Su Hao instructed. Wano silently repeated it, took the items, and said, I've remembered, young master. Su Hao nodded and Wano left. What he gave to Shin Xiuqiu were the 3 great enlightenment readers of ancient times, Sen Zi Jing by Jia Xing and Shen Ziwan. These 3 books exactly solved Su Hao's urgent problem. He had been worrying about what to teach when the private school opened. The other booklet was the ancient perfume production process. Hunger marketing was also Su Hao's idea for Shin Xiuqiu. Everything was spelled out so clearly that if Shun the grand official didn't understand how to make money, he wouldn't be Shun Wansan. Su Hao happily took out a packet of spicy strips, tasted one with its long-lost flavor, and thought that the system was quite considerate with no preservatives. The system mainly afraid of killing someone. Rose seeds. What's the use? Never mind, I can plant some and sell them another day. Can they be sold? People in ancient times couldn't even afford to eat. Would they have money to buy flowers? Horse riding and archery skills. This was Su Hao's favorite. Yang Yanhua, little brother, this time, let me show you whether I can ride a horse or not. Yang Yanhua, if you have the guts, uninstall the system. After a while, Wana returned after delivering the items. As soon as she entered the door, she smelled a strange odor. Young master, what are you eating? What does it smell like? Wana asked curiously. Su Hao didn't say a word, took out 2 packs, and said, here, delicious food. Remember to give 1 pack to Hua Hua, but it's a bit spicy, don't let her eat too much. Su Hao instructed. Looking at the tempting aroma emanating from the paper package in front of him, Wana happily took it, and said, thank you, young master. Su Hao pointed to his face, and Wanner smiled and kissed him. The system you're going to keep using this trick whenever you give her snacks, right? Wanner left with a blush. Su Hao was just leaning back in his chair when a voice came from the window, startling him. He turned his head and saw Yun Lu standing at the window with a sword in hand. You scared me to death. What have you been watching? Su Hao sighed with relief and asked. I saw you flirting with your maid. Yun Lu said casually. Nonsense, I'm cultivating our relationship. Su Hao said with a blush. TCH. Do you still have that thing you were eating earlier? Yun Lu asked somewhat embarrassedly. You want to try it too? Su Hao asked curiously. Isn't it said that fairies don't eat mortal food? Yun Lu nodded but immediately raised her blushing face. But don't even think about making me kiss you, not a chance. Yun Lu emphasized. Su Hao's expression darkened. What kind of person does she take him for? Though the thought had crossed his mind he'd first need to defeat her. That you cannot eat. Su Hao said calmly. Why, scoundrel, as expected. Yun Lu said angrily. But in the next instant Su Hao reached out to her, and 3 lollipops rested in his palm. What? What is this? Yun Lu asked curiously. Candy. As for that spicy strip, you can't eat it yet. You have injuries and can't have spicy food. I'll give you some candy for now. Once you're better I'll give you that. Su Hao explained. Yang Yinhua, you dog of a thing. Every time I ask you for one you hand them over one by one. Now suddenly you're being generous. Hearing Su Hao's words, Yun Lu felt somewhat embarrassed. It wasn't that Su Hao didn't want to give her any. It was that she couldn't eat right now and she'd even cursed him out. Thank you. How do I eat this? Yun Lu took the lollipop and asked. Su Hao directly unwrapped one and handed it to her. Yun Lu placed it in her delicate lips, and her eyes instantly lit up. Since you treated me to candy, let me teach you martial arts. Doesn't that mean I'd have to become your disciple? Su Hao asked reluctantly. Indeed, the martial arts world took matters of master-disciple lineage very seriously. Each school's techniques were essentially kept within the sect. Yun Lu awkwardly scratched her head. She'd forgotten about this. Suddenly her eyes brightened. How about this? You come back to my sect with me, and I'll have my master take you as his disciple. Your martial arts talent is remarkable. Oh, my master will definitely accept you. Upon hearing this, Su Hao thought. Am I really going to poach from Ritian's territory? Zhao Ritian, damn it, haven't you poached enough already? After some thought, Su Hao sighed. Forget it, I'm far too busy these days. When would I have time? Let's talk about it when the opportunity arises. Su Hao said. What did you say? You're refusing. Do you know who my master is? Yun Lu said in astonishment. Are you joking? I don't even know who you are. How would I know who your master is? Su Hao knew, of course, but could only pretend ignorance. Otherwise, how would he explain it? I forgot. My name is Yun Lu and my master is Yun Huazhenren, the palace master of the Tianshao Palace. Will you still refuse now? Yun Lu revealed her identity, which meant she truly trusted Su Hao now. Oh, I've heard of it, the righteous leader of the martial world. But I'm genuinely too busy. Look at how much I have on my plate every day. Who knows how long it would take to study at your sect? Su Hao said with difficulty. Indeed, without the system, Su Hao would have jumped at the opportunity in a heartbeat. Nonsense. If someone offered him a grandmaster as a patron for free, wouldn't that be wonderful? But the current Su Hao. A grandmaster. Who knows? Someday with a stroke of luck his strength would appear out of nowhere. Learn martial arts from Yun Huazhenren. How could he do good deeds then? No way. With your exceptional talent you must come back to my sect with me. You're wandering around with nothing to do all day. Don't think I don't know you're just a good-for-nothing prime minister's son. Yun Lu said stubbornly while eating candy. Your insults cut deep. Yes, I'm a wastrel, but I have important matters to attend to. For instance, tomorrow I'm planning to open a private academy. Su Hao said awkwardly. An academy? For what? To give children a chance to read and learn. To become literate. Su Hao explained. Why? Yun Lu still didn't understand. If children learn to read and write, they'll understand many truths about life. They can then choose their own paths in the future, right? Su Hao said. I'm asking why you're doing this. Aren't you just a wastrel? Su Hao's expression darkened. Who told you a wastrel can't do good deeds? Prejudice. All prejudice. Su Hao couldn't help but grumble. But wasting such exceptional martial talent without learning martial arts, truly a shame. I believe you could definitely become a grandmaster in the future. Yun Lu said regretfully. Why must I become a grandmaster? What is your purpose for learning martial arts? Su Hao activated his persuasion mode. Of course it's to defend justice and help the weak. Yun Lu answered without hesitation, sharing her goal of becoming a female hero. Oh, so that means you learn martial arts to do good deeds, correct? Su Hao asked. Yun Lu nodded in agreement. Then wouldn't I also be doing good deeds without learning martial arts? Su Hao countered. You? Yun Lu was rendered speechless. She wanted to argue, but he was right. Actually, doing good deeds has no size or significance. And the level of martial arts isn't as important as one might think. A true hero in my heart must live up to 8 characters. Su Hao said. What 8 characters? Yun Lu asked blankly. A hero of greatness serves his country and his people. Boom. Yun Lu's heart trembled violently. Su Hao calmly gazed at Yun Lu. I remember there was a great hero. He was incredibly foolish from childhood with extremely poor martial arts talent. Yet such a person defended against foreign tribes for over a decade, preventing tens of thousands of enemy cavalry from breaching the city walls. In the end, his entire family perished in the battle to defend the city. Su Hao silently gave a thumbs up to Brother Guar in his heart. Yun Lu's eyes grew brighter as she listened. In my heart, only someone like that deserves to be called a true hero. In short, even a grandmaster. If he won't let me do good deeds, this young master has no fear of him. Su Hao wielded the system, who dares to battle. I've made my decision. Yun Lu suddenly leapt through the window. Geez, slow down. Don't tear your wounds open again. What have you decided? Hero, please don't act rashly. Su Hao said helplessly. From this day forward you are a disciple of the Tianshao Palace. I shall take you as a disciple in my master's place. After Yun Lu finished speaking, Su Hao was completely stunned. Can you actually make that decision? Yun Lu's face glowed with confidence. Of course. The next palace master of the Tianshao Palace will definitely be me. What's wrong with my master taking in a disciple? The moment Yun Lu made this bold declaration, Su Hao was dumbfounded. Damn, if your master heard this, wouldn't she die from your filial piety? Just like that you're declaring yourself successor. Seeing Su Hao frozen in shock, Yun Lu grabbed him. No matter what, by calling me one more word of senior sister from now on, you are my junior brother. Yun Lu said stubbornly. Ouch, let go. You're gripping too hard. Are you trying to crush your junior brother to death? Su Hao cried out in pain. Haha, you agreed. Haha, no backing out. Yun Lu said happily. Su Hao rubbed his arm. Coercion, temptation, force. Hero, you truly are a pillar of the righteous way, aren't you? Su Hao resignedly thought, nodding in agreement. Joining the Tianshao Palace wasn't bad either. Wouldn't that make him Tian's senior brother from now on? Having acknowledged the senior brother-junior brother relationship, Yun Lu immediately pulled Su Hao to the courtyard. Junior brother, watch carefully. Your senior sister will teach you that sword technique you glimpsed the other day, the complete form. Yun Lu drew her sword. Ah, senior sister, you're still injured. Could we do this another day? Su Hao expressed concern. It's fine. Watch closely. Yun Lu's sword technique flowed like water and clouds. Because of her injuries, she didn't activate her true chi, but even so, blade energy scattered throughout the courtyard. Soon she completed the entire technique and sheathed her sword. Did you see clearly? This sword technique was created by our master, the Cloud Sky Sword Art. When mastered to its ultimate level, it possesses countless variations. The sword springs from the heart, and its power is boundless. Yun Lu gazed at Su Hao with an air of pride, her meaning abundantly clear. Little brother, hurry up and praise your senior sister. Wasn't that impressive? Yet the seemingly dazed Su Hao walked straight up to Yun Lu. Senior sister, may I borrow your sword? Before Yun Lu could react, Su Hao hooked her sword out with 2 fingers. The treasured blade flew from its sheath, and Su Hao caught it in one swift motion. The next instant, Su Hao's figure began to dance across the courtyard. Every sword technique was a perfect replication of Yun Lu's movements. Though Yun Lu had witnessed Su Hao's talent before seeing it once more with her own eyes, she still felt as though she were dreaming. Unlike Yun Lu, Su Hao seemed to have entered a state of oblivion, his internal energy flowing through the sword's edge as it sent gusts of sword chi sweeping across the courtyard. A complete set of the cloud sword technique was executed by Su Hao. Finally, the treasured sword was precisely sent flying back into Yun Lu's sheath with a single palm strike. Senior sister, was that correct? Su Hao asked with a simple, earnest expression. Was it correct? Yun Lu stood rooted to the spot, murmuring. I told you to learn the sword, not to surpass me. A bitter thought gnawed at Yun Lu's heart. Indeed, given her familiarity with the sword technique, she could see that apart from having less internal energy than her, Su Hao had already mastered this cloud sword technique more proficiently than she had. If comparing, only Yun Huazhenren, the creator of this sword technique, could be considered his equal. How is this possible? I've practiced for so many years, yet he watched once, just once, and already performs the technique like this. It's quite good. Yun Lu forced herself to give a false evaluation, trying to maintain composure. Oh, that's good then. It definitely can't compare to senior sisters. Su Hao felt it was only natural. Little brother, please stop talking. Your senior sister isn't feeling well. Yun Lu wanted to cry. Then senior sister, could you teach me something else? Su Hao asked curiously. Yun Lu simply shook her head, then took her sword and walked toward the courtyard gate, along the way kicking at the pebbles on the path like a child. What's wrong with senior sister? Su Hao scratched his head, bewildered. Senior sister, her Dao heart has shattered. The next day, on a street not far from the Prime Minister's residence at the gate of a massive compound, Su Hao stood before the entrance. Behind him stood 5 scholars, one of whom was Lu Wenzheng from the day before. Early that morning, the 5 had come to report to the Prime Minister's residence. The other 4 had initially been reluctant about working for Su Hao, but in the short span of half a day, Su Hao's several sage utterances had become all the rage at the academy. Lu Wenzheng had directly indoctrinated the group. Fellow scholars, although Su Gongzi has a poor reputation, he also said that we are going there to educate and enlighten the young. Have you all heard his utterances at the academy today? Lu refused to believe that a good-for-nothing playboy could speak such aspirations of a sage. Isn't Su Gongzi's grand ambition beginning right here? After he had the scholars completely confused, Lu Wenzheng continued to fan the flames. Furthermore, working for Su Gongzi has no concerns about compensation. The monthly salary alone can sustain us, while we continue waiting at the academy to pursue official positions. And do you all know whose son Su Gongzi is? After Lu Wenzheng finished, their eyes lit up. The Prime Minister. Indeed, everyone knew Su Hao had become the #1 good-for-nothing of the capital by relying on his father, the Prime Minister. It was all infamy, but if you became one of Su Hao's people, then this good-for-nothing was actually a powerful connection in official circles. Knowing Su Hao meant having a direct line to the Prime Minister. Future paths in government service would be much smoother. Su Hao of course had no idea Lu Wanzhong was saying all this. Otherwise he would certainly have praised him. Well done, lad. Truly the second-generation prime minister. After Lu Wanzhong's analysis, working for Su Hao was infinitely beneficial with no harm. They were all in. So the group had arrived early to meet Su Gongzi. Su Hao looked at the scholars with satisfaction, then led them to the location where the private academy was planned. The courtyard had been purchased yesterday. Shen Qiuqiu had enough workers transforming the interior into a proper academy setting. It was almost complete now. What they were waiting for was students. As if on cue, townspeople began gathering at the main gate. Shen Qiuqiu arrived with his people. Gongzi, everyone is here. Shen Qiuqiu reported. Su Hao looked at the crowd, most of whom were workers from Su family shops, the same group of former soldiers. Su Hao stood on the steps surveying everyone. I don't need to introduce myself, do I? Su Hao asked. No need, employer. The crowd called out. Good, then I won't waste your time. Do you see the courtyard behind me? Do you know what this is for? The crowd shook their heads. This is a place for your children to study and learn to read. After Su Hao finished speaking, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. You must be thinking we can barely afford to eat. How could we have money to send our children to study reading and writing? Su Hao spoke their inner thoughts for them. Yes, employer. The crowd responded. All right, no more jokes. Old Shin, post the notice. Su Hao ordered. Shen Qiuqiu quickly had his men paste the notice at the main gate. Some of you may not know what's written here, so let me explain. Starting today, any child of our Su family shop workers between the ages of 5 and 12 can be sent to study at White Horse Academy. As for the academy's name, Su Hao was simply too lazy to think of one. He had forgotten where in his past life he had heard this name, so he just used it. Employers certainly won't harm us. How much will the tuition be, employer? A man called out loudly. How I love hearing that. Since you're all calling me employer, it's free. Su Hao replied with a smile. The entire crowd fell deathly silent. Really, employer? Someone asked disbelievingly. Would I deceive you? The children will be taught by our teachers for free. As for the paper and books the children will use, I'm sure many of you know what our family's business is. When you return home, Manager Shun will tell you about the Su family's worker benefits. Su Hao said. The next moment the crowd erupted in chaos. Employer is truly a great benefactor. Thank you, employer. If hiring them had given them hope to survive, now giving their children the chance to read, that was giving their families hope for the future. All right. Anyone who wants to enroll their child today, take 1 hour off work. Go home and bring your child here to register. Those without children at home will receive double wages today. Su Hao announced loudly. Yes, employer. Quick, we must send our children to study. Thank you, employer. The crowd dispersed in waves. Su Hao turned around only to see Lu Wanzhong and the others staring at him in stunned silence. What's wrong with you? Su Hao asked. Su Gongzi, was everything you just said really true? Free education with no tuition? Lu Wanzhong asked with difficulty. Oh, don't worry. Learning is free. Your teaching salary, I won't be short a single coin. Teach well. Su Hao said. The group exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison, and all bowed to Su Hao in deep respect. What are you doing? Su Hao was startled. Gongzi is truly noble, the group declared loudly. Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief and returned the salute. You scare me to death. Young Master Su, we can lower our monthly salary, as long as it covers our food and lodging. Lu Wanzhong continued. Several of them nodded in agreement. Hell, I actually think I'm paying too little. Do you know how many servants I have? Su Hao asked with a smile. They shook their heads. Do you think I bought this large courtyard and furnished it for nothing? I don't know the exact number of my servants, but there are definitely at least 2,000. After excluding those without children or who refuse to send them to school, this small courtyard will need to educate hundreds of children in the future. Do you still think this task is simple? Su Hao teased. Lu Wanzhong and the others were stunned. That many? So don't sit idle. Go back and find more teachers for me. The monthly salary remains the same. If you can't find hundreds of children, you'll have to teach them yourselves. Su Hao grinned mischievously. Oh no, let's go quickly. I remember Brother Zhang is also struggling to make ends meet. I'll go find him. Several scholars exclaimed in surprise and were about to leave to recruit more people when Su Hao called out, Wait, Lu Wanzhong. Su Hao stopped Lu Wanzhong and signaled Shen Qiuqiu. His attendant handed a stack of books to Lu Wanzhong. Young master, what are these? Teaching materials. You need to familiarize yourselves with them as soon as possible. I'm sure it won't be difficult. Then teach the children using these. Su Hao instructed. Lu Wanzhong looked at the books, then at Su Hao. Yes, young master. I'll go find people first. Su Hao nodded, and the scholars hurried away with the books. Soon news spread throughout the capital that there was a place where children could receive free education. In the imperial palace, the empress threw down the memorial in her hands in surprise. What? Free? The empress exclaimed. She then looked at Su Cheng beside her, who shared her astonishment. Prime Minister, do you know that Su Hao has established a free private school? The empress asked. Su Cheng helplessly shook his head. Your Majesty, my son has not mentioned this to me recently. This may be another one of his impulsive ideas. Su Cheng said with difficulty. An impulsive idea? As far as I know, your Su family has thousands of servants in the capital. If all their children can receive free education, Prime Minister, this is no small gesture, is it? The empress asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng immediately understood the implication. Your Majesty, forgive me. My son's rash actions have disturbed your Majesty. Su Cheng apologized first. Prime Minister, rise. I do not blame you or your son. Upon reflection, Su Hao's actions are commendable, yet not quite sufficient, the empress mused thoughtfully. Neither Su Cheng nor the other ministers could fathom her meaning. In the courtyard of Beimo Academy, as noon approached, many people had already arrived with their children to enroll. Lu Wenjing and the others had returned and were registering the children. Their efficiency was remarkable. In just a short time, they had recruited over 10 teachers. The teaching resources were temporarily sufficient. Lu Wenjing attributed this success mainly to the 3 books Su Hao had provided: the 3-character classic, the 100 Family Surnames, and the 1,000-character classic. Having read through them on the way, the group was thoroughly impressed and found them extraordinary. Armed with these texts, they effortlessly persuaded scholars to join their cause without much persuasion. Meanwhile, Su Hao sat with Hua Hua perched on his lap. "Brother, please give Hua Hua another one to eat." Hua Hua's pitiful little expression was begging Su Hao for more spicy strips. Su Hao poked her little nose. "No. Look at you, spicy and constantly drinking water. If your stomach doesn't hurt later, that would be strange," Su Hao said with a laugh. Hua Hua pouted cutely, then glanced at Wanner. "Haha, little one, don't look at your sister. She's out too." Wanner smiled and directly exposed Hua Hua's scheme. This made everyone burst into laughter. People continued to arrive with their children to enroll, all from the Su family. Just then commotion erupted outside the main gate. "Young master, there's trouble." Zhao Hu ran in to report. "Trouble? Let's go see." Su Hao rose and said. The group stepped outside the gate and saw a crowd gathered. Zhang Long was shouting loudly, "All right, what's going on?" Su Hao emerged and asked. "Young master, they're causing trouble, disrupting things." Zhang Long pointed at the crowd. Su Hao looked and was taken aback. A familiar face he hadn't seen in ages. "Ri Tian, is that you? Haven't seen you in a few days, and you're still acting like this?" Su Hao asked in surprise. Indeed, at the forefront of the crowd stood Zhao Ritian, leaning on a cane with over a dozen academy students behind him and countless commoners surrounding them outside. Su Hao, cut the nonsense. "We're here this time to demand an explanation from you." Zhao Ritian shouted loudly, pointing at Su Hao. "Get lost. If you want milk, go home and ask your mother. What right do you have to demand anything from me? Are you that fool you need to find trouble?" Su Hao retorted irritably. "Su Hao, you." Zhao Ritian pointed at him in anger. At that moment, Ding Xiu stepped forward with a blade, casually picking his ear. "Kid, your wounds haven't healed, and you still don't learn your lesson. Point at my young master again, and you won't need those fingers." Ding Xiu finished casually. Zhao Ritian sullenly withdrew his hand. "Su Hao, what do you mean by establishing this Beimo Academy? Are you stupid? To read, of course. Do you think I opened an academy to listen to performances in a brothel? Use your head." Su Hao cursed. Zhang Long and the others nearly laughed out loud, while Wanner blushed, wondering why the young master became so irritable whenever this person appeared. "Fine. Reading. Your notice stated that all children of your Su family servants can study at the academy for free." Zhao Ritian declared loudly. "I can read. No need to repeat yourself. Get to the point." Su Hao said impatiently. "Fine, I want to ask. On what grounds can only your Su family's servants' children study for free while forcing our academy students to become teachers?" Zhao Ritian questioned loudly. Before Su Hao could respond, Lu Wenjing stepped forward with several of the first students. "This scholar, your words are misguided. We did not come under duress. We volunteered. Moreover, young master Su pays us a monthly stipend." Lu Wenjing responded loudly. Su Hao watched this scene and thought, not bad, Lu Wenjing is holding his own against this guy. As students of the academy, instead of burying yourselves in study and striving for official examinations, you run about leading others astray. Do you feel worthy of the academy's cultivation and nurturing? Zhao Ritian questioned again. Su Hao glanced at Lu Wenjing with a clear meaning. "If you can't handle it, I'll step in." Lu Wenjing gave him a reassuring look. "Brother, to insult someone's reputation on the spot proves you never learned at the academy." "What do you mean?" Zhao Ritian demanded sharply. "What do I mean? When have you ever seen us lacking the ambition to study, diligently pursue official ranks, and serve the country? Though our talents are modest, we can assist young Master Su in achieving this noble endeavor of universal education and nurturing young minds. We feel an immense sense of honor. Even if Lu Wenjing may never attain official rank in this lifetime, he has found his purpose now. He is willing to remain at Beimo Academy as a teacher, guiding children in their foundational learning, for this life is sufficient." Lu Wenjing's words echoed through the air. Su Hao wanted to give this guy a sarcastic thumbs up. Impressive indeed, drifting further and further away from the person who called you a bookworm all your life. Hearing Lu Wenjing's words, the several scholars behind him immediately followed suit, saying, "We too are willing to stand with Brother Lu." Zhao Hao observed the group performance, his teeth clenched with hatred. "You disgrace the academy, consorting with such a wastrel like Su Hao." Zhao Hao finally revealed his deep-seated grudge against Su Hao. "Bastard Zhao Ritian, speak your mind if you have something to say. What's wrong with me? Did I eat your rice?" Su Hao thought to himself, "You scholars always speak so pretentiously when insulting others. I'm not going to take it lying down." He pointed directly at Zhao Hao's nose and started hurling abuses. "Su Hao, Zhao Hao will tear off your false mask and expose your true colors to everyone here. The people of the capital all know your infamous reputation. Unless you confess your crimes today, we will not stand for it." Zhao Hao shouted sternly, and the dozen or so scholars who came with him all echoed in unison. "We refuse to accept this." Pretty words, anyone can say them. This old man Su Hao has done many things, but they're none of your business. Zhao Ritian, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Take your fools behind you and get out of here. Don't force me to slap some sense into you. Su Hao's temper was completely ignited by these idiots. A smirk crept onto Zhao Hao's face. Su Hao, you can't keep up the act anymore. You want to resort to violence. Yes, that was exactly his intention today, to goad Su Hao into making a move to expose his villainous behavior for all to see. Young master, I can't take it anymore. Let me teach him a lesson. Zhao Hu said with blazing fury. Without a word, Su Hao descended the steps, walked right up to Zhao Hao. Su Hao, you. Before Zhao Hao could finish, Su Hao swung his arm with full force and slapped him hard across the face. Zhao Hao's cane was knocked flying. Damn, your face is really thick. It hurt my hand. I told you to leave, but you wouldn't listen. You actually took my words as empty threats. I said I'd slap you, so I slapped you. Now get lost. Su Hao rubbed his hand and cursed angrily. Zhao Hao was completely dazed from the slap. With some people supporting him, he managed not to fall flat on his face, but his face burned with pain. Under normal circumstances, of course, he wouldn't have been so easily knocked down by Su Hao. But with his injuries preventing him from using his abilities, his true strength was completely useless. Besides, Su Hao was no longer the person he used to be, now possessing divine strength and the internal energy of a top-tier martial artist. Su Hao, I'll kill you. Zhao Hao pointed at Su Hao, his eyes red with rage. Is killing someone supposed to happen with your mouth? Get out of here. Su Hao disdainfully cursed. Zhao Hao glanced at the scholars beside him, and they nodded. Then he stood up and declared loudly, everyone sees this. A bully is a bully. When reason fails, he resorts to violence. His so-called White Horse Academy might just be a cover to deceive and traffic innocent children. Don't be fooled. The scholars incited the surrounding commoners loudly. The crowd erupted in discussion. More and more people gathered. At this moment, Zhao Ritian got up from the ground. Su Hao, let's see how your White Horse Academy recruits students now. Zhao Ritian said in a low voice. Su Hao grabbed him by the collar. Damn it, Zhao Ritian, which one of us is the villain here? Are you out of your mind? You must be sick in the head. Su Hao truly could not endure it any longer. This villain is about to use force, but we outnumber him. Don't be afraid. The scholars behind Zhao Ritian incited the commoners. The crowd began closing in on Su Hao. Not good, young master, retreat quickly. Ding Xiu cried out in alarm. If Su Hao got surrounded by the commoners with so many hands, anything could happen. Just then from outside the crowd came the clanging sound of armor and galloping horses. The commoners looked and hastily stepped aside. Here came Yang Wanqing, her military armor gleaming, radiating an imposing presence on horseback. Yang Yanhua also rode alongside, followed by a squad of Jinbei Prince's personal guards. They instantly pushed the crowd back away from the entrance of White Horse Academy. I am Yang Wanqing. Who dares cause trouble at the White Horse Academy? Yang Wanqing rested her hand on the sword at her waist, fixing the crowd with a murderous glare. The Tiancel General. It's General Yang of Jinbei Prince's manor. The commoners whispered among themselves. Yang Yanhua dismounted and looked at Ding Xiu and the others. Where's Su Hao? This old man is right here. Damn, I almost got jumped by the crowd. Su Hao squeezed his way out of the crowd, cursing. When Yang Wanqing saw Su Hao emerge, she immediately dismounted. Are you alright? Yang Wanqing asked with concern. Nothing serious, just got pushed around a bit. How come you two are here? Su Hao looked at Yang Wanqing and asked. At this moment, his little brother the show-off poked Su Hao's arm. Hee, I guessed you'd run into trouble, so I brought my sister here to back you up. Pretty cool of me, right? I'm telling you, this won't be over without 2 lollipops. Yang Yanhua had picked up some bad habits from hanging around Su Hao. He was getting good at leveraging situations and mooching off people. Before Su Hao could respond, Yang Wanqing simply reached out and grabbed her unlucky brother's ear. Ouch, sister, that hurts. Yang Yanhua's cool act lasted less than 3 seconds. Yang Yanhua covered his ear and looked at Su Hao. Alright, go cry in the corner. Su Hao took out a package of spicy strips from his chest and handed it to him. What's this? Smells amazing. Yang Yanhua exclaimed in delight as he took the spicy strips to enjoy on the side. When Zhao Hao and his group saw Yang Wanqing suddenly arrive with soldiers, they were thrown into a panic. Of course, Zhao Hao recognized Yang Wanqing, this legendary female general of the capital. Greetings, General Yang. I am Zhao Hao. May I ask the purpose of your visit today? Zhao Hao bowed respectfully from across the guards and asked. Yang Wanqing swept her gaze across the area. Does this general need to report to you? Who among you incited the commoners to attack the White Horse Academy? Step forward. Yang Wanqing's cold voice made those nearby shiver. The scholars who had been so domineering just now all shrunk their necks like quails. A trickle of cold sweat rolled down Zhao Hao's forehead. The next second, he stepped forward. General Yang, your name, as the Tiancel General, resounds throughout the capital, beloved by the people. Perhaps you're unaware of what transpired here. This Su Hao uses the academy as a facade to deceive innocent commoners. General, do not be deceived by such a villain. Yang Wanqing walked step by step toward Zhao Hao. You say Su Hao deceived the commoners. Those people are veterans who retired from the front lines of Dowu's border army. He provides education to their children. Who exactly did he deceive? Or do you take this general for a fool? Answer me. Yang Wanqing demanded coldly. The sword at her waist was almost drawn. Zhao Hao felt an overwhelming pressure from this innate expert, causing his heart to tighten. General Yang, that is not what I meant. Then what did you mean? Today, if you cannot give a satisfactory explanation, I shall take all of you to the academy to ask questions. Whose orders prompted your incitement of the commoners? The iron-blooded pressure of the general was more than these scholars could bear. Zhao Hao knew he could not let this continue. He had to find a way to turn the tables. Su Hao, you claim your academy is free. Then why do you only accept children from your own household staff and refuse children from other commoner families in the capital? Dare you say you have no ulterior motives? Zhao Hao knew he could no longer confront Yang Wanqing directly. He had to find a real target. Listening to Zhao Ritian's words that bordered on moral coercion, Su Hao was about to retort that it was his money, and he could spend it however he pleased, that no one had the right to tell him otherwise. But before Zhao Hao could finish speaking, the surrounding commoners began murmuring amongst themselves. Yes, our children want to learn to read and write too. We could work at the Su family too so our children can study. We're willing. Please, young Master Su, give our children a chance too. The commoners' chatter grew louder and louder. Yang Wanqing listened to the villagers around her being stirred up by Zhao Hao making such unreasonable demands. She was furious. Who was Su Hao? He was just a wastrel. He wasn't the emperor. If they wanted every child to learn to read and write for free, why didn't they ask him to sit on the throne? You? Yang Wanqing was about to scold the foolish commoners, but Su Hao pulled her back. He shook his head, then walked back up the steps and faced the murmuring crowd. May I have a moment of your attention, everyone? Su Hao began to speak, and the commoners turned their attention to him. I understand your wishes. Every parent wants their children to learn to read and write. Whether it's a butcher's son or a farmer's child, everyone deserves a chance to change their fate through knowledge. I understand all of this. Su Hao spoke calmly and loudly. Yes, the demands of these simple folk were excessive. They had never considered whether Su Hao even had such capability. But Su Hao understood that the fault did not lie with the commoners, nor with Zhao Ritian who had incited them. The blame lay with this era, this cruel, class-structured era. The common people at the bottom could not read, did not understand reason, which was why they were so easily manipulated. Ancient laws were strict, so strict that people trembled at the mere mention of them. But the purpose was to make these ignorant people who did not understand boundaries or morality so afraid that they dared not violate the nation's laws. Hearing Su Hao's words, the commoners nodded in agreement. This was exactly what they had been thinking. I never said the White Horse Academy would be the only one. But to open an academy, we need many literate teachers. Right now, this White Horse Academy has several hundred, even nearly 1,000 children. Su Hao's heartfelt words left the commoners stunned. This was a clear and honest accounting. Zhao Ritian was also surprised. He had never expected Su Hao to have taken in nearly 1,000 children. How much would that cost? What was Su Hao thinking, keeping himself busy with this? But Su Hao truly had no desire to deal with this person right now. Seeing the commoners' voices quieting down, Su Hao felt no joy because he could see that what had disappeared was the spark of hope in their eyes. The White Horse Academy will never be the only one. But this cannot depend on Su Hao alone. It depends on all of you. Su Hao spoke again. What can we do, young Master Su? The commoners asked. From this day forward, our White Horse Academy will recruit capable teachers. With more teachers, I can open more White Horse Academies. We also accept donations from anyone, whether money or goods. Let me be clear, these donations are for the children of the Academy. And anyone who donates, even if it's just 1 copper coin, may inspect the Academy's accounts to see exactly where the money goes. Furthermore, at every White Horse Academy, I will erect a merit seal. Anyone who makes significant contributions to the White Horse Academy will be inscribed upon it. Easy words. Who would actually donate? A scholar shouted in retort. Su Hao didn't look at him, but addressed the commoners instead. There will be. Someday, with everyone's help, the White Horse Academy will spread to every town and county throughout Dawu. Your children will all have the opportunity to study. This is all just empty talk to deceive us. Aren't you the sage's disciple? Then show us instead of just talking. Zhao Hao shouted sharply. Yang Wanqing glared at Zhao Hao, wishing she could cut the man down with a single sword. Su Hao let out a desolate, cold laugh. I am no sage. If it all depended on me alone, this world would be doomed. Su Hao's one desolate sentence left all the scholars present speechless. Suddenly a voice rang out from the crowd. Can I sign up to be a teacher at the White Horse Academy right now? Everyone turned to look. Zhao Xuanlu stepped out from the crowd. Sister, why are you here? Zhao Hao asked excitedly. Zhao Xuanlu glanced at him. Go home. Don't cause any more trouble, Zhao Hao. The disappointment in Zhao Xuanlu's voice seemed to be the last straw for Zhao Hao. Why? He asked in disbelief. Zhao Xuanlu ignored him. Instead, she walked firmly towards Su Hao with steady steps. As she passed Yang Wanqing, the two women locked eyes. Zhao Xuanlu nodded at Yang Wanqing first. Then she stood below the steps and bowed formally to Su Hao and the others above. This humble woman, Zhao Xuanlu, wishes to join the White Horse Academy as a teacher. May I? Zhao Xuanlu's voice was loud enough for everyone present to hear. Zhao Xuanlu. Isn't she the first talent of the capital? Such a talented lady wants to teach at the White Horse Academy. The commoners were shocked. To be honest, Su Hao was even more shocked. He never expected that Zhao Xuanlu, who had always sided with Zhao Hao and opposed him, would suddenly want to join him. If his ex-wife had stood on the opposing side to denounce him, Su Hao wouldn't have been surprised at all. But today's Zhao Xuanlu truly shocked him. Su Hao came back to his senses and descended the steps. Unlike his usual habit of calling her his ex-wife, he returned the formal bow with equal respect. On behalf of the White Horse Academy, Su welcomes teacher Zhao. Thank you. I have one request that I hope young Master Su will agree to. Zhao Xuanlu looked at today's Su Hao seriously. Su Hao thought this shouldn't be a trap, should it? Please speak, madam. I do not wish to receive the Academy's monthly salary. Please donate my salary to the Academy instead. At Zhao Xuanlu's words, Lu Wanzheng and the others watching from the side were stunned. Is she putting on a show for us? This beautiful talent becomes a colleague and immediately starts competing with us. Of course, only Zhao Xuanlu could make such a request. After all, she was the noble daughter of the Minister of Revenue. However much her salary might be donating, it wouldn't affect her at all. If Lu Wenjing and the others donated their salaries, they'd starve. Your generosity is truly noble. Su Hao sincerely admired. You're too kind, young Master Su. After Zhao Xuanlu said this with some joy, she returned the bow and naturally stepped up onto the steps, making it clear she was now a member of the White Horse Academy. Suddenly someone in the crowd raised their hand high. I'll donate 100 taels of silver to the White Horse Academy. Everyone was shocked. Su Hao hadn't expected anyone to actually donate. An obese middle-aged man who looked like a wealthy merchant squeezed through the crowd, holding silver banknotes in his hand. Young Master Su, I'm really donating. Are you accepting now? As the middle-aged merchant spoke, yes, we accept. Zhanglong Lu Wenjing, please attend to this gentleman. May I ask your name? Zhao Xinglong. What a fitting name. Your business must surely thrive. Su Hao complimented politely. Haha, thank you for the kind words, young Master Su. Zhao Xinglong laughed happily. You're too kind. Please take Mr. Zhao inside to register. And remember, when we build the merit stealing mark, Mr. Zhao as the first benefactor who donated to the Beima Academy. Su Hao instructed, very well, young master. Please, Mr. Zhao. Zhanglong hurriedly welcomed Zhao Xinglong inside. The common folk murmured in surprise, someone is actually donating 100 taels. Zhao Xinglong glanced back at the crowd, thinking to himself, what do you know? Is 100 taels a lot? It's a considerable sum, but is the money well spent? Absolutely worth it. This academy was founded by Su Hao, and who is Su Hao's father? The current prime minister. His son is having a stele inscribed with his own name recorded at the entrance of this Beima Academy. As long as the academy stands, Zhao Xinglong has effectively spent 100 taels to let everyone know he knows Su Hao. If his family's business faces difficulties in the future, he'll have someone powerful backing him. Moreover, he plans to send his children to the academy once Beima Academy opens its branch schools. Once admitted to Beima Academy, regardless of other matters with the prime minister involved, his children's future prospects are secure. He can only imagine how stable it would be. Among the crowd, the astute aren't limited to Zhao Xinglong himself. Though the man surnamed Zhao got the better of the opportunity, many merchants in the crowd pulled out silver notes and loudly shouted their donations. 50, 100 taels each. When Su Hao saw this scene, he cursed inwardly and thought this was actually working out. He quickly stepped onto th. Once the scale expands, we'll continue to increase enrollment, Su Hao shouted. Really? I'll donate 2. I'm donating 1 coin. I'll go without a meal then. I'm donating 3 coins. For the children, donate. The ordinary commoners also began to shout in unison. Like water dripping through stone at this moment, Su Hao saw hope again in the eyes of the people. At this time, the commoners' recruitment queue had split into 2 lines entering the academy. Zhao Ritian and his followers in the crowd were dumbfounded. Watching this scene, Zhao Ritian was completely stunned. Why was this happening? He knew that whatever he said now would change nothing. Just then a procession arrived at Beima Academy. The imperial edict has arrived. The attendant's sharp voice rang out. The crowd was greatly surprised and quickly made way. Su Hao also rushed out upon hearing the news. The imperial edict has arrived. Su Hao receives the edict. The attendant stepped onto the platform and raised the imperial edict high, shouting. The surrounding commoners all knelt down. Su Hao, reminded by Zhanglong, was just about to kneel to receive the edict when he heard the attendant say to Su Hao, Young Master Su, you are excused from kneeling. You may receive the edict while standing. Su Hao was surprised. So polite. Not even required to kneel to receive the imperial edict. The prime minister's son Su Hao receives the edict. Su Hao receives the edict. Su Hao bowed respectfully. Kneeling wasn't required, but a bow was still necessary. By the will of heaven, Her Female Majesty the Emperor decrees the Prime Minister's son, Su Hao, has shown loyalty to the sovereign and love for the country, as clear as the sun and moon. During the disaster, he voluntarily set up shelters and distributed porridge to relieve the afflicted people and gathered nearly 1,000 households of elderly, weak, and disabled border soldiers to share the court's burdens. Today, he has established Beima Academy in the imperial capital to shelter countless children and provide free education in reading and writing. This act is of boundless merit, and we are gratified. We specially grant Su Hao exemption from kneeling when appearing before the sovereign henceforth, and bestow upon Beima Academy an imperial plaque. So decrees. The attendant read out the imperial edict. Su Hao looked down at Zhanglong behind him. Is that all? This is too stingy, Su Hao complained under his breath. Young master, stop talking and receive the edict quickly. Zhanglong hurriedly reminded him. Thinking to himself, oh ancestors, say less. You're the first one to complain about the emperor's rewards being too little. Young Master Su, please receive the edict. The attendant politely addressed Su Hao. Oh, thank you, eunuch. Would you like to come inside for some tea? Su Hao took the imperial edict and asked politely. Haha, young Master Su is too kind. This old servant has delivered what Her Majesty intended for you, and should return now. If there's an opportunity, this old servant will surely visit your residence. The attendant replied with a smile. Very well, thank you for your trouble, eunuch. Zhanglong, see the eunuch out. Su Hao instructed. Watching the attendant leave, Ding Xiu approached. Young master, a master. Who? That eunuch just now? Su Hao asked curiously. Yes, Ding Xiu nodded. I just don't understand, why can you always tell whether someone is skilled or not? Why can't I feel it? Su Hao asked curiously. Hee hee, when you're like me risking your life on the blade's edge you'll notice. Ding Xiao said jokingly with a smile. You should wish me well. Su Hao said impatiently. At this moment several people brought over a plaque covered with red cloth. Su Hao pulled it off in one motion, revealing the large characters, Beima Academy, and the Imperial Bestowal inscription. Hang it up, Su Hao instructed. Several people hurried to fetch a ladder. The commoners present watched as Beima Academy hung the imperial plaque bestowed by the female emperor, giving them even more hope for the academy. Now Beima Academy was recognized by the court and supported by the female emperor. Long before the imperial edict was finished being announced, Zhao Ritian had already left in a daze. The academy students also slipped away dejectedly. Nonsense, why would they stay if not leaving? The female emperor herself has recognized Beima Academy. Do you still have objections? Are you looking to die? At this time inside the academy everyone was bustling about. Even Shin Xiuqiu was leading the assistants in busy work. Yang Yanhua had been tricked by Su Hao with a packet of spicy strips and went off happily to work. The mansion guards brought by Yang Wanqing also went to help. At this moment Su Hao led Hua Hua over to Yang Wanqing. Thank you today, General Yang. Su Hao said politely. Indeed he should thank them. Without Yang Wanqing's timely arrival today, although Su Hao's life was not in danger, it was true that he would definitely have been kicked out of the circle. No need for politeness. You are doing good deeds, and they are causing trouble. Yang Wanqing said sincerely. What good deeds? I almost lost control, Su Hao said gratefully. Yang Wanqing smiled. I will help you, Yang Wanqing said softly, somewhat embarrassed. My. Su Hao didn't hear clearly. Brother-sister Yang's face is so red. Is she sick? Hua Hua asked curiously. It does seem a bit red. General Yang, is the armor too hot? Su Hao asked naively. Yang Wanqing's face grew redder and redder. It's not hot. I have prior engagements and must leave first. Just have my men bring the people back later. Yang Wanqing couldn't stop complaining in her heart about this pair of naive siblings. Hurry and leave, or before you know it this rogue might want to remove my armor. Leaving already. Su Hao was somewhat confused. At this moment Yang Wanqing, who was about to leave, suddenly thought of something. She bit her lip, turned around. Oh, that. She found it hard to ask. What? Su Hao complained in his heart. You're such a big general, can't you just say what you want to say? That flower withered. Do you? Do you have any more? Flower? Oh, that bunch of roses. That kind of flower doesn't last long. It's gone. Su Hao barely remembered that Yang Wanqing was referring to that bunch of roses. Upon hearing Su Hao say there were none left, a trace of disappointment flashed across Yang Wanqing's eyes. All right then. But I have seeds. Would you like some? Su Hao suddenly said. Yang Wanqing's eyes lit up. Yes. Su Hao took out a paper packet of seeds from his bosom. You can plant them in the ground or in flower pots. It's best to plant them in pots, otherwise they'll freeze to death in winter. These flowers are cold sensitive. I'll give you half and keep half for myself, Su Hao said, leaving half the rose seeds and giving the other half to Yang Wanqing. Yang Wanqing carefully took the seeds. I've remembered clearly. I will plant them well, Yang Wanqing said joyfully. No worries if they don't take root, I've got a backup plan anyway, Su Hao said casually. Brother, look at Sister Yang's face, it's red again. Hua Hua swayed Su Hao's arm as she spoke. Su Hao looked up and saw Yang Wanqing glaring at her. This time Su Hao understood why her face was red, not from shyness but from anger. Do you look down on me? Yang Wanqing asked stubbornly. Oh, that's not what I meant. I was saying you're usually busy training troops and have no time to tend to them. Su Hao quickly explained. If he didn't clarify now he'd be beaten. Even if I'm training troops I can still grow them well. Believe it or not, just wait and see, Yang Wanqing said arrogantly. Alright, as long as you're happy. Su Hao didn't dare to provoke this female war god and quickly agreed. Enough, thank you for the flowers. I'm leaving. Yang Wanqing whispered her thanks and turned to run out. Brother, how can Sister Yang's face turn red so suddenly? Hua Hua can't do that. Hua Hua pouted cutely. Haha, you're so clever, you little smarty pants. Su Hao laughed and pinched Hua Hua's chubby cheeks. Meanwhile, Zhao Xuanlu, who was helping the children register over there, had long noticed them since Su Hao went to find Yang Wanqing. For some reason, seeing the two chatting and laughing together made Zhao Xuanlu feel uneasy. Her mind kept replaying every unpleasant encounter with Su Hao. His rogue-like habit of calling her former wife, that disdainful attitude whenever he saw her, as if everything she said was wrong in his eyes. And yet today Su Hao had respectfully addressed her as Mr. Zhao. The final image frozen in her mind was from the beginning, when she went to the Prime Minister's mansion to annul the engagement. If only she hadn't broken off the engagement back then. Thoughts like these were terrifying. Once they took root, they could not be suppressed. After a long day of work, Beima Academy finally finished registering a large number of children. Zhao Xuanlu, Lu Wenjing, and their group of scholars were also assigned to oversee the children. Su Hao handed out the books printed by Shin Qiuqiu to everyone. Zhao Xuanlu couldn't put down the 3 reading books in her hands. As for the many donors, their names and donation amounts were recorded, and Su Hao immediately had Ding Xiu find a stonemason to carve a steel. By the time Su Hao returned to the Prime Minister's mansion with his people, it was already very late. Exhausted, Su Hao didn't even want to eat. As he just lay down on the bed, Ding detected that today's good deed task has been completed. The good deed establishing a free enlightenment academy in the imperial capital, contributing to the education of Dongwu and extending the fate of the Dongwu kingdom. Based on the results, the host has earned 1 draw from the purple gold prize pool. The previously exhausted Su Hao shot up from the bed. What the purple gold? Su Hao was greatly surprised. This was the first time such a prize pool level had appeared. The purple gold prize pool must be even more awesome than the golden prize pool, Su Hao muttered. But then he thought again. It wasn't necessarily so, it all depended on luck. Su Hao rubbed his hands together. System, draw the lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing once from the purple gold prize pool. You have obtained one Desert Eagle Golden Edition. Huh, you're giving me a Desert Eagle. Is this all for a purple gold draw? Su Hao was embarrassed. It wasn't that he thought the reward was bad. It was just that this kind of reward usually came from bronze or silver prize pools. Su Hao could accept that. Besides, in this world where martial arts existed, whether a Desert Eagle could handle experts was questionable. More importantly, what would he do once the bullets ran out? What else could he use it for? Su Hao could only keep it as a souvenir unless he kept drawing bullets. Or what else? Was he supposed to handcraft bullets himself? Don't be ridiculous. But the next second Su Hao was slapped in the face by his own ignorance. Golden Desert Eagle System Special Edition permanent durability cannot be damaged by external forces. Updates, 50 bullets daily. Update method, place the gun into the system space, and it will automatically refresh bullets. However, daily bullets cannot stack and will auto-refresh. Who else is there? You damn Grandmaster experts. Within 7 steps your fists are fast, but what about beyond 7 steps? 50 bullets, if I hit you once it's enough for you to suffer. Moreover, in this world, only Su Hao knew what a pistol was. If he caught someone off guard, no one would stand a chance. Su Hao took out the Desert Eagle to admire it. He wanted to test fire it, but then thought about scaring people late at night. After a while, someone knocked on Su Hao's room door. Su Hao quickly hid the pistol. Who is it? Junior brother, it's me. Yin Lu's voice came through. Su Hao hurriedly got up to open the door. He saw Yin Lu standing at the doorway. Senior sister, is there something you need me for at this hour? Su Hao asked as he opened the door. To his surprise, Yin Lu didn't hesitate and walked right in. You haven't been back all day? Yin Lu said in a coquettish tone, making Su Hao scratch his head. Senior sister, if you keep this up, your junior brother might not be able to handle it. Oh, I told you today was the Academy's enrollment day. Hundreds of children only just finished. How's your injury, senior sister? Su Hao cared about Yin Lu's injuries. Thank you for your concern, junior brother. I'm much better now. I can move around without issues, but I'll still need to bother at your place for a few more days. Yin Lu said politely. Hey, we're family. Stay as long as you want, senior sister. No need to be so formal with me. Su Hao said generously. Hearing this, Yin Lu happily stood up. Really? Senior sister actually has something I need your help with. Su Hao's mouth twitched. Senior sister, can't you be a little less polite? Please tell me what senior sister needs me to do. Su Hao still asked. Junior brother may not know, but this time senior sister came to investigate the hidden cult strongholds in the capital. Last time I was ambushed and poisoned by them, while tracking down their stronghold, barely escaping with my life. Yin Lu said solemnly. A senior sister, you're not expecting me to raid the cult stronghold, are you? With my mediocre skills, no way. Let me find my dad, and have the government send troops instead. Su Hao suggested. Yin Lu shook her head. It's no use, junior brother. The Dawu court and the martial world have had an agreement for decades. As long as martial artists do not harm ordinary civilians, the court will not interfere in martial affairs. So we still have to rely on ourselves. Yin Lu explained the relationship between the martial world and the court to Su Hao. Su Hao found this agreement absurd. Which emperor would tolerate the martial world operating independently? Decades ago, it was some confused emperor before the female emperor. But Su Hao remembered that in the original book, Zhao Hao helped the female emperor ultimately gain control over the martial world. After all, Zhao Ritian had harem everywhere, and when everyone sat down to talk, they were all sisters. Su Hao just thought about it. These matters didn't relate much to him for now. Senior sister, so where is the cult stronghold you found? I'm not certain, but that's where I was poisoned. Moreover, with your identity, it would be easy for you to bring me in without raising suspicion. Yin Lu analyzed seriously. Oh, where exactly? Don't tell me it's the Imperial Palace, senior sister. Stop joking around. Even though my father is the Prime Minister, getting into the palace would be a dream come true. Su Hao guessed helplessly. It's not the palace. It's Huayu Pavilion. Yin Lu said, somewhat embarrassed. So it's Huayu Pavilion. I thought, a brothel. Senior sister, you visit those kinds of places. Su Hao said in astonishment. No wonder. As a notorious wastrel, how could Su Hao not know what kind of place Huayu Pavilion was? Yin Lu's face flushed red, and she playfully swatted Su Hao. Don't talk nonsense. I'm going there to investigate the demonic cult fiends. But sneaking in is easy. They'd spot our people immediately. Only someone with your reputation could enter without raising suspicion. What's so special about my reputation? Su Hao didn't quite understand. He was a promising young man from the 21st century who had transmigrated here, always doing good deeds and never once visiting a brothel. Think about it. You're the infamous wastrel of the capital. You're lecherous. Everyone knows your notorious name. You going to a brothel would be completely normal. Why are you looking at senior sister like that? As Yin Lu was speaking, she noticed Su Hao staring at her with a peculiar expression. Is your conscience at peace describing your own junior brother this way, eh? Su Hao asked, heartbroken. But isn't this just who you really are, junior brother? Did I say anything wrong? Yin Lu responded innocently. Fine, I'm not angry. Don't break your body over this. No one else could replace you. Keep explaining the plan, please skip the personal description part, thank you. Su Hao muttered. Alright, My plan is for you to take me inside, and then... That's it, Yun Lu said innocently. That's it? Su Hao asked stunned. Yes, that's it. We have to get inside first before we can investigate who's a spy from the demonic cult. So you're still basically taking me to visit a brothel? Su Hao asked speechless. You could put it that way, but it's for serious business. Yun Lu emphasized. Yes, a very dignified visit to a brothel. Su Hao commented dryly. So do you agree, junior brother? Yun Lu asked. Do I have a choice? No. Yun Lu said seriously. Su Hao couldn't help but find this endearingly naive senior sister both amusing and exasperating. Fine then, understood. I'll take you there tomorrow night. Su Hao thought to himself. He had never truly seen what an ancient brothel looked like. This would be a perfect field study opportunity, he just wanted to go. Why does it have to be night? Yun Lu asked curiously. Have you ever seen a brothel open during the day? Are the girls not human? They work nights and need to rest during the day, right? Su Hao retorted without any patience. Yun Lu gave him a strange look. Wow, junior brother, you really know your way around this. You must go often. That's just common sense, senior sister. Go rest early. Su Hao was almost driven to distraction. Alright, I'm counting on you tomorrow, junior brother. I'm leaving. Yun Lu said, rising to exit. Good night, senior sister. Please close the door behind you, thank you. Su Hao walked to his bed in exasperation and flopped down. The next moment Yun Lu suddenly reappeared right in front of him. The unexpected beautiful face startled Su Hao. Good heavens, what are you doing, senior sister? Junior brother, I'm not that kind of person. Su Hao clutched his pillow nervously. TCH, what are you thinking? Do you have any more lollipops? Yun Lu rolled her eyes at him playfully, then asked. Didn't I just give you 3 yesterday? They're all gone already. Su Hao asked in surprise. Oh, they were so sweet, so delicious. Yun Lu said adorably. Su Hao helplessly pulled out another one from his clothes. Why only one? Yun Lu complained. Su Hao thought to himself. Give them one at a time, otherwise no matter how many he gave she'd finish them all. Even a wealthy family's reserves couldn't withstand this. Too much candy will give you a toothache. Save them, and make them last. Su Hao instructed. Yun Lu tore open the wrapper and popped the candy into her mouth. Cheapskate. I'm leaving. And don't come back this time. Who? Su Hao finally settled down properly for some rest. The next day, well into the morning, Hua was seen carrying a flower-patterned cloth bag, cutely crouching at Su Hao's door, peering inside cautiously. At this moment, one came back, carrying a water basin. Hua, young master won't be waking up for a while. Shall sister take you to school? One asked, patting Hua's head. Hua lowered her head and shook it, fidgeting with her sleeve. Hua still wants to wait for brother. Brother promised yesterday that he would take me to school. Hua said in her adorable baby voice. But you're going to be late. The teacher will get angry. One said worriedly. Upon hearing she might make the teacher unhappy, Hua's tears drip onto the ground. Don't cry, Hua. Sister will go wake young master. Wait here. One rushed to comfort Hua, then went into Su Hao's room. Soon at the Prime Minister's residence, Su Hao came rushing out from the backyard, clothes in disarray, carrying Hua in his arms. Oh my god, we're late. Why didn't anyone wake me? Su Hao shouted while running toward the gate, Hua tightly hugging his neck. Brother, you're running too fast. If we're not fast, we'll really be late. Hua, next time if brother hasn't woken up, have sister Wan or Ding Xiu take you to school, understand? Su Hao instructed. Okay, brother. Su Hao carried Hua like this, running all the way toward the academy. One might ask, why not take the carriage? The Prime Minister's residence was so close to the academy that by the time it took to hitch up the horse, Su Hao could have already arrived running. And so Su Hao finally made it to the academy at a jog. When he reached Hua's classroom, class had already started. And no, I'm so sorry, teacher. We're late. Su Hao said breathlessly, setting Hua down and supporting himself on the doorframe. Just then Zhao Xuanlu walked toward the door. Indeed, Hua had been assigned to Zhao Xuanlu's class. Upon seeing Zhao Xuanlu, Hua lowered her head. I'm sorry, teacher. I'm late. Hua apologized timidly. Zhao Xuanlu looked at Su Hao, then at Hua, smiled, and gently patted Hua's head. You're Hua, right? Try to be on time next time. Go in. The seat over there is the one I saved for you. Zhao Xuanlu said gently. Thank you, teacher. Brother, will you pick me up when school is over? Hua didn't forget to turn back and instruct Su Hao. Oh sure. I'm exhausted. Su Hao responded. Hua happily ran into the classroom. Seeing Zhao Xuanlu, Su Hao felt somewhat embarrassed. It's not the child's fault. I overslept. We're sorry for being late. Su Hao apologized. Hee, I can see that. You didn't even get dressed properly. Zhao Xuanlu covered her mouth and laughed teasingly. Only then did Su Hao notice his disheveled clothes and quickly tried to straighten them. Zhao Xuanlu shook her head with a smile, stepped forward, and reached out to help fix his collar. This gesture completely flustered Su Hao. You must know, in ancient times a woman helping a man with his attire aside from household maids was something only a wife would do. Didn't Zhao Xuanlu's face already turn red? Looking at Su Hao standing there in a daze. Alright, are you planning to stay and attend class too? Zhao Xuanlu finally called him back to his senses. I'm leaving. Thank you. Ex-wife. Su Hao said hurriedly. TCH, hurry up and leave. Don't disrupt my class. There was none of the earlier animosity now. The current Zhao Xuanlu sounded more like she was coquettishly complaining. After delivering the flowers, Su Hao returned home and took a nap. Su Hao, determined to rest today, was even napping during lunch. In the afternoon, he picked up Hua from school. As expected, children still need to attend classes. Hua excitedly told everyone about what happened at school and the new characters he learned that day. As dinner time approached, Su Hao stood in the courtyard, holding a folding fan. Soon the room door opened, and a graceful young man in white robes stepped out holding a sword. Sister, you look quite good. You're only slightly less handsome than me. Su Hao surveyed her and praised. Indeed, the person coming out was Yun Lu dressed as a man. Shameless. Well, how does it look? There aren't any flaws, are there? Yun Lu asked seriously after rolling her beautiful eyes at Su Hao. Su Hao examined her closely, swallowed, and said, actually there are quite a few flaws. Su Hao said awkwardly. What? Can you tell I'm a woman? I had one to help me paint for a long time. How could it not work? Yun Lu asked disappointedly. Su Hao awkwardly gestured at his chest. Senior sister, have you ever seen a man with such full pectoral muscles, eh? Su Hao was really speechless. It was just like watching TV dramas in his past life where women walked and their chests bounced, but the male lead still couldn't tell she was cross-dressing. It was really testing the IQ of an experienced driver. Watching Su Hao's gestures, Yun Lu's face flushed red with embarrassment. Pervert, what are you gesturing at? Yun Lu was so angry she wanted to draw her sword. Su Hao quickly retreated. Senior sister, you asked me to give suggestions. Then what do you suggest I do? Yun Lu asked embarrassedly. Those were just how big they were, and she was also troubled. Actually, it's nothing much. Generally, unless someone has my keen eyes, they shouldn't be able to tell. Besides, if you stay behind me as much as possible, it should be fine. Su Hao said. Alright then, let's go. Yun Lu thought Su Hao's words made sense. Su Hao closed his folding fan and nodded the two, preparing to set off. Just then Zhang Long entered the courtyard. Young master, the young prince has arrived. Little brother, what brings you here? Su Hao was puzzled and led Yun Lu and Zhang Long to the front hall. Yang Yinhua was drinking tea in the front hall. Su Hao, where did you go all day again? Yang Yinhua asked as he watched Su Hao walk out. You kid, why aren't you practicing your skills at home? What do you want? Su Hao asked. Yang Yinhua thought for a moment. How could he tell him he came for snacks? Nothing to do at home, came to find you to play and to mooch a meal. Yang Yinhua had gotten quite familiar with Su Hao these past few days and was no longer polite. You kid, if your elder sister finds out you're running around playing, you'll end up with a swollen face again. And you're one to talk. What did you give my elder sister? After coming back from the military camp, you were in your own courtyard with soil and pots everywhere, saying you wanted to plant some flowers. You didn't even eat, you were obsessed. If Yang Wanqing knew her younger brother had told Su Hao about her like that, he would really be close to having a swollen face. Yang Wanqing would strike at his face with every move. Su Hao of course knew Yang Wanqing was planting roses. He didn't expect General Yang to be quite romantic. That's not bad. Your elder sister would be riding horses all day otherwise. It's good to have her own hobbies. Alright, I won't chat with you anymore. I can't treat you to a meal, but I'll give you some money. Go eat by yourself. If you really can't manage, ask Ding Xiu to accompany you. Su Hao said to Yang Yanhua, as if coaxing a child. Su Hao, this guy is only 14 years old, he's just a kid, okay? Moi. Yang Yanhua asked curiously. It's almost evening now, where are you going? My senior sister and I are going to Huayu Pavilion. Here's some silver, go eat by yourself. Su Hao took out a silver ingot and gave it to Yang Yanhua. Oh, wait, where are you going? Huayu Pavilion. You're going to a brothel. Yang Yanhua realized and was greatly shocked. Huayu Pavilion, hadn't he heard of it, even if he hadn't been there? This was the most popular brothel in the capital these past 2 years. I guess, is there a problem with that? Su Hao was starting to wonder if he had changed too much. Was it strange for a playboy like him to go to a brothel? You. Yang Yanhua was so shocked he couldn't speak. Speak properly, stop stuttering, what's wrong? Su Hao said impatiently. Can you do this and still face my elder sister? Yang Yanhua wasn't stupid. His elder sister had taken the flowers Su Hao gave her and gone home to stare blankly for 2 days. When she heard Su Hao had something going on, she grabbed her sword and led troops to help. In his heart, Su Hao becoming his brother-in-law was almost a certainty. I'm going to a brothel, what does that have to do with your elder sister? Besides, I'm going there on business. What's going on in that little head of yours? Su Hao patted Yang Yanhua's head as he spoke. Are you kidding me? You're going to a brothel on business? Yang Yanhua clearly didn't believe it. Su Hao helplessly looked at Yun Lu beside him, meaning she should explain quickly. It's all because of you. Ahem, little brother, my junior brother, and I really do have business at Huayu Pavilion. Even if he wanted to do something bad as his senior sister, I wouldn't let him. Yun Lu said with righteous indignation. Explain or not, what do you mean I want to do something bad? Don't I have any face? Su Hao felt wrong to death. Never mind. You're a woman. Yang Yanhua was surprised by Yun Lu's identity. Sai, still young and inexperienced. Takes half a day to tell male from female. Su Hao silently complained in his heart. Alright, believe it now. Here are 2 lollipops and a pack of spicy strips. Go home and play. Su Hao took out snacks from his chest. Yang Yanhua caught the snacks and stuffed them into his own chest. No, I'm not going home. I'm going with you. Su Hao stared at him and walked up to him, reaching out to touch his forehead. What are you doing? Yang Yanhua asked. No fever either. Why are you talking nonsense? Are you crazy, or am I? You're only 14, you little brat. I'm taking you to a brothel, and if your sister finds out, we'll both be dead and come home together on our 7th day. Su Hao asked in disbelief. Who's the kid? I can drink alcohol now. Yang Yanhua said defiantly. Aren't you a kid? You're still fighting with Hua Hua over candy. Alright, stop it. I know you're curious. When you grow up, I'll take you to see the world. Su Hao patted Yang Yanhua on the shoulder. No, I must go with you. I need to keep an eye on you for my elder sister. Yang Yanhua found a sufficiently good reason for himself. Hey, you kid, you won't listen? Then give me back the snacks. Su Hao brought out his ultimate move. No. If you don't take me, I'll sneak along. Yang Yanhua was directly throwing a tantrum like a child. Su Hao helplessly looked at Yun Lu, who indicated that Su Hao should decide for himself. In the carriage, Su Hao, Yun Lu, and the little brother. There was no way Su Hao could let this kid sneak along without worrying. He brought him along and had to keep an eye on him. Su Hao could only pray that Yang Wanqing wouldn't find out, otherwise it would be over. Inside the carriage, Su Hao watched Yang Yanhua sucking on a lollipop. This unlucky kid has really gotten me into trouble. Su Hao thought irritably, then turned his head to look at Yun Lu. Senior sister, how much of your strength has recovered? Su Hao asked. Relax, I can already use 60 to 70%. That should be enough. Yun Lu said confidently. I always feel it's not reassuring. Should I have someone bring Ding Xiu and the others back? Su Hao said cautiously. Do you not trust your senior sister's sword? Yun Lu said with a coquettish wave of her sword. I trust. Senior sister is invincible under heaven. Su Hao appeased her on the surface like pacifying a child, but in his heart, he was grumbling. Senior sister, when will you understand that the Jianghu is not all about fighting and killing? The Jianghu is about human relationships and social niceties. You think you're good at fighting, yet you still got poisoned and knocked down. Are we going to fight someone tonight? The young brother eating candy asked in surprise. Yes, it's very dangerous, so I'm having someone send you back. Don't get involved. Su Hao said seriously. TCH, then I definitely have to go. I'm very strong, you know. I can help. Forgot who saved you last time. Yang Yanhua said confidently. You're strong, my foot. Just eat your candy. Su Hao said impatiently. Yang Yanhua's abilities, if it came to archery on horseback and charging into battle, this kid would certainly be a good hand. After all, it was his family's specialty what he learned. But in Jianghu combat, this kid was only at the mid-level of first-rate martial artist, just a bit better than Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. He was still too young, and today he had nothing in his hands, so his combat strength was different. Su Hao looked at this one big and one small, neither of them giving him peace of mind. He decided to be more careful himself. Relax, junior brother. Senior sister will definitely protect you both. You really are timid. Yun Lu commented. Right, Yang Yanhua chimed in. Su Hao indicated that he didn't want to talk to either of them. Soon the carriage arrived at its destination, the Huayu Pavilion, a famous establishment of romance in the capital. The moment Su Hao got off the carriage, he thought must be ancient times. Indeed, such a business was completely legal for him. The three got off the carriage. Because of Su Hao's luxurious carriage and their expensive-looking attire, the servants of Huayu Pavilion rushed over with flattering smiles to help park Su Hao's carriage. Then a crowd of beautiful women followed the madam, heading towards Su Hao and the others. Oh, isn't this young Master Su? It's been so long since you've visited. We've missed you terribly. The madam enthusiastically held Su Hao's arm as she spoke. Well, young master was busy with important matters these past few days. What's fun happening today? Su Hao displayed his familiar ruffian demeanor with practiced ease. Young Master Su, what are you saying? Every time you visit, haven't the girls taken good care of you? Isn't that right, girls? The madam called out. Yes, young Master Su. The beauties all swarmed toward the three. Su Hao was fine, but Yun Lu almost drew her sword. Yang Yanhua was like a girl getting married for the first time, his face completely flushed. Su Hao laughed and looked back at their embarrassed expressions. All right, ordinary women, don't come up here. Step aside. Prepare young master's seat properly. Young master likes it lively. Su Hao took out a stack of banknotes from his chest. The girls' eyes all widened with desire. They rushed forward to collect the money, not caring at all that Su Hao called them ordinary. Because in front of money, whatever Su Hao called them was whatever he wanted. The madam also stuffed the money she received into her bodice without hesitation. Of course, please come in, young masters. The madam beckoned. Everyone escorted the three inside. Yun Lu quietly leaned beside Su Hao. Junior brother, you definitely come here often. Right, like you're perfectly familiar with the place. Yang Yanhua chimed in. Su Hao rolled his eyes at both of them. The three went inside and were personally escorted by the madam to the most luxurious seat in the main hall, the best location with the best view. There was no helping it with Su Hao's spending and status. Basic operation, nothing special. The three sat down, and without Su Hao needing to say anything, fine wine and delicacies were served. Young Master Su, who would you like to arrange to accompany you today? The madam asked. All right, young master is here to enjoy the atmosphere today. If I see someone I like, I'll tell you myself. Go attend to your business. Su Hao casually arranged. What the madam heard was that ordinary goods could no longer satisfy this young master. But she wasn't worried at all. Tonight there was a trump card. It all depended on how much silver this young master would spend. The madam happily told Su Hao to call if he needed anything. Then Su Hao poured a cup of wine and took a sip. Senior sister, we're in now. What's our next move? Su Hao asked. From what I know, many from the demon sect have infiltrated this Huayu Pavilion, but most of them are nothing to worry about. Yun Lu quietly shared the information she had gathered. They're all just lackeys. Su Hao surmised. Yun Lu nodded. However, I found out that an important figure from the demon sect is hiding in this Huayu Pavilion. Last time I traced it to one of the courtesans, then something happened, and the trail went cold. Yun Lu said. Su Hao actually knew quite a bit about this demon sect especially. Suddenly from the second-floor balcony of Huayu Pavilion, the sound of a brass gong rang out, interrupting Su Hao's thoughts. The madam stood above. Dear honored guests who graced Huayu Pavilion today, our courtesan Qinger is coming of age today. I wonder which honored guest would be willing to become young Lady Qinger's first patron. After the madam finished speaking, a graceful figure slowly descended from upstairs wearing a purple silk robe and a purple gauze veil covering her face. Her voluptuous figure made the wolves in the venue unable to take their eyes off her. Su Hao fanned himself with his paper fan looking at this courtesan. Qing damn, this is clearly demon sect saintess Lu Qingqing, this woman, with her heaven demon charm dance, an enchantress who could captivate all living beings. Su Hao closed his folding fan and recalled in shock. That's right. In the original work, this Lu Qingqing had accidentally become intimate with the protagonist Zhao Hao. Their story had many twists and turns. In the end, because of Zhao Ritian's hidden identity, he took control of the demon sect, and the two naturally came together. From then on, the demoness skirt would dance for only one person. At this moment, Yin Lu leaned over. Junior brother, stop looking. This is definitely the person. She's definitely suspicious. Anyone within 10 meters of her is affected by her charm techniques. Yin Lu reminded him. Su Hao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. In his heart, he thought, senior sister, your analysis is really accurate. This Lu Qingqing woman in the original work, besides never killing Zhao Ritian, she never hesitated even once when killing others. Probably the debut scheme is just a ruse. Senior sister, how does this woman's strength compare to yours? Su Hao asked. I can't see through her, but she's probably at the innate realm too. If I were at my full strength, I wouldn't fear her. After Yin Lu finished speaking, Su Hao gave her a speechless look. You may not be afraid, but this junior brother is okay. You yourself said you're at your full strength. Don't you realize you're injured right now? If senior sister can't handle it, let's get some backup. Don't let things go sideways. Su Hao said with concern. What are you panicking about? Senior sister will protect you. I've got a plan. Junior brother, you need to become this woman's guest and infiltrate. Yin Lu said confidently. What would I infiltrate for? Is she going to be my wife or something? Su Hao asked in surprise. What are you thinking? You probably can't even get close to her. Yin Lu interrupted impatiently. You know it too. Going in there would just be walking into a trap. I'm not going. Su Hao crossed his arms, refusing outright. Listen to me. Once you're inside, I'll follow. Then we can coordinate from within and without figure out who this woman really is, and senior sister will definitely be able to take her down. Yin Lu said confidently. But what if something goes wrong? If something goes wrong, junior brother will be dead. Su Hao exaggerated. Oh, Su Hao, look how timid you are. If you won't go, I will. Yang Yanhua, eating enthusiastically on the side, chimed in. Su Hao glared at him. Shut up and eat. What would you go for? If anything happens to you, your sister would skin me alive. Su Hao scolded grumpily. Yang Yanhua pouted resentfully, but the moment Su Hao mentioned his older sister, he shrank back. Senior sister, it's not that junior brother is cowardly, it's just too dangerous. Su Hao said with a guilty look. Then the next moment, the aloof Yin Lu, the female hero, grabbed Su Hao's arm with both hands. Please, junior brother, you're the only one who can help me now, okay? Yin Lu's sudden personality shift made Su Hao's eyes widen. Wow, senior sister, who did you learn this from? Su Hao asked in surprise. I saw Juder act like this when she asked you for spicy strips. You seemed quite happy. Didn't I learn it well? Yin Lu said naively. At the mention of spicy strips, Yang Yanhua perked up. His eyes darted around. Damn it, little brother, if you dare imitate this, I'll definitely beat you up. Su Hao directly interrupted his evil cultivation spell. Yang Yanhua pouted. Who said this young master wanted to learn it? He was thinking if older sister learned it, would he get to eat spicy strips? Yang watching older sister's barbed whip. Want to try it? Yin Lu's pitiful little eyes. Su Hao guaranteed, senior sister, you definitely have talent. This is really unbearable. All right, junior brother. Yin Lu begged. Su Hao thought about it. If it were yesterday, let alone Yin Lu begging him, even if she did something extravagant for him, Su Hao would never joke with his own life. But today he held a desert eagle in his hand. At such close range in the room, so what if she's an innate expert? If she gets angry, this young master will spray a full magazine. Just wait and see if her eyes stay clear. Let's do it. All right, I'll go. Su Hao said through gritted teeth. He, junior brother, is the best. Yin Lu grabbed Su Hao's arm and shook it back and forth. This scene was seen by several nearby patrons, leaving them dumbfounded. Su Hao noticed too. A senior sister, let's shake it back at home. People might look down on us here. Su Hao said helplessly. Hearing the reminder, Yin Lu quickly let go. Then she looked at Lu Qingqing on the stage. Junior brother, how will you become her guest? Yin Lu asked. It seems that madam just now said there are two ways. One is bidding with money, the highest bidder wins. The other seems to be writing a poem that matches her wishes. Look, aren't they all writing poems over there? Yang Yanhua reminded the two. Yin Lu looked around. Indeed, many young masters and scholars were there writing furiously. Yin Lu urged. Su Hao opened his folding fan. Of poetry is just a minor skill. Only a fool would think a single poem is all-powerful. Su Hao said disdainfully. That's right, Su Hao wasn't planning to plagiarize poetry from his past life. This young master has money, why should he be a literary plagiarist? At this time, quite a few people had already handed in their written poems through the servants. However, Lu Qingqing on the stage hadn't even touched them. Watching the sheets of paper pass before her, without exception, Lu Qingqing shook her head. Obviously, she was not satisfied. And at this moment, suddenly, a graceful scholar-like man stood up with a wine pot. Night comes. He recited a poem in front of everyone. At the end, he raised the wine pot high, and the wine flowed recklessly into his mouth. Everyone present felt this was a rare good poem. The man looked confidently at the viewing platform. Miss Qing, or how is this poem of mine? Lu Qingqing nodded. It's over, junior brother. Someone got there first. What should we do? Yin Lu asked anxiously. Su Hao smiled calmly and took a sip of wine. Don't worry, this is nothing yet. It's still early. Su Hao said with a smile. Look, someone else is standing up. Yang Yanhua looked at a position not far away. A young man in splendid clothes stood up. What poetry? This young master has one question. 1,000 taels of silver. Doesn't that beat that crappy poem? The man shouted arrogantly. He was still holding a stack of banknotes. You're insulting our culture. The scholar who had been so enthusiastic just now pointed at the man and cursed in anger. Insulting our culture. Miss Chinger, I'll just ask one question. Between 1,000 taels and this crappy poem, which do you prefer? The man looked arrogantly at Lu Qingqing on the viewing platform and asked. Everyone present was discussing. The poem was good, but 1,000 taels was really a lot. It was enough to buy a nice mansion in the imperial capital. This young man must have a high status. Lu Qingqing looked down at the crowd. Young master, I like both the 1,000 taels and this poem. Lu Qingqing finally spoke, and her voice was even more enchanting. Good. Then 1,500 taels. Which do you prefer this time? The man in splendid clothes raised the price again. Everyone was surprised. 1,500 taels. Just to spend a good night with this top courtesan he's really willing to spend. At this moment Lu Qingqing didn't hesitate. Sorry, young master. Your poem is quite good, but this young master is more sincere. Lu Qingqing apologized to the scholar. The meaning was clear. The poem was good, but he gave more. The scholar sat down dejectedly. At this moment over at Su Hao's side. I remember who this guy is now. His name is Zhao Kuan. He's not from our Wu, but the 6th prince of the Zhao state. However, because last year he fought against our Wu and suffered defeat, the Zhao emperor sent him here as an envoy to maintain good relations between the two countries. Yang Yanhua was like a little reporter. What envoy? He's nothing but a fucking hostage. Su Hao commented. Yang Yanhua nodded, indicating that was exactly what he meant. At this moment on stage the madam heard Zhao Kuan offer 1,500 taels, and she quickly pulled out the silver notes. Then congratulations to this gentleman. Wait. Just as the madam was about to announce it, Su Hao finally stood up and shouted, holding his fan as he stepped out of his seat. Madam, have you never seen money before? Is this mere pittance worthy of a courtesan of her stature? Su Hao sneered arrogantly. Is Master Su also going to place a bid? The madam dared not show any anger. This was a living god of wealth. Su Hao ignored her and turned to spot the despondent scholar patting his shoulder. Your poetry was quite good. The scholar looked up ready to express his gratitude, but Su Hao cut him off. What good is reciting poetry? When you're out spending, it's about strength and connections. Things you clearly lack. Su Hao's follow-up mockery left the scholar speechless. Shaking his head in disdain, he said, place a bid and show off your wealth. 2,000 taels. Su Hao turned to Zhao Kuan and announced loudly, sending shockwaves through the crowd. 2,000 taels, a sky-high price. Do you know who he is? Who? Su Hao, the capital's #1 prodigal. He spends money like water. The crowd erupted into whispers. Master Su offers 2,000 taels. Is there a higher bid? The madam was overjoyed, calling out eagerly. Zhao Kuan rose immediately. 2,500 taels. Su Hao simply opened his folding fan. I'm too lazy to haggle with you over small amounts. 5,000 taels. Su Hao spoke impatiently. Bang. Are you deliberately opposing this prince? Zhao Kuan slammed the table and pointed at Su Hao, shouting. Su Hao wore an expression of innocence. You noticed? Hee, that's exactly what I meant. Su Hao said with a mocking tone. Who do you think you are, daring to compete with me for a woman? I am the 6th prince of Zhao. Zhao Kuan directly revealed his identity, causing gasps of shock throughout the crowd. Su Hao approached him with a look of feigned surprise. Wow, a 6th prince, quite the status. But tell me, which kingdom's 6th prince are you? Su Hao asked. Zhao Kingdom. What about it? Zhao Kuan said haughtily. What the hell, is your brain broken? You scared the hell out of me. You're in the wrong place. This is Great Wu. Even if you were the emperor of Zhao, you'd still amount to nothing here. Su Hao cursed directly. The crowd cheered, shouting, well said. Who are you? Zhao Kuan demanded angrily. This humble one's father serves as the current dynasty's prime minister. How about that? 6th prince of Zhao, are you still going to bid? Let me tell you clearly. It doesn't matter how much money I spend to sleep with this courtesan. What matters is that Great Wu's courtesans are not for people from your Zhao to sleep with. As a hostage, you should have the awareness of one. Keep your tail tucked in while in Great Wu, or whether you return to Zhao alive is uncertain. Su Hao's words drew applause from the crowd. Zhao Kuan was so furious he sat back down. They can't even defeat us in war, yet they dare to be arrogant in our Great Wu. No one is more arrogant than the capital's #1 prodigal. Master Su speaks well. Our courtesans, what right do Zhao people have to sleep with them? Master Su has made us proud. Very well, since no one is bidding higher than Master Su's 5,000 taels, today's guest for Miss Chinger is our Master Su. The madam announced excitedly. On stage Lu Qingqing also spoke. Master Su, this humble one awaits you in the room. The madam descended with several servants. Su Hao didn't waste words, handing a stack of silver notes to the madam. Then, escorted by the crowd like the moon surrounded by stars, Su Hao headed upstairs. Before leaving, he glanced pleadingly at his senior sister. Senior sister, you have to come. Yun Lu gave Su Hao a reassuring look, then she and Yang Yanhua quietly left their seats. Su Hao was led to a room door. He pushed it open. Master Su, enjoy yourself. We'll head down first. After the servant spoke, he closed the door. With the door shut, Su Hao's sense of security vanished. He was constantly prepared to draw his Desert Eagle from the system space. Walking inside, he saw Lu Qingqing sitting by the bed. Master Su, you've arrived. Good evening. Su Hao gave an awkward greeting. Lu Qingqing rose, her graceful figure moving toward him. Master Su, come here. Must this humble one come to invite you? You're bad. Lu Qingqing's enchanting voice would have made any ordinary man's bones go soft at this moment. But Su Hao had been on high alert since entering the room, and it seemed he was completely unaffected by her charm technique. Su Hao didn't know why. Why don't you just sit there? Let's chat first and build some rapport. Su Hao quickly stopped Lu Qingqing, thinking to himself, if you come any closer I'll have to draw my gun on you. A flicker of surprise flashed in Lu Qingqing's eyes. How come this guy wasn't affected by the charm technique? Master Su, why don't you cherish me anymore? Lu Qingqing wanted to try again. Beep, hold it. I'm slow to warm up. Your enthusiasm is too much for me to handle. Su Hao quickly stopped her, his hand already reaching behind his back. Lu Qingqing picked up the wine pot and poured him a cup. Then let's have a drink. No drinking. I'm driving. Su Hao's words came out garbled. Lu Qingqing set down the wine pot. Hee, Master Su is afraid I might poison you, isn't he? Lu Qingqing suddenly revealed her hand. Su Hao was still a bit unaccustomed and nodded. Hee, what a pity. From the moment you entered my room, you were already poisoned. The incense in this room was carefully blended by me, colorless and odorless. What are you eating? Just as Lu Qingqing was proudly explaining her poison to Su Hao, she saw him quickly pull a pill from his chest and put it in his mouth. Oh, it's an antidote. Should be fine this time. Su Hao said foolishly. Lu Qingqing paused, then smiled. Master Su truly has clever methods. No wonder that woman's poison was cured without my antidote. It must be your doing. Lu Qingqing's words were shocking. What are you talking about? What woman? Su Hao played dumb, trying to stall for time. Senior sister, come quick. This woman doesn't seem like a good person. Haha, we've reached this point, Master Su, so stop pretending. Wasn't it Master Su who rescued Yun Lu, the direct disciple of Tianxiao Palace? Lu Qingqing said, continuing to walk towards Su Hao. Stay where you are. Don't come any closer, I'm telling you. Su Hao was greatly alarmed, rising and backing away while shouting. Haha, very well. Master Su needn't delay any longer. The cross-dressing companion who came with you should be the heroine Yun Lu. You must be waiting for her to come in and rescue you, right? Upon hearing Lu Qingqing's words, Su Hao broke into a cold sweat. Sure enough, his senior sister hadn't come to his aid after all this time. Something had gone wrong. What a pity. This Yun Lu, just like last time, underestimated me too much. Her martial arts are decent, but her brain isn't quite up to par. Lu Qingqing mocked. What have you done to them? Su Hao asked seriously. Haha, young Master Su, shouldn't you be more worried about yourself? Do you really think you can escape from me with your first-class martial artist strength? Lu Qingqing threatened. You dare to touch me. This is the imperial capital. No need for me to repeat who my father is. Su Hao scolded angrily. Lu Qingqing did not refute. Indeed, as the son of a prime minister, I cannot do much to you. However, I would like young Master Su to cooperate with our Tangshan sect. Upon hearing Lu Qingqing's words, fine, no problem. Cooperation is acceptable. Release the person first, and we will sit down to talk. Su Hao agreed without hesitation. Young Master Su, do not even think about that. Yun Lu must die today. This is the prerequisite for our cooperation. Lu Qingqing coldly revealed her stance. The next moment, Su Hao did not waste words and walked toward the door. I am leaving now. If anything happens to my friend, I will tear this damn place apart. Su Hao spoke angrily and was about to leave the room. The next moment, the door suddenly opened and two lackeys entered, blocking Su Hao's path. Young Master Su, rest assured we will not harm your life. But if you interfere with our plans, we will have to make you suffer. I still say the same thing, Yun Lu must die tonight. No one can save her. Lu Qingqing's attitude was resolute. Su Hao cautiously observed the people in the room. Meanwhile, in the backyard of Huayu, Yun Lu was engaged in a desperate battle with over a dozen assassins protecting Yang Yanhua. Originally, the two had intended to slip through the backyard undetected and then go to reinforce Su Hao. Who would have imagined that as soon as they arrived, they were surrounded by more than a dozen assassins. Among them were several postnatal stage martial artists. Originally relying on Yun Lu's strength, she could have escaped. These people could not hold her. But she could not leave because Su Hao was still waiting for her. The enemy outnumbered them, and Yun Lu's strength could not be fully exerted due to her injuries. Moreover, she had to protect Yang Yanhua, so Yun Lu was struggling to cope. The opponents deliberately sought to wear Yun Lu out. Yang Yanhua was also in dire straits at this moment. Although Yun Lu was protecting him, the gap in strength between him and the opponents was considerable. Young Master Yang, I will hold them off. You find an opportunity to leave. Yun Lu swept her sword horizontally and knocked away another attacker for Yang Yanhua as she spoke. If I leave, what about you too? That guy is probably in danger as well. Yang Yanhua responded with deep concern. Senior brother, I will go rescue him. You leave first. Yun Lu said resolutely. This young master is not leaving, abandoning friends and fleeing for my own life. I would be too ashamed to return home. In the Jinbei Prince's mansion, there are no cowards who fear death. Yang Yanhua endured a kick from an assassin and stood his ground, his eyes showing even greater determination. None of you are leaving. Kill them. The assassins fiercely commanded the two. Several postnatal stage martial artists along with several first-class martial artists coordinated tacitly and attacked, without mercy, surging toward Yun Lu in a pincer movement. Yun Lu leaped into the air and swung her sword. A surge of innate true energy erupted, and a sword chi slashed through the air toward the nearest few. The foremost postnatal martial artist could not dodge in time, and was instantly beheaded with one strike. Yun Lu did not stop. Her figure moved like a ghost in the night, sword light flashing casually through the courtyard. In an instant, those who had surrounded her were all at least severely wounded, lying on the ground. Yun Lu landed, and the blood on her sword blade dripped onto the earth. Yang Yanhua was overjoyed. Heroine Yun, that was impressive. Yang Yanhua approached Yun Lu and said, "Those who do not wish to die move aside." Yun Lu scolded coldly. The remaining assassins. Honestly, Yun Lu's display of such terrifying sword technique made the remaining few with their inferior strength unwilling to approach at all. "Let us go," Yun Lu reminded Yang Yanhua in a low voice. The sword techniques of Tianxiao Palace are truly exquisite. Heroine Yun Lu is indeed a direct disciple of true person Yunhua. Suddenly from behind a rockery not far away, an old woman named Lao O holding a wooden staff and accompanied by her voice appeared before everyone within a few breaths. With such movement technique, an innate expert, Yun Lu solemnly uttered a few words. Upon hearing this, Yang Yanhua immediately entered a cautious defensive stance. "However, your sword technique is indeed formidable, but you are also at the end of your tether now, are you not?" Lao stared at Yun Lu with gleaming eyes and said, "Heroine Yun Yu." Yang Yanhua looked at Yun Lu in surprise. Yun Lu thought to herself, this is bad. Indeed, after a fierce battle, her true energy had been greatly depleted. Yun Lu had exhausted all her internal energy to slay so many assassins solely to intimidate the remaining ones. In reality, the excessive depletion had already aggravated her old injuries. She had not expected the opponent to have an innate expert hiding. This was troubling. What a pity. The most talented disciple of Tianxiao Palace is destined to lose her life to this old woman's hands tonight. Lao's voice was chilling. As soon as she finished speaking, Lao's figure rushed toward the two. On her palm, a vicious, innate, true energy surged toward them. At the critical moment, Yun Lu tightly gripped her precious sword and took a step forward to shield Yang Yanhua. She could feel that this old woman's realm was higher than hers. But she had already put her junior brother in danger with an unknown fate. She could not let this younger brother of her junior brother come to harm. Let it be. Yun Lu forcibly mobilized her remaining internal energy and swung her sword to meet the attack. The two innate true energies collided. During the stalemate, blood trickled from Yun Lu's lips. Lao's eyes showed fierce intent. Her other hand suddenly slammed the staff firmly into the ground without faltering. The free hand struck again. The surging true energy was too much for Yun Lu to withstand. She was sent flying backward and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Even Yang Yanhua behind her was affected by the true energy and was knocked flying. Seeing this, Lao retracted both hands and concluded, "Die." Lao did not waste words and raised her staff to smash down on Yun Lu. At the critical moment, "Stop right there. Let us see who dares to move." A loud shout echoed through the air. Lao stopped her movement and turned her head sharply, surprised to discover that it was Su Hao and Lu Qingqing who had arrived. "Miss!" Lao called out in panic. Indeed, at this moment, Su Hao was holding a Desert Eagle pistol to Lu Qingqing's head. Yang Yanhua and Yun Lu were also surprised. "Haha, Su Hao, you are alright." Yang Yanhua exclaimed with great joy. "Junior brother." Yun Lu was also surprised. Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally caught up. "Senior sister, little brother, do not be afraid. I am here to rescue you. If you do not want this woman's head to explode, stand aside. Especially that old woman. Stay away from my senior sister." Su Hao shouted loudly. What on earth was going on? How had the roles between Lu Qingqing and Su Hao been reversed? Time returned to earlier in the room. Su Hao himself had fallen into a siege. Without the panic that Lu Qingqing had imagined, Su Hao calmly let out a cold laugh. "Not letting me leave. Let us try." As soon as Su Hao finished speaking, they saw him raise his hand from behind. Lu Qingqing and the other two were surprised to discover that a golden object had suddenly appeared in his hand. What trick is young Master Su attempting this time? It seems he does not wish to cooperate. Then we have no choice but to make you suffer. After Lu Qingqing finished speaking, she glanced at her lackeys. The lackey instantly understood and lunged towards Su Hao. The next moment, a sound erupted from within the room. Bang! The noise was astonishing. The lackey who had reached for Su Hao was now sprawled in his own pool of blood. The other man was too terrified to make any sudden moves. Lu Qingqing was stunned. She had witnessed with her own eyes how the golden object in Su Hao's hand, after a deafening explosion, caused her subordinate to spew blood from his chest before collapsing dead. "Su Hao, could a local like you possibly comprehend the allure of the Desert Eagle in my hand?" By the time she realized what was happening, Su Hao's gun was already trained on her. "Don't move. Let me tell you, the treasure in my hand can strike wherever I aim within this room. If you don't wish to share his fate, stand up." Su Hao's arrogant confidence had returned. In truth, Su Hao was barely holding himself together. Having taken a life for the first time, particularly at such close range with the blood so vividly clear, he fought back the nauseous churning in his stomach. He couldn't afford to show any weakness, or he would be the one dead. To prevent his hands from trembling, Su Hao pinched his own thigh hard with his other hand, striving to steady himself. After her initial shock, Lu Qingqing made no move to obey Su Hao and remained seated. "Are your ears stuffed with donkey hair? I told you to stand up." Su Hao saw she wasn't moving and bellowed. "Young Master Su's hidden weapon is indeed formidable, but do you truly believe it can?" Lu Qingqing wanted to gamble that Su Hao's hidden weapon wasn't as devastating as she feared. Unfortunately, before she could finish her thoughts, bang! Another gunshot rang out. But this time it was the other lackey standing at the door who fell. Lu Qingqing was greatly alarmed. This time she saw more clearly. Whenever Su Hao raised his hand, her subordinate collapsed. It was truly a fast and accurate hidden weapon. What were you trying to say? I can't hear you clearly. Come stand up and say it again. Su Hao asked, arrogantly leaning close to Lu Qingqing's ear. Lu Qingqing's palms were drenched in sweat. Hee, you may gamble once more. Can the device in my hand still fire? If it fails to fire, you win. If it fires, you die? Su Hao stared at Lu Qingqing, speaking word by word. Hee, young master Su, you've frightened this humble woman. Lu Qingqing said with a charming laugh. Cut the crap. Stand up and come over. Don't make me repeat myself. Su Hao scolded coldly. Lu Qingqing, as expected, the charm technique has no effect on this fellow. The helpless Lu Qingqing could only rise and walk towards Su Hao. When she reached him, Su Hao didn't utter a word and reached out to yank off Lu Qingqing's veil. You. Lu Qingqing was shocked and furious. You look SOSO. Fine, turn around back to me. Su Hao mocked, then pointed his gun at her as a signal. Seeing the furious Lu Qingqing unmoved, Su Hao fired a shot right beside her cheek. The bullet's wind rushed past Lu Qingqing's cheek and struck the door behind her. This time Lu Qingqing experienced the power of the desert eagle more viscerally. Hurry up, Su Hao urged. Lu Qingqing could only comply. At this moment, Su Hao secretly exhaled in relief. That was correct. The anxiety in his heart was finally laid to rest. The plan had succeeded. The reason Su Hao hadn't drawn the desert eagle upon entering the room was that he was genuinely afraid of the distance between them. Lu Qingqing was an innate expert. If he missed, he would be dead. It had to be bloodshed from the first strike to carry the most deterrent weight. Fortunately, the turning point came when Lu Qingqing's two subordinates entered. Su Hao, you too, an innate expert, could handle me like a plaything. You insisted on showing off and summoning others to deal with me. You got what you deserved. Indeed, killing the first lackey was to demonstrate the Desert Eagle's power, making Lu Qingqing dare not make any rash moves. Killing the second was to let her know this device could fire repeatedly and to deepen the impression. As long as Lu Qingqing was afraid, and then came within this range, Su Hao would have succeeded. With the gun pressed to her head at this distance, let alone being an expert, even if you were the Heavenly King himself, if you dared to move, I would blow your dog head to pieces. I don't believe you could still dodge it. Su Hao's life motto was one word: steady. As for why Su Hao didn't directly kill Lu Qingqing, now show mercy. Don't be absurd. He still needed to use this holy maiden to rescue his senior sister and little brother. Thus, Su Hao threatened the holy maiden with a gun to rescue people. Time returned to the backyard. Old O couldn't fathom how their holy maiden had been subdued by this prodigal. Junior brother, you must leave quickly. This old woman is an innate expert. Yun Lu spoke with worry. It's all right, senior sister. Whatever she is, I'm not afraid of her. Su Hao naturally knew this old woman was an innate martial artist. He also knew she wouldn't disregard Lu Qingqing's safety. For in the original tale, this old woman had watched Lu Qingqing grow from childhood. Readers called these two the most heartbreaking master-servant bond. Indeed, this old woman's final fate was to die saving Lu Qingqing. I've strayed from the topic. Let us return to the matter at hand. Su Hao observed the old woman only gazing worriedly at Lu Qingqing, unmoved by his words. He pressed the gun against the holy maiden's occiput. It is your turn to speak. This old woman refuses to cooperate. Su Hao reminded. Grandmother Wind, release them. Lu Qingqing spoke. As expected, upon her words, Grandmother Wind reluctantly glanced at Yun Lu, then stepped aside. You whelp, I warn you. If you dare harm my young lady, I will surely kill you. Grandmother Wind issued her warning. Enough nonsense. Little brother, senior sister, come here at once. Su Hao called out. Yang Yinhua hastily helped Yun Lu to her feet from the ground. The two made their way towards Su Hao. Seeing Yun Lu's injured state, Su Hao was helpless. Senior sister, why are you injured again? You two take position behind me. Su Hao said vigilantly. Yun Lu was somewhat abashed, ashamed, and stood behind Su Hao alongside Yang Yinhua. Boy, release my young lady, Grandmother Wind urged anxiously. Cease your shouting. Whose orders shall we follow, yours or mine? Su Hao rebuked irritably. You. Grandmother Wind ground her teeth in hatred. Su Hao leaned close to Lu Qingqing. If I release you now, we depart. Do not move recklessly. You need not have me remind you of this device's power, do you? Su Hao teased Lu Qingqing. You may depart. Young Master Su, we shall meet again. Lu Qingqing spoke, while suppressing the fury in her chest. Su Hao pushed Lu Qingqing and leveled the gun toward them. The bystanders wished to move. None of you move. Let them go. Lu Qingqing, knowing the Desert Eagle's power, spoke to halt them. Everyone ceased their movements. Su Hao exhaled in relief. Senior sister, let us depart. Su Hao spoke. Just then Grandmother Wind, who had been supporting Lu Qingqing, struck. A palm attack came toward the three. Su Hao cursed within his heart. How dared this old woman be so bold? Another thought crossed his mind. Innate experts were truly swift. Grandmother Wind's target was the injured Yun Lu. Amidst the flying sand and tumbling stones, Grandmother Wind succeeded, and a figure was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. Junior brother. Yun Lu cried out in great alarm. Su Hao. Yang Yinhua also shouted. Su Hao spoke. Just then Grandmother Wind, who had been supporting Lu Qingqing, struck. A palm attack came toward the three. Su Hao cursed within his heart. How dared this old woman be so bold? Another thought crossed his mind. Innate experts were truly swift. Grandmother Wind's target was the injured Yun Lu. Amidst the flying sand and tumbling stones, Grandmother Wind succeeded, and a figure was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. Junior brother. Yun Lu cried out in great alarm. Su Hao. Yang Yinhua also shouted. Indeed, the one struck by Wind Granny was Su Hao. At that critical moment, Su Hao saw that Wind Granny's target was Yun Lu. Without thinking, he instinctively pushed Yun Lu aside. Taking the palm strike on his back, he spat blood and collapsed. The only thought in Su Hao's mind as he flew through the air was, this old crone clearly doesn't know the power of the desert eagle. I should have shot her earlier. Seeing Su Hao take Wind Granny's palm strike, Lu Qingqing's expression changed dramatically. Su Hao cannot die here. Wind Granny already hated Su Hao and was preparing to finish him off. Wind Granny, stop. He cannot die. Lu Qingqing hastily called out to stop her. This time Wind Granny did not act rashly, but glanced at Yun Lu, who had been pushed to the ground. Kill that woman. Wind Granny shouted harshly. Her subordinates drew their blades and advanced toward the devastated Yun Lu. But before they could move, bang! Lu Qingqing's heart lurched at the familiar sound. Then she saw Wind Granny clutching her shoulder fallen to the side, blood dripping profusely between her fingers. The shooter was of course Su Hao lying on the ground. Su Hao wiped the blood from his lips and rose from the ground, holding up his gun. You old hag, did you really think I had no temper? Su Hao furiously raised his weapon intending to finish off the old crone. Unfortunately, Lu Qingqing moved. She darted forward and rescued Wind Granny, just as Su Hao's gun fired. The shot missed. Su Hao felt deeply resentful. His best opportunity, yet he had missed. At this moment Yun Lu weakly climbed up from the ground. Junior brother, are you alright? Yang Yanhua also rushed to Su Hao's side. Without wasting words, Su Hao turned and fired 2 shots at the 2 assassins who had been about to attack Yun Lu. Bang bang. Both men dropped instantly. The remaining assassins, seeing this, quickly retreated, keeping their distance from Su Hao. Alright, you may leave now. No one will stop you this time. Seeing Su Hao lose control, Lu Qingqing supporting Wind Granny hastily called out to stop him. This time Su Hao did not speak, but kept his gun raised toward Lu Qingqing's direction. Together with Yun Lu and Yang Yanhua, he retreated from the back courtyard. Once outside the courtyard, Su Hao grabbed the 2 others and hurried away. The 3 supported each other as they hurried toward the gates searching for a carriage. Su Hao, you're really tough. A palm from a heaven's grandmaster, and you're still fine. Yang Yanhua said, joyfully relieved to have escaped death. That's right, I ugh. Su Hao had barely started speaking when blood poured from his mouth like water. The next moment Su Hao's entire body began to sway. Yun Lu quickly caught him. Junior brother. Yun Lu anxiously called out. Yang Yanhua rushed to help, and together they lifted Su Hao. They barely made it to the carriage when Yun Lu held Su Hao in her arms with a broken heart, letting him lean against her. He was fine just now. Why did this happen suddenly? Coachman, hurry, hurry. Yang Yanhua panicked, shouting loudly to the coachman outside. Su Hao dazed and weak. Damn it, that old crone really knows how to hit hard. It hurts like hell. Su Hao said intermittently. He was telling the truth. Even Su Hao himself didn't know how he had managed to stand up again afterward. Junior brother, hold on. You'll be fine. We're almost home. Yun Lu said, her voice choked with emotion, wiping the blood continuously spilling from Su Hao's lips. With her other hand pressed tightly against Su Hao's palm, she channeled the internal energy she had just recovered to circulate her cultivation for Su Hao. Junior sister, if you had just listened to me, you shouldn't act so recklessly again. Hearing Su Hao's intermittent instructions, Yun Lu's tears fell like unpaid debts. I'll listen to you, junior brother. As long as you're okay from now on, I'll always listen to you. Yun Lu said, her voice trembling with emotion. At this moment, Su Hao's consciousness gradually fading. He heard a voice in his mind. Ding. Today's good deed task has been completed. Good deed content rescued the female heroine Yun Lu from the demon sect assassins along with the future commander of the northern border, Yang Yanhua, changing their fates of destruction. Based on the impact assessment of the results, rewards obtained: 1 silver prize pool lottery draw, 1 gold prize pool lottery draw. Using the last of his consciousness. System. Draw. Lottery. Ding. Inside the carriage, the hand Su Hao held the gun with suddenly went slack. The golden desert eagle clattered to the floor. Su Hao had completely lost consciousness. Junior brother. Su Hao. Yun Lu and Yang Yanhua called out in panic. Elsewhere, after Su Hao and the other 2 departed, Lu Qingqing supported Wind Granny, whose shoulder had been shot. That damn kid. Saintus, what kind of hidden weapon was that? Wind Granny asked indignantly. Lu Qingqing wore a grim expression. I don't know either. It was too sinister. My enchantment arts had absolutely no effect on him. Saintus, rest assured. Once I'm healed, I will definitely find an opportunity to kill him. Wind Granny promised resolutely. Now is not the time for that. We have bigger problems. This safe house must be abandoned. That man is the son of Su Cheng. Inform our underground operatives in the city. Don't expose yourselves, don't make contact. We're leaving. Lu Qingqing arranged things prudently. Yes, Saintus. Everyone acknowledged, then vanished into the night. Yang Yanhua and Yun Lu brought Su Hao back to the Prime Minister's residence. That entire night, everyone in the residence was in chaos. Ding Xiu Zhang Long Zhaohu. They had no idea how many doctors they had searched for throughout the night. When Su Cheng learned of this, he rushed to the palace to implore the Empress. She granted him precious healing medicines from the Imperial Pharmacy. It was said that when Su Cheng left the palace, 2 Imperial Guardian experts accompanied him to the Prime Minister's residence. A whole night passed. Yun Lu slowly opened her eyes. Yes, after they brought Su Hao back last night, Yun Lu had also collapsed from her injuries and the depletion of her internal energy. After the physician's treatment, she only recovered enough to wake this morning. The moment her eyes opened, Junior brother, she cried out, and regardless of her own weakness, she got out of bed. Rushing out the door, she headed directly for Su Hao's courtyard. Upon reaching Su Hao's room, Yun Lu pushed open the door in panic. But the bed was completely empty. Yun Lu felt as if struck by lightning. Tears slipped down her cheeks as she stood trembling. Memories of Su Hao's figure appearing over these past days flooded her mind. Your injury isn't healed yet. You can't eat spicy food. Have some candy instead. You are my junior sister from now on. Senior sister is my form correct. The true hero in my heart is one who serves their country and protects their people. Whoever stops me from doing. From now on you are my senior sister. Senior sister is my form correct. The true hero in my heart is one who serves the country and protects the people. Whoever stops me from doing good deeds. Even if they're a grandmaster, I won't fear them. The final scene. Su Hao stood in the darkness, gun raised. Senior sister, little brother, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. Yun Lu wept until she could no longer make a sound. She had repeatedly claimed she would protect Su Hao. But in that true moment of life and death, it was that cowardly junior brother who had saved her. It's all my fault. I killed junior brother. Yun Lu choked out self-reproachful words. Tears streaming down her face, Yun Lu clutched her heart. Junior brother, wait for senior sister. After I avenge you, I'll come find you. Yun Lu silently vowed in her heart. Just then a voice came from outside the door. Senior sister, what are you doing? Hearing that familiar voice, Yun Lu was startled and turned around only to find Su Hao standing right in front of her, holding a steamed bun in one hand and eating it. Yun Lu was completely dumbfounded, unable to tell whether this was reality or a dream. It wasn't until Su Hao foolishly held out the paper-wrapped bun toward her that she snapped back to her senses. I just bought these meat buns. They're still hot. Want one, senior sister? Yun Lu let out a wail and collapsed into Su Hao's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Oh, what's wrong? Crying from hunger. Fine, I'll give it to you, senior sister. Su Hao was genuinely startled. What would junior brother, weren't you dead? Yun Lu looked up through her tears, and Su Hao's face darkened. TCH, speaking such ominous words so early in the morning. Do I look like someone with problems? Su Hao said irritably. Yun Lu quickly scanned him from head to toe. I'm fine, absolutely nothing wrong with me. I just took Hua Hua to school this morning and saw you crying. Su Hao explained. Woo, what on earth happened? You scared me half to death. Yun Lu sobbed brokenly. Well, they had been scared half to death. All the female warriors had been resolved to die, having sworn to avenge Su Hao before joining him in the grave. And just as senior sister was on the verge of turning dark, the junior brother was as strong as an ox, telling everyone he was fine. Haha, senior sister, stop crying. You look terrible when you cry, haha. Su Hao teased with a grin. Yun Lu cried and hit him twice. Haha, I don't know what happened either. I only remember the three of us escaping from the Flower Rain Pavilion. I got on the carriage and passed out. I have no idea what happened after that. Then I woke up like this, completely fine. Isn't that miraculous? Su Hao asked with a smile. Yun Lu sniffled. Really, is this really okay? Su Hao nodded. Of course. But senior sister, am I cursed or something? Su Hao asked exasperatedly, which earned him a playful slap from Yun Lu. Don't talk nonsense. Since the day I met you, you've never stopped getting injured. The doctor said you must rest properly these next few days. You can't go anywhere. Just stay home and heal. Su Hao said helplessly. Yun Lu rolled her eyes at him and took a bun from his hand. If I got it. I'll stay home and heal. Then, not minding that he'd been holding it, she ate it straight away. After Yun Lu recovered her composure and took Su Hao's advice, she returned to her room to rest. Watching her leave, Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, he had been lying. He knew exactly how he had healed. The reason was that before passing out the day before, Su Hao had given the system a lottery command. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing 1 golden draw and 1 silver draw. Rewards: Super Recovery Constitution, Ancient Musical Instruments Mastery. Yes, 2 draws in total. That Super Recovery Constitution was the primary reason Su Hao had healed so quickly. The doctors treating him were utterly astonished. An innate expert's palm strike should have killed an ordinary person instantly, yet Su Hao not only survived but improved with each pulse check. A recovery rate unheard of in all of medicine. Of course, it wasn't just his constitution. Su Hao also learned that the healing medicine Su Cheng had brought back from the Imperial Palace the night before, along with the 2 expert attendants he'd recruited, had been of tremendous help. So Su Hao had fully recovered by early morning, nearly giving his father a heart attack. Only after confirming Su Hao was truly unharmed did Su Cheng, who hadn't slept all night, finally go to rest. Wan'er, Ding Xiao, and the others had all stayed up all night caring for Su Hao and had gone to sleep early that morning. With nothing else to do, Su Hao had seen Hua Hua off to school and then had breakfast. As for the Flower Rain Pavilion, Su Cheng had returned from the Imperial City the night before. The palace guards had personally conducted a thorough search of the bustling brothel inside and out. Unfortunately, Lu Qinshin and her gang had long since fled. The only ones left were the innocent staff who knew nothing of the matter. Still, because of Su Hao, the Flower Rain Pavilion was forced to close for strict investigation. Its business would likely never recover to what it once was. Subsequently, the Empress herself issued an edict ordering a comprehensive crackdown on all members of the Tangshan sect throughout the capital. Back in his room, Su Hao reviewed the results of this lottery and felt quite dissatisfied. 1 silver draw and 1 golden draw. Fine, the constitution was indispensable, but what was the point of ancient musical instruments mastery? He was a hedonistic young master, not a musician. He suspected it was because he'd seen blood and his luck had turned dark, so he hadn't drawn anything worthwhile. Su Hao attributed it to superstition. However, this act of kindness had also revealed a piece of information to Su Hao. Yang Yinhua, this younger brother of his, would indeed become the Marquis of Jinbei in the future. Analyzing the system's information, this guy would play a pivotal role in the military of Dawu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have granted Su Hao a golden draw. That kid who couldn't stop eating candy. The Marquis of Jinbei. Su Hao was somewhat skeptical. Meanwhile, our future Marquis of Jinbei was yawning and quietly sneaking through the back door of the mansion. This is absurd. I vomited so much blood, and I'm fine by early morning. Having successfully slipped inside, Yang Yanhua muttered to himself in self-doubt. Last night, although Yang Yanhua had also been injured, it was only superficial and not serious. Worried about Su Hao, he had spent the night at the Prime Minister's residence. But seeing Su Hao jumping around that morning had made him question his own understanding of reality. Setting aside his concerns, he now had to worry about how to explain his absence to his family. Sneaking into the backyard, he finally relaxed. His older sister should have gone to the military camp by now. Just as he was about to return to his room for a nap, Yang Yanhua. That familiar voice behind him made Yang Yanhua freeze. He slowly and stiffly turned his head to see his older sister standing there with a stern expression. "Sis, good morning." Yang Yanhua greeted awkwardly. "Now you've learned to stay out all night. Speak, where were you last night?" His sister Yang Wanqing didn't waste words and went straight to the interrogation. "Sis, I was at. Think carefully before you speak. Lie to me and you'll face the family discipline." Yang Wanqing reprimanded him coldly. I was at Su Hao's house last night." Yang Yanhua confessed immediately. "I knew it. All day long you neglect your martial arts practice and run off to play. Now you've learned to skip coming home. Why didn't you come home?" Yang Wanqing reached out and snapped a branch off a nearby tree with her bare hands, then didn't hold back as she struck Yang Yanhua on the buttocks. "Ouch. Sis, don't hit me, I'm telling the whole story. Me and Su Hao went to the Flower Rain Pavilion, and then..." Yang Yanhua jumped around in desperation, trying to confess. But before he could finish, Yang Wanqing stared at him in utter disbelief. The branch in her hand had already been shattered by her internal energy into fragments scattering across the ground. "Say that again. Where did you and Su Hao go?" Yang Wanqing's rage surged to its peak. We went to the Flower Rain Pavilion, sis." Yang Yanhua stammered tremulously. The next moment, a hard kick landed squarely on his buttocks. "You brat. You went to a brothel." Yang Wanqing shouted outright. "Mom, sis, don't hit me, don't hit me. We had a reason for going to the brothel." At this point, Yang Yanhua deeply regretted not being born with two more mouths to explain himself. Watching his furious older sister Yang, Yanhua quickly recounted the entire incident to Yang Wanqing. When she heard that they had been besieged by assassins from the demonic cult, her heart clenched with worry. Only when she heard that Su Hao was critically injured and unconscious did Yang Wanqing lose her composure entirely. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? Let's go at once." In her anxiety, she grabbed Yang Yanhua and dragged him outside. "Wait, sister, I just got back. Where are we going?" Yang Yanhua asked as Yang Wanqing gripped his arm, but she was too hurried to respond. By the time the two arrived at the Prime Minister's residence on horseback, the guards at the gate didn't even bother with formal announcements. They simply rode straight in. It wasn't merely because they recognized Yang Yanhua. After all, the young lord of the Jinbei kingdom had been visiting frequently these past few days. But more importantly, Yang Wanqing's fierce and anxious demeanor left no room for ceremony. The two dismounted and entered the Prime Minister's residence. "Sister, don't worry. Su Hao is fine. He's in good condition. Don't try to fool me. You were severely injured by a Xiantian master, and now you're telling me you're fine. Why didn't you come back to the residence last night to inform me?" Yang Wanqing was extremely anxious and simply refused to believe her brother's words. When the siblings finally spotted Su Hao reclining on a lounge chair with Wanner feeding him grapes beside him, Yang Yanhua panted, "See, I told you he was fine." But Yang Wanqing pushed past everyone and reached out to examine him. "Su Hao, are you alright? Where were you injured?" Su Hao's face contorted in pain as he clutched his chest. Speak to me. What's wrong?" Yang Wanqing asked anxiously. "Phew. I'm fine. I choked. It scared me to death." It turned out Su Hao had been so startled by Yang Wanqing's sudden arrival that the grape had gone down the wrong pipe. "You're injured. I'll treat your wounds." Yang Wanqing was eager to channel her energy. "Oh, stop touching me. There are people here. I'm really fine. Ask Wanner if you don't believe me." Su Hao's face flushed red at Yang Wanqing's actions, and he quickly tried to stop her. "My." Yang Wanqing was startled. "General Yang, my young master is truly fine. The physician said he has fully recovered." Wanner hastened to explain. Hearing this, Yang Wanqing looked at Su Hao, then back at her brother, and finally, at Su Hao still gripping her hands. A blush of embarrassment and indignation spread across her delicate face. "You bastard, get up on your feet." Yang Wanqing's attitude shifted dramatically. Su Hao sprang up from the lounge chair in one fluid motion. "What's wrong?" But before he could finish, Yang Wanqing had already seized his collar. "You bastard. Not only did you take my brother to a brothel, but you also dared to lie about being injured. Let me show you how I'll deal with both of you." Yang Wanqing was genuinely furious now. The thought of Su Hao being injured had nearly terrified her to death. Seeing him perfectly fine after arriving, she was certain he and her brother had conspired to deceive her. "I didn't lie to you. Little brother, explain yourself." Su Hao cried out anxiously. "Explain? Explain my ass." Yang Yanhua muttered to himself, then quickly made his escape from the courtyard, thinking, "If sister listens to my explanation, I'll never be allowed back here." "Su Hao's your brother. Take it like a man." Watching his disloyal friend flee, Su Hao fumed internally. "No more snacks for you, little brother." "Miss, please let me explain first," he pleaded helplessly. Just then Yin Lu, who had come looking for Su Hao, happened to encounter Yang Yanhua attempting to escape the courtyard. "Brother Yang Yu, Yun Lu asked in confusion. But before she could finish, she spotted Su Hao being grabbed by the collar. Don't lay a finger on my junior brother. Yun Lu erupted in anger and struck out directly. Sensing the spiritual energy approaching from behind, Yang Wanqing shoved Su Hao aside and turned to meet the attack. Su Hao steadied himself. Oh, stop fighting. It's all a misunderstanding, he called out urgently. But the two women were already engaged. Fists and feet collided. Yang Wanqing's martial art style was battlefield-oriented, powerful, and sweeping, while Yun Lu's movements were agile and fluid. After one exchange, both retreated. Yun Lu positioned herself protectively in front of Su Hao. Who are you? Do not harm my junior brother. Yun Lu warned sternly. Seeing Yun Lu standing before Su Hao, Yang Wanqing's temper flared. Su Hao, who is she? Did you bring back an official courtesan from the brothel? Yang Wanqing accused, directly jumping to conclusions. Before Su Hao could explain, Yun Lu flew into a rage. How dare she be called an official courtesan? You damn woman, what did you say? Looking for a beating, Yun Lu attacked without hesitation. Afraid of you? Yang Wanqing was no pushover either. The two clashed again. Oh, stop fighting. Senior sister, you're still injured. Su Hao panicked and rushed to intervene. Yun Lu was injured and shouldn't be fighting, and besides, it wasn't about who would win or lose. Su Hao forcibly inserted himself between them, but his strength was far inferior to the two women. His stomach took Yun Lu's punch meant for Yang Wanqing, and his buttocks received a kick from Yang Wanqing in the chaos. Su Hao was sent flying. Both women were shocked. Su Hao, junior brother. Forgetting about fighting, Yang Wanqing finally noticed how Yun Lu addressed Su Hao. You call Su Hao your junior brother? Yang Wanqing asked in surprise. Sister, she's the female hero Yun Lu I told you about. The one who was with us last night. Yang Yanhua explained from beside the courtyard wall. Yang Wanqing finally understood she had misunderstood. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Yang Wanqing scolded. Yang Yanhua shrank his neck, thinking even if I had told you earlier, you wouldn't have believed me. Just then Wanner hurried over to help Su Hao up. Young master, are you alright? Where were you hurt? Wanner asked with concern. Ouch, Yang Wanqing, how can you be so strong? You nearly kicked me into a tree. Su Hao complained, clutching his stomach and buttocks as he stood up. The two women hurried over. Junior brother, are you alright? Why did this woman hit you? Yun Lu asked Su Hao, warily glancing at Yang Wanqing. Oh, senior sister, they're not strangers. She's my little brother's older sister, General Yang Wanqing of Tiansu. General Yang, this is my senior sister Yun Lu. Please stop fighting. Su Hao quickly introduced them. So what if she's a general? She can't just hit you randomly. Yun Lu said resentfully. Su Hao, when did you take on a master? Where did this senior sister come from? Why is she at your home? Yang Wanqing asked, even more displeased. The two women's gazes met, thick with hostility. Just then Ding Xiu ran into the courtyard. Young master, someone has come from the palace. The female emperor summons you to appear before her immediately. Why is the female emperor summoning me, eh? Su Hao asked in surprise. The palace messenger didn't say, but they're waiting at the gate. You'd better go quickly. Ding Xiu urged. Alright, I'll go to the palace. But you two must stop fighting. Little brother, come explain. If you can't explain properly, you won't even get candy wrappers in this lifetime. Su Hao shouted toward Yang Yanhua. At the ministry residence, early morning. Zhao Xuanlu was preparing to leave for class at the White Horse Academy when she was stopped by Zhao Hao, who blocked her path. Sister, are you going out? Zhao Hao asked. For the past 2 days, ever since Zhao Hao had caused a scene at the gates of the White Horse Academy with his classmates from the academy, Zhao Xuanlu's attitude toward him had done a complete 180-degree turn. Their previously open and honest brother-sister relationship had now become noticeably cold. Zhao Xuanlu looked at Zhao Hao with icy indifference. Yes, I'm going to the academy to teach. Zhao Xuanlu responded with a cold expression, then walked toward the outside of the residence without wanting to say more. Sister, why are you still going to teach at Su Hao's sham of a White Horse Academy? Do you know what the other students at the academy are saying about you now? They're saying that the first talent of the imperial capital has fallen from grace, that she regrets breaking off her engagement with that good-for-nothing Su Hao. Zhao Hao shouted, sternly watching Zhao Xuanlu about to leave. Zhao Xuanlu turned around and looked at him seriously. Zhao Hao, when did you become like this? I go to the academy to teach children how to read. What I'm doing is meaningful. You've been fixating on Su Hao from the very beginning and can't see the good in what I'm doing. Zhao Xuanlu scolded him seriously. Yes, it had only been 2 days, but those pairs of curious eyes filled with hope in her classroom, those children's hearts yearning for knowledge, had deeply moved Zhao Xuanlu. She had come to love this kind of life. The titles of teacher and master that the children called her gave her a greater sense of accomplishment than being called the first talent of the imperial capital. You don't know what's good or bad. All I know is that Su Hao is not a good person. Everything he does must be wrong. Sister, what's happened to you? Is it really as they say, you've regretting it? You don't even care about your reputation anymore. Zhao Hao asked in disbelief. Reputation? I don't care about it. All I know is that I'm doing something I find meaningful, and I'm not wrong. Your prejudice against Su Hao runs too deep. We were both wrong before. He's not as worthless as you think. I truly admire his ambition and his character. As for what others say, I can't control it, and I don't care. Perhaps in the future, I might really regret breaking off my engagement with Su Hao. At the very least, someone with such ambitions as he has. I feel I'm not worthy of him yet. Zhao Xuanlu's words made Zhao Hao's eyes nearly pop out of his head. Sister, do you even know what you're saying? Zhao Ritian's heart shattered once again. Alright, father wants you to stay home and recuperate from your injuries lately. I'm going to be late. As Zhao Xuanlu was about to leave, Zhao Ritian shouted anxiously. Yesterday, Su Hao got into a fight at the Rainflower Pavilion over a courtesan and caused a scene at the brothel. He's nothing but a good-for-nothing, and he always will be. Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, Zhao Xuanlu paused, but then quickly walked away. After finishing her lesson for the children in the classroom, during break time, Zhao Xuanlu sat in the courtyard. Watching the children playing around her, she was lost in thought for a moment, recalling what Zhao Hao had said that morning. Why would he go to a place like that? Is the courtesan really that beautiful? Zhao Xuanlu felt a pang of jealousy in her heart. If it were before learning that Su Hao had gone to a brothel, she would have thought it perfectly normal. A good-for-nothing. What else would you expect from him? But now Zhao Xuanlu didn't understand why upon hearing this news, she felt so uncomfortable inside. That morning when Su Hao had come to deliver Huahua, Zhao Xuanlu had wanted to confront him, but with what right? As his former wife. Now she was at most just a teacher working under Su Hao. Teacher Zhao. A voice from behind startled Zhao Xuanlu from her thoughts. She stood up and turned around, seeing that the visitor was Warner. Miss Warner, it's you. What brings you here? Zhao Xuanlu asked, returning to her normal self. Teacher Zhao, young master sent me to let you know that today he promised to come teach the children arithmetic, but he may have to break his promise. Warner explained her purpose. Why? What is he doing? Zhao Xuanlu asked, feeling displeased in her heart. TCH, going to a brothel again. Is the courtesan really that great? A young master has been summoned to the palace by his majesty. He left in a hurry, so he won't be able to come for class. Warner explained. Zhao Xuanlu was shocked. Did he get into trouble again? Why would the female emperor summon him? Although Su Hao was the son of the prime minister, he was merely a commoner with no official rank or title, so he had no qualifications to have an audience with the emperor. Being summoned to the palace meant something had definitely gone wrong. Warner shook her head. I don't know. The palace messenger didn't say, but it's probably related to young master being injured last night. Warner guessed. What? He was injured. Wasn't he fine this morning? Besides, didn't he go to the brothel last night? By the end, Zhao Xuanlu herself felt a bit embarrassed. It was improper for a well-bred lady to mention such a place. Young master was injured at the brothel yesterday. Young master and sister Yun went to the Rainflower Pavilion on important business. They encountered enemies, and on the way back young master vomited blood and passed out. Everyone was terrified. Perhaps young master is truly blessed by heaven. By some miracle, he was fine by morning. Warner told Zhao Xuanlu everything she knew. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xuanlu was stunned. Am I an idiot? I believed Zhao Hao's rumors and misunderstood Su Hao. She thought, reproaching herself. Zhao Ritian's sister, I'm telling you nothing but the truth. You must believe me. Is he really okay now? Zhao Xuanlu asked with concern. Warner nodded with a smile. Young master is fine. As the two were chatting, they heard nearby Sister Warner. Huahua's delighted voice rang out. Seeing Huahua running toward them, Warner quickly instructed Zhao Xuanlu. Teacher, Zhao, please don't tell Huahua about young master being injured. Young master is afraid it will frighten the children. Warner instructed. Zhao Xuanlu was touched in her heart. Was he always this gentle? Sister Warner, why are you here? Is it to see if Huahua has been obedient? Huahua asked cutely. Warner knelt down and affectionately wiped the sweat from Huahua's forehead. Look at you all sweaty from running. Didn't young master say to be careful not to catch a cold? Huahua, were you a good boy in class today? If you were naughty, there'll be no candy when you get home. Warner asked with a smile. Huahua was the most obedient. You can ask teacher sister if you don't believe me, right? Huahua called Zhao Xuanlu teacher sister, which was a unique form of address between this teacher and student. Perhaps because of Su Hao, Zhao Xuanlu usually paid extra attention to Huahua. Haha, yes, Huahua is the most well-behaved and very smart too. Zhao Xuanlu praised. See, Sister Warner, Huahua isn't lying. By the way, will brother come pick me up this afternoon? Huahua asked. I don't know either. Young master has gone to the palace to see the female emperor. We don't know when he'll be back. This sister will come pick you up when it's time. Warner explained. Huahua nodded obediently. After Warner finished explaining everything, she took her leave. Huahua heard that Su Hao had something to attend to and did not throw a tantrum. Alright, I'll wait for my sister to come pick me up. Actually, there's no need for such trouble, Miss Warner. From now on, let Huahua walk to and from school with me. Since my route home passes by the Prime Minister's residence, it would be convenient to give her a ride. Zhao Xuanlu looked at Huahua with delight. Then I'm troubling you, Teacher Zhao. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. Warner prompted. Thank you, Teacher Sister. Huahua said in her sweet childish voice. She quite liked this beautiful teacher sister, though of course, she liked her brother the most. Meanwhile, Su Hao had already taken the palace carriage into the imperial palace. After entering, he walked a great distance before reaching the main hall. Good heavens, my old man's official position isn't exactly comfortable either. Waking up early every day and walking all this way. If only there were a sightseeing cart, or even an electric scooter. This is exhausting. Su Hao was not heading to the grand hall where daily court assemblies were held, but rather to a side hall, where the Empress Regnant and certain key ministers conducted post-session deliberations. Su Hao waited at the entrance. The attendant went in to announce him, and soon the voice declaring Su Hao's audience with the sovereign rang out. Su Hao stepped inside. The side hall was already quite crowded. His father was among them. Even through the original owner's memories, this was Su Hao's first time entering the palace, and he couldn't help but feel curious. He glanced toward the highest imperial seat. The Empress Regnant. Blimey, isn't that the stunning beauty I spotted on the imperial city walls that day? Su Hao stole a glance at the empress seated upon the dragon throne and was instantly taken aback. It wasn't that Su Hao had an exceptional memory, it was simply that although he had been far away that day, the empress's countenance was not to mention absolutely devastatingly beautiful. And as for her figure, not to mention her bosom, that could rival Yang Wanqing's. Su Hao found it impossible to forget. He hadn't expected her to be the empress, but upon reflection it made perfect sense. Having already prepared himself mentally after entering the palace, Su Hao knew the imperial rules were terrifyingly strict. After just one glance, he quickly averted his eyes, then noticed his father's warning look. Su Hao understood immediately. This humble one, Su Hao, pays respects to your majesty the empress. May your majesty be well and prosperous. While he offered the formal greetings, Su Hao merely bowed. There was no way around it. He held an imperial edict granting him exemption from kneeling in the sovereign's presence. Just then, before the empress could speak, a middle-aged man in a python-embroidered robe stepped forward from among the ministers. How dare you? Why do you not kneel before the emperor? Prime Minister, how do you teach your son to show such disrespect to the sovereign? The man in the python robe thundered, but faced with his rebuke, neither Su Hao nor his father said a word. Su Hao merely cast a glance at the man and stood quietly. I am addressing you. Why do you not answer? The man in the python robe questioned again. Enough, uncle. This is a grace bestowed upon Su Hao by this sovereign. He is exempt from kneeling. Su Hao, why do you not speak? The empress asked. In reply, your majesty, in a gathering such as this, it is only natural that your majesty is the most exalted. Since you did not permit me to speak, this humble one dared not say anything reckless. Su Hao answered in a clear, resonant voice. Upon hearing these words, Prime Minister Su Cheng's heart swelled with pride. His son was indeed clever. That flattery was even more masterful than his own. Astute and perceptive. The man in the python robe glared fiercely at Su Hao upon hearing his reply, but since the empress had already cited the imperial edict, he could hardly press the matter against the Su father and son. It was the empress, however, who upon hearing Su Hao's words allowed a gentle smile to grace her lips. Smooth talker, she murmured softly, then composed herself. Very well. This is your first time in the palace. The man you just encountered is Prince of Lingnan, your sovereign's own uncle. You must show him respect, do you understand? The empress informed Su Hao of the man's identity, and it suddenly clicked for Su Hao. So it was this fellow. Prince of Lingnan. Of course, Su Hao knew who that was. Prince of Lingnan Zhou Qing was the empress's own uncle. Despite their blood tie, this man harbored rebellious ambitions and had long been plotting insurrection. After the previous emperor's death, he used the pretext that the new sovereign was a woman to collude with factional allies seeking to seize the throne for himself. But who could have predicted that although young, the empress's political acumen far surpassed that of the Prince of Lingnan. She single-handedly turned the tide, suppressing all opposition within the court, and ascended the dragon throne in magnificent splendor. Among all who aided her, Prime Minister Su Cheng had been the greatest contributor, and this was precisely why the Prince of Lingnan held such deep resentment toward the Su father and son. This was the Prince of Lingnan that Su Hao knew of. He served as another antagonist in the story, and according to the original narrative, his threat level even surpassed Su Hao's, simply because he lived longer, that is. Hearing the empress's words, Su Hao turned and offered a respectful salute to the Prince of Lingnan. This humble one is unfamiliar with court affairs. In all of Dawu, I know only of your majesty the empress, and know nothing of your royal highness. I pray you do not hold it against me. Su Hao spoke somewhat perfunctorily. The Prince of Lingnan was about to say something further, but was once again interrupted by the empress. Su Hao, the reason I have summoned you to the palace today is that the 6th Prince of Zhao has accused you of insulting the Emperor of Zhao. I ask you, is this true? The empress asked with imperial authority. This matter. In reply, your majesty, this humble one has never even set eyes upon the Emperor of Zhao. How could insulting him be possible? I know nothing of such a thing. Su Hao flatly denied it. Nonsense. In this era there were no recordings, no surveillance cameras. Why should he admit to anything? Su Hao, you dare commit the act yet refuse to own up to it. Your majesty, this scoundrel is lying. Yesterday at the Flower Rain Pavilion in front of all present he repeatedly declared that your imperial father meant less to him than a fart. Anyone present can testify to this. Just then Zhao Kun suddenly stepped forward and loudly rebutted Su Hao. Damn, this guy's here too. I didn't even notice. Su Hao only now noticed that Zhao Kun was also present. He truly hadn't paid attention. Su Hao, is what the 6th Prince of Zhao says true? You must not deceive this sovereign. The empress inquired. In reply, your majesty, as I have already stated. Su Hao admitted it outright this time. Your majesty, this subject openly insulted the emperor of Zhao, damaging relations between our two nations, and moreover, deceived the sovereign. I implore your majesty to convict him of the crime of deceiving the ruler. The Prince of Lingnan was not about to let go of any opportunity. He leapt forward once again. Su Cheng frowned, and was about to step forward to defend his son, but Su Hao gave him a reassuring glance, and taking the initiative turned to face the Prince of Lingnan. How exactly does the crime of deceiving the sovereign apply here? When did I, Su Hao, admit to insulting the Emperor of Zhao? Su Hao questioned. You audacious brat, and you still dare to twist words. You just admitted yourself that you called the Emperor of Zhao less than. Isn't that insulting? The Prince of Lingnan himself found the words difficult to utter. Just that. I, Su Hao, as a common subject of Dawu, had no idea what had happened to the Emperor of Zhao. In my heart, there is only your majesty the Empress. Emperors of other nations, I don't even know them, so of course they mean less than a fart to me. Wouldn't that count as insulting? Exactly. After all, this humble one is merely a commoner, unlike your royal highness, whose heart is as vast as the heavens, and who holds not just one, but many emperors in reverence. This humble one is deeply ashamed. After Su Hao finished speaking, the Prince of Lingnan, enraged and alarmed, quickly glanced toward the Empress. As expected, the Empress's sharp gaze fell upon him. The Prince of Lingnan hastily bowed. Your Majesty, this subject's loyalty to Dao Wu is witnessed by heaven and earth. Your Majesty must not be deceived by this Tung Laden child. Moreover, Prime Minister, I must ask, your son frequents establishments of ill repute day and night. This is simply outrageous. The Prince of Lingnan hastily offered his explanation. Hey, Your Highness, you truly amuse me. What harm is there in my visiting a brothel? I, Su Hao, am neither a court official nor a government appointee. I am but a common citizen. Moreover, I did not refuse to pay. By what right am I forbidden from entering a pleasure house? Which law of the Great Wu prohibits commoners from visiting pleasure quarters to enjoy performances? Su Hao's loud protest left Su Cheng's face flushing red. Son, you may have a point, but you're my son. Why speak of visiting brothels so brazenly? The Empress listened to their bickering, her cheeks coloring slightly. What shamelessness! Enough, cease this quarrel. Prince of Zhao, I am aware of the matter. Su Hao harbored no intention to insult your late father. Let this matter rest. The Empress struck her final decision without hesitation. Your Imperial Majesty, but how? Zhao Kun attempted to argue further, only for the Empress to silence him with a sharp glance. I said let this matter rest. Zhao Kun shuddered, lowered his head, and bit his teeth as he performed a respectful bow. Yes. The matter concerning Su Hao was decisively terminated by the Empress. Though the Prince of Wuling harbored reservations, he understood his niece's capabilities and recognized that the situation was beyond redemption. He exchanged a subtle glance with Zhao Kun, who nodded imperceptibly before stepping forward once more to bow before the Empress. Your Imperial Majesty, there is another matter. Previously, our two nations discussed the Zhao Kingdom's request for the Great Wu to return 3 border cities. I wonder if your Imperial Majesty would consider this request. As Zhao Kun posed his inquiry, the ministers present began murmuring among themselves, yet the Empress remained impassive, her thoughts concealed. What say my beloved ministers? Your Majesty, this subject seems unwise. Since our nations were previously at war, the captured cities naturally belong to our Great Wu. The principle that victors claim spoils has remained unchanged since ancient times. How could we so readily return them? Su Cheng, as the head of the civil officials, spoke first. He understood the Empress's intentions well. Could a ruler with ambitions spanning the world truly consider surrendering conquered territory? Such thoughts belong to dreams alone. Your Majesty, this minister believes the Prime Minister's words are misguided. Since both nations have ceased hostilities and pursued peace, our Great Wu should demonstrate good faith by returning the Zhao Kingdom's cities, showcasing our magnanimity. Fostering harmonious relations between our two nations is what truly matters. The Prince of Wuling rose to voice his opposition, dividing the court ministers into 2 factions, one supporting the prince's position on restitution, the other backing the Prime Minister's stance. Your Majesty, this commoner has a question to pose to the Prince of Wuling. Su Hao, who had been observing the proceedings, suddenly spoke up loudly. How dare you? This is a matter of state importance. You, Su Hao, hold no official position. How dare you speak so recklessly? Get out at once. The Prince of Wuling rebuked him sharply. Your Highness speaks incorrectly. Though I hold no official rank, I am a commoner of the Great Wu. Since I stand here, I represent the people's desire to voice their thoughts. What harm is there in that? Your Highness clearly doesn't understand what it means to love the people as one's own children. Besides, I merely wish to ask a single question. It has nothing to do with state affairs. Su Hao's words dripped with sarcasm as the Prince of Wuling frowned, thinking, what a glib-tongued youngster. Very well, Su Hao. Whatever you wish to ask the Prince of Wuling, you have my permission to proceed. The Empress granted her approval. Su Hao bowed in gratitude, then approached the Prince of Wuling. Observing the man's arrogant demeanor, Su Hao smiled and cupped his hands in a formal gesture. May I ask, Your Highness, do you lack certain manhood? Su Hao asked with a smile. Though his voice wasn't particularly loud, everyone present heard him clearly. Even the Empress looked surprised while the ministers stood stunned. Su Hao was insulting the Prince of Wuling, and the insult was remarkably crude. Su Hao, you wretched bastard. How dare you insult me? You seek death. The Prince of Wuling erupted in fury, gathering spiritual energy in his hand. He was indeed a genuine martial arts master. Su Hao didn't retreat an inch. Prince of Wuling, in front of His Majesty, what do you intend to do to my son? Su Cheng immediately shouted in protest. Only then did the Prince of Wuling suppress his rage and withdraw his spiritual energy, turning to face the Empress. Your Majesty, this Su Hao has insulted the royal family. I beg Your Majesty to punish him severely. The Empress regarded Su Hao calmly. Su Hao, explain yourself. What did you mean? Your Majesty, my question was posed on behalf of the people of Great Wu, to ask our esteemed prince whether he is truly a man. Su Hao responded loudly. Su Hao, you dare insult me again. The Prince of Wuling thundered in fury. Hey, Your Highness, merely asking if you're a man constitutes an insult. Then this hostage from a defeated enemy nation dares to demand things from the victor. Isn't that slapping our Great Wu's face right in front of everyone? And you can tolerate this? I thought you had a good temper. Su Hao asked mockingly. Nonsense, Su Hao. This prince merely seeks to reclaim cities that rightfully belong to our Zhao Kingdom. What is wrong with that? Our great Wu won the war. We didn't demand you cede territory or pay reparations, didn't force you to kowtow and admit defeat. That alone shows our compassion. Yet you have the audacity to act virtuous while benefiting from our mercy. If we weren't in the imperial palace and you went to the streets and asked our people what you're proposing. Su Hao launched into his tirade. You. Zhao Kun was left speechless once more. Don't you me? The victory our great Wu soldiers won with their lives. You expect us to simply hand it back. Let any minister present who agrees with this try it. I Su Hao will represent the fallen soldiers and send my regards to their ancestors for 18 generations. The moment Su Hao spoke, the ministers who supported returning the cities felt their blood pressure rising. They began arguing amongst themselves, presenting their grievances to the Empress. Finally the Empress spoke. Have you all finished? Then I shall inform you of my decision. The Empress spoke with gravity. We will not return them. Su Hao speaks truth. These cities were won by our great Wu soldiers at the cost of their lives. If we return them, I fear the people and soldiers of great Wu would call me a foolish ruler. The Empress's position was clear. The Prince of Wuling fixed Su Hao with a deadly stare, blaming the young man for ruining his plans. Su Hao had long suspected that this wretched old man had struck some deal with the Zhao kingdom to plot for the throne. Now that their enmity was confirmed, what face was there left to save? In a one-on-one confrontation, Su Hao knew he stood no chance against him. But Su Hao refused to believe that with his father present and the Empress watching, the Prince of Wuling would dare to make a move. Your Imperial Majesty, I have another proposal. Our Zhao kingdom suggests a 3-contest competition between our respective talents. If Zhao emerges victorious, will you return the cities? Zhao Kun refused to give up. Hearing this, Su Hao thought to himself, damn it, another cliché from those short dramas. Competitions, wagering territory, forcing the protagonist to show off. Who the hell treats matters of national sovereignty like a child's game? In the original novel, Zhao Kingdom did indeed compete against Great Wu in 3 contests. The Empress accepted the challenge and sent forth the protagonist Zhao Ritian, who won the competition and sent Zhao Kingdom back in disgrace. But now that Zhao Ritian was still lying idle at home, would the Empress accept the competition? Just as Zhao Kun had barely finished proposing, the Wu Ling prince stepped forward once more. If your majesty permits, since Zhao has put forth this challenge, how can our great Wu decline without demonstrating the majesty of our nation? After the Wu Ling prince finished speaking, the ministers, who were his faction, immediately voiced their agreement. Su Hao watched this old fox's soft blade of words. As expected, after hearing this, the Empress surveyed the assembled officials. This duel must be accepted. If not, how could they avoid becoming the laughingstock of the realm? Very well, Great Wu accepts this challenge. The Empress accepted the challenge, just as she had in the original story. Zhao Kun lowered his head, a hint of a smile playing at the corner of his lips. I wonder, your Imperial Majesty, who will your Majesty designate to represent your nation in this contest? Zhao Kun's shameless attempt to extract information about his opponents continued. Your Majesty, since this is a contest, naturally, it should be our great Wu's outstanding young talents who face them. I propose Su Hao. The Wu Ling prince directly nominated Su Hao. Your Majesty, this must not happen. Su Cheng reacted first, quickly stepping forward with a respectful bow. If they won this contest, it would be fine, but if they lost, they would become the culprits who brought shame to Great Wu. More importantly, it was clear that the Wu Ling prince had colluded with Zhao. Both Su Hao and Su Cheng's family had enemies among them. What if they played dirty? Listen here, you old codger. Are you taking your revenge already? You're not even bothering to pretend anymore, are you? Su Hao pointed directly at the Wu Ling prince and let loose with a tirade. How dare you? What did you just call this prince? The Wu Ling prince shouted in outrage. Old codger, you old fossil, you old backstabber. Su Hao shouted at the top of his lungs. The Wu Ling prince truly wished to strike him, but was held back by the officials beside him. Su Hao, are you afraid to fight for your country? You're supposed to be a famous young talent of the imperial capital. After the Wu Ling prince finished speaking, he saw the disdainful look on Su Hao's face. My goodness, Humph, just now you knew I was a wastrel, and now suddenly I'm a young talent of the imperial capital. If you're sending a wastrel to fight, you might as well pack up the cities and give them to the enemy. Su Hao thought to himself, so this is a provocation tactic. Young master here is from Generation Z and doesn't accept workplace manipulation. The Empress did not stop the argument between the two. Instead, she watched with great interest as Su Hao berated the prince. For some reason, though Su Hao's words were crude and vulgar, every sentence hit the mark. Your Highness, this child has been mischievous since childhood. Even the women and children of the imperial capital know of his reputation. Sending him to fight would be a jest. Su Cheng now chimed in with Su Hao's words. The Wu Ling prince looked at this father and son pair. They would rather sacrifice their reputation than fall into the trap. He quickly signaled to Zhao Kun with his eyes. The other understood, stepped forward, and said, Su Hao, are you afraid to accept the challenge? If you're a man, then face me in the contest. Is it because I didn't insult you enough? You have the nerve to show your face. Is your Zhao kingdom so desperate that you came to our great Wu to pick a fight? Su Hao was even more merciless. Since he had already cursed one, no one was getting away. You, Zhao Kun pointed at Su Hao. What are you pointing at, young master? Let me ask you. If our great Wu loses, we give you 3 cities. But what if your Zhao kingdom loses? Su Hao questioned directly. If our Zhao kingdom loses then our Zhao kingdom will never again bring up the matter of demanding cities. Zhao Kun hastily contrived an excuse. Su Hao spat at him. Look at what you're saying. Is that even human speech? You're wagering things that already belong to our Great Wu. Win, and you take them away. Lose, and you claim we're formidable. So our Great Wu does all the work for nothing. Su Hao pointed out the key issue. Zhao Kun wanted to argue back, but Su Hao gave him no chance. And you said young master is afraid to fight. Let me tell you, it's not that I'm afraid. I have no right to do so, understand. I Su Hao am merely a citizen of Great Wu. Why should I wager our nation's territory? If you want to play, let's settle it between the two of us. Win or lose, it's our business and no one else's. If I don't beat the excrement out of you, consider yourself lucky with your bowel movements. Su Hao delivered his combination attack, driving Zhao Kun to the point of spitting blood. Just then the Empress spoke. Enough, cease this bickering. Everyone promptly stood at attention. What would your Zhao kingdom like to compete in? The Empress inquired. Reporting to your majesty, our Zhao kingdom has prepared one literary and one martial contest. As for the third, we leave the choice to your honored nation. Zhao Kun's words made everyone present feel his shamelessness. 3 matches would certainly be best of 3. They had prepared 2 events already, while the third, who knew if it would even happen? Upon hearing this, the Empress turned to Su Hao. Su Hao, your subject is here. Su Hao responded. Do you dare to accept? The Empress asked seriously. Su Hao looked up surprisingly, glancing at the Empress. The next moment, I dare. Su Hao answered firmly. The Empress smiled with satisfaction at the corner of her lips. However, Su Cheng heard Su Hao's acceptance and called out with concern. Father, to repay the Empress's kindness upon the golden platform, I grasp the jade dragon and die for my lord. Su Hao gazed solemnly at Su Cheng as he spoke these words. Upon hearing this remark, everyone present turned to stare at Su Hao. Could such words truly come from that wastrel? But only Su Cheng understood what Su Hao meant. Their Su family, under the Empress's protection, had reached the pinnacle of power and lived in opulence. Now when the Empress needed to use him, if he refused his duty, then the Su family would be finished. How could Su Cheng not understand this logic? But Su Hao was his weakness. The Empress too was equally shocked. Su Hao, when did I ever ask you to die? By imperial decree for the 3-match contest proposed by Zhao Kingdom, Great Wu shall send Su Hao of the Su family to respond. The first match shall take place tomorrow. If Great Wu loses the 3 matches, we shall return 3 cities. If Great Wu wins, Zhao Kingdom shall cede 3 additional cities. The Empress declared her imperial edict with authority. Zhao Kun was bewildered. Your Majesty, our Zhao Kingdom never proposed ceding 3 additional cities upon losing. Zhao Kun said in alarm. If you did not propose it, I did. Since your Zhao Kingdom initiated this contest, could it be that you truly are as shameless as Su Hao said, coming to our Great Wu too? The Empress could not recall Su Hao's phrase. Freeload, Su Hao prompted. Yes, freeload. My imperial decree has been issued. The wager is set. The Empress's meaning was clear. Your opinions no longer matter. What I say goes. Zhao Kun, unwilling, tried to speak further, but was stopped by the Wu Ling prince's warning glance. The Empress turned to look at Su Hao. Su Hao, do your best in the contest. If you win, I shall richly reward you. If you lose, I shall not blame you. A mere 3 cities Great Wu can afford to lose. Of course, if Zhao Kingdom cannot afford to lose, then I shall personally send troops to collect them. The Empress spoke to the assembled ministers with imperial authority. Su Hao looked at the Empress. This was her way of telling him that she had his back, so go ahead and act boldly. Your subject accepts the decree. Su Hao responded. Zhao Kun now wore a bitter expression, knowing the outcome was already set. It was all because of this Su Hao. The Empress had seized the initiative. For the first contest, Su Hao, I shall compete with you in music. Zhao Kun could only think of how to defeat this wastrel Su Hao now. Music. The ministers were greatly alarmed. They had expected the other side to propose something like poetry or literary arts where they could at least help Su Hao cheat. But music, that was not something one could master overnight. The contest was tomorrow. They were destined to lose. The ministers all wore expressions of despair. Su Hao was stunned after hearing Zhao Kun's words. Are you sure? How about switching? Su Hao asked somewhat embarrassedly. Seeing Su Hao's attitude, Zhao Kun was overjoyed. Su Hao, you don't dare. Su Hao shook his head helplessly. Damn fool, you're just unlucky to have crossed paths with me. The reward I just received is still warm. So let's compete then. I hope you're decent, otherwise it would seem I'm winning unfairly. Su Hao said with helpless mockery. Zhao Kun always wanted to die of anger when hearing Su Hao speak. After finalizing the matter, the female emperor dismissed everyone. As they just exited the palace gates, Su Hao and Su Cheng were about to board a carriage back when Prince Wuling rode past them. His gaze was like a blade fixed on Su Hao, and he snorted coldly before departing. Is he sick in the head? Su Hao looked at Su Cheng and complained. Son, regarding the competition, that old fox, Zhou Qing, will definitely use schemes against you. Su Cheng said seriously. Su Hao looked at Su Cheng and said, Alright dad, I've already accepted. With the female emperor backing me, if I can't win, I'll just concede. As long as you don't think I'm embarrassing, that's all that matters. Su Hao said casually. Su Cheng's worried expression was obvious. He didn't care about winning or losing at all. His own son had been lost for so many years, when had he ever complained? Haha, come on dad, stop being sentimental. Let's go home. You officials really have it tough, not even provided meals during work. I'm starving to death. Meanwhile, within an afternoon, news spread through every street and alley of the imperial capital. By imperial decree, Su Hao of the Chancellor's Mansion shall compete against the 6th Prince of Zhao, with 3 cities as the stake. The common people discussed this whenever they met. Your Majesty is being foolish. Even for a competition sending that playboy Su Hao. Exactly, isn't this just waiting to lose? It was clear that the people had little faith in this competition, filled with doubts about the female emperor and Su Hao. As for why the news spread so quickly, it was undoubtedly the work of that scheming old fox Prince Wuling. This was exactly what he wanted. Didn't his good niece plan to cover for Su Hao? Fine, then wait for Su Hao to lose. When Dou has to cede 3 cities as a result, the people will blame the female emperor due to the outcome. Then he can coordinate with the state of Zhao from within and without, and the imperial throne will be within his grasp. Prince Wuling had already planned how to deal with the Su father and son after ascending the throne. In the study of Zhao Xingmin's mansion, Zhao Hao looked at Zhao Xingmin with reluctance. Foster father, the female emperor, is being foolish. Why would she send that playboy Su Hao to compete? Isn't that certain defeat? Zhao Hao questioned firmly. What should we do? The female emperor issued the decree personally. Who dares to oppose it? Zhao Xingmin sighed. Foster father, can you take me to the palace? I want to volunteer to replace Su Hao in the competition. Zhao Hao said confidently. Nonsense, your injuries haven't healed yet. Zhao Xingmin scolded. Foster father, my injuries have mostly healed. I can at least perform at 60 or 70% of my strength. Even like this, I'm still better than that way, Su Hao. For the sake of Dou, I'm willing to enter the palace and audience the emperor. Zhao Hao spoke with high spirits. What if Su Hao can win? At this moment, Zhao Xuanlu walked in from outside the study. Zhao Hao and Zhao Xingmin looked over. Sister, Su Hao can win. That must be a daydream. The first round is about music and rhythm. That guy can't even cheat. How could he win? Zhao Hao simply didn't believe Su Hao could win. Zhao Xuanlu didn't hesitate. I think he can win. Enough, you siblings, stop arguing. How the female emperor isn't someone you can see just because you want to. Today in the hall, His Majesty's intention to support Su Hao was already very clear. Repaying the kindness of the golden platform, I'd give my life for you wielding the jade dragon. What a masterful move. Zhao Xingmin recited it, and then said thoughtfully. After hearing those lines, Zhao Xuanlu was greatly shocked and repeated them. Father, is the female emperor sending Su Hao to his death? Zhao Xuanlu asked worriedly. Zhao Ritian showed pleasure. Oh, this poem was said by Su Hao himself to the female emperor. This Su Hao's flattery skills are even better than his father's. The female emperor personally promised that even if the competition is lost, the cities will be returned, and it has nothing to do with Su Hao. Zhao Xingmin explained. Impossible, impossible, this guy. Zhao Hao felt like he was going to spit blood. As for Zhao Xuanlu, hearing that Su Hao was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief. Glancing at Zhao Hao, who was questioning Su Hao again, she didn't say anything and took her leave from Zhao Xingmin, having made up her mind to watch Su Hao's competition tomorrow. Chancellor's Mansion. Young master, I've found the Qin Pipa flute and Xiao for you. I've also called the musicians. Please get up and practice. Wanner looked at Su Hao, who was still lying in the courtyard, gazing at the sky, and persuaded helplessly. Not practicing. Wanner, go ask if the meal is ready. The young master is so hungry, he has no strength. Su Hao asked listlessly. It'll be ready soon. Young master, you should still practice. I heard that the 6th Prince of Zhao is extremely proficient in music and rhythm. How can you beat him without practicing? Wanner said worriedly. Wanner, let my junior brother practice the Qin all night. Impossible, unless my junior brother's talent for music and rhythm is the same as his martial arts talent. Yun Lu shook his head from the side. Hee, you all think I can't win? Su Hao asked with a smile. The young master is the most capable, of course he can win, but... Wanner didn't finish. She believed in the young master, but the people of the imperial capital didn't. It had spread all over the capital. Tomorrow at the palace gate, a stage would be set up, and the two would compete in music and rhythm in public. If they lost, the young master would be cursed to death. Junior brother, how about senior sister going to? That 6th prince tonight. Yun Lu made a gesture across his neck. Su Hao almost fell off his rocking chair. Senior sister, you're a female knight-errant, not a female assassin. Do you think this is appropriate? Su Hao complained in his heart. What happened to his senior sister? Had she turned dark? He's a prince of an enemy state. Isn't killing him for the good of the country and the people? Yun Lu asked naively. Su Hao cursed in his heart. Damn it, she was actually right. In a competition between two nations, we should have sportsmanship. Don't be like those shameless Koreans. After Su Hao finished speaking, both women looked confused. At this moment, Ding Xiu ran in fiercely. Young master, damn it, were you chased by a dog? Su Hao scolded irritably. No, young master, why are you still lying down? Hurry up and practice the Qin. I had old Shin find all the famous musicians in the city for you. You should practice quickly. Ding Xiu said anxiously. What's wrong with you? Why are you so concerned about whether I practice or not today? Su Hao asked suspiciously. Even Wanner and Yun Lu were surprised. Ding Xiu only cared about money usually. Young master, don't you know yet? The gambling houses have already opened odds for your competition tomorrow. I placed a bet, how can I not be anxious? Ding Xiu explained anxiously. What? This fast? That doesn't make sense either. With your nature, there's no way you'd bet on young master to win. Why did you make me practice the Guqin? Su Hao asked in confusion. Actually, it wasn't unreasonable for everyone to lack confidence in him. If Su Hao didn't have the system, he wouldn't think he could win either. And there was this Ding Xiu, this money-grubbing scoundrel. Who said that? I'm betting on young master. I went all in with everything I own. After Ding Xiu finished speaking, everyone in the courtyard was stunned. Su Hao felt somewhat touched. Did even Ding Xiu support him like this? Ding Xiu. Su Hao looked at him with emotion. There's no other choice really. The payout odds for young master winning are just too high. I couldn't resist. So you absolutely must win, young master. After Ding Xiu finished speaking, Su Hao's mouth twitched. You damn dog, I really want to cripple my own hands just to make you lose everything. What a waste of emotion. Treating this young master like a football. Going against the grain to bet on an upset. Su Hao stood up from his chair. Wanna go send someone to inform old Shun. Bet everything we can move on young master to win. Su Hao ignored that scoundrel Ding Xiu, thinking to himself, isn't this just sending money to me? Oh alright. Although Wanner was surprised, she excelled at following orders and quickly went to send someone. Young master, are we living like there's no tomorrow? Ding Xiu was dumbfounded. His money was nothing compared to the young master's. This little amount from him would at most leave him bruised, but if young master lost, it would be total annihilation. Short-sighted fool. You damn dog, go gather people and watch the gambling den's operators. Make sure they don't run off when they can't afford to pay. Su Hao kicked Ding Xiu's rear and instructed. Can you really win? I'll go right away. If they dare run, I'll beat them until they're nothing but stumps. Ding Xiu quickly promised and dashed off with his blade. That evening, Su Hao was in his room. Ding. Today's good deed task completed. Good deed content: publicly berating traitors and rebels haggling with the enemy nation, changing the original wager stakes to secure benefits for the Great Wu Kingdom. Result: evaluation, 1 golden prize draw. Su Hao thought to himself, here it comes. Indeed, Su Hao now somewhat understood the system's evaluation quirks. Today's involvement in the wager at court was precisely to get the system's rewards into his hands. System lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 golden prize draw, receiving just can't kill me buff. Su Hao stared at the reward. What is this thing? System, don't you think you've been a bit sinister lately? Su Hao then checked the reward description. Just can't kill me buff. When the host activates this state, the host will become immortal. No matter what damage is received, it will not be fatal and will not affect the host's actions. Injury recovery speed increases by 300. Time limit 30 minutes. Damn it, a life-saving divine skill. Su Hao was astonished. Can't be killed. I can do whatever I want now. It's just a shame there's a time limit of only 30 minutes. But the system was quite considerate. The 30 minutes could be activated at any time, and the state could also be deactivated after leaving combat. The usage time would stack, so the remaining time could be saved for next time. All in all, Su Hao was very satisfied. Moreover, the reward was already excellent before the competition even began. If he really won 3 cities back for Great Wu, the rewards would soar through the sky. Early the next morning at the Prime Minister's mansion, everyone followed Su Hao, preparing to head to the Palace Gate Arena. Who knew that the moment they stepped outside the gate, numerous commoners had already gathered? Why did they all come to cheer for me? Su Hao muttered in surprise to himself. The next second, a man in gray robes raised his hand and shouted loudly, Young Master Su, don't go humiliate yourself and shame our Great Wu. Hearing the man's shout, the other commoners also wore helpless expressions. That's right, don't go. Going would just mean losing anyway. The commoners' voices grew louder and louder. Everyone from the Prime Minister's mansion had grim expressions as they watched Su Hao stare intently at that gray-robed man. Zhanglong Zhaohu, grab that fellow and bring him here. Su Hao spoke directly. The 2 men charged into the crowd without a word. Before the gray-robed man could react, he was seized by Zhanglong and Zhaohu. Seeing this, the commoners' onlookers all stepped back. Unfortunately, Su Hao hadn't been causing trouble lately, so the people had forgotten. He was still the notorious young master of the imperial capital. When these evil servants struck and seized someone, the bad memories resurfaced. How could they not be terrified? Let me go. The gray-robed man was grabbed before Su Hao in panic. Su Hao gave Zhanglong a meaningful look. Zhanglong nodded, searched through the man, and quickly pulled out a token from his chest. Zhanglong handed it to Su Hao, who saw it was a token from Prince Wuling's residence. Su Hao cast a disdainful glance and tossed the token aside, grabbing the man's collar. Go back and tell your master. Thank him for advertising for me. When this young master wins, he better not choke from rage. Get lost. After Su Hao whispered these words, he bellowed, and had Zhanglong and Zhaohu throw the man out. Indeed, the troublemaker had been sent by Prince Wuling purely to mess with Su Hao's mindset. Then Su Hao turned to look at the commoners at the gate. He was about to ignore them and leave when he heard from outside the crowd, make way. The commoners quickly parted. There came Yang Wanqing riding a horse and leading soldiers. With soldiers present, the commoners retreated even further. Su Hao bro came to cheer you on. Wait, you know music, right? Yang Yanhua called out loudly and cheerfully. Su Hao pushed him aside. Little brat. Then he looked at Yang Wanqing on horseback. Why are you here? Yang Wanqing glanced at Su Hao. By imperial decree from the female emperor, I lead soldiers to protect you to the arena. Let's go. Yang Wanqing spoke with confidence, having quite the display arranged. Before Su Hao could speak, Yin Lu appeared with sword in hand, looking with ill will at Yang Wanqing. With me here, my junior brother will be safe and sound. There's no need for you, you violent female general. Yin Lu said disdainfully. Su Hao looked on helplessly. Where did his silly senior sister learn all these words? I'm here on sacred orders to protect Su Hao. If you want to fight, I'm ready. Yang Wanqing also glared at Yin Lu and shouted. Seeing this, Su Hao shook his head, pulled Wanner along, grabbed Yang Yanhua, and said, let's go. Junior brother, aren't you going to sort this out? Yin Lu called out in confusion to Su Hao. Can't sort it out. You two fight if you want. If I get involved, I'll just get beaten up again. I'm going to my match. Su Hao said without good grace, then led people to the carriage. Yang Wanqing and Yun Lu exchanged a glance, then both snorted coldly in unison and went their separate ways. At the imperial city gate atop the arena, the female emperor personally arrived and sat upon the dragon throne. Surrounded by countless imperial guards, commoners continuously gathered all around. One could see that publicity minister Prince Wuling had worked quite hard. Seeing the gathered commoners, the female emperor glanced coldly at Prince Wuling not far away. Within the imperial capital, the female emperor had countless informants. This minor trick of Prince Wuling was naturally clear to her. She simply didn't care because she never regarded him as a threat. The empress glanced at the attendant who nodded and stepped forward to announce in a loud voice, "Present, Su Hao, the 6th Prince of Zhao." Su Hao and Zhao Kun stepped onto the platform from opposite sides, bowed before the empress, exchanged a glance, then turned to face the crowd below. "Let us begin." The empress spoke. "Which of you shall go first?" The attendant asked. Zhao Kun looked at Su Hao and said, "Enough dawdling. You go first. Once I make my move, there'll be nothing left for you to do." Su Hao casually took a seat on a nearby chair with his folding fan in hand and said, "Nonsense. Bring my zither, this royal prince demands it." Zhao Kun glared at Su Hao in anger, then beckoned his servant. After preparations were made, Zhao Kun sat before his instrument with a composed demeanor, his fingers gently resting on the strings. As the melody filled the air, the gathered crowd fell silent. It must be said Zhao Kun's reputation was well-deserved. His mastery of music was undeniable. The hauntingly beautiful tune caused several literati present to nod in approval. Among the crowd, a figure in black robes stood at the front, carrying a uniquely shaped long instrument wrapped in cloth on his back. The figure in black robes revealed his face as he looked toward the stage. It was Zhao Hao, the protagonist, Zhao Ritian. After his proposal to enter the palace and compete was rejected by Zhao Xingmin, he had found another path. In his view, Su Hao was destined to lose today. Once that happened, Zhao Hao would volunteer himself before the empress in front of the common folk, defeat the 6th Prince of Zhao, and finally, seize his moment to emerge from obscurity. Zhao Ritian stared at Su Hao, who was yawning on the stage, and muttered, "Su Hao, just wait. I, Zhao Hao, will prove to everyone that you're nothing but a useless fool, while I am the true hero who will save De Wu." Zhao Ritian gritted his teeth and swore under his breath. At that moment, a bystander nearby spoke up. "Hey bro, you came to watch the spectacle. Why are you carrying a coffin lid?" "Bad luck indeed." The commoner sneered at Zhao Ritian with disdain. Zhao Ritian turned and glared back, cursing under his breath. This wasn't a coffin lid. It was his zither. He alone would save De Wu, and these ignorant folk couldn't possibly understand. Soon Zhao Kun finished his piece with a triumphant expression directed at the assembled crowd. Among those who understood music, some shook their heads in resignation. With this 6th Prince's remarkable musical attainment, young Master Su is in deep trouble. The murmurs among the crowd grew louder as though the outcome had already been decided. "Su Hao, it's your turn." Zhao Kun called out to Su Hao with a smug expression. Su Hao rose and walked to the center of the platform. "As Su Hao, this prince advises you to concede now. You're utterly ignorant of music. Continuing would only bring shame. It was standard practice before any competition to exchange barbs." Su Hao looked at him with disdain. "I wonder what nonsense you were playing. It was as weak as a woman's lament. Any courtesan in the capital's pleasure houses could play better than you." Su Hao made it clear that challenging him with trash talk was laughably premature. "You." Zhao Kun's face twisted in rage, but Su Hao dismissively shoved him aside. "Move along." He then kicked Zhao Kun's instrument and table aside with a single kick. "Zhang Long Zhaohu." Su Hao called out to the two men who had been waiting below. "We're here, young master." The two responded, and everyone watched as Su Hao tucked his folding fan behind his neck and rolled up his sleeves. The crowd wondered whether he intended to compete in music or engage in a brawl. "Su Hao, what are you doing?" "This is a test of musical refinement, a cultured pursuit." Prince Wuling seized every opportunity to undermine Su Hao. Su Hao glanced back at him. "None of your business. I'll do as I please, even compete naked if I choose. As long as I win, what right have you to chatter?" At this point, how could he indulge him? Prince Wuling pointed at Su Hao through gritted teeth, thinking to himself that once Su Hao lost and faced public ridicule, he would see how the empress could protect him. To everyone's astonishment, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu carried a large drum onto the platform and set it down before Su Hao. Zhang Long handed him 2 drumsticks. "Su Hao, you're going to play the drum. Is this a musical competition?" Zhao Kun pointed at Su Hao in disbelief. "Isn't that merely an instrument?" Su Hao gestured with the drumsticks and asked. Zhao Kun was left speechless once more and with bitter resentment stepped aside. Su Hao then stood before the drum, warming up. Once ready, he rhythmically struck the drumhead with both sticks. As the tempo accelerated, he suddenly began to sing. The beacon fires rise, gazing north over the realm. It was indeed Su Hao singing his past life's loyal service to the nation. "Do you think being good with music matters? What use is that? What era is this? With so many people here, it's about stirring emotion and sentiment." Su Hao's message was clear. Amateurs learn from this. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zhao Kun pointed at Su Hao in shock. "He's using a drum, fine, but why is he singing?" "Cheating. How can he sing?" Zhao Kun spoke up to protest. The empress gave the attendant a glance, and he nodded, stepping forward. "The competition tests musical skill. It never stated that singing was forbidden. No rules have been broken." Hearing the attendant's words, Zhao Kun wanted to argue, but had no grounds. Who could have anticipated such a move from Su Hao? And it wasn't just Zhao Kun who was stunned. Yang Wanqing standing on the platform watched Su Hao with delighted surprise. When they had arrived, he had told her she would surely enjoy his performance. Yang Wanqing had assumed Su Hao was up to some clever trick, wondering if he was composing a love song directed at her and whether all these people would approve. Who could have guessed Su Hao would employ such a tactic? The lyrics were so direct and powerful that even those unfamiliar with music understood they celebrated the warriors defending their nation. Didn't they see the Imperial Guards standing rigidly at attention below listening with rapt concentration? As Su Hao sang, his drumming grew more vigorous. The mighty Dou shall have all four corners pay homage. For the final line, Su Hao shouted at the top of his lungs. The Empress, seated upon her dragon throne, her eyes gleaming with admiration, cried out, "Excellent!" Her voice commanding and majestic. The Imperial Guards below, as though rehearsed, lowered their spears in unison, then raised them high the next instant. Dou's might! Dou's might! Inspired by such stirring military fervor, the common folk joined in the chanting. Zhao Ritian, standing among the crowd, was dumbfounded. How could this be? A bystander nearby said, "You fellow, take that rotten coffin lid off. You're bringing bad luck." Zhao Ritian wanted to kill someone. Watching the mighty cheers from below, Su Hao took a deep breath and decisively placed the drumsticks on the drum. He turned to face Zhao Kun and Prince Wuling. Well, can the result be announced now? The Empress's smile was nearly impossible to suppress. She surveyed the assembled ministers. What say you all? Who won this round? The crowd below fell silent, awaiting the verdict. Su Cheng stepped forward without hesitation, declaring to the emperor, "This old minister believes my son has won. What think you, colleagues?" Su Cheng then surveyed the other ministers with the commanding presence of a prime minister, and his faction quickly rallied in agreement. Now the factions of Prince Wuling exchanged uncertain glances, their eyes darting toward him. The gaze of the female emperor and Su Cheng also fell upon Prince Wuling. He furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, he wished to raise an objection, but in this moment, surrounded by so many citizens and soldiers judging from the prevailing sentiment, just moments ago, if he were to declare Su Hao was not the victor, it would be he who would lose the people's support. Your Majesty, this minister also believes Su Hao is the victor. His factions quickly followed suit with their agreement. Zhao Kun, disbelief etched across his face, wished to protest once more, but was silenced by a sharp glare from Prince Wuling. You fool! Do you wish to be torn apart by the elated citizens of Great Wu? Very well, make the announcement. The female emperor gave her sanction. The attendant nodded and stepped forward, her voice sharp with joy. The first match victor, Su Hao. The result was announced and cheers erupted throughout the arena. The second match shall be cavalry combat, to be held tomorrow at the Imperial City training grounds. The attendant announced once more. The female emperor then departed for the palace, and the citizens dispersed in all directions. It was then that Ding Xiu rushed onto the stage. We won, we won. We're rolling in riches. The ad money master was most ecstatic. Quick, go to the gambling den and collect our winnings before they run off. Su Hao urged impatiently. Already sent someone to keep watch. This windfall. You think I'd let them escape? I'm not Ding Xiu if I do. Ding Xiu said with confidence. It was then that Yang Yanhua, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and the others came rushing up onto the stage. Without a word, they lifted Su Hao high and tossed him into the air. Holy shit, you bastards, catch me. Su Hao was startled. Wan'er and Yun Lu watched the group's antics with amused smiles. Standing not far away, Yang Wanqing truly rejoiced for Su Hao at this moment. Beside them, the envious Zhao Kun, glaring furiously at Su Hao's celebration, looked like a clown. Sixth Prince, His Highness Prince Wuling invites you to his manor. There are urgent matters to discuss. A servant approached and spoke quietly in his ear. This finally soothed the furious Zhao Kun, who harumphed indignantly before departing with the servant. And at that moment, carrying the coffin board on his back, standing motionless in the now empty crowd, was Zhao Hao. He still could not fathom. Why did Su Hao win? Perhaps it was not that he couldn't understand, he simply refused to believe. At this moment, a graceful figure entered his line of sight. Perhaps before the match, everyone thought Su Hao could only win through a miracle. But isn't he the very person who creates miracles? Little Hao, go back. Zhao Xuanlu's gaze remained fixed on Su Hao atop the platform. Her ethereal voice deepened the crack in Zhao Hao's Dao heart. After the celebration concluded, and they lowered Su Hao back to the ground, Yang Wanqing approached. Alright, Su Hao, tomorrow's battle is cavalry combat. Come, let's go to the training grounds. Yang Wanqing said. Huh, what's that about? Su Hao was puzzled. Suddenly Yang Yanhua reacted. Right? Cavalry combat. You bastard can't even ride a horse. How could we forget this? Everyone was astonished. Right? Su Hao couldn't ride. So today, no matter what, we're going to teach you to ride. Don't worry, I'll teach you personally. Yang Wanqing spoke confidently. Yun Lu wanted to protest indignantly, but held herself back. In this aspect, she truly lacked experience compared to this battle-hardened female general. For her junior brother's victory, she would endure. Is there a possibility that I do know how to ride, but just can't be bothered? Su Hao weakly attempted to defend himself. Everyone looked at him with disbelieving eyes. Come on, stop pretending now. Let's go. With my sister here, you'll definitely learn. Yang Yanhua quipped. Su Hao thought I did tell you the truth. It's not my fault you don't believe me. Don't come complaining when your faces get swollen later. The group then followed Yang Wanqing to the military training grounds of the Imperial City. A soldier led over a horse. Yang Wanqing performed a dashing flip and mounted gracefully. Beautiful. Su Hao applauded enthusiastically and cheered. Everyone looked at him with awkward expressions. Not good. Pretty cool. Su Hao responded. Yang Wanqing extended her hand towards Su Hao at this moment. Stop being a spectator. Come up here. Yang Wanqing reached out her hand. Before Su Hao could speak, Yin Lu was already displeased. Aren't we supposed to be teaching my junior brother to ride? Why do you two need to ride together? Yang Wanqing gave her a withering glance. If you teach him, then if you know so much. Don't talk if you don't understand. Yin Lu was so furious she nearly drew her sword for a showdown. Alright, you two seize every opportunity to fight. Su Hao sighed, helplessly stepping between them. Su Hao grasped Yang Wanqing's hand, and the female general pulled with a swift motion, sending Su Hao flying onto the horse. He sat positioned in front of Yang Wanqing. Su Hao thought, could I sit in back instead? This arrangement feels a bit awkward. Yang Wanqing pulled the reins, and the horse began trotting at a steady pace. She was letting Su Hao get acclimated. How does it feel? Yang Wanqing asked. Quite spacious. It's just that the armor is a bit uncomfortable and hard. Su Hao didn't think too much and spoke his most honest thoughts. Initially, Yang Wanqing didn't understand. What's large? When Su Hao mentioned armor, she understood immediately, her face flushing crimson. She slapped Su Hao hard. I'm asking about the horse. What are you thinking about? Yang Wanqing was so embarrassed in her heart. This guy, he was obviously thinking about making me remove my armor all along. Lecture. Su Hao rubbed the back of his head. Ouch, that really hurt. How was I supposed to know you meant riding? Fine, I've got it now. You can get down. I'll ride and show you. Su Hao finished speaking, feeling that his own words sounded rather strange. Censor's note, you'd better watch yourself, don't make me slap you. What do you mean you've got it? Yang Wanqing was astonished, then stopped the horse with half belief and half doubt. She dismounted. Be careful, don't. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Hao pulled the reins and the horse raised its front hooves majestically. Yeah. Su Hao slapped the horse's flank. Then horse and rider blazed across the training grounds. Yang Wanqing watched this scene. Could this be someone who can't ride a horse? Did this lecher do all this just to take advantage of me? Su Hao thought, look what you suggested. It was you who proposed riding together, General. At this moment, Yang Yanhua and the others also walked over. Sister, did you really teach him that quickly? Yang Yanhua asked in amazement. Yang Wanqing shot him an annoyed glare. Yang Yanhua thought, what did I do now? Look, young master is going to do mounted archery. Ding Xiao exclaimed in alarm, warning everyone. Oh my god, don't let him fall off the horse. Never mind. Yang Yanhua panicked, wanting to warn him. But in the next instant, upon seeing Su Hao's display, he decisively fell silent. There they saw Su Hao seated steadily on the galloping horse, taking the bow from the saddle. He knocked an arrow aimed at the target on the training grounds. Whiz. A single arrow struck the bullseye precisely. Su Hao was amazed. The system sure is reliable. Su Hao then went into overdrive. Arrows from the quiver on the horse flew out endlessly. 2-shot combos, 3-shot combos. Then, as if performing a stunt, Su Hao lay horizontally across the saddle, braced his feet against the bow, and with his other hand knocked 4 arrows simultaneously. 4 arrows were drawn on the bow, and from horseback he fired steadily at the target. Holy shit, how is this even possible? Is this guy playing the tiger again? Yang Yanhua's ability to speak coherently had completely broken down. The others were also so stunned they had no words. Yin Lu, carrying her sword, came to Yang Wanqing's side. Your teaching was indeed excellent. Yang Wanqing was mortified and furious. This woman was mocking her. Any clear-eyed person could see that Su Hao was far from a beginner. And at that moment, not far from the training grounds, a soldier lurked and observed Su Hao's mounted archery display. He then quickly slipped away. In the garden of Wuling Prince's mansion, Wuling Prince handed a small box to Zhao Kuan. Take this. Your Highness, what is this? Zhao Kuan curiously opened the box, revealing a pill lying inside. Pseudo-heavenly pill. You are at the late stage of first rank. Find an opportunity during the competition to take this pill. In the short term, it will grant you heavenly true qi and elevate your cultivation to the heavenly realm, ensuring tomorrow's match is foolproof. Wuling Prince said this with unwavering calm. Zhao Kuan's eyes lit up. Your Highness, are you overreacting? As far as I know, that Su Hao is nothing but a good-for-nothing. Do I really need this to beat him? Zhao Kuan said disdainfully. Didn't you think you had already won today, eh? Wuling Prince asked with disdain. Zhao Kuan fell silent. I previously underestimated that old fox Su Cheng, who concealed his son as a frivolous young master to deceive everyone. Clearly Chancellor Su Cheng has grand ambitions. Take this pill, and I want you to kill Su Hao whenever an opportunity arises during tomorrow's competition. Zhao Kuan's eyes widened. Killing the Chancellor's son in public at the capital of Great Wu. Would he even survive to return to Zhao? Wuling Prince observed his expression with calm assurance. Rest assured, I will create a reasonable opportunity for you and ensure your safety. As long as you kill Su Hao, 3 cities are guaranteed. After I ascend the throne, I will grant you 3 additional cities of Zhao and sign a 5-year non-aggression treaty between our nations. I accept. Zhao Kuan left with the pill in hand. Wuling Prince watched his retreating figure as though observing a fool. The pseudo-heavenly pill could indeed grant someone heavenly realm power in the short term, but the consequences were severe. His cultivation would never advance again in this lifetime. As for those promises made to Zhao Kuan, he would simply deny them after ascending the throne. At that moment the mansion steward rushed in urgently. Your Highness, our spies report that Su Hao's horsemanship and archery are exceptional. He never misses. The steward reported with grave seriousness. Wuling Prince was surprised, then clasped his hands behind his back and gazed into the distance. Su Cheng, you old fox indeed. Su Cheng thought to himself, stop talking nonsense. The son I remember is nothing but a good for nothing. After humbling everyone at the training ground, Yang Wanxin believed Su Hao's horsemanship and archery would pose no issues for tomorrow's mounted combat at range. As for close quarters, Su Hao's innate strength and brute force would be more than enough to give Zhao Kuan a serious challenge. General Yang had nothing more to teach. Su Hao led everyone back home. Today's decisive victory filled the Chancellor's mansion with joy. For the celebration feast, Su Hao decided to organize a barbecue. Though the seasonings were incomplete, the atmosphere was what mattered. A group of people busied themselves in the courtyard. To everyone's surprise, Su Cheng had also arrived. Su Hao awarded his father the title of Most Least Killjoy Chancellor of the Year. Everyone drank and feasted. After several rounds, Su Hao and his father sat by the stone table. Today my son achieved a great victory in combat. I am deeply pleased. Su Cheng said joyfully after taking a sip of wine. Father, speak plainly. Stop being so literary. We're home. It's tiring to listen to. Su Hao complained. Ahem, you rascal. You won, and I'm happy. Su Cheng said in exasperation. Haha, that's better. 6 words would have sufficed. You had to make me do a reading comprehension exercise. Su Hao laughed loudly. However, Su Cheng's tone suddenly grew grave. Is there a twist here? Su Hao looked puzzled. Father, I hope you. Tomorrow in the mounted combat, just concede defeat. Su Cheng said gravely. Su Hao glanced at his father without losing his temper. Old man, what bad news is there now? Su Cheng nodded in satisfaction at Su Hao's composure. This Zhao Kuan is a late-stage first-rank martial artist, but that's not the most concerning matter. Today that old fox, Zhou Qing, volunteered to serve as the referee for tomorrow's competition at the training ground, and the Empress has agreed. Based on my understanding of him, the match is undoubtedly riddled with schemes. I fear this old man will resort to underhanded tactics to endanger your life. Whether you win or lose the competition means nothing to me, but you cannot come to harm. Therefore, however, be obedient. Concede defeat tomorrow. Then I will discuss with Her Majesty and find an angle for the third match. After Su Cheng finished his careful analysis, Su Hao pondered with his wine cup in hand. His father's analysis wasn't entirely accurate, but 90% of it likely reflected reality. The safest course would be to follow his father's advice. Seeing Su Hao remain silent, Su Cheng rose and patted his shoulder. Young men should be ambitious, but they must also know when to exercise restraint. Think it over. Don't stay up too late. I'm going back to rest. After saying this, Su Cheng left. As Su Hao was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed Hua Hua secretly reaching for a wine cup on the table. Su Hao laughed and picked up the little one. Haha, you're not even as tall as the table, and you're already trying to sneak alcohol. Su Hao happily rubbed Hua Hua's chubby face. Woo woo gidge fa, just want a taste. Hua Hua said cutely. In his room, Su Hao sat on his bed and practiced the breathing technique taught by Yunliu, hoping to refine his inner energy. Ding. Detected completion of today's good deed quest. Content: victory in the first match of the two-nation competition, boosting the prestige of the Great Wu Empire and enhancing the cohesion of the capital's Imperial Guards. Based on behavioral impact assessment reward, 1 draw from the silver prize pool. Draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn once from the silver prize pool and received 10 years of pure inner energy. Screw this. Why should I keep training? With a system would I still suffer through cultivation like this? Am I stupid? Su Hao immediately ceased his practice and mocked himself. His realm had broken through. Originally at the mid-stage of first rank, upon receiving the system's reward, Su Hao naturally advanced to the mid-stage of the post-heaven realm. He had practiced for nearly an hour, but without the system's ding it was useless. Zhao Kuan, tomorrow I'll beat the shit out of you. Su Hao said confidently, then suddenly grew serious. I shouldn't be careless. Father is right. The one I need to guard against most is that scheming old fox Wuling Prince. After thinking for a moment, he went to sleep. The next day at the Imperial training ground, the Empress sat majestically upon the dragon throne raised high above. Ministers stood in rows on both sides below. Due to the excitement yesterday's competition had stirred among the capital's citizens, the Empress had issued an edict allowing some commoners to enter the stands to watch. The people gazed curiously from the surrounding balconies. In the training ground, Wuling Prince stood before a long table. Su Hao and Zhao Kuan approached. Gentlemen, sign the death warrant first. This is a competition, not a life-and-death battle. Why sign a death warrant? Su Hao questioned. Humph. In competition, blades and swords have no eyes. Accidents are inevitable. Wuling Prince snorted coldly and offered this explanation. Then he glanced at Zhao Kuan, who understood immediately. Zhao Kuan walked to the table and signed his name with a bold stroke of the brush. Su Hao, if you're too afraid, just concede defeat. Su Hao thought to himself, these two bastards are indeed out to get my life. In the stands, Su Cheng was deeply worried. Son, don't be stubborn. Concede defeat. As if sensing Su Cheng's gaze, Su Hao raised his head and glanced up, then picked up the brush and signed his name on the death warrant. The attendants beside Prince Wuling picked up the 2 death warrants and held them up for all to see. The death warrants have been signed. Both combatants prepare. Prince Wuling announced loudly. From the stands, Su Cheng looked at Su Hao, who was already walking toward the horse in utter disbelief. How or what are you thinking? Zhou Qing, if anything happens to Howard, none of us will live. On the vast training ground, Su Hao and Zhao Kun walked to opposite sides of the arena. They each mounted their horses and received the long spears handed to them by the soldiers. With Prince Wuling personally striking a bronze gong, the duel began. Charge! The two warriors charged toward each other on horseback, spears at the ready. But before they'd gone far, Su Hao sensed something wrong with his mount. The horse's breathing grew increasingly ragged. Suddenly his eyes widened as the horse came to a sudden stop, then both horse and rider tumbled forward uncontrollably. The crowd in the stands erupted in gasps. Su Hao hit the ground and rolled with the momentum, but thanks to his foreboding, he managed to dissipate most of the impact. When he rose, he saw the spear in his hand was broken, clearly defective. Behind him, his horse lay motionless on the ground. Su Hao turned his gaze toward Prince Wuling at the judge's position. Damn it, that old bastard is ruthless. Su Hao cursed loudly. Prince Wuling snorted dismissively. Indeed, this had all been planned in advance. The horses and weapons had both been tampered with. Su Hao, be careful. From the stands, Yang Wanqing shouted her warning anxiously. Su Hao finally snapped back to reality, seeing Zhao Kun already charging toward him on horseback with spear raised. The spectators murmured among themselves. It's over. His horse is dead and his weapon is broken. How can he fight? Don't just stand there. Dodge. We've lost this match for certain. At this rate, young Master Su might lose his life. On the field below, Zhao Kun watched Su Hao standing foolishly in place, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he yanked the reins. The horse reared up on its hind legs. Su Hao die. Zhao Kun couldn't contain his excitement and shouted. He intended to trample Su Hao to death with his horse's hooves. But just as the horse leaped and was about to descend upon Su Hao suddenly stepped forward sharply. His left fist clenched tight, channeling his profound inner energy amplified by the system's strength enhancement. He unleashed a full power punch squarely into the horse's belly. The crowd gasped in astonishment as Su Hao's single blow sent the massive beast flying backward through the air, throwing Zhao Kun from his saddle in a clumsy fall. Bravo! The spectators in the stands erupted in cheers. Zhao Kun lay dazed on the ground, struggling to his feet. Looking at his horse lying motionless, he couldn't believe it was already dead. How can this guy be so strong? Zhao Kun stared in disbelief at Su Hao, who remained standing where he was stretching his arms. Bracket over here. Su Hao projected his voice with inner energy toward Zhao Kun. Zhao Kun was stunned. He could sense Su Hao's inner energy had reached the later heaven realm. He then reached into his robe and pulled out the pseudonat. He shoved it into his mouth. The next moment, Zhao Kun clutched his chest, his eyes bulging, and collapsed to his knees. Ugh! He let out an agonizing scream. The sudden scene startled Su Hao. Damn it, are you mutating or something? Su Hao shouted. A few seconds later, Zhao Kun suddenly raised his head, a twisted grin spreading across his face as he looked at Su Hao. Su Hao, you're dead. Su Hao refused to back down. Go to hell. He charged forward and threw a punch, but Zhao Kun's body suddenly erupted with protective chi. Su Hao was shocked as the force sent him flying backward. From the stands, Yang Wanqing watched in astonishment as Zhao Kun unleashed his chi. Prenat. Before Su Hao could finish his mental call to the system, Zhao Kun's palm struck him squarely. Su Hao was sent flying, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Yang Wanqing didn't hesitate when she saw this. She leaped from the stands. Yun Lu appeared beside her, sword drawn, ready to enter the arena. Both had noticed something was wrong with Zhao Kun. He was clearly at the preternatural realm now. If that was true, Su Hao was in grave danger. Unfortunately, a figure suddenly blocked their path. Go back. It was Prince Wuling, who shouted coldly at the two women. Zhao Kun is acting strangely. How did he reach the preternatural realm? Yun Lu drew her sword and shouted coldly. Yang Wanqing also prepared to strike. Few ignorant fools. Prince Wuling snorted, then released his aura. The two women were startled, their cultivation to resist. Preternatural late stage. Prince Wuling's voice echoed throughout the arena. Meanwhile, Su Cheng, burning with anxiety in the stands, turned to beg the Empress. But the Empress watched the field with calm eyes. Su Hao is getting up. Everyone turned to look. Just as Zhao Kun believed his palm strike had finished Su Hao, to everyone's astonishment, Su Hao rose from the ground and wiped the blood from his mouth. System, aren't I supposed to be immortal? Why does it still hurt so much? Indeed, at the critical moment, Su Hao had activated his trump card, the just can't die buff. The system explained it grants immortality, but injuries still occur. However, the host's recovery rate is 3 times normal. But it still hurts, Su Hao complained. Ding, just endure it, the system replied. How, you can't even kill him? Zhao Kun asked in surprise. Not even close. You're just tickling me. Su Hao's sharp tongue came out in full force. Really? Let's see if I can kill you then. Without another word, Zhao Kun attacked again. Moving at incredible speed, he closed the distance to Su Hao. Su Hao tried to defend himself, but the gap in their strength was too vast. Zhao Kun held nothing back, landing punch after punch with preternatural true chi. Su Hao fell to the ground once more. Seeing this, Zhao Kun laughed toward the stands. Ha ha ha. Laugh your ass off. A familiar mocking voice came from behind him. In the stands, the crowd cheered. He's standing up again. Young Master Su is a menace, can't be killed. The crowd's voices grew louder. In the stands, Zhao Xuanlu watched Su Hao being repeatedly knocked down, her heart clenched with worry. Hearing the crowd's words, she suddenly summoned her courage. Su Hao is no menace. He fights for our great Wu. Zhao Xuanlu's voice carried across the arena, and the surrounding commoners suddenly fell silent. In the ring, a somewhat dazed Zhao Kuan slowly turned his head to look. Su Hao rose to his feet, clutching his chest, appearing somewhat weakened. Didn't your mother teach you not to pop the champagne halfway through? Su Hao sneered contemptuously. Damn you, Su Hao, I will definitely kill you. Zhao Kuan screamed in desperation and launched another attack at Su Hao, each strike more ferocious than the last. Su Hao guarded his head, knowing that dodging was futile and would only waste his energy. He intended to endure the assault with his immortal body. Zhao Kuan had clearly taken some kind of pill, and its effects must have a time limit. Meanwhile, Yang Wanqing and the other woman, both locked in a stalemate with the Prince of Wuling, who had reached the late stage of the innate realm, watched Su Hao in the arena with intense focus. From the stands, Su Cheng could no longer restrain himself. Hey, concede. Stop fighting. The current prime minister shouted publicly for his son. In the arena, Su Hao's stubbornness flared up. No. Then go die. Zhao Kuan's grotesque fist thundered into Su Hao's chest. Su Hao spat a mouthful of blood into the air. Zhao Kuan rejoiced, but his triumph was short-lived. The next second, he realized his fist had been tightly grasped by Su Hao. He quickly swung his other hand at Su Hao, but discovered that his innate true qi was continuously dissipating. Before he could react, Su Hao seized his wrist with his other hand. Then, to his horror, he saw Su Hao lower his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and looked directly at him. Got you, didn't I? Damn it. The very next moment, Su Hao violently headbutt Zhao Kuan right in the face. Bloodied and dazed, Zhao Kuan fell backward. The spectators in the stands erupted into cheers, chanting for Su Hao. But Su Hao could barely register it now. His only thought was, today I will beat the shit out of you. With a fierce shout, Su Hao delivered another devastating punch to Zhao Kuan's face, sending him flying through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Though Su Hao possessed an immortal body, the relentless strikes from Zhao Kuan's innate true qi had left him severely injured. Nevertheless, fueled by pent-up anger, Su Hao stumbled forward toward Zhao Kuan. Bloodied and struggling, Zhao Kuan tried to sit up, but the pill's effects had completely worn off. Terror filled his eyes as he watched Su Hao approach, fist raised like iron. I concede. Bang. Zhao Kuan's plea for mercy was cut short by a punch from Su Hao. Concede, my ass. I was just getting started. Su Hao mounted Zhao Kuan and rained blow after blow upon him. Su Hao, you lunatic. Zhao Kuan's words were slurred and unintelligible. I'm running out of energy, or I'd punch you to death in one hit. Su Hao's punches grew weaker and more labored. He had deactivated his immortal body. Each second of its use was a second he could never regain. His recovery had slowed considerably. With his final strike, Su Hao collapsed from exhaustion. Zhao Kuan lay unconscious. Summoning the last of his strength, Su Hao struggled to his feet. At that moment, the Prince of Wuling entered the arena. Yang Wanqing and Yin Lu quickly rushed to Su Hao's side to support him. Are you alright? The two women looked at Su Hao with deep concern. Su Hao shook his head. Shall we announce the result? He asked, looking toward the Prince of Wuling. The prince glanced at Zhao Kuan. I declare that in the second match, the sixth prince of Zhao Kuan is the victor. What the hell? Are you blind? You don't even recognize him anymore. He won. Don't you have any shame? Su Hao shouted loudly. The rule is the first to fall from horseback loses, the Prince of Wuling declared in a booming voice. The spectators in the stands were stunned. How can this be? He clearly won. Su Hao glared furiously at the Prince of Wuling. Then why didn't you announce the result when I fell from my horse? The prince remained silent. You old bastard, stop playing dumb and speak. Su Hao cursed. Su Hao, are you seeking death? The Prince of Wuling's aura began to surge once more. Yin Lu and Yang Wanqing quickly stepped in front of Su Hao to shield him. At that moment, the elderly attendant standing beside the Empress suddenly appeared in the center of the arena. Your Highness, please stop. Yin Lu and Yang Wanqing were astonished by the man's strength. The Prince of Wuling retracted his true qi and turned to look, his eyes flashing with apprehension upon recognizing the old eunuch. Your Majesty is deeply dissatisfied with your conduct today, the attendant said coldly. I will personally enter the palace to explain matters to Her Majesty. After speaking, the Prince of Wuling cast one last glance at Su Hao, flicked his sleeve, and departed. Furious, Su Hao wished he could pull out his Desert Eagle and empty a magazine into that scheming old man. The attendant then approached Su Hao and extended his hand. A surge of internal energy flowed from the attendant's palm into Su Hao's body. Your Majesty is very pleased with your performance today, Lord Su. Pleased about what? I still lost. And I don't even know what tomorrow's competition entails. Su Hao said with a hint of disappointment. The attendant remained silent, withdrew his energy, nodded to Su Hao, and departed. Yin Lu and Yang Wanqing supported Su Hao as they walked toward the exit. Let's go. The two women escorted Su Hao out of the arena. Su Hao felt somewhat dejected. He had expected to win today and reap a great reward from the system, but that shameless old man had ruined everything. Just as Su Hao was heading toward the stands, a voice from the crowd rang out. Well done, young Master Su. Startled, Su Hao looked up. The next moment, another voice joined in. Well done, Lord Su. The cheers from the commoners rose one after another, echoing throughout the arena. Do they? Don't they know I lost? Su Hao asked the two women beside him in disbelief. He had assumed that with his reputation, losing a match would at best earn him nothing more than silence. He never imagined a scene like this. At that moment Zhao Xuanlu approached. They know you lost. Then why are they cheering? Su Hao looked at her puzzled. Zhao Xuanlu smiled, gently walked up to Su Hao, took out her handkerchief, and softly wiped the dirt from his face. They also saw it. A Su Hao who could not be defeated. Hearing Zhao Xuanlu speak so tenderly, and catching the faint fragrance of the handkerchief, Su Hao felt his cheeks grow warm. Yun Lu and Yang Wanqing, positioned on either side of him, exchanged a wary glance. Without a word their hands simultaneously tightened on Su Hao's arms. Ouch! What are you doing? Su Hao cried out in pain and looked innocently at the two women on either side. Realizing what they had done, they quickly relaxed their grip. Seeing Su Hao's bewildered expression, they both huffed and looked away. Due to his injuries, Su Hao returned to the manor first. The Empress had dispatched imperial physicians to treat him. Fortunately, Su Hao's extraordinary recovery ability meant that by the time he arrived home, he had only sustained superficial wounds. The physicians were amazed by his healing speed, remarking that they had never seen anything like it in their long careers. The time spent treating Su Hao was shorter than the time the head physician spent studying him. Su Hao was half expecting the old doctor to suddenly blurt out, "This old man wishes to taste a piece of the holy monk's flesh." When Su Cheng returned to the manor, he came to see Su Hao first. "Father, what's tomorrow's event? Have you discussed it?" Su Hao asked. Su Cheng patted Su Hao's shoulder. "Don't worry, the emperor has already decided on tomorrow's competition. You should rest and focus on healing your injuries first," Su Cheng said with concern. "And it's that old schemer again, Prince Wuling, serving as the judge. This treacherous bastard rigged everything and did all sorts of dirty work." Su Hao was complaining right in front of his father. Su Cheng nodded upon hearing this. "Yes, still him. This old villain just explained today's match to the Empress in the royal study. Although everyone knows it was this old devil's doing, there's no evidence. The Empress is displeased but can't be too harsh, so tomorrow's competition, the judge will still be him. But the good news is you won't have to compete personally, Hao. The competition is something you're best at," Su Cheng said cheerfully as he stroked his beard. "Huh, I don't have to compete myself. Still something I'm best at. Competing with fathers. Father, I'm not looking down on you, but you're getting old and frail," Su Hao said confusedly. Su Cheng's face darkened. "Nonsense. Why would I compete? I'm a civil official." "Oh, I thought so too. Though you're an impressive prime minister, the other guy's father is the emperor. There's a slight gap." After Su Hao finished analyzing, Su Cheng thought, "When did you start thinking your father's position wasn't high enough?" "Fine, let me tell you. Since both of you are seriously injured and Zhao Kuan can barely even stand the original combat match has been changed by imperial decree. Tomorrow the two of you will settle it with a cockfight." After Su Cheng finished, Su Hao's jaw dropped in shock. "Father, say that again. We're competing in what?" "Cockfighting," Su Cheng said calmly. "What the? This is a competition between two nations. Even short dramas aren't this absurd, right? There's nothing else to compete in. If you must, how about poetry competitions? I could just recite. Compose a couple of poems and crush him easily. Or we could do math. One chicken rabbit in same cage problem, and he'd be counting on his fingers forever without getting it. Why does it have to be cockfighting?" Su Hao was utterly speechless, unable to comprehend. "However, this is a competition the Empress specially designed for you. It shows how much Her Majesty appreciates you," Su Cheng said with gratitude, bowing toward the heavens. Su Hao wore a helpless expression, thinking, "Thank you so much, Empress. You've successfully targeted my greatest weakness." "Father, I'm not even good at cockfighting either. How am I supposed to win?" Su Cheng gave him a sideways glance. "Nonsense. When it comes to eating, drinking, and having fun, your father has great confidence in you. Thanks for your support, you black fan. Can we really not change the competition?" Su Hao complained helplessly. "It's too late. The Empress has already issued the imperial decree. Tomorrow at the training grounds we'll settle it with a cockfight," Su Cheng said seriously. "Fine then. Go get me a fighting cock quickly. Let me bond with my chicken brother first. Find one that's best at singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball." After Su Hao finished, Su Cheng was completely bewildered. "How? What are you talking about? And why find a chicken? You've raised so many fighting cocks in our backyard. You've always treasured them so much." After Su Cheng finished, Su Hao's eyes widened in shock. "Those were fighting cocks. I ate them all. No wonder the chicken meat was so tough, even people with good teeth couldn't chew it. However, you don't understand. Let me tell you. Chicken meat is best when it's home-raised, rich, but not greasy. Yum, father, let's have chicken stew with mushrooms tonight." "Fine. Wait, you ate all your fighting cocks. What about tomorrow's match?" Su Cheng suddenly realized, exclaiming in alarm. "Go buy some, and grab some mushrooms while you're at it. Stewed, that's when it gets really fragrant." Su Cheng thought, "I'm talking about fighting cocks, son, but all you can think about is eating. There's no choice then. This father still has to worry about everything." Su Cheng left to make arrangements. At that moment a voice suddenly rang out in Su Hao's mind. "Ding, the daily good deed task has been completed. Good deed content: thoroughly beating Zhao Kuan, the 6th prince of Zhao, who usually runs wild and abuses his power, thereby earning the common people of Dawu's initial change of heart toward the #1 villain of the capital. Based on behavioral impact assessment, host has obtained 2 draws from the bronze prize pool." Hearing the voice, Su Hao asked, "This counts too? System, if I slap myself twice every day, does that count as punishing a bully?" "Ding, host may try. I'm just kidding. Although I lost the match, I still gained something. Not bad. Let's draw the prizes." "Ding, congratulations to host for a 2 draw from the bronze prize pool, obtaining reward 1 glass mirror manufacturing technique, including 10 hand mirrors, vanity mirrors, and full-length mirrors each. Reward 2, 50 gene of chili pepper seeds after planting chili products will be random, including 50 gene each of all known chili pepper varieties from a previous life. Not bad, both are quite practical. Su Hao expressed great satisfaction with these two bronze draws. Old Shin's glass business was already circulating on the market, mostly cutting into wealthy people's wallets with exquisite glass products. Now with mirror manufacturing techniques, making money would be instant. Chili peppers, Su Hao loved these the most. In his previous life, he couldn't live without spicy food. In this life, although there were chili peppers, the varieties were mediocre and tasteless. Overall, today was nice. After a while, Su Hao got tired of lying in bed. He got up to move around. As soon as he walked into the courtyard, he saw Yun Lu heading out with a sword. "Senior sister, where are you going?" Su Hao called out. "Junior brother, why aren't you resting properly? Why did you come out?" Yun Lu said with concern. "I'm tired from lying down." "What are you going out for?" Nothing. Senior sister is just going for a stroll," Yun Lu said, evasively avoiding his gaze. Su Hao gave her a suspicious look. "You're actually kind of cute when you lie, senior sister," Su Hao said. "Really?" Yun Lu's face flushed red as she asked shyly. The next second, she came to her senses. "Hey, I'm not lying. You're dressed for battle, and full of killing intent, going for a stroll. Obviously going to fight." Su Hao directly exposed Yun Lu. "Fine, yes. I'm going to kill that Prince Wuling and get revenge for you, junior brother." Yun Lu dropped all pretense. "Kill who?" "That old schemer. Senior sister, are you running a fever? You and Yang Wanqing together couldn't beat him today. You going alone is asking to die." Just as Su Hao finished complaining, a voice came from outside the courtyard. "Nonsense. Today was only because there were so many people around that this general didn't go all out." Yang Wanqing entered with Yang Yanhua. Seeing Yang Wanqing, Yun Lu's fighting spirit only intensified. "Same here. There were too many people today, and I didn't want to cause trouble for my junior brother. I'll go kill that old scoundrel who schemed against my junior brother." Su Hao looked at the two women helplessly. Fine, you two are truly heroines. Very stubborn indeed. Senior sister, you're not going." Su Hao quickly stopped Yun Lu. "Why, oi? You still have a competition tomorrow. What if that old scoundrel harms you again?" "Junior brother, don't worry. Senior sister has a secret move. Even if it costs 1-for-1, I'll definitely kill him." Hearing Yun Lu's words, warmth spread through Su Hao's heart. He knew his senior sister understood she couldn't defeat the opponent, but for his sake, she was still willing to go without hesitation. Therefore, Su Hao absolutely couldn't let her go. Seeing Yun Lu was dead serious and about to draw her sword to storm out, Su Hao quickly grabbed her arm. "Sister, you're a knight-errant, but can you stop being so reckless every day? Like a hedgehog weasel, always ready to fight at the slightest provocation." After his tease, Su Hao casually pulled out an exquisitely crafted hand mirror from his chest, a system reward. He held it up to Yun Lu's face. "Look, you're so beautiful. What if you go out there and get beaten into a swollen mess?" Yun Lu gazed at her reflection in the mirror, astonished. It was the first time she'd ever seen such a clear image. "Junior brother, is this a mirror?" Su Hao nodded casually. "Yes, sister, be good and stay put. Here, it's all yours. Admire yourself as long as you like." Watching Yun Lu's eyes glued to the mirror, he pressed it firmly into her hands. "Really? Thank you, junior brother." Yun Lu had always been straightforward in her nature. If she liked something, she showed it openly. She held the mirror close, unable to tear her gaze away. Beside them, someone cleared their throat. Ahem. Su Hao turned around to see Yang Yanhua, coughing repeatedly. "What's wrong, little bro? You feeling unwell?" Yang Yanhua made earnest gestures toward his sister, watching eagerly from the sidelines. "Bro, keep things fair here. If she doesn't get 1-2, she'll come home seething with frustration, and I'll be the one paying the price." Su Hao hadn't caught on, but Yun Lu noticed the envious look in Yang Wanqing's eyes. "My junior brother gave this to me, not you." As expected of our straightforward senior sister, she could even insult people with such bluntness. "You." Yang Wanqing was about to argue with Yun Lu when she saw Su Hao already holding out a mirror toward her. "Thanks, senior sister. If you hadn't spoken up, my junior brother wouldn't have even realized. Here you are giving it to one person right in front of everyone else." Su Hao thought to himself, "Don't argue, everyone gets one. Here's yours." Upon hearing his words and seeing her reflection in the mirror, Yang Wanqing's anger instantly melted away. She took it shyly. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Su Hao thought. These were only two-hand mirrors. If it weren't inconvenient, he could have pulled out full-length mirrors, and they'd be jumping for joy. Just then Yang Yanhua walked up to Su Hao. "Everyone got one. Give me one too." Su Hao shot him a sideways glance. A grown man admiring himself in a mirror all the time. "Don't you think that's ridiculous? It doesn't suit you. Here, just stick to your fruity persona." After saying this, Su Hao reached out and handed him two small objects. Yang Yanhua's eyes widened with curiosity as he snatched them from Su Hao's hand. "What are these?" "New snacks. A type of fruit. Give it a taste. All red, should be pretty tasty. Give me more. These two can ugh." Before he could finish, Yang Yanhua tossed them into his mouth. Su Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "More?" "Young man, just ate 2 raw chili peppers raw. You're a tough one." Exactly as expected. Su Hao was teasing his little bro, handing him 2 birds-eye chilies, a variety that shouldn't even exist. Yang Yanhua had genuinely thought they were fruit. Sure enough, after chewing twice, his eyes widened in shock. Hiss, why is it so spicy? Water, give me water." Yang Yanhua dramatically called out to everyone. "Ha!" Su Hao laughed so hard he slapped his thigh. Both Yun Lu and Yang Wanqing were startled by their little bro's reaction. "What's wrong with him?" "Haha, it's fine. Eating chili peppers is supposed to be spicy, right?" Yang Yanhua's face twisted with resentment, tears streaming from the heat. Pointing at Su Hao, if he could still speak clearly he'd be cursing him out. Hey, that tank's for fish. There's water in the house. This cursed kid. Su Hao quickly stopped Yang Yanhua from climbing into the bathtub. After Yang Yanhua recovered, Su Hao introduced several ways to eat chili peppers. The little bro was severely burned and refused to believe it. However, Su Hao was injured today and needed rest, saying he'd let them try new dishes in a couple of days. After seeing them off, Su Hao lay on the lounge chair in the courtyard recalling today's competition. To be honest, Su Hao really wanted to kill Zhao Kun right then and there, but at the critical moment, Su Hao stayed calm and didn't act. Simply put, Su Hao wasn't Zhao Kun's fool who could be fooled by the king of Wuling into thinking the death contract was valid. For their identities, it was just a scrap of paper. Zhao Kun thought that if he killed Su Hao, the king of Wuling would protect him. But even the king of Wuling guessed that if Su Hao died at Zhao Kun's hands, Su Cheng would definitely go mad and Zhao Kun would definitely not leave De Wu alive. This was the kin. Su Hao wouldn't gamble his naivety on the humanity of an emperor. This was an era where even a biological father could be killed for the throne. Zhao Kun and the king of Wuling. These two mortal enemies, he definitely had to kill them. But timing was crucial. Zhao Kun had to die, but not here in De Wu right now. As for tomorrow's competition, Su Hao already had a plan. He had to win. That evening, Su Hao called Shin Shiqiu over and handed him the chili seeds and the mirror-making process. The next day at the Imperial Training Ground, the same spectators gathered, but today's competitors were two chickens. Zhao Kun was carried in his face at least 3 rounds fatter than yesterday. As for Su Hao, after a night's recovery, he was already full of energy. At this moment, Su Hao was holding a chicken, and the king of Wuling walked between the two with his subordinates. Today's competition, because both competitors are not yet fully recovered, we will use chicken fighting instead of hand-to-hand combat. The king of Wuling explained loudly. Actually, it won't delay anything. Why don't you help him up so we can continue fighting? Su Hao teasingly looked at Zhao Kun lying on the chair. The king of Wuling glanced at Su Hao but didn't respond. Both sides prepare your fighting chickens. Zhao Kun's subordinate carried out a large black rooster. From its size alone, it was clear this was a formidable fighting chicken. As for the chicken Su Hao was holding in his arms, it looked like a small hen no matter how you looked at it. Even the king of Wuling couldn't help but ask, Su Hao, is this the fighting chicken you prepared? Yeah, my dad said chickens should be home-raised. This chicken, too beautiful, has tender meat, a pure farmhouse free-range chicken. Su Hao spoke with a straight face, clearly nonsense. Enough, I don't have time to hear your nonsense. Both sides prepare your fighting chickens. The king of Wuling thought to himself, you want to lose on your own, saving me the trouble. Wait, explain the rules first. Don't come up with that excuse about losing before the match even starts once my chicken wins. Su Hao called out to Prince Wuling, what are the rules for cockfighting? If one chicken dies, the other wins. Prince Wuling said disdainfully, are you sure? Are you questioning this, king? If I could, I question whether you're even human. You, at this moment on the viewing platform, the Empress has issued a decree. Begin immediately. The attendant's announcement of the decree stopped the two. Prince Wuling snorted coldly and declared the start. Su Hao, in a cheerful mood, carried the small hen toward the arena. Oh, beautiful chicken, you must fight hard. If you die bravely, I will wrap you in yellow mud and give you a proper burial. Su Hao said dramatically. Chicken time, if I'm not mistaken, a chicken wrapped in yellow mud is called beggar's chicken, right? Su Hao not making fun. Su Hao and Zhao Kun's men placed the chickens in the enclosed arena. 2 professional cockfighting servants stood inside controlling the chickens. Su Hao carefully noticed that one of the servants kept his hand hidden in his sleeve, acting suspiciously. Trying to cheat again. Su Hao thought disdainfully in his heart. The cockfighting servant replied, do I need to cheat? After years of cockfighting, he had never seen a hen enter the arena. With the sound of the bronze gong, the 2 servants released the chickens. The black rooster immediately bristled, the feathers on its neck switched to combat mode, and flapped its wings, charging toward Chicken Time. Chicken Time panicked instantly, almost laying an egg right there. Just when everyone thought Chicken Time would die bravely, the crowd suddenly heard a bang. The majestic black chicken suddenly exploded in a shower of blood and feathers. Everyone was dumbfounded. Haha, Chicken Time wins. Su Hao cheered with laughter. The common people didn't know what happened or why the black chicken suddenly died, but they knew they had won. We won, we won. Chicken Time, Chicken Time. Prince Wuling glared at Su Hao. Su Hao, what trick did you play? Prince Wuling was closest to Su Hao. He had just noticed that the moment Su Hao raised his hand, the black chicken exploded. It must be Su Hao's doing. How dare he bring a hen to cockfight? Su Hao wore an innocent expression and spread his hands. My lord, what did I do? It's a cockfight, not a fight with me. What does it have to do with me? If it has nothing to do with you, why did the black chicken suddenly die? What trick did you use? Prince Wuling questioned. Su Hao suddenly struck an Ultraman pose. My Chicken Time is a battle chicken. Is it not allowed that the eggs it lays can explode? As soon as Su Hao finished speaking, the servant inspecting Chicken Time was holding an egg that the chicken had laid due to nervousness. Hearing Su Hao say the egg would explode, he was scared and quickly threw it away. Damn it, you bastard, remember to compensate me for the egg later, or I'll kill you. Su Hao pointed at him directly and cursed. This king will search your body, Prince Wuling said, directly grabbing Su Hao's shoulder. The next moment, Su Hao dropped his absurd manner and whispered in front of Prince Wuling, Old man, have I been too lenient with you? Take your claws off this young master. Su Hao scolded in a low voice. Prince Wuling stared at Su Hao in shock because he discovered Su Hao was holding a golden object against his chest. What was it? Su Hao expressed that of course it was a desert eagle. Seeing Prince Wuling not speaking or reacting. Do you want to try the feeling of exploding like that chicken? Or you can bet on whether this old man can break through your innate true chi protection. After Su Hao finished speaking, Prince Wuling broke into a cold sweat. It was indeed Su Hao who played tricks. Su Hao, of course. Otherwise, do you really think the eggs would explode? Would Prince Wuling bet? Of course not. If he died, how could he be emperor? Prince Wuling removed his hand from Su Hao's shoulder. My lord, can you announce the result now? Su Hao shouted loudly. Prince Wuling looked resentfully at the desert eagle on his chest. Su Hao wins. After Prince Wuling announced loudly, the common people erupted. We won, young Master Su. Young Master Su. Zhao Kuan, lying on the chair in disbelief, struggled to sit up. It was over. He hadn't gotten the cities back and had to compensate 3 more. A surge of anger rose to his heart, and he spat blood directly. After Prince Wuling announced, Su Hao lowered his hand, and his hand in the sleeve retrieved the desert eagle into the system space. Su Hao will see about this. Prince Wuling reluctantly threw out a sentence and turned to leave. Damn, you're awesome. Why run so fast? Su Hao said disdainfully. The competition ended. Su Hao and Zhao Kuan, who was lying there with blood not yet wiped clean, were summoned by the Empress to the front of the viewing platform. In 3 rounds of competition, our Great Wu won 2 rounds. According to the agreement, the state of Zhao needs to cede 3 cities. 6th Prince of Zhao, no objections, right? The Empress asked in a domineering voice in public. Zhao Kuan was about to die of anger. Let's pretend to faint and fool our way through for now. Who would have known that Su Hao standing next to him would slap him on the face? Zhao Kuan, wake up, don't faint. I'm saving you, don't be afraid. Su Hao slapped him repeatedly, his hand moving so fast it created afterimages. Stop hitting, I'm not faint. Zhao Kuan panicked and raised his hands, shouting incoherently. Seeing this, Su Hao rolled his eyes at him and clapped his hands. Damn it, let's see if you dare to faint now. Su Hao stood back. Zhao Kuan, wanting to cry, but having no tears, bore his even more swollen face. In response, Your Majesty the Empress, there are no objections. Upon returning, I will send a message to my father, the Emperor of Zhao. Zhao Kuan thought to himself, if my father knows about this, my position as a prince is over. It doesn't matter. As long as there are no objections to the competition. This emperor does not want to hear anyone say that our Great Wu's victory is undeserved. As for the cities, if the Zhao Emperor does not give them, then this emperor will personally go to collect them. The Empress said with majestic momentum. Yes. Zhao Kuan responded helplessly. Then the Empress looked at Su Hao. This commoner is here. Su Hao responded. In this competition with the state of Zhao, Su Hao has brought glory to our Great Wu and won the competition. This emperor is very pleased. Announced the decree. The Empress gestured to the attendant beside her. Everyone saw the attendant walking forward with the imperial decree. Su Hao was surprised. When was this decree written? Did she guess I would win long ago? Or is there another decree to punish me? Su Hao imagined. His Majesty has decreed the son of Chancellor Su Cheng, a talent of the imperial capital, has won the competition and rendered great merit to our Great Wu. This emperor specially appoints Su Hao as attendant by the royal presence starting from this day, and also bestows gold. This is the decree. Su Hao received the decree. Attended by the royal presence. Su Hao was surprised. He was too familiar with this title. Wasn't this what the Empress bestowed upon Zhao Ritian in the original book? Attendant by the royal presence, strictly speaking, was just a title. It had no fixed authority and not even an official salary. So it didn't count as a formal court official at all. But if you thought this appointment was small, you would be seriously wrong. An attendant by the royal presence, granting the right to audiences with the Empress at any time, free access to the imperial study, and the ability to deliberate on matters of state. Truly a confidant and trusted minister of the Empress. Su Hao accepted the imperial edict. This subject thanks Your Majesty for your grace. Su Hao no longer needed to refer to himself as a commoner. After the Empress returned to the palace, Su Hao was about to depart when a servant approached to inform him that the Empress wished to see him in the imperial study. Just appointed and already working. Is the workload this intense? Su Hao muttered. Howard, do not speak nonsense. The Empress has summoned you. Go at once and remember not to speak carelessly. Su Cheng instructed. All right, Ding Xiu, come with me. The rest of you go home first. Su Hao directed Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. Imperial study. The Empress had summoned only Su Hao. She glanced at him, then waved to the attendants beside her. Without hesitation, they withdrew from the imperial study. Su Hao was puzzled. She trusts me that much? She just left? Isn't she afraid I might harm her? Su Hao, are you satisfied with today's rewards? The Empress asked. Your Majesty's grace is boundless, this subject. Su Hao was about to offer more flattering words when the Empress waved her hand. Enough with the formalities. I'd rather hear you curse than listen to such polished speeches. Su Hao was taken aback by the Empress's attitude. Then what should I say? Thank my top supporter for the donation. Send you kisses and hugs. Su Hao, caught off guard by the Empress's demeanor, blurted out the remark. This time both Su Hao and the Empress froze. Suddenly the Empress covered her mouth and laughed. Interesting. Though I do not understand what you mean, Su Hao, you have great boldness, daring to tease an emperor. The Empress suddenly changed expression and slammed the table. Su Hao broke into a cold sweat. The saying about serving a ruler being like serving a tiger was truly accurate. Su Cheng thought, son, with your attitude, can you survive 3 days as an official? Who would blurt out such words to an empress on first meeting? Your Majesty, please calm your anger. That phrase about sending kisses is merely an expression of joy with no disrespect intended. Nonsense. Do you really think I am so easily fooled? You flirt. The empress said, her face flushed with anger. Flirt? Where did that come from? This subject is wronged. This subject's heart is entirely red, loyal, wrapped to heaven. Su Hao understood that a loyal minister must first learn to protest injustice. TCH. I know you are articulate, Su Hao. This time you have rendered great merit. I should have appointed you to an important court position. However, since you previously held no official rank, I feared the ministers would not accept you. Therefore I arranged for you to serve as my attendant by the royal presence. The empress explained her arrangement. Oh, your Majesty's arrangement. This subject is very satisfied. This subject believes that regardless of rank, to shine for Do Wu. This subject. He could not continue making things up. The empress listened to Su Hao's earnest nonsense. Speak plainly. Oh, my father is already a chancellor. Whether my rank is high or low, it does not matter. Su Hao quickly spoke from the heart. The empress smiled. The matter of your official rank will stand as is. As for monetary rewards, the treasury is currently empty. I truly feel sorry to have shortchanged you. The empress spoke the truth. Since ascending the throne, the ambitious empress had vigorously strengthened both the court and the military. The results were naturally positive. Do Wu's national strength was now formidable. However, the prerequisite for accomplishing great things was spending money. Your Majesty need not blame yourself. It is merely about gold and silver. Su Hao responded casually. How I know? After all, you are the wealthiest man in the capital. You surely look down on my meager rewards, do you not? After the empress spoke with pointed sarcasm, Su Hao suddenly realized something and looked at her in shock. What other excuse do you wish to fabricate to tell me that the paper, books, perfumes, alcoholic beverages, and even the fine glassware circulating in the market are not from your hand? After the empress finished speaking, Su Hao's heart sank. Damn it, I overextended myself. I underestimated the professionalism of ancient spies. This empress is not calling me here to bestow rewards. She is clearly complaining about poverty, refusing to reward me, and now wants to squeeze something from this young master. Wretched ancient empress. After understanding the empress's meaning, although Su Hao grumbled, he also understood his situation. Now was not the time to be stingy with his wealth. Your Majesty, please discern the truth. This subject only runs small businesses and has no intention to deceive your Majesty. Su Hao clasped his hands and explained. Oh, is that so? I heard that 2 days ago you dominated the gambling houses in the capital, driving multiple establishments into bankruptcy. Even so, many gambling house owners still owe you considerable sums. The empress said mysteriously. Damn it, the chancellor's mansion must have the empress's spies. They know so much. Su Hao felt a cold sweat on his back. He really did not want to tangle with these political power brokers anymore. Your Majesty, how much do you want? Su Hao asked directly. Anyway, if he did not pay today, this woman would certainly not let him leave. Hey, come here. The empress beckoned Su Hao with a finger. Su Hao swallowed hard. Damn it, I've already confessed. Don't use the beauty trap. This young master cannot resist. Su Hao walked to the desk. What did you bring today? I brought a heart loyal to your Majesty. Bang! The empress slammed the table. Su Hao quickly reached into his robe, took out a bottle of premium perfume given by the system, and placed it on the desk. Perfume. The empress snatched it up. Anything else? Su Hao gritted his teeth, thinking this young master really wants to pull out a gun and shoot you. Paper, books. Su Hao continued to produce items. The empress's eyes lit up. She picked up the books. Your paper is very different from the papers circulating in the market. The books are also different. The calligraphy seems. The empress raised a question. The craftsmanship is different. Su Hao confessed. I know. No matter how low the market price of paper is driven, yours is always a bit cheaper. Because my craftsmanship has very low production costs, they cannot compete. However, I feared they would buy up my finished products in large quantities and resell them at high prices, so I could not drive the price all the way down. Su Hao explained. The empress nodded. Clever. Pa. If this young master were truly clever, would I have let you shear my wool? Su Hao thought grumblingly. Anything else? The empress continued to ask. She was going to shear one sheep dry, was she? This subject today. Bang! Slam the table, slam the table. Mirror. Su Hao hurriedly took out a small hand mirror. The empress was surprised as she picked it up, gazing at her reflection in it. This thing was devastating to women. This is truly magical. Oh, what is this? The empress then looked at another item on the desk and asked. Su Hao snapped out of it and looked. A small chili pepper was on the table. In his haste to grab things, he had accidentally brought out a chili pepper. Oh, this is a type of food. Su Hao explained. I know. You always bring out some strange foods at your residence, but never sell them. Is this one of them? The empress finished speaking. Damn it, there must be spies in the manor. Just wait, I'll catch you eventually. Just as Su Hao was cursing the empress's informants in his heart, he looked up and was astonished to find that the empress had already popped the chili pepper into her mouth. Good heavens, what kind of empress are you? How can you be so careless? You dare to eat anything. After eating, the empress lowered her head. Isn't it spicy? Su Hao was now secretly hoping the empress possessed the natural constitution of a Sichuan girl. Unfortunately, the next second the empress's face flushed with fury. To Su Hao's utter shock, her true chi erupted forth, and she slammed him onto the table. Damn it, this empress is a master. No wonder she's so fearless and doesn't worry about me at all. Su Hao was pinned down on the table, his heart sinking. MMPH. How dare you poison me with a scheme? The Empress, her mouth burning in agony, roared angrily. It's not poison, it's not poison. Easy please. My arm is breaking. Su Hao hastily cried out in pain. The next moment the Empress suddenly released him and fanned her hands frantically in front of her mouth. Ah, it hurts. MMPH. Su Hao groaned as he stood up, clutching his arm, and watched in amazement as the Empress was brought to tears by the spice. Hey, stop making noise. Water, find water. Su Hao snapped back to his senses and hastily reminded the Empress. There was no choice. If the Imperial Guards and that powerful attendant servant were to walk in and see the Empress like this, wouldn't they execute him on the spot, without a word? Su Hao anxiously scanned his surroundings for water. Suddenly he spotted a teapot nearby. He rushed over, not even bothering to find a cup. Grabbing the teapot, he ran to the Empress. Open your mouth, open your mouth. Su Hao urged anxiously. Ah, MMPH. The Empress, crying as tears streamed down her face, instinctively obeyed Su Hao's words and opened her mouth. Su Hao lifted the teapot and poured directly in. Reader, what if it's scalding hot water? Su Hao, if it were scalding water, I'd be playing a game of elimination with my entire family. Watching the Empress drink the water, Su Hao exhaled in relief while continuing to pour. Suddenly he noticed the Empress tilting her head back and the water naturally flowing downward. Su Hao's eyes widened in shock. Are you testing an official like this? Stop. Stop pouring. MMPH. The Empress said hastily, then shoved the teapot from Su Hao's hands. After being choked by the water, the Empress saw Su Hao's flushed face as he stared at her prominent chest. Su Hao, how dare you? The Empress hastily covered herself and shouted. Ah, your Majesty, is it no longer spicy? Su Hao snapped back to his senses and asked. The Empress rose in embarrassment and anger, wanting to strike Su Hao, only to see him peel a lollipop and shove it with a plop into the Empress's mouth. This should take away the spiciness. You? MMPH. It's sweet. The Empress came to her senses and discovered it was indeed sweet. Su Hao wiped the sweat from his brow. That was a close call. The Empress seemed to forget her anger and sucked on the lollipop. Su Hao, how many things are you hiding in your clothes? The Empress asked curiously. This time I really have nothing left. Su Hao thought to himself, if I pulled everything out, I'd scare you to death. I don't believe you. Let me see. The Empress's stubborn temper flared up and she reached out to start pulling at Su Hao's clothes. Oh, your Majesty, please don't. Su Hao suddenly felt a thrill in his heart and called out in an exaggerated voice. Hearing Su Hao's peculiar cry, the Empress's face flushed crimson. Scoundrel, what are you shouting about? Su Hao mimicked the Empress's earlier posture and covered his chest with both hands. Your Majesty, please conduct yourself with dignity. The Empress glared at him. Dignity? How dare you say that? Your eyeballs nearly popped out staring at me just now. Get out. The Empress shouted. All right. Su Hao hurried toward the door. Wait a moment. The Empress suddenly called him back. Su Hao awkwardly stopped and turned around. Does your Majesty have any other business? Your business venture, the Empress said, returning to her composed demeanor. Su Hao's heart sank inside. Apparently he hadn't managed to distract her after all. How much? 70%. Su Hao nearly jumped up. What? Your Majesty, please say that again. Su Hao's hand was already behind his back, ready to pull out a gun and give this shameless Empress a taste of it. Damn it, the boy just took one look, and it's this expensive. No wonder you're the Empress. Even the hostesses at commercial karaoke parlors don't dare charge this much. What's wrong with a 70-30 split? You unwilling? The Empress asked with displeasure. Your Majesty, before your coronation were you a bandit? Su Hao's sarcastic remark made the Empress flush with indignation as she slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Su Hao, how dare you speak to me like that? Are you dissatisfied? You open your mouth and demand 70%. Why not take it all? Su Hao was ready to draw his gun and didn't care anymore. The Empress was stunned. What are you stammering about? Do you know how many people I have to support, seeing only how much I earn? 50% at most. Take it or leave it. Su Hao's tone was unyielding as he drove down the price. Who knew? The Empress didn't hesitate after hearing this. Deal. Huh. Su Hao was stunned. Damn it, I offered too much. We'll split it 50-50 as you said. I won't interfere with the business. Just deliver my profit share to the palace every month. The Empress commanded. Su Hao clenched his teeth and nodded. Then this minister will take his leave, he said, thinking that although it pained him, 50-50 was still acceptable and manageable. The Empress waved her hand, and Su Hao departed from the imperial study. After Su Hao left, the Empress suddenly broke into laughter. Originally, I wanted a 70-30 split, but I only needed 3 portions. What a fool. Su Hao, the people you need to support are many, but the burden I must bear is for the entire Great Wu. I hope you won't disappoint me. The Empress murmured to herself while sitting on the dragon throne, finally placing the lollipop back into her mouth. Outside the palace gates, Ding Xiu was sitting in a carriage. Seeing Su Hao emerge, he asked, Young master, what else did the Empress reward you? Any good stuff? Let's split it half and half. At the mention of money, brother Ding became energized. Su Hao glared at him unsympathetically. She rewarded me a mouthful of trouble. You want that? Su Hao snapped. Young master, did you run your mouth again? Ding Xiu guessed seeing Su Hao's reaction meant he must have been punished. If you run your mouth again, you won't get paid this month. Su Hao said through gritted teeth. All right, don't. Ding Xiu panicked. Let's go to the trading company, Su Hao said crossly as he hopped onto the carriage. Young master, why are we going to the trading company at this hour? Ding Xiu asked. Su Hao impatiently lifted the curtain. Why are you talking so much today? Let's go to the trading company to split the money. Hurry up, those bandits are waiting. Split the money. Let's go, Haya. At the mention of splitting money, Brother Ding for extra pay made the carriage spin in place. Damn it, slow down. You almost threw me out. Su Hao shouted from inside the carriage. Upon arriving at the trading company, it wasn't long before Ding Xiu, who had been so happy moments ago, grabbed his Miao Dao and charged outside. Shin Xiuqiu, all 300 gene of him, clung desperately to Ding Xiu. Old Ding, calm down. That's the Empress. Are you trying to get us all killed? The Empress? So what about the Empress? She's taking so much of our money. With the money gone, what good is my life? I'm going to cut her to pieces. Ding Xiu bellowed while gripping his Miao Dao. Indeed, upon arriving at the trading company and learning that the Empress was taking 50% of their profits, young Master Shin thought it was perfectly reasonable. Now that the business has grown substantial, officials will certainly grow envious. With his own young master's father already serving as chancellor, the most envious of all must be the Empress. But the most agitated was Jia Qingguo. 50%. Has the Empress gone mad with greed? I'll chop him to pieces. Oh, young master, please urge him to stop. Shin Qiqiu turned to Su Hao, who sat calmly sipping tea. Su Hao glanced at the two of them and thought to himself, Empress, you'd better watch out. That money-grubbing Ding Xiu might one day come chasing after you with his blade and make your life miserable. Su Hao simply said with calm composure, Empress, the martial realm is at least innate at minimum. Anyway, Yang Wanqing told my senior sister that the old eunuch beside her is a peerless master. You go ahead and chop her down. If she demands 50%, I'll burn it all to you. After Su Hao finished speaking calmly, there was a click as the Miao blade slid back into its scabbard. Ding Xiu approached Su Hao and said, Young master, it's not that Ding Xiu meddles, but why don't you just fight the Empress yourself? If she wants it, just give it to her. Shin Qiqiu was utterly dumbfounded. Su Hao paused for a moment, and in the next instant a teacup flew toward Ding Xiu. You bastard. You dare not go yourself, so you want the young master to die in your place. Ding Xiu had been expecting this and dodged smoothly. Young master, don't worry. Just wait until I become a grandmaster, and I'll get it all back for you. Ding Xiu hid behind Shin Qiqiu as he spoke. You money-grubbing wretch, rest already. You'll give me an early grave one of these days. Old Shin investigate our trading company's people recently. Su Hao looked at Shin Qiqiu and ordered, Do you mean someone has planted spies within our trading company? Shin Qiqiu asked, They know everything we do up above. It would be a ghost story if they didn't. Ding Xiu, you take Zhang Long and Zhao Hu and secretly investigate the people at home as well. Once you find something, don't act rashly. Su Hao gave his orders. Yes. The two bowed together to Su Hao. At the entrance of White Horse Academy, Zhao Xuanlu held Hua Hua's hand as they walked out of the academy. Teacher, sister, did brother really win today? Hua Hua asked excitedly. Yes, he was amazing. He won the competition, and Her Majesty the Empress even granted your brother an official position. Zhao Xuanlu said with a smile. Really? Oh, that's wonderful. Brother is a great official now. Hua Hua jumped up and down happily, her soft voice full of delight. Yes. Let's go home. Ask your brother how he won when we get back. Zhao Xuanlu thought about how Su Hao had brought a hen that only laid eggs to fight roosters today, and it made her want to laugh. Su Hao is a talented woman, also this two-faced. A talented woman indeed. Hua Hua nodded and followed Zhao Xuanlu to her carriage. Zhao Xuanlu lifted Hua Hua into the carriage and was about to climb in herself when she heard a voice from behind. Sister, wait. Zhao Xuanlu turned around and saw Zhao Hao walking out from the street corner. Zhao Hao, what are you doing here? Sister, I have something to tell you. Zhao Hao approached with a gloomy expression. We'll talk about it when we get home. I still need to take Hua Hua back to the Chancellor's mansion. Zhao Xuanlu refused. Sister, can't I even say 2 words to you now? Why treat me this way? Zhao Hao asked, somewhat broken. Standing on the carriage, Hua Hua looked confusedly at Zhao Hao, then at Zhao Xuanlu. Teacher, sister, if you have something to do, you don't need to take me home. Brother should come to pick me up today. The sensible Hua Hua tried to climb down from the carriage on her own. Zhao Xuanlu quickly grabbed Hua Hua. Hua Hua, be careful or you'll fall. Sit properly in the carriage. Sister will just say 2 words to this brother, and then we'll go. Zhao Xuanlu instructed. Hua Hua nodded shyly and walked into the carriage. Zhao Xuanlu turned to face Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao, what is it? Speak. Sister, I want to issue a challenge to Su Hao. Xiao Hao said seriously. Why, oi? Zhao Xuanlu asked, puzzled. She didn't understand the point of what Xiao Hao was doing. I want to personally defeat that waste Su Hao in front of everyone in the imperial capital, so all know that Su Hao is no match for me, Xiao Hao. Zhao Ritian declared with stubborn determination. Just as Zhao Xuanlu was about to speak, she saw Hua Hua, who had just entered the carriage, stumbling out unsteadily. My brother is not a waste, Hua Hua said timidly, though she mustered the courage to speak. Zhao Xuanlu was about to comfort Hua Hua, knowing she didn't like hearing bad things said about Su Hao. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hao suddenly stepped closer, his eyes fierce as he stared at Hua Hua. Su Hao is a waste trash, a useless, decadent young master of the imperial capital. Xiao Hao spoke to Hua Hua in a voice devoid of emotion. Xiao Hao, what are you saying? Hua Hua is still a child. At this moment, Zhao Xuanlu was thoroughly disappointed in Zhao Ritian. When had her own younger brother become someone who would treat a small child this way? Hua Hua shrank her neck in fear from Zhao Ritian's gaze. But the next moment she cute shook her head. No, you're wrong. My brother is not a waste. My brother won the competition today and became a great official. My brother is the best person. You're not allowed to speak ill of my brother. Hua Hua shouted with all the strength her small body could muster. Seeing the excited Hua Hua, Zhao Xuanlu quickly embraced her. All of you think Su Hao is so great. What's so good about him? He's a wicked waste. Zhao Hao broke down. My brother said that those who speak ill of others behind their backs are the most hopeless people. I know no impotent rage. Hua Hua's final awkwardly used word was like the final heavy hammer shattering Zhao Hao's sanity. What did you say? Zhao Hao's eyes flashed with ferocity as he reached out toward Hua Hua. Zhao Xuanlu quickly shielded Hua Hua behind her. But the distance was too close and Zhao Ritian could no longer restrain his strike. Both the adult and the child closed their eyes. But nothing happened. Hua Hua opened her eyes first with a look of surprise. Brother, Zhao Xuanlu opened her eyes and saw Zhao Ritian's face contorted in struggle. His arm firmly grasped by Su Hao. Su Hao. Zhao Ritian gritted his teeth. Zhao Ritian, you dare strike at children and women. Do you think you're the protagonist? Damn it. Su Hao exerted force and with tremendous strength threw Zhao Ritian aside. Indeed, Su Hao had come out of the trading company, checked the time, and decided to pick up Hua Hua from school. Upon arriving, he witnessed this scene. Zhao Hao, who had been thrown off balance by Su Hao. Ding Xiu now approached carrying his meow blade. Young master, let me handle this. This kid needs another beating. I'll send him home and have him lying in bed for another year and a half. Ding Xiu spoke domineeringly. Seeing Ding Xiu, Zhao Hao retreated a step in apprehension. Su Hao, if you're a man, come at me alone. Let's fight honorably. Zhao Ritian pointed at Su Hao and shouted. Su Hao patted Ding Xiu's shoulder. Young master, let me show you something. Su Hao said confidently. Then the extra fee is on me. Ding Xiu said comically. Su Hao glared at him. Ding Xiu smiled. Young master, be careful with this guy. He has a heart-protecting mirror, Ding Xiu warned. By now the commotion caused by the few had drawn an ever-growing crowd at the White Horse Academy. Zhao Ritian stared at Su Hao with murderous intent, his voice dripping with contempt. I was going to send you a formal challenge letter, but that seems unnecessary now. Su Hao, I want everyone to know that you are nothing but trash beneath my feet. Hearing Zhao Ritian's vicious threats, Su Hao remained unexpectedly composed. He held up his fingers and began counting calmly. I have had grievances against you for more than one day. You never do your own work, and when it matters most you never show up. Fine, I'm such a kind person, so I help you get it done. But then you come at me with your nonsense and antagonism at every turn. Fine, I'm the villain, so I deserve it. But Zhao Ritian, am I the only villain in the imperial capital? You keep targeting me. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? I've been too nice to you. Come on then. Su Hao's final roar was a direct provocation aimed at Zhao Ritian. The surrounding crowd, though unaware of what had transpired between the two, listened to Su Hao's grievances and began pointing fingers at Zhao Ritian. Zhao Ritian's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in rage. You have the nerve to complain. Just then Zhao Xuanlu, who had been holding Hua Hua beside the carriage, suddenly spoke up. Su Hao, be careful. Zhao Hao has been acting strangely lately. Upon hearing this, Su Hao turned in surprise. Ex-wife, you're quite good at the art of mockery. As expected, Zhao Xuanlu's words had completely shattered Zhao Ritian's composure. Inner force gathered around him as he roared, Su Hao. Zhao Ritian lunged at Su Hao in a rage. Nolan doubt. Su Hao instinctively bellowed back in response. Everyone was stunned. Ding Xiu, who had been leaning on his sword, watching the show, nearly fell over. Young master, what kind of nonsense was that? Sorry, got caught up in the moment, excited. Wrong show. Su Hao turned back to apologize. At this moment, Zhao Xuanlu anxiously pointed at Su Hao. Su Hao, watch out. Su Hao turned back, just as Zhao Ritian had already closed the distance. With a gathered force, he thrust his palm towards Su Hao, raging steel palm. The surging internal energy commanded everyone's rapt attention. The next instant, Su Hao twisted his waist with a graceful ballet, swan-like movement, evading the strike. Groin kick. Su Hao shouted as his foot connected with Zhao Ritian. Zhao Ritian's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He clutched himself with both hands and collapsed to his knees. The surrounding onlookers all drew a sharp breath, the pain visible even from watching. Ding Xiu stared at Su Hao in exasperation. Young master, can you even kick someone there? What kind of move is that? What's wrong? He used his ripping anal palm, so I used my groin kick. What's the issue? I shouted it out loud. It's not a sneak attack. Su Hao responded with unwavering confidence. Ding Xiu pressed his palm to his forehead, wearing an expression that said he had no idea this person. He thought to himself, you would have been better off letting me handle this and give the kid a quick ending. Zhao Ritian, still in agony, struggled to stand. Su Hao, you despicable scoundrel. Damn, how are you standing? You got something protecting that area down there. An iron jockstrap. Su Hao was flabbergasted. This was scientifically impossible. Does the protagonist's halo extend to that region too? Zhao Ritian, what do you know? It's the power of human will. But the next second, Su Hao's expression suddenly shifted as he lowered his voice and asked, I'm just testing if you can actually be killed. Zhao Ritian was alarmed to see the desert eagle that had suddenly appeared in Su Hao's hand. Before he could react, the gun fired. The sound startled everyone nearby. Then a cloud of dust suddenly swept up around both Su Hao and Zhao Ritian, obscuring everyone's vision. Ding Xiu cried out in alarm and rushed forward. Young master. As the dust settled, Su Hao stood calmly in the dissipating haze. Young master, are you alright? I'm fine. Su Hao replied with a grave expression. What about that guy? Ding Xiu asked, puzzled. Zhao Ritian was nowhere to be seen. Someone took him. Su Hao explained. Indeed, Su Hao had drawn and fired without hesitation. Zhao Ritian should have been a goner for certain. But at that critical moment, a figure in black robes had appeared beside Zhao Ritian. Su Hao had clearly seen the bullet he fired get blocked by the person's steel-like aura. That dust was the aftershock of the aura's force. Su Hao was certain this person was definitely not at the innate realm. He knew that at this distance, even the martial lord and innate late-stage expert couldn't block his bullet. Peak. Or grandmaster. Or perhaps a grandmaster. The robed figure face, still hidden, grabbed Zhao Ritian and fled. Su Hao could not determine the person's identity. He knew Zhao Ritian's true background was far from simple. In the original novel, the protagonist had numerous guardian figures during his rise to power. As expected, he's hard to kill. Wait till I roll an RPG rocket launcher, then let's see anyone try to stop me. Su Hao muttered to himself. Young master, what should we do now? Ding Xiu asked seriously. What to do? As if I'm afraid of anything. This is the imperial capital. These rats don't even dare show their faces. Let's go home. Oh, but Ding Xiu, do you think anyone would actually wear an iron jockstrap out on the street? Su Hao asked curiously. Ding Xiu rolled his eyes. I wouldn't know, I've never worn one of those things. If young master wants one, I can find a blacksmith tomorrow to forge you a pair. You know, for practice. You bastard, are you calling me a dog? Do I need practice? I'll pull it out and scare you to death. Su Hao cursed at him angrily, then turned and walked toward the carriage. Ding Xiu quietly rolled his eyes, muttering to himself, what a braggart. Su Hao walked over to the carriage. Hua hopped down from Zhao Xuanlu's arms and excitedly ran up to Su Hao. Brother, did you win? Of course. Wasn't Big Brother just now so cool? Su Hao asked proudly. Haha, so cool. Hua laughed loudly. The surrounding citizens could only wear helpless expressions. Cool. A sneak kick to the nether regions. Even village children knew not to use such tricks. If any boy ever bullies Hua in the future, you should learn from brother. Kick him hard. Su Hao instructed Hua. Before Hua could react, Zhao Xuanlu came over and scooped her up. Hua, don't learn that. Don't teach Hua bad things. Zhao Xuanlu said indignantly, her face flushed. Retrograde. Using whatever moves to protect yourself isn't shameful. Ex-wife, your brother was rescued by someone. Aren't you going home to check on him? Su Hao asked. Zhao Xuanlu sighed, her tone one of disappointment. He brought it upon himself. I can't manage him anymore. Let him be. Zhao Ritian, I brought it upon myself. For whose sake did I do all this? Su Hao? Su Hao, no doubt, don't run away. Su Hao watched Zhao Xuanlu with a hint of surprise. He couldn't help but wonder, when had it happened that this first female lead was growing farther and farther from the male lead? And why today, when he called her ex-wife, she didn't seem angry at all? Zhao Xuanlu noticed Su Hao staring at her. The young lady's face flushed red. You? Why do you keep staring at me? Oh, nothing. Just think you look particularly nice today. Su Hao replied casually. The talented woman's face turned even redder. Really? Zhao Xuanlu's heart raced as she asked quietly. False. Off. Zhao Xuanlu looked at Su Hao with a mixture of confusion and disappointment. I mean, you always look nice. Su Hao said casually. The talented lady was completely flustered by Su Hao's teasing. Hua tilted her little head curiously. Brother, why do the sisters who are with you always seem to fall ill? Hua asked in her childish voice. Huh? Who's sick, Hua? Su Hao asked curiously. Look at teacher's sister's face, it's so red. Sister Wanner always acts this way when she's with brother. Last time Sister General was the same. But Hua is healthy and never gets sick. After Hua spoke innocently, Su Hao couldn't help but laugh and held her in his arms. Really? I hadn't noticed. Su Hao replied with a smile. Brother, look, teacher's sister's face is even redder now, but it seems different from before. After Hua finished speaking, Su Hao looked over at Zhao Xuanlu, and indeed her face was even redder, but the way she was looking at him seemed more like she was staring at a rogue. Zhao Xuanlu thought to herself, Hua, you little smarty pants. Sister is angry right now. Su Hao, you rascal, you compliment everyone you see, don't you? Are you alright? Su Hao asked her curiously. Lord Su is surrounded by so many beauties, why should you worry about me? After Zhao Xuanlu spoke in her sarcastic tone, Su Hao was dumbfounded. Does a talented lady always resort to classical Chinese whenever she's upset? Can you translate it into modern language, please? Su Hao asked in confusion. Teacher, I'm not good at this stuff. Playing dumb. Zhao Xuanlu was even more angry, scolding this playboy in her mind. Brother, let's go home. Hua is a bit hungry. Hua's little stomach rumbled, and she said shyly. Alright, let's go home. We're having a party at our place today. Su Hao picked up Hua and said, Party? What's that, brother? Is it delicious? Hua asked curiously. Haha, it means inviting a few good friends to drink and celebrate together, making the most of today. Su Hao explained with a smile. Hearing his words, Zhao Xuanlu's eyes lit up. Such an impromptu poem, yet this guy pretended not to understand what she was saying. Hua scratched her head. Brother, Hua still doesn't quite understand. It's just a bunch of good friends getting together to eat and drink to our heart's content. Zhao Xuanlu was stunned. Perhaps he really doesn't understand. Haha, that's great. Let's have a party. Hua clapped her little hands excitedly. Alright then, I'll take Hua back first. As Su Hao was about to leave, Hua tugged at him. Brother, what is it? Su Hao asked. Can we invite teacher sister to come to our house and eat something delicious? Hua asked with longing eyes. Zhao Xuanlu was also a bit surprised to hear Hua's words. She had never been individually invited to a man's home before. Should she go? Would going there violate propriety? Would Su Hao actually invite her? In the end, our talented lady wasn't even considering whether to go or not. She was wondering if Su Hao would invite her. Meanwhile, Su Hao holding Hua felt a bit awkward. He knew this was ancient times, and a well-bred lady not returning home at night visiting another man's house before marriage would invite gossip. But seeing Huahua's pleading look, Su Hao put her down. Then Huahua goes to ask teacher sister if she'd like to visit our home. If teacher sister doesn't want to go, Huahua mustn't insist. Su Hao warned her. Huahua heard Su Hao's words, nodded happily, and then ran towards Zhao Xuanlu with her 2 little legs. Teacher sister, Huahua wants to invite you to come to my house for a party. Party? Huahua asked. Su Hao thought Zhao Xuanlu would most likely refuse, but who would have guessed that in the next moment Zhao Xuanlu directly picked up Huahua and said, "You go back first and tell my father that I won't be returning home for dinner tonight. Don't wait for me. Huahua, let's go." Not to mention the stable hand, even Su Hao was stunned. She's going already. Could Huahua's words really work that well? What are you staring at? Let's go, dummy. Zhao Xuanlu called out to Su Hao somewhat shyly. Alright, brother monkey. Su Hao responded foolishly and called Ding Xiu to follow. Back at the Prime Minister's residence, Su Hao's courtyard was lively again. Wan'er and Zhao Xuanlu were playing with Huahua, while Zhang Long Zhao, Hu Ding Xiu, and Xin Xiuqiu were starting the fire and skewering meat. As for Su Hao, he was being pulled aside by his senior sister. Junior brother, did you use that hidden weapon from that night against the demonic cultists again today, eh? That's right. Yunlu was at the training ground today and heard that loud bang when the black chicken died, so she guessed Su Hao had used that hidden weapon from that night. After Su Hao fainted that night, Yunlu had seen the real appearance of the Desert Eagle. However, she had been worried about Su Hao's safety and never asked him about it. Su Hao nodded. It was fine for his senior sister to know some of his trump cards. My secret weapon, Su Hao said, taking out the Desert Eagle and performing a beautiful gun spin, drawing Yunliu's curious gaze. So impressive. Could Su Hao not be impressive with that proud look? He had been secretly practicing for days, and his style had to be at maximum level. Then Yunliu, the female knight, excitedly grabbed Su Hao's hand holding the gun. Come on, junior brother, give senior sister a shot. Huh, Su Hao almost fell over. Then you want me to shoot you with this thing? Yunliu's words made Su Hao panic. Su Hao's senior sister, would this even pass censorship? Senior sister, are you crazy? Why would I shoot you? Su Hao said irritably and put away the gun. No, his senior sister seemed like a flat-headed mongoose, daring to challenge anything. This thing was too dangerous for her. Why are you putting it away? I want to see the power of this thing. It's fine, I have protective aura. Yunlu said confidently. Su Hao scoffed. Senior sister, if you say from a distance, I might believe you could dodge it. But at this range, one shot. Not to mention your protective aura. Your underwear, you'd be gone. Su Hao almost let the trash talk slip out. Is it that powerful? Yunlu asked curiously. Yes, unless you reach the peak, otherwise do you think that Prince of Wuling would have honestly judged me as the winner today? Su Hao said. Yunlu believed everything Su Hao said without question. Alright, then wait until I reach the peak, and then you can use this thing to shoot me. Su Hao, senior sister, this damn little hobby of yours. Su Hao, your brothers are here to see you. At this moment, a familiar voice came from the courtyard entrance. Everyone looked over, and Yunlu saw Yang Wanxin behind Yang Yanhua. Why is she here again? Yunlu asked discontentedly. Su Hao looked helpless. They came at this hour to mooch a meal, little brother. How does your nose work so well? As soon as it's mealtime, you can smell it, and come running right. Su Hao teased loudly. See, I guessed you'd be at home eating and drinking. Senior sister, wasn't I right? The food at Su Hao's place smells delicious. Yang Yanhua couldn't take his eyes off the barbecue grill. You only know how to eat, go help out. Yang Wanxin said to her gluttonous younger brother in an annoyed tone. Oh, Ding Xiu, I'm coming to help. Yang Yanhua ran towards Ding Xiu and the others while Yang Wanxin walked up to Su Hao. Hope I'm not disturbing you. Not. Before Su Hao could finish, Yunlu stepped forward. I'm just saying, why do you cling to my junior brother all day? Su Hao slapped his forehead, thinking here we go again. As expected, Yang Wanxin turned to look at Yunlu. Do you have the right to interfere? Are you looking for a fight? Am I afraid of you? Stop, just one request, stay away from the dining table and the barbecue grill, or you'll be drinking the northwest wind tonight. Su Hao quickly called for a timeout. Interrupted by Su Hao, the two women tacitly snorted and turned their heads away. At this moment, Zhao Xuanlu walked over. General, Yang has arrived. Hearing the voice, Yang Wanxin turned around and was somewhat surprised to see Zhao Xuanlu. Miss Zhao is here too. Zhao Xuanlu nodded with a smile. Su Hao invited me to visit his residence. I didn't expect General Yang to be here as well. After Zhao Xuanlu finished speaking, Yang Wanxin immediately looked at Su Hao. That questioning look almost made Su Hao nervous. My ex-wife is fine, she just came because it's more lively with more people. Su Hao didn't even know why he explained that. Yang Wanxin heard Su Hao call Zhao Xuanlu ex-wife. Although she didn't quite understand what it meant, the word wife made Yang Wanxin inexplicably angry. Su Hao, how can you call Miss Zhao that? Yang Wanxin reprimanded. Su Hao opened his mouth, but felt like there was a fishbone in his throat. Hee, it's okay, General Yang. He always calls me that, I'm used to it. Zhao Xuanlu finished with a smile. At this moment, Yunlu naively grabbed Su Hao's sleeve. Junior brother, what does ex-wife mean? Why don't you call me that? Su Hao looked helpless. I think it's probably because I had a marriage contract with Su Hao. Zhao Xuanlu's thinking was just so fast. Su Hao couldn't keep up at all. But as far as I know, wasn't the marriage contract between you two voluntarily cancelled by Miss Zhao? Yang Wanxin directly questioned, then stared at Su Hao. Zhao Xuanlu gave a bitter smile. So that's why you call me ex-wife, right? Su Hao. Zhao Xuanlu also looked at Su Hao with resentment. Yunlu even grabbed Su Hao's collar. Junior brother, how can you deceive senior sister? Did you have a marriage contract? Did you two get married? Yin Lu asked excitedly. Su Hao was completely stunned. The next second Su Hao shouted, Ding Xiao, is the food ready yet? Oh, almost ready, young master. Hurry up, or we won't even have the chance to eat. Su Hao shouted. Su Hao, bring some of that chili you gave me last time. I think it would taste good with the roasted meat. Yang Yanhua called out loudly. Oh, little brother, you're a genius. Coming. Su Hao quickly escaped and ran away. This situation was too scary. The three women watched Su Hao run away. Yang Wanqing looked at Zhao Xuanlu. Since the marriage contract has been cancelled, Miss Zhao would be better off being more reserved from now on. General Yang, that's not quite right. Although the marriage contract has been cancelled, he is unmarried, and I am unattached, so what do you mean by being reserved? Zhao Xuanlu was just about to say directly that she was going to marry Su Hao. Yang Wanqing looked displeased. It was like a scholar meeting a soldier. Reason couldn't be explained, but here Yang Wanqing couldn't really fight with Zhao Xuanlu, but someone could fight. Yang Wanqing looked at Yin Lu. Why are you looking at me? I will never leave my junior brother. Shameless. Yang Wanqing said indignantly, both of you arguing like this is useless. The key is him. After Zhao Xuanlu finished speaking, the three women simultaneously looked at Su Hao, who was not far away. Let's rely on our own abilities. This general won't yield to any of you. Yang Wanqing said firmly. This female hero doesn't need you to yield. Yin Lu countered sharply. Zhao Xuanlu shook her head with a smile. In the study of Chancellor Su Cheng was in a good mood practicing calligraphy, writing 4 large characters with vigorous brushstrokes on rice paper. Bring glory to the family. At this time the butler entered. Master, the young master has prepared a meal and invited you to join for dinner. Haha, this brat is probably gathering with the people in his courtyard again. But today my son has accomplished great merit. We should indeed celebrate. Let's go and join Howard to make some noise. Su Cheng said this, put down the brush, and walked away from the desk. That's right, master. Today the young master's courtyard was quite lively. Several young ladies came. After the butler finished speaking, Su Cheng stood there in surprise. Young ladies? Who all came? Isn't there only Miss Yun in Howard's courtyard? The butler quickly replied. There are more. The young master is quite capable. The 2 extraordinary women of our capital are all here. Yang Wanqing and Zhao Xuanlu. They're both here. Su Cheng asked in surprise. The butler nodded. They're all here chatting and laughing with the young master. After hearing this, Su Cheng immediately turned around and walked back to the desk. Go tell the young master that I have official business to handle tonight, so I won't be going. Oh, master, you today? I understand. The butler wanted to say, master, you don't have any official business today, but seeing Su Cheng's look, he quickly went along with it. Tell the other servants in the mansion that no one is allowed to disturb the young master's courtyard tonight. Yes, master. The butler left. Su Cheng tore open the freshly written characters, joyfully picked up the brush, and wrote again, continue the family line. In Su Hao's courtyard, a group of people sat around in the courtyard. Yang Yanhua started his food broadcast. Su Hao, bring out your good wine. Don't say you don't have any. I saw Ding Xiao sneaking a drink last time. Ding Xiao was stunned. Did you get paid? Betraying your brother without hesitation. Su Hao glared at Ding Xiao, then looked at Yang Yanhua, who was eating with grease all over his mouth. Is this guy the future king of Jinbei? Does the Wu even have a future? Ding Xiao, go get it. You know where it's kept, right? Su Hao said sarcastically, his eyes clearly saying there are too many people around. I'll save you some face for now. Ding Xiao quickly signaled Zhao Hu to go get the wine. Look at you, what a sight. Coming to someone's place to beg for wine. Yang Wanqing looked at her unlucky younger brother with dissatisfaction and scolded. Oh, older sister, we're not outsiders. Didn't you also receive things from Su Hao? Flowers and mirrors, I can't even touch them. Yang Yanhua was clearly enjoying the food, completely unaware of his older sister's embarrassed and angry expression. Su Hao looked helpless. This little brother hasn't been beaten for several days again. Oh, brother Yang, it's not just your sister who has them. I have them too. Wanner has them too. Yin Lu took out a small mirror reluctantly. Zhao Xuanlu saw this scene, thinking, should I leave? It's just that I don't have any. The bitter her made her lower her head, but the next second she saw a mirror being handed to her. Zhao Xuanlu looked up in surprise. We all have them. We all have them. Does this young master lack such things? Su Hao said to everyone. Zhao Xuanlu gazed at Su Hao with a subtle expression, so Su Hao simply placed the mirror into her hands. Hua ran over to Zhao Xuanlu's side at that moment, looking at her reflection in the mirror. Teacher, sister, your face is very red. Hua isn't lying. After Hua finished speaking, Zhao Xuanlu covered her face with a smile and gently touched the little one's cheek. You're the only clever one here. Soon Ding Xiao and Zhao Hu returned, each carrying 2 large jars of wine. Sister, this wine is exceptional. At Su Hao's tavern, there's always a long queue of people buying wine every day. If you arrive late, you can't buy any. Today I'm going to drink my fill. Yang Yanhua spoke with eager anticipation, staring at the wine jars. Unfortunately, before he could even reach for one, Yang Wanqing grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back to his seat. What business do you have drinking wine at your age? Ah, sister, I won't drink anymore. Yang Yanhua had just started to protest that he could handle his liquor, but upon seeing the murderous glint in his sister's eyes, the future king of Jinbei was left speechless with indignation. Yang Wanqing, on the other hand, inhaled the fragrance from the open wine jar. Fine wine. Everyone drink in moderation. It's not that I'm being stingy, but this liquor is quite strong, and it's easy to get drunk. Su Hao reminded them. Upon hearing this, General Yang chuckled. Has strong liquor. If it weren't potent, I wouldn't drink it at all. Fill it up. Su Hao, holding the wine jar and looking at Yang Wanqing, hesitated. Oh, fine. Since you won't take my advice, I'll pour yours to the brim. Senior brother, I want some too. Let me switch to a larger bowl. Yun Lu stated proudly. Yun Lu always felt the need to compete with Yang Wanqing in everything. Su Hao set the wine jar down on the table. Pour it yourselves. 1 cup and you'll earn your place. Su Hao said irritably. Then he glanced at his ex-wife beside him and saw her raising her own cup. You're drinking too. Although I can't handle much alcohol, I still need to drink. Zhao Xuanlu insisted stubbornly. Su Hao slapped his forehead in exasperation. Not a single one of them was giving him any peace of mind. As everyone poured their cups full, they rose to joyfully clink glasses together. Meanwhile, in a prison within the imperial capital, Zhao Ritian slowly regained consciousness on a wooden bed in his cell. After sitting up appearing weak, he noticed a person dressed as a prison guard standing beside the bed. Your Highness, you've awakened. Zhao Ritian showed no surprise at the sight. Instead, he struggled to sit up further. Your Highness, be careful. Your injuries are quite severe. The guard warned with concern. Zhao Ritian gave up and lay back down. What about Su Hao? I only rescued you. I didn't lay a hand on him. Upon hearing the response, Zhao Ritian's eyes widened in fury. Why didn't you kill him? Your Highness, this is the imperial capital. My intervention this time has already drawn the attention of the palace experts. We must prioritize the greater situation. The guard spoke solemnly. He reduced me to this state, and we're just going to let it go. Is this how you protect me? Zhao Ritian said resentfully. Your Highness, as long as you live, there is hope. Your injuries will heal soon. You've always said before that you could accomplish great things on your own, but now you must realize that your current strength is weak. This is what you should focus on most right now. The guard continued earnestly and seriously. Hearing these words, Zhao Ritian fell silent. What should I do? Strengthen yourself, hide your capabilities, and wait for the right opportunity. After the guard finished speaking, Zhao Ritian looked desolate. Zhao Ritian, why do I feel like I've taken the wrong path? I understand. After the guard finished speaking, he turned and left the cell. Once the guard walked out of the prison, 2 shadowy figures appeared behind him in the darkness. Sir, we've shaken off the palace experts. From now on, arrange people to protect His Highness and help him strengthen his abilities. The guard instructed. Yes, sir. What about that Su Hao? One of the figures asked in a deep voice. The guard's face was now twisted with ferocity. This person must die? He actually crippled His Highness. If Zhao Ritian were here, he would have wished for death, for Su Hao had kicked him into such a state. The guard, fearing he couldn't bear the truth, hadn't told him. Sir, shall we send people after him? No. That Su Hao, his methods are extremely sinister. Those unfamiliar with him are easily ambushed by him. Moreover, our people cannot directly attack Su Hao, or the Empress will target us, and everything will be lost. I have my own arrangements for this matter. Scatter your subordinates and search with all your might for a way to help His Highness recover. Spare no expense. His Highness is our hope for success. We cannot afford any failure. The guard commanded. Understood. Dismissed. As soon as the guard finished speaking, the 2 figures vanished into the night. In Su Hao's small courtyard, Su Hao had just returned from relieving himself. When he came back, he was speechless at the scene at the wine table. Have they all drunk too much? Su Hao asked. Yes, young master. Hua Hua went back to sleep, and Ding Xiu and the others also left after getting drunk. Only these 3 remain. Wanner looked at the helpless expression on her face, seeing Yang Wanqing, Yun Lu, and Zhao Xuanlu lying on the table. Fortunately, Yang Yanhua returned at this moment. Good heavens, Ding Xiu and the others were so heavy. Sister, you've also drunk too much. Yang Yanhua had just helped escort the 3 of them back. What kind of tolerance is this? Su Hao sat down dejectedly. My sister has quite a good tolerance for alcohol. Su Hao, you didn't put something in the wine, did you? Before Yang Yanhua could finish, Su Hao covered his mouth with his hand. What kind of talk is that? Who would drug the wine? If your sister hears this, will I still be alive? Su Hao said excitedly. Yang Yanhua broke free from Su Hao's grasp. Look at you, so scared. With your courage, you wouldn't dare to drug my sister. Fine, I'm taking my sister back. Yang Yanhua helped Yang Wanqing up and headed outside. Take care on your way. Su Hao reminded them. Got it. The little brother responded and left. Meanwhile, Wanner also helped Yun Lu up. Young master, I'll take Sister Yun Lu back. Oh fine. Rest early. Wait, there's one more. Wanner, go find someone to take Zhao Xuanlu back to the minister's residence. Su Hao remembered there was one more. Wanner looked troubled. Young master, Wanner can't find anyone. What's wrong? Su Hao asked in surprise. It seems master gave orders that no servants from the house can come to your courtyard tonight. Sister Yun Lu, stop fussing. Young master will take Sister Yun Lu back first. Teacher Zhao is left in your care. As Wanner was speaking, Yun Lu was waving her arms wildly, which scared Wanner into quickly helping her leave. Leave her to me. Wanner, how can you be so at ease? Su Hao looked speechlessly at Wanner leaving and complained. Then he suddenly remembered what Wanner said about his father's actions. Good heavens, this old man. He's a prime minister. Is there anyone who spoils their child this much? Su Hao called out in exasperation, then looked at Zhao Xuanlu. I can still drink. While Su Hao was fretting over what to do, Zhao Xuanlu slumped over the table, murmured in her sleep. Su Hao rolled his eyes at her words. Drink. You couldn't even finish 3 cups before getting this drunk. Su Hao finished his complaint and wondered what to do now. Should he take her home himself? Zhao Xuanlu was this drunk. Should he be the one to send her back? That old coot Zhang Xingmin would probably try to kill him for this. Su Hao thought for a moment, then walked over to Zhao Xuanlu and picked her up. I'm just carrying her, that's all. Heaven above be my witness. Su Hao then carried Zhao Xuanlu into a room in the courtyard. Not his own room, of course. He placed her gently on the bed, thinking they could deal with everything after she sobered up tomorrow. Su Hao yawned, preparing to return to sleep, when suddenly the system's voice rang out. Ding. Today's good deed task completed. Good deed content: achieving victory in the cross-border duel, winning 3 cities from Zhao, glorifying the Wu Kingdom, and crushing the conspiracy of the traitor Prince Wuling. The host struck Zhao Ritian down, indirectly saving the future happiness of multiple female protagonists. Based on impact assessment: 1 purple gold lottery draw, 1 gold lottery draw, 3 silver lottery draws obtained. Holy shit, Su Hao shouted. Moi. The noise stirred a low groan from Zhao Xuanlu on the bed. Go back to sleep, go back to sleep. I'll be quieter, Su Hao said, gently stroking Zhao Xuanlu's head to soothe her. Then Su Hao continued to bask in his shock, not because the system had exploded with rewards today, but because Zhao Ritian was crippled by my kick. Could it be that I just kicked the story to its finale? Su Hao murmured in astonishment, then reconsidered. He could still stand after taking that kick. Ritian is quite tough, that. Zhao Ritian yes. Never getting hard again. Su Hao looked at Zhao Xuanlu lying on the bed and sat down beside her. How can your heart be so big? Your brother was crippled by me, yet you came to my place to drink and got drunk at that. If Ritian found out, he'd... how heartbroken he'd be. As Su Hao imagined Zhao Ritian's indignant, tragic expression, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Wait a minute, system, is this really counted as a good deed? Did you upgrade? Su Hao curiously asked the system. Ding. Any good deed content connected to the main storyline will be factored into the assessment. Oh, I see. So you decide how ridiculous the connection can be. Ding. That is an accurate interpretation. Fine, then lottery time. All in. Big explosion today, let's see this young master's luck. As Su Hao spoke, he borrowed Zhao Xuanlu's luck, the talented scholar's good fortune. Reader TCHU scoundrel. If you're going to take advantage, just say you're taking advantage. Ding. Congratulations to the host for 1 purple gold lottery draw, 1 gold lottery draw, and a triple silver lottery draw. Rewards obtained. Reward 1: complete medical knowledge from the 4 great physicians in Chinese history. Bian Ke Hua Tua Zhang, Zhongjing Sun Si Miao, automatically integrated into the martial arts world modification setting. Reward 2: Type 86 grenades 2, refreshed daily non-stackable 1 in each hand, is reasonable truth. Reward 3: 5 years of pure internal energy. Reward 4: lightness skill Wudong, cloud stepping technique. Reward 5: decoy doll 1 can replace the host to completely absorb 1 fatal injury without harm. I'm rich. Su Hao's eyes sparkled with dollar signs as he gazed at the rewards. First he examined the grand prize, the complete medical knowledge from the 4 great physicians, the martial arts world modification version. In ancient times, what was everyone most afraid of? Of course, falling ill. Especially mysterious diseases. If your luck was bad and you didn't have an old immortal physician by your side, then congratulations, you were dead meat. The 4 great physicians of ancient China. Completely comprehensive. System, where's the medical knowledge? Why don't I feel anything? Ding. Coming right up. The next second, Su Hao's eyes widened. His body grew heavier. And he fell straight toward the bed. The last coherent thought in Su Hao's darkening vision. System, you tricked me. Early the next morning, when Su Hao opened his eyes again, feeling the vast medical knowledge swirling in his mind. System, come out and explain. What happened? The system immediately provided an answer. It turned out the medical memories of the 4 great physicians were simply too overwhelming. This was even after the system had compressed the knowledge and memories to protect Su Hao from being driven insane by the memory impact. Su Hao understood. Fine then, but couldn't you have warned me? 1 second I was fine, the next I just collapsed. Ding. The system detected that the host's surrounding environment was safe. Safe. Su Hao looked down at the Zhao Xuanlu in his arms with a strange expression, holding him like an octopus. You call this safe? Ding. Completely safe. You get lost right now? Now tell me, what do I do when my ex-wife wakes up? The system went silent. TCH, speak up, don't pretend to be dead. Su Hao cursed out loud. The next second the system didn't respond, but the Zhao Xuanlu in his arms did wake up. Her bright crystal-clear eyes met Su Hao's in a direct gaze. Now Su Hao went silent too. Could you give me a chance to explain? Su Hao asked sheepishly. Zhao Xuanlu didn't respond, but her face had turned completely red. Listen, we were both drunk yesterday, right? Then things just ended up like this. But nothing happened between us, look. Our clothes are still on, really. Su Hao quickly explained. Zhao Xuanlu's shy gaze dodged away. Let go of me first. Zhao Xuanlu whispered like a mosquito. Oh. Su Hao came back to his senses. Quickly removed his hand from somewhere inappropriate. You damn treacherous hand. Why do you have no self-control? Hand bro, who's the shameless one now? Su Hao let go and Zhao Xuanlu also released Su Hao. She sat up gracefully, cheeks flushed, as she quietly straightened her rumpled collar. Su Hao's words came out in a flustered rush. Listen, you're still young. Hanging yourself, drowning, cutting your wrists. None of that is the answer. The best way to die is simply to live to a ripe old age, you understand. Su Hao dished out scrambled life advice from his past life to his ex-wife in a jumble. Women in this era were extremely virtuous and resolute. Especially someone like Zhao Xuanlu, a proper lady from a great family. Spending the night like this with him, she might truly do something drastic to preserve her honor. Zhao Xuanlu turned to look at Su Hao. Why should I die when you remain alive? Zhao Xuanlu rolled her eyes at Su Hao. What do you mean? Su Hao asked. You're asking me to die while you live? Zhao Xuanlu couldn't help but laugh despite her anger. Right, we're both alive. Let's just live well. Su Hao quickly said. Internally, don't do anything foolish, ex-wife. Ritian couldn't beat me, so please don't do anything rash. Alright, go arrange a carriage to wait at your family's back door. Send me home. And don't go around telling anyone. We're not married yet. Zhao Xuanlu's voice faded to a whisper at the end, her face blushing again. After hearing this, Su Hao quickly jumped off the bed. No problem, wait here. I'll have someone arrange it right away. Su Hao rushed out the door, then immediately ran back. Whatever you do, don't do anything rash. Unfortunately, what greeted him was a pillow thrown by Zhao Xuanlu in sheer embarrassment and mortification. Su Hao, who had gone out to arrange carriages, personally asked Zhang Long and Zhao Hu to see off Zhao Xuanlu. He also instructed the steward to tell all the servants in the house to keep quiet about yesterday's matter. After arranging everything, Su Hao personally escorted Zhao Xuanlu to a back alley behind the Prime Minister's residence. Before boarding the carriage, Zhao Xuanlu bit her lip and turned to look at Su Hao. Su Hao, make your preparations. Come to my home soon and pick a good day. I'm leaving. After shyly finishing her words, Zhao Xuanlu quickly entered the carriage. Huh, go to your home. Am I going to beg for forgiveness? Su Hao thought speechlessly as he watched the carriage depart. Back in his own room, Su Hao finally had some time to check yesterday's rewards. Medical skills were already beyond doubt, leaving him utterly stunned. As for the 2 grenades, just like the Desert Eagle setup, they were absolutely perfect for ambush tactics. Damn it, this time let me see who dares to show off their protective aura against me again. Su Hao thought confidently, but then reconsidered. It wasn't practical. The grenades weren't as simple to use as the Desert Eagle. The power was great, but how could you throw them effectively? At a distance, experts could catch them before they even detonated, let alone dodge. Up close, you might end up blowing yourself up. Never mind. It was better to have them than nothing. Just throwing one to scare the hell out of someone would be enough to frighten them to death. Then there was Su Hao's strength. The 5 years of inner energy had firmly elevated his cultivation to the peak of the later heaven stage. He was also given a lightness skill. If you can't win, run. Alright, that's the plan. As for the substitute doll at the end, Su Hao felt it was somewhat similar to the Can't Be Killed attribute, except it was single use. That's right. With the Can't Be Killed attribute, Su Hao and Zhao Kuan had spent 20 minutes with 10 minutes remaining. But the advantage of the substitute doll was that it caused no damage. Although Can't Be Killed meant he wouldn't die, it still hurt. The substitute doll gave Su Hao what amounted to an extra life. Overall, it had been a fruitful harvest. Meanwhile, at the minister's residence, Zhao Xingmin hadn't gone to court all morning. The reason was simple. His daughter and adopted son hadn't returned all night, and he was nearly dying of worry. Worse still, his daughter had gone to the prime minister's residence. His own daughter was so intelligent and clever. There was no way she would deliberately walk into a tiger's den. Having made up his mind to go to the prime minister's residence to demand an explanation, the steward ran in to report, "Master, the young miss has returned." Zhao Xingmin joyfully rushed to the doorway and saw Zhao Xuanlu walking in. "Father, daughter, you're finally back. Your father was about to lead a group to the prime minister's residence. Why did it take you so long to return? You didn't come home all night, and your father was nearly dead with worry. Is it that bastard, Su Hao? Daughter, whatever you do, don't do anything reckless." Zhao Xingmin delivered his entire tirade, and Zhao Xuanlu stood frozen in place. One after another, "Are you all hoping I'll die soon? Should I kill one of you to liven things up?" "Father, what are you talking about? It was simply too late, so I stayed overnight at the prime minister's residence. Su Hao and I, nothing happened between us." As Zhao Xuanlu spoke those final words, her mind drifted back to Su Hao that morning, and her face flushed red once more. Seeing his daughter like this, Zhao Xingmin thought, "Daughter, you say nothing happened. I've been through this myself. If you want to deceive me, at least put some effort into it," Zhao Xingmin thought. Anger began to surface on his face as he imagined Su Hao standing at his doorstep with dyed yellow hair, calling him an old man. "Daughter, even if it costs me my life, I will impeach that bastard Su Hao before the Empress." Zhao Xingmin said angrily. "Father, please don't. It's not Su Hao's fault. It was all my own choice." Zhao Xuanlu hurriedly tried to stop him. Click! A sound of a heart breaking. "Su Hao, hi old man. If my carriage gets left at your door, and I come home to find your daughter hurt, I'll make sure you regret it." Just as Zhao Xingmin was about to ask Zhao Xuanlu whether there was truly no room for negotiation, he saw Zhao Hao enter weakly from outside the door, leaning on his familiar cane. "Adoptive father, I'm back." Zhao Xingmin, who had a belly full of anger with nowhere to vent it, said, "You rebellious son, you still know to come back. What happened to you this time? Hurt again?" After saying this, Zhao Xingmin thought, "Adoptive father, why did you use again?" Zhao Hao glanced at Zhao Xuanlu. He didn't want more people to know that he had lost to Su Hao. "Adoptive father, I accidentally got hurt. It's nothing serious." "Su Hao, if this is nothing serious, then, yeah, there's truly no love left." Zhao Ritian, shut the fuck up. Look at you two siblings. You never give your father any peace. Both of you didn't come home all night. Are you trying to anger your father to death?" Zhao Xingmin complained. Zhao Ritian suddenly looked at Zhao Xuanlu. "Sister, you didn't return to the mansion yesterday either. Where did you go?" Zhao Ritian asked somewhat excitedly, constantly comforting himself in his heart that she was definitely not with Su Hao. Zhao Xuanlu glanced at him indifferently. "The prime minister's residence." Crack! A sound louder than Zhao Xingmin's heart breaking. Zhao Ritian was stunned, tears sliding from the corners of his eyes. Seeing Zhao Ritian cry, Zhao Xingmin thought, "Why are you more excited than me? Zhao Ritian, a childhood sweetheart, can never defeat a destined encounter. No. Zhao Ritian in a daze leaned on his cane and turned to leave. However, Zhao Xingmin called out to him, but Zhao Ritian didn't respond. Zhao Xingmin looked at Zhao Xuanlu and saw her wearing a helpless expression. Father, when you have time, find some doctors who can treat brain ailments for little Hao. It's getting worse and worse. Then Zhao Xuanlu also returned to her own room. Sitting on a chair, she suddenly took out the mirror Su Hao had given her the day before. Looking at herself in the mirror, she thought of Su Hao from that morning. Dummy, don't make me wait too long this time. A smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Meanwhile, Yang Wanqing also woke up. After a simple wash, when she came to the front courtyard, the old Prince Xinbei was playing chess with his grandson Yang Yanhua. Wanqing, you're awake? The old Prince Xinbei asked. Grandfather Wanqing overslept. I'll go to the military camp right away. Yang Wanqing said with some guilt. It's fine. I'll have someone inform the camp that you have the day off. You got so drunk last night. Rest properly at home today. The old Prince Xinbei said with concern. Exactly. I even suspected that bastard Su Hao drugged my sister. Thanks to me not taking a single sip, I was the one who brought her home. Yang Yanhua held a chess piece and complained with mixed emotions. Nonsense. I simply drank too much on my own. What does Su Hao have to do with it? General Yang retorted in embarrassment and indignation. The old Prince Xinbei smiled with a knowing expression, stroking his beard. Yang Wanqing dared not meet her grandfather's gaze. How did everyone else do yesterday? Oh, they were all drunk. That Miss Zhao heroin yin just like my sister. They couldn't even stand up. They probably couldn't even make it home last night. Yang Yanhua recalled and analyzed. Yang Wanqing stood frozen. So you're saying that except for me, Zhao Xuanlu stayed at the Prime Minister's residence last night? That's right. Thanks to having a good younger brother like me, useful at critical moments, right? Yang Yanhua said proudly. Yang Wanqing's expression turned livid. What a dear little brother you are to your sister. The next instant she grabbed Yang Yanhua by the collar. Where is your sister going? The martial training grounds. Huh, what did I do? Yang Yanhua looked at his grandfather with eyes on the verge of tears. The old prince of the north glanced at him coldly. Not a single son or grandson of mine is as clever as this old man. The old prince of the north muttered helplessly. In the imperial palace, a servant respectfully reported to the empress. Your majesty, the Su merchant house sent silver to the palace early this morning, though due to the enormous sum the national treasury is still counting. The empress, who was reading memorials, smiled. Quite proactive. What is Su Hao doing today? She asked casually. Your majesty, the scouts report that last night, Zhao Xuanlu, the daughter of the Minister of Rights, stayed overnight at the Prime Minister's residence. Zhao Xuanlu. The talented beauty of the capital, I remember her. Didn't she and Su Hao call off their engagement? Why would she stay at the Prime Minister's residence? The empress asked in puzzlement. It seems Master Su held a party at his residence last night, and Zhao Xuanlu attended as invited. The servant struggled to recall. Party? What's that? The empress also asked curiously. This old servant doesn't know either, but it appears Zhao Xuanlu and Master Su were together in one room all night. This morning Master Su had her leave through the back door of the Prime Minister's residence. Together in one room all night. With a startled exclamation, the empress slammed the memorial onto the table. The servant hastily lowered his head in fear. Where is this lecture now? The empress asked with suppressed fury. Master Su is currently in the Western District. The Western District? What's he doing there? The empress wondered. The imperial capital is divided into the inner city, where the imperial palace is located, the eastern district, an affluent area where most officials' mansions and noble estates are located, the southern district, large restaurants, brothels, gambling dens, and shops catering to wealthy consumers. The northern district, vendors and traveling merchants activity area targeting common folk, and the western district, a commoner area, with the largest section being the vast streets and alleys where the poor reside. The western district was a commoner's quarter. Wealthy young masters like Su Hao rarely ventured there, which was why the empress was surprised. Your Majesty, Master Su has set up a stall on the Western District Street, under the banner of charity medical service, offering to treat people. The servant's tone carried disbelief. Treating people? Su Hao? Is he out of his mind? The empress said in astonishment. The servant dared not answer. How would he know what Su Hao was thinking? Interesting, the empress said with a light laugh. In the Western District, on a bustling street, a stall with a charity medical banner stood. Su Hao was beside it, dozing off in a lounge chair. In front of the stall, Wanner sat with her chin resting in her hands, gazing blankly at the stream of people on the street. Ding Xiu, Zhonglong, and Zhao Hu leaned nearby. Do you think young master got drunk yesterday and still hasn't sobered up? Just decided to come treat people for fun? Zhao Hu asked Ding Xiu and Zhonglong with a silly look. Who knows? But I've been wondering, does our young master even know medicine? Ding Xiu said with a pained expression. And he's not even charging money. Another day of losses. Zhonglong and Zhao Hu nodded in unison. Indeed, Su Hao had just acquired divine medical skills, and the day's charitable mission had quickly found its purpose. Treating patients in the Western District, where common folk were most active and foot traffic was greatest. Providing medical care here was indeed a meritorious deed. At this moment, Wanner seemed to have sat long enough. She rose and walked to Su Hao's side. Young master, young master. Wanner gently called out to Su Hao. HM, what's wrong? Has a patient come? Su Hao asked, opening his eyes groggily. No, young master. It's been half a day and not a single person has even come to ask, Wanner said dejectedly. Yan, tell Ding Xiao and the other three to shout out the announcement. Most likely few people here can even read what charity medical service means. Just tell them our treatment is free. Su Hao said. Oh, alright, young master. Wanner obediently went to call Ding Xiao and the three. The trio of guards went into action. Zhang Long, little lady want a consultation. Free of charge. Why are you cussing at me for not wanting it? Xiao Hu, hey, come get examined. What do you mean you're not sick? I'll give you 2 taels of silver. Let me break your leg so our young master can get some practice treating patients. Don't run away. Ding Xiao shouldering a halberd. Get a checkup, no, free. Why are you running? I'm not going to cut you. Treatment's free, but I do charge for cutting people. Wanner stood beside Su Hao watching the 3 awkwardly solicit patients. Young master, is this appropriate? You 3 bastards. I told you to recruit patients, not create them. Get back here. Su Hao bellowed at the top of his lungs. After a while the clanging of a brass gong echoed through the street, drawing the attention of many townsfolk. Ladies and gentlemen, young and old, if you have headaches, fevers, or any discomforts, great news for families. Today this divine doctor offers free consultations and treatment for everyone. In the end, Su Hao did the shouting himself. The townsfolk looked over. Free medical treatment. A divine doctor. Isn't that Su Hao, the young master from the Prime Minister's residence? Could a young noble like him treat illnesses? Must be a scam. The townsfolk chattered endlessly. A scam? Why would I scam you? I said it's free. Su Hao retorted. Young master Su, how could someone as young as you possibly know medicine? Just stop playing jokes on us poor folk. A townsman shouted in skepticism. Damn it, whether I can treat it or not. Just try it. Anyone who's sick, get in line. That's right, only sick people should get in line. Don't waste our time, let's get back to work. Let's go, let's go. The townsfolk didn't buy it at all, and began dispersing. Watching the crowd about to leave, Su Hao's temper flared. Damn it, if I can't cure you, I'll give you 100 coppers. How about? Before Su Hao could finish shouting with eyes squeezed shut, Wanner tugged his arm. Young master. Su Hao opened his eyes to look. Holy haha. The townsfolk who had been about to leave had somehow employed some incredible footwork, forming a long line right there on the street. This sight left Su Hao thoroughly amused. Young master, do all these people really have illnesses? Wanner asked curiously. They're sick all right. The sickness of poverty. That's a disease even this young master can't cure. After saying this, Su Hao sat down in front of his stall ready to greet his first patient. A sturdy young man stepped forward. I'm not feeling well. The young man told Su Hao directly. Su Hao studied him for a moment. Hand. Su Hao gestured for him to present his wrist for pulse diagnosis. The young man impatiently rolled up his sleeve and placed his hand on the table. Su Hao's fingers settled on his pulse. Where doesn't feel right? Su Hao asked casually. Nowhere feels right. You figure it out. And remember, you said 100 coppers. No backing out now. The young man said impatiently. Su Hao sat with his eyes closed. Do you know my identity beyond being a divine doctor? Of course you're the young master of the Prime Minister's mansion, young master Su. The young man replied. Su Hao opened his eyes and stared at him. You know, yet you still dare to come here and deceive me. You've got quite the nerve. As the young man spoke, he tried to pull his hand away, but Su Hao grabbed his wrist firmly. You speak with such vigor, your pulse is steady, and you're as robust as an ox. How can you claim to be ill, eh? Su Hao asked loudly. I'm not sick. The young man backed down and admitted it immediately. Su Hao grabbed him and stood up, addressing the crowd. Listen up, everyone in line. If I truly cannot cure you, you'll pay in full without exception. But if I catch anyone here pretending to be ill out of greed coming to mess with me for fun, then my guards will treat you instead. Su Hao announced loudly, then released the young man's wrist. Get lost. The young man hurried away, and Su Hao observed the long queue as many people began to leave. They were indeed after free treatment. Those who remained were genuinely unwell. Having heard Su Hao could actually diagnose illness, they hoped to stay and try their luck. What if it worked? Hiring a physician in these times was outrageously expensive, with consultation fees and medicine costs piling up. Since this cost nothing, there was no harm in giving it a shot. Su Hao composed himself and called for the next patient. A woman whose figure rivaled Shin Qiuxiu's sat down, and the chair groaned audibly under her weight as she took her seat. Miss, how many months are you along? What are you talking about? I'm still an unmarried maiden, you quack. The woman twisted in embarrassment and indignation. The chair seemed to plead silently for her to stop moving. So it's just pure weight? Su Hao asked in surprise. The woman rested her arm, thick as a calf, on the table. Su Hao swallowed hard, thinking to himself that if he couldn't find her pulse with an arm that substantial, something was seriously wrong. Where does it hurt? My appetite's been poor lately. I can only manage 4 bowls per meal. The chubby girl said distressingly. Then how many bowls do you normally eat? Su Hao asked curiously. 6 bowls. Miss, may I ask what your family does for a living? Su Hao suddenly got the impression this chubby girl might be wealthier than himself. 6 bowls per meal? That was absurd. My father is a butcher. Su Hao sighed. It all made sense now. Her father's slaughtered meat must have all gone to her. Miss, you can't keep eating like this. Prolonged obesity will lead to numerous ailments. Su Hao advised. Nonsense. My father says this is called prosperous vitality. I'll definitely marry into a good family. The chubby girl said confidently. I won't deny you'll get married, but never mind. Let me press a few acupoints on you. Tell me if I'm right. Su Hao didn't waste words. He stood up and pressed several acupoints on the chubby girl's back, then described her sensations. Every single one was correct. This time the chubby girl finally realized her obesity was a disease. "Ah, divine doctor, what should I do? Please save me." The chubby girl was on the verge of tears. "Don't worry," Su Hao said, then wrote a prescription on paper. The earliest weight loss formula in Wu had come into existence. Follow this prescription to gather the herbs. There are all common ingredients along with some auxiliary foods that are easy to find. Take them in measured amounts daily. Most importantly, you must stop eating so much each day, understand? You need to exercise moderately. Su Hao instructed. The chubby girl took the prescription, rose to her feet, and thanked Su Hao profusely. Then she left. "Next," Su Hao called out. His efficiency picked up from there. For minor ailments like headaches and fevers, he simply wrote prescriptions without hesitation. For those with less severe symptoms, he used silver needles combined with inner energy to cure them on the spot. As more and more people recovered under Su Hao's care, more and more commoners came seeking his help. Wanner stood beside him wiping his sweat. "Young master, take a rest for a while," Wanner urged. "Let me see a few more, then I'll rest and have a meal," Su Hao said. At that moment, 3 men approached the stall. "My brother here has caught a cold and isn't feeling well. Please take a look at him." The man standing beside him said politely to Su Hao, "Let me feel your pulse first." Su Hao took a sip of tea. The man seated on the chair extended his arm. As Su Hao's hand rested on his wrist, he suddenly sensed the man's pulse was erratic. Looking at the man's composed expression, Su Hao realized this was a martial artist, not someone with a cold. If he wasn't here to be treated, then he was clearly looking for trouble. As if on cue, the man suddenly closed his eyes and collapsed onto the table. Before Su Hao could react, the man beside him rushed forward in panic, shaking the unconscious figure. Second brother, what's wrong?" Then another man placed his hand beneath the man's nose. Second brother has stopped breathing. This quack has killed him." The man shouted loudly, and both of them laid the man flat in front of Su Hao's medical stall. Ding Xiao and the others rushed over at the commotion. "Young master, what's happening?" Ding Xiao asked in confusion. Su Hao crossed his arms, watching them with a cold sneer. "Can't you see? Your young master has killed someone while taking his pulse." "Haha," Su Hao sneered. The commoners behind them began to gather around. The 2 men exchanged glances and nodded. They stood up and pointed at Su Hao. "You've killed my second brother. What do you have to say for yourself? Tear down his stall." "He's a quack who killed a patient," the other man shouted more vehemently. "Enough noise," Su Hao said calmly. "I'm a divine doctor. If the person is dead, I'll simply bring him back to life." The crowd murmured in astonishment. "You? How do you intend to save him?" the man asked somewhat nervously. "How? Hell, like this." Su Hao suddenly drew Ding Xiao's Miao blade and slashed directly at the 2 men. They hastily dodged backward. "What are you doing?" "What am I doing?" "You damn fool, setting me up with this act. Do you think I'm stupid? You on the ground using that breathing holding technique, get up right now, or I'll send you to meet the king of hell myself." Su Hao exposed them outright. The man on the ground was very much alive, just a martial artist feigning death with his breathing technique. The man on the ground frowned tightly, but still didn't move. Su Hao wasted no more words and swung his blade at him. "Second brother, get up quickly. He's actually going to strike." The 2 men beside him warned in panic. Just as the blade was about to fall, the man on the ground scrambled and rolled aside, barely escaping Su Hao's strike. The onlookers were astonished. The man was alive. Clearly he had been feigning death moments before. The man who had hastily risen along with his 2 accomplices realized their scheme had been exposed by Su Hao. They immediately attempted to flee, but their escape route was already blocked by Ding Xiao, Zhonglong, and Zhao Hu. They were swiftly subdued. Su Hao, carrying his Miao blade, approached the capture trio. "Talk. Which bastard sent you to cause trouble for me?" "Exactly. That fellow used the breath-holding technique to feign death, and he had 2 accomplices. This isn't some ordinary hooligan extorting money. Someone must be pulling the strings behind the scenes. And no, nobody sent us, we." "Ah." Before the speaker could finish his words, Su Hao's Miao blade struck him down. The man screamed in agony. His 2 companions were horrified. They hadn't expected Su Hao to actually stab someone in front of so many witnesses. The crowd scattered in terror, crying out, "Murder! Murder!" Those with weaker constitutions began to cry out in alarm as Su Hao withdrew his blade. "What's all this panic about? I'm a divine physician. Rest assured, if I don't intend for you to die, even if I stab you a dozen more times, you'll only suffer minor wounds. You won't die, it'll just hurt." Su Hao spoke loudly, his voice carrying through the crowd. The stabbed man wore a twisted expression of terror. What are you going to do?" "Do what?" "Since you won't reveal who sent you, I'll take you back to the Chancellor's mansion. I'll stab you 20 times daily, then heal you. Don't worry, with me around, dying will be impossible for you. Isn't that great?" Su Hao's grin appeared demonic to the 3 men. The onlookers gasped in horror upon hearing his words. This wasn't a divine physician at all, but the living Yama himself. Cold sweat poured down all 3 men's faces. If they were truly taken to the Chancellor's mansion, escaping would be nearly impossible. They exchanged glances. "We'll talk. Take us away, send us home." Su Hao grew impatient. "Wait, we'll tell you," they pleaded. Leaning on his blade, Su Hao commanded, "On 3, say it together. Whoever speaks slowest gets another stab. 3, 2, 1, speak." The 3 men responded in unison, "Prince Wuling." The crowd murmured in astonishment. At what would drive a prince of such stature to send thugs to fabricate accusations? Su Hao let out a cold snort. "Why? Simply because we're sworn enemies." Indeed, since Su Hao's victory in yesterday's competition, Prince Wuling had taken notice of the former playboy. This morning word reached him that Su Hao had set up a medical stall in the Western District. The prince was puzzled. What could a frivolous young master possibly hope to achieve by treating the sick? But within moments reports flooded in that Su Hao had successfully treated numerous commoners, rapidly building his reputation throughout the Western District. Only then did Prince Wuling grasp the situation. Su Hao is winning people's hearts. Su Hao, however, thought to himself, stop pretending to be clever. I'm just after the system rewards. You wouldn't understand. He had dispatched men to harass Su Hao in response. As expected of that old fox, Su Hao muttered, Zhonglong Zhaohu, take them away. The three men asked in panic. Damn it, you're causing disturbances at medical practices and extorting people. Sending you to the authorities. What's wrong with that? Su Hao demanded loudly, and the nearby commoners immediately chimed in, send them to the authorities. Exactly, they were treating patients properly, and these people came to cause trouble. Serves them right. Upon hearing this, Su Hao waved his hand dismissively. Take them away. Then go to Prince Wuling's mansion and inform that old fox to come to the yamen and collect them. After Su Hao finished speaking, Zhonglong and Zhao grabbed the three men and escorted them to the yamen. Su Hao tossed his blade to Ding Xiu. That's enough, take a rest. Su Hao stretched as he spoke. Isn't the divine physician done with his consultations? Our turn is coming up soon. An elderly man asked. Don't worry, this divine physician will remain in the Western District for the next couple of days. Su Hao fixed his resolve, watching the steady stream of patients, calculating he could collect system rewards for 2 or 3 more days. Wonderful, thank you, divine physician. Thank you, divine physician. The commoners thanked him cheerfully. Su Hao waved his hand and said, everyone disperse. Go on now. The crowd scattered in all directions. Su Hao let out a yawn. Ding Xiu Wanner, pack everything up. Let's go eat. Just then a voice called out from behind him. Divine physician, Su, might I also receive your consultation? Come early tomorrow. I'm exhausted today. Su Hao responded absent-mindedly, but the next moment he suddenly registered what had been said. The royal we. Su Hao turned to look and saw an elegantly dressed young man with unusually developed pectoral muscles standing there alongside a young maid. Your Majesty, Su Hao asked in astonishment. There was no mistaking it. Only the Empress could command such an entourage. Minister Su, you're quite accomplished. Did you also study medicine? The Empress asked with keen interest, a smile playing on her lips. Just a trivial skill, nothing worth mentioning. Your Majesty, how did you come to leave the palace dressed like this? Su Hao asked in confusion. I had nothing to do today, so this young master came out for a stroll. Do you have a problem with that? The Empress asked with an air of superiority. Su Hao's face twisted in bitterness. Your Majesty, with that thunderous voice of yours, stop pretending to be a young master. Anyone with half a brain can see you're cross-dressing. Couldn't the makeup team put in a little more effort? And no, Your Majesty, please continue your stroll. This humble minister takes his leave. Su Hao hastened to speak. The Empress was visibly alarmed upon hearing this. Where do you think you're going? To eat. I've been busy all morning, and I'm hungry. Su Hao replied. I'm hungry too, Minister Su. Join me. Might I decline, Your Majesty? Su Hao asked awkwardly. What did you say? The Empress glared at him, demanding an answer. Just joking, Your Majesty. Please let's go. Su Hao quickly took back his words. Damn it, the Empress was undeniably beautiful, but he felt uneasy being in her company right now. Why? She was like a gold-sucking beast. Yesterday she traded a worthless official title for half the profits from his merchant enterprise, and today would surely bring no good either. What a gold digger. Su Hao had originally planned to bring Ding Xiu and Wanner along for the meal, but with the Empress suddenly appearing, it wouldn't be appropriate to include them now. Su Hao instructed the two to find Zhonglong and Zhao, who then returned the stall belongings home. He climbed into the Empress's carriage and only then noticed she had brought along a single young maid to drive. Your Majesty, you only brought one palace maid with you? Su Hao asked in surprise. Indeed. When I leave the palace I prefer not to draw too much attention. The Empress replied casually. Upon hearing this, Su Hao thought, right, you don't want to be too conspicuous, but this is rather amusing. By international convention, emperors who casually leave the palace without reason have an 80% chance of being greeted by a group of men shouting, overthrow the Qing, restore the Ming. Your Majesty, I'm even less inclined to stay with you now. The Empress noticed Su Hao's troubled expression as he stared blankly. Minister Su, what's wrong? Your Majesty, this humble minister feels unwell in his stomach. I'd like to return home first. As Su Hao spoke, he attempted to leap from the carriage, but the Empress firmly held him in place. He strained with all his strength, trying to break free, but to no avail. Damn it, he'd forgotten. The Empress was a formidable expert. Su Hao, you're eating this meal with me today whether you like it or not. The Empress declared with confidence and authority. Arriving at a tavern in the southern district of the city, Su Hao and the female emperor were seated in a private room on the second floor. Your Majesty, this minister believes you should return to the palace at once. Su Hao urged with a troubled expression, yet the female emperor appeared utterly indifferent. This emperor does not need your opinion. This emperor has decided otherwise. Su Hao was speechless. Look at how cocky you are, he thought. Then Your Majesty, please summon that eunuch skilled in martial arts who serves beside you. That would be safer. Only then did the female emperor glance at Su Hao strangely. You mean Lu Yu? Could it be that this emperor might encounter danger? The female emperor's eyes filled with suspicion. You're clever, aren't you? I made it so obvious, and only now you figured it out. Your Majesty, do you believe in fate? Su Hao asked mysteriously. Oh, does Su Hao also possess divination skills? The female emperor asked curiously. At this moment, Su Hao mysteriously brandished his folding fan and stood by the window. A wandering soothsayer once said that when an emperor ventures out alone more often than not they will encounter assassination attempts, accidents, or romantic encounters. Ahem, that last one is unsuitable for you. In any case, a gentleman should never stand beneath a crumbling wall, so your majesty must prioritize your own safety. Su Hao reasoned with perfect seriousness. The female emperor tapped her fingers lightly on the table. This emperor understands. Ah, that's the spirit. Come, this humble subject shall escort you back to the palace. Su Hao exhaled in relief. This emperor does not believe in fate because this emperor is fate itself. The female emperor declared domineeringly. Su Hao's eyes widened in shock. What the hell, you really know how to show off. Even the heavens couldn't match your audacity. Zhao Ritian, I am fate itself, the world. Su Hao, get lost, can you even summon a bird? Zhao Ritian enraged, it's still, they're just not active. Hearing the female emperor's words, Su Hao deflated and slumped back into his chair, pouring himself a drink. He took a sip. Why did you stop talking? The female emperor asked with interest. What's there to say? Even if I told you, you wouldn't listen. Even if you listened, you'd treat it like a fart. Do whatever you want. Su Hao resigned himself to fate. Hey, you want this emperor to listen to you? The female emperor asked with a charming smile. Before Su Hao could speak, the private room door was suddenly kicked open. Su Hao and the female emperor both looked over to see four extremely ugly muscular men rushing and wielding weapons. One of them swung his weapon, casually speaking with a thick regional accent. Are you two mentally ill or something? Chasing you from the west side of the city all the way to the south side. Made us brothers run the whole way. The female emperor calmly observed the men. Who are you? At this moment, Su Hao stared blankly at the intruders. Isn't it obvious? They're assassins, obviously. I told you to leave earlier. Now tell me, shouldn't you have listened to me? Su Hao complained loudly to the female emperor. Are you shouting at this emperor? The female emperor glared and rebuked Su Hao. Su Hao immediately backed down, muttering under his breath. You're so brave when it's just us two. Are you two done with your chit-chat? Can you show us some respect? We are the Southwest Four Evil Ones here to kill you. One of the thugs shouted angrily. Hey, hold on, I'm just a wastrel. Killing me would be a waste of 4 people. Su Hao quickly corrected them. The Southwest Four Evil Ones. Aren't you supposed to be in prison? The female emperor fixed her cold gaze on the 4 men. Do you know them? 4 martial artists from the Southwest. However, because they slaughtered ordinary citizens, this emperor had them captured and imprisoned in the imperial capital prison. How are they here? The female emperor revealed the 4 men's identity to Su Hao. What else is there to guess? They said it themselves, following us from the west side of the city to the south side. Someone must have sent people to track you the entire way using these 4 degenerates of the martial world. Hey kid, who are you calling degenerates? One of the thugs shouted with furious eyes. Oh, sorry, I'm not done yet. Using 4 prisoners from the jail, the mastermind definitely doesn't want their identity exposed. But one flaw in this plan. How could 4 common prisoners get out of prison unless they had enough influence? In my view, it's like those who have ambitions for the throne doing nothing all day but plotting usurpers. Royal relatives, princes. They're the most suspicious. Wu Lingwang, why don't you just say my name directly? The female emperor looked at Su Hao with an appreciative gaze. Well said. Stop. Have you two finished talking? Finish up and get ready to die. The Southwest Four Evil Ones shouted angrily. The 4 of them assumed fighting stances, their internal energy erupting outward. Su Hao quickly stood up and hid behind the female emperor. Your Majesty, I'll rely on you. The female emperor glanced at Su Hao strangely. 1 innate realm, 3 Hodian realm martial artists. Su Hao guard this emperor. After she finished speaking, Su Hao was stunned. Your Majesty, don't joke around. You actually want me to fight? They're coming. Go. The female emperor watched the Southwest Four Evil Ones rushing forward and simply pushed Su Hao's back. Su Hao charged toward the 4 men. Damn it, Su Hao shouted. In his heart, he had already cursed the female emperor 10,000 times. Truly a shameless emperor. But there was no way to retreat now. In the next moment, Su Hao struck out with both fists, directly hitting the 2 men in front. The internal energy of peak Hodian realm forced the 2 men back. The space in the cramped private room was limited, and the other 2 men caught their retreating companions. Boss, this kid is pretty skilled. Everyone attacked together. Su Hao quickly raised his hand. Wait, are you folks from the martial world? Su Hao shouted loudly, stopping the 4 men. The 4 idiots froze in confusion, then nodded. Yeah, since you're from the martial world, then let's follow martial world rules. One-on-one duels. Do you dare? 4 of you fighting one of me. If word gets out, what happens to the reputation of the Southwest Four Evil Ones? Su Hao declared with heroic conviction. After hearing his words, one of the plump idiots spoke up. Boss, he's right. Just as the leader Big Fool was about to agree. What nonsense. Did we poison ourselves, or don't we know we've been poisoned? If we can't complete the mission, we might not even survive. What use is reputation then? Besides, what good reputation do we even have? Big Fool shouted. The other 3 fools shrunk their necks in fear. Big Fool stared at Su Hao. Su Hao, consider yourself unlucky. Someone wants you dead. Today you must die. Upon hearing this, Su Hao was shocked. Damn it, they're not here to assassinate the female emperor. They're here for me. Su Hao's expression turned serious. Fine, this is getting endless. Old man Zhou Qing, you can't kill me, so you can't sleep, is that it? Come on then. Su Hao was furious. He was certain it must be that old geezer, Zhou Qing, who sent these people. Damn it, with such a big female emperor right here, they don't go after her. They come for me instead. The female emperor, who had been calmly seated in her chair upon hearing Su Hao mention Wu Ling Wang again, felt his analysis wasn't without reason. As the southwest four evil ones prepared to attack together, Su Hao reached into his chest and pulled out something, a hand grenade. Su Hao pulled out the safety pin and shouted at the southwest four fools, "Take this hidden weapon." Under the wary gazes of the four fools, Su Hao rolled the grenade across the ground toward the four men. One of them, looking utterly foolish, picked up the grenade. Brother, is this guy an idiot? Who uses an assassin weapon like that? Completely unprofessional. As for Su Hao at that moment, with this level of intelligence, whoever let you out of prison did you no favors. Rest in peace, brothers. Su Hao turned and grabbed the female emperor. What are you doing? She asked, puzzled. Stop asking questions and come with me now. Urgency drove Su Hao's actions. He wrapped his arms around the female emperor's slender waist and leapt from the window. Thanks to the light footwork technique he had acquired just yesterday, they landed safely. The moment her feet touched the ground, the female emperor looked at Su Hao with displeasure. Su Hao, she had barely spoken when boom. A tremendous explosion roared from the second floor of the tavern. The immense impact and flames startled not only the female emperor, but also the citizens on the street, sending them fleeing in panic. Countless diners rushed out of the tavern. What is this? The female emperor asked in astonishment. A unique assassin weapon. If they still don't die after this, I can only say, fools are indeed blessed with fortune. Su Hao sighed. The female emperor stared at the burning, smoke-filled remains of the private room that had been perfectly fine moments ago, utterly shocked. Then she looked at Su Hao and suddenly noticed the hand still on her waist. Hand. The female emperor spoke with cold anger. Su Hao was stunned. Sorry, your majesty. Just saving you. Su Hao quickly released his hand, awkwardly reminding the female emperor that he had been rescuing her. The female emperor fixed Su Hao with an intense gaze. Just then the handmaiden who had been driving the carriage rushed over anxiously. Your majesty, are you unharmed? I'm fine. Return to the palace. The female emperor said coldly. The handmaiden respectfully nodded and immediately went to prepare the carriage. Farewell, your majesty. Your subject shall take his leave first. After clasping his hands in salute, Su Hao turned to leave. Unfortunately, the female emperor grabbed him. You're coming with me. Su Hao wore a bitter expression. I just want to go home. In the imperial study, the female emperor stared at Su Hao standing there. Su Hao, what exactly was that thing you used just now? It's an assassin weapon called Truth. After Su Hao finished speaking, the female emperor fell into contemplation. Truth. What a strange name. Where did you get it? Did you make it yourself? The female emperor continued asking. Your subject couldn't possibly make such a thing. Its origin is quite a long story. Remember when I was young and promising, full of confidence, I dreamed of meeting an old immortal. In the end, the old immortal gave me this truth to protect me in times of danger and help me escape misfortune. I never imagined it would have such tremendous power. Sigh, if I had known earlier, I would have presented it to your majesty. Su Hao had already fabricated a cheesy story about the grenade on his way to the palace. Present it to me. The destructive power is truly considerable. 1 innate realm expert, and 3 post-heaven realm martial artists, all killed by Truth. Su, how do you think I would believe what you're saying? The female emperor demanded coldly. I don't expect you to believe it, your majesty. Search me if you wish. Su Hao spread his hands, open, resigned to his fate. The female emperor stood up abruptly. You think I wouldn't dare? She walked up to Su Hao. Just as she was about to act, she saw Su Hao biting his lip and closing his eyes, wearing an expression of willingly sacrificing himself for the empress. The female emperor's face flushed with shame and anger. Take it off yourself, she commanded sharply. Your majesty, your subject is embarrassed, but I can overcome it. Su Hao, seeing the female emperor's expression turning increasingly angry, sorrowfully unbuckled his belt and removed his outer robe. Your majesty, look, there's nothing there. Su Hao said sincerely. Search all you want, there's no way you'd find anything. The female emperor examined Su Hao's entire body and found nothing that could hide anything. She coldly snorted and returned to her dragon throne. Your majesty, should I continue undressing? Su Hao asked. Put your clothes back on. The female emperor snapped irritably. Su Hao then dressed himself. By the way, your majesty does today count as meritorious service in protecting you. Is there a reward? Su Hao asked curiously. The female emperor glared at Su Hao. If you want a reward, should I calculate with you the matter of your impropriety toward me? Su Hao's eyes widened. Your majesty, you can't just make unfounded accusations because you're beautiful, can you? If I'm making unfounded accusations. How dare you say you didn't act improperly toward me in the tavern just now? I was only trying to save you, wasn't I? Su Hao stammered. It was just holding your waist for a moment. Su Hao's voice grew quieter and quieter. Keep talking, and I'll have your head removed. Everything I did was merely my duty. I seek no rewards. Su Hao's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. Get out. I don't want to see you right now. The unhappy female emperor said. Your subject takes his leave. You were the one who called me here, now you don't want to see me. Women, what exactly do you want? Su Hao cursed internally as he left the imperial study. The female emperor watched Su Hao leave. She knew he was definitely lying. That weapon he definitely had more of. Thinking about how Su Hao had presented her with various strange things in the imperial study that day, Su Hao had more and more secrets. What pleased the female emperor was that someone like Su Hao could be of use to her. If Su Hao truly harbored treacherous intentions, he could have easily used these things against her when she was completely unguarded. Judging from the destructive power demonstrated by Truth, today, although the female emperor possessed formidable strength, she had no confidence she could escape unscathed from Su Hao's sneak attack. What had just transpired was actually a test of Su Hao. If Su Hao had shown any unusual movements, the hidden experts within the palace would have subdued him in the first moment. However, what truly angered the female emperor was Su Hao's shameless expression of getting the better end of the deal while still pretending to be wronged. Night had fallen. At the Prince of Wuling's residence, a figure vaulted over the courtyard wall. In the training room, the Prince of Wuling was sitting cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked toward the window. "Who's there?" The Prince of Wuling shouted coldly toward the window. Just as he was about to rise and investigate, something came flying into the room like a stone. Only when the Prince of Wuling finally clearly saw the exquisite stone lying on the ground. The next second, a thunderous explosion resounded from the Prince of Wuling's residence. Chaos erupted throughout the manor. Half an hour later at the Prime Minister's residence, Su Hao, dressed in black night attire, gasped heavily as he returned to his room. "Phew, I'm exhausted." Su Hao grabbed the teapot from the table and drank deeply. Indeed, the one who had infiltrated the Prince of Wuling's residence was Su Hao. As for what he went there to do, of course it was revenge. One grenade to send the prince an early New Year's greeting. However, what surprised Su Hao was that the Prince of Wuling's perception was indeed extraordinary. Although he had been extremely careful with the assistance of light footwork, he was discovered the moment he approached the training room. In desperation, Su Hao threw the grenade into the room. Without even looking to see the result, he immediately fled. It did explode, but whether it killed that old geezer, Su Hao truly didn't know. Why didn't I wait until the early hours to go? Then I could have thrown two at once. Su Hao suddenly realized and muttered to himself. Should I go back for a second round? No, forget it. There was such a huge explosion just now. The area around the prince's manor is probably under lockdown now. There's no need to take such risks. Su Hao thought it over. Ding, today's act of kindness task has been completed. The act eliminating the 4 fiends of the southwest who attempted to assassinate the empress in a tavern. Based on the outcome evaluation, 4 draws from the bronze reward pool. Wait a minute, system. Even if my good deeds of healing people don't connect to the assassins, I went on a night raid against that old thing Zhou Qing. Even if I didn't kill him according to your karma theory, punishing the mastermind shouldn't result in just this much reward. Tell me the truth, are you skimming my rewards? Su Hao questioned today's kindness task. Ding, King of Wuling, Zhou Qing has no connection to the assassination. The system gave a straightforward answer. Damn, I blew up the wrong person. Su Hao spoke in disbelief, but quickly snapped back to reality. Bullshit about blowing up the wrong person. That old man. If he weren't so weak, I'd stuff a hand grenade down his throat. But if he didn't send those assassins, then who was it? Someone holding a grudge against me. Ri Tian. If he came himself, I'd believe it. But sending 4 idiots. That's not his style. Could it be Zhao Kuan? Very likely. Little Kuan, you wait until my hand grenades refresh tomorrow. Zhao Kuan, fuck off, don't come near me. Damn it, those 4 idiots canceled out my medical merit. Whatever, let's draw first. System, go all in. Ding, congratulations, host, on 4 consecutive draws from the bronze reward pool. You have obtained reward 1, 1 ton of fatty happy water bamboo 2 version. Reward 2, hot pot soup base recipe ancient version with 10 boxes of finished product included. Reward 3, sunglasses 10. Reward 4, 1 diamond ring. A diamond is forever. Looking at the rewards, the first 2 being food and drink, Su Hao was most pleased. These things are what you don't think much of when you have them, but when you truly don't have them, you want them desperately. Sunglasses, don't doubt it, just plain sunglasses, not some black technology. The final diamond ring, Su Hao took it out in surprise and saw it was a women's diamond ring with a pigeon egg-sized stone. In his previous life, this would have been worth a considerable amount of silver. As for now, system, tell me what use is this? This thing probably isn't even as valuable as the larger glass products old Shin can make. Never mind, keep it. Stretching, Su Hao prepared to change out of his night clothes and sleep. Just then the door was suddenly pushed open. Su Hao turned around and found it was Yun Lu. Senior sister, why are you here? Is something wrong? Junior brother, where have you been? Yun Lu asked with a suspicious expression on her clever face. I haven't done anything. I've been in the room all along. Liar, why are you wearing night clothes in the room? Yun Lu directly pointed out the suspicion. The next moment, Su Hao took 2 steps back, pointing at Yun Lu and shouting, Impossible, I don't care who you are, get off my senior sister. My senior sister couldn't possibly be this smart. Yun Lu had an angry expression. Junior brother, is your skin itching? How dare you say I'm not smart? If I saw you sneaking back from outside. When did you practice lightness skill? Your movement is so fast. After Yun Lu finished speaking, Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief. I was wondering, so you saw me. Su Hao. Yun Lu immediately grabbed Su Hao's ear. Ouch, 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 the senior sister, let go. Tell me, where did you go? Yun Lu coquettishly snorted. I went to take revenge, Su Hao quickly confessed. Upon hearing this, Yun Lu let go of his ear and looked at him in surprise. Revenge? Su Hao rubbed his ear. Yes, that old turtle Zhou Qing, I gave him an early New Year's visit with a firecracker. After Su Hao finished speaking, Yun Lu immediately worriedly checked him over. You want to take revenge on that old man? How is it? You're not hurt, right? Why didn't you call me? No, I'm fine, nothing happened at all. Su Hao quickly assured her he was unharmed. It was too dangerous, you should have called me to go with you. Yun Lu scolded dissatisfiedly. Take you along. You'd probably come back injured for real. Su Hao complained inwardly, but also understood that Yun Lu was worried about him. Don't worry, senior sister, it was more convenient for me to go alone. That old man didn't even notice my shadow before he was in trouble. Su Hao comforted her, but Yun Lu was now dejectedly lowering her head. Senior sister, what's wrong? Are you angry? Next time I go, I'll definitely bring you with me. Su Hao thought, senior sister, these are the words I wanted to say to you. Who in the entire mansion can be more reckless than you? You need to practice martial arts diligently. Only when you're strong can you help more people. Yun Lu's words made Su Hao feel something was off. Senior sister, what's wrong? Why are you saying these things for no reason? Hearing Su Hao's words, Yun Lu raised her head with tears glistening in her eyes. Junior brother, do you like senior sister? Yun Lu asked sincerely. Of course I like you. My senior sister is so beautiful and strong. Although sometimes a bit clumsy, you're very cute. Most importantly, you treat me so well. Su Hao answered sincerely. The next moment, Yun Lu had already thrown herself into Su Hao's arms. Leaning against him, she said, Junior brother, senior sister wants to stay by your side for a lifetime. Su Hao's heart skipped a beat. He sensed that Yun Lu might be leaving. In that instant, his reluctance made him hold Yun Lu tightly. Then, let's never be apart for a lifetime. Yun Lu looked up at Su Hao. Really? Yes, I'm willing to take care of senior sister for a lifetime. Yun Lu smiled through her tears. If you dare to deceive me, I'll beat you up. Then senior sister should prepare to beat me up for a lifetime. After all, you're so easy to fool. Su Hao responded with a smile. The next moment, Su Hao and Yun Lu locked eyes. By the moonlight from the window, a couple embraced and kissed. The next morning, Su Hao opened his eyes. The warmth of the embrace still lingered, but Yun Lu had already left, leaving only a letter on the bedside table. Su Hao sat up and opened the letter. Junior brother, I'm sorry senior sister deceived you this time. Senior sister is leaving. Master sent word I need to return to the sect. Remember what I told you. When you encounter someone you can't defeat, don't be impulsive. Run if you can't win. Wait for senior sister to come back and take revenge for you. Senior sister will definitely come back for you. Don't forget me, or I won't let the future grandchildren take your surname. Su Hao saw the last sentence and his mouth twitched. Who the hell taught my senior sister to be this vicious? However, seeing the faint water stains on the letter, Su Hao knew they were Yun Lu's tears. Having lived 2 lives, Su Hao realized for the first time that in this ancient era of slow carriages and horses, longing for someone could be so intense. Outside the imperial capital, the swordswoman Yun Lu, wearing a bamboo hat, looked at the diamond ring on her finger, which Su Hao had placed there the night before. Junior brother, wait for senior sister to come back. Yun Lu gazed toward the imperial capital and whispered. News spread through the imperial capital early that morning. Have you heard? The Prince of Wuling's mansion was struck by lightning last night. It's true, truly. I heard about it too. My neighbor's 3rd cousin's 2nd uncle's daughter-in-law's lover serves in the prince's mansion. Apparently this Prince of Wuling has been constantly plotting to seize power and usurp the throne, provoking heaven's wrath. Yes, I heard the house was blown apart. At this moment in the Prince of Wuling's mansion, Prince Zhou Qing was bound like a mummy lying on a bed. Have you found out who it was last night? Zhou Qing stared at his subordinate with bloodshot eyes, demanding answers. Your Highness, our guards and the city militia searched all night, but found no clues about last night's assassins. The subordinate reported tremblingly. Useless. Zhou Qing cursed loudly, reaching for the teacup beside his bed, only to awkwardly discover he couldn't reach it. He stretched again, but still couldn't reach it. The subordinate, trembling with fear, approached. Your Highness, is there anything you need? Let this servant fetch it for you. The Prince of Wuling stared deathly at him. I want you to die. Hearing this, the loyal servant's face showed tragic indignation. If your Highness commands me to die, this subordinate will fulfill his loyalty. Take care of yourself, my lord. The Prince of Wuling was still straining to reach the teacup. Take care, my foot. I'm in this state, just wait. I'm about to grab it, and I'll smash you with it to vent my anger. Zhou Qing was nearly dying of anger. His fingers had almost touched the teacup, when suddenly the loyal servant drew a dagger and stabbed himself in the heart. Your Highness, take care. The servant finished speaking and fell straight forward, landing squarely on the stool where the teacup sat. The teacup was knocked over right in front of the Prince of Wuling's eyes. Zhou Qing was utterly dumbfounded. You fool! Couldn't you die farther away? You've enraged this prince. Zhou Qing roared in fury. In the imperial palace, the empress listened to the scout's report. Struck by lightning. Yes, your majesty. The citizens throughout the city are saying that the Prince of Wuling harbored rebellious ambitions and provoked the wrath of heaven, which sent down the thunder punishment. He is now severely injured and recuperating in his mansion. The scout reported in detail. Heaven. The uncle I have is not someone who provoked any heaven. He provoked a scoundrel, a thief, a fraud. The empress said angrily, causing both the attendant and the scout to stare in confusion, unsure of what she meant. Realizing her state was inappropriate, the empress waved her hand. Leave. Yes. The scout departed. At this moment, the attendant Lu Yu stepped forward. Your Majesty, rumors of the Prince of Wuling's treason are spreading throughout the city. Should we take this opportunity to? Lu Yu's meaning was clear. To take a swipe at the Prince of Wuling. My brave but foolish royal uncle has never been a threat in my eyes. I've spared him all this time because I was giving him a chance. If he had behaved himself, I would have let him enjoy his wealth and status as a royal relative for life. His own stupidity and arrogance will only send him to meet our father sooner. The Empress spoke with undisputed authority. In truth, she was secretly fuming at Su Hao. You bastard, you caused such a commotion and still didn't kill the man. Su Hao, here you go ahead and talk tough from your comfortable position. In the West District, yesterday's medical stall had become a row of wooden beds and chairs forming a medical tent. Su Hao was busy moving back and forth among them. Yes, Su Hao had arrived early with Warner and Ding Xiu and the others. The sudden departure of his senior sister had left him in a bad mood, so he decided to keep himself busy. This medical tent was not set up by Su Hao's orders. It was organized spontaneously by the people of the West District out of gratitude. Today, even more patients had come because Su Hao's reputation as a divine physician had spread. Some even came from outside the city early in the morning just to wait for him. Patients came and went in an endless stream. Warner and the others were busy as well. At that moment, a voice came from outside the tent. Who is Su Hao? Xiao Hu walked out and saw a young girl dressed in cyan robes carrying a medicine basket on her back. Go to the back and queue up if you're here for treatment. Xiao Hu reminded her politely. I'm not here for treatment. I'm looking for Su Hao to challenge him to a medical contest. The woman's voice instantly drew the attention of all the patients in line. Hey, isn't that the little medical immortal? It really is. The little medical immortal has come to challenge Physician Su. The common people clearly recognized the woman's identity. Xiao Hu, being straightforward, immediately bristled upon hearing she was looking for trouble. Oh ho, you dare to crash our young master's venue. You. Before he could finish, the woman glared at him disapprovingly. Are you Su Hao? I'm not. My young master is. Xiao Hu answered blankly, but before he could finish, the woman interrupted again. Then move aside. I'm looking for Su Hao. Xiao Hu was shocked. Oh, you little brat, you're even more arrogant than me. Xiao Hu rolled up his sleeves. He had never encountered someone who wouldn't even let him finish a sentence. Except for his own young master, of course. But surprisingly, the woman showed no fear at Xiao Hu's posture. She pushed past him and rushed into the medical tent. Xiao Hu was dumbfounded. Damn it, there's no justice in the world. Someone's bullying a loyal servant. Young master, someone's causing trouble. Xiao Hu shouted at the top of his lungs. At this moment, the woman had already rushed into the tent. Looking at the packed medical tent, she saw Su Hao in brocade robes moving through the crowd. Are you Su Hao? She asked curiously. Su Hao glanced up at the woman. I am. Who are you? He was in the middle of setting someone's bone. The woman looked straight at Su Hao. My name is Mingyu. I've come to challenge you to a medical contest. The next moment, Su Hao, who was setting a patient's bone, exclaimed, You're Mingyu. In his surprise, he didn't notice his hand applying too much force. A crisp crack echoed through the air. The patient's face contorted in pain. Physician Su, I seem to be in more pain than before. Oh, that's normal. I misaligned it. Sorry, let me redo it. Su Hao apologized. It was no wonder he was startled by the woman's name. Mingyu was another important female lead from the original novel. With her family's mysterious medical techniques, she had earned the title of Little Medical Immortal in the Jianghu. Later, through a fortunate coincidence, she saved Zhao Ritian, and the two formed a bond. She saved him multiple times when he was on the brink of death, leading readers to joke, Ritian, run wild all you want. The Little Medical Immortal is on her way. You'll find it hard to die. Su Hao readjusted the patient's bone. At that moment, Xiao Hu followed in. Young master, it's this girl causing trouble. Little brat, come out here. Xiao Hu said, reaching out to grab Mingyu. Xiao Hu, stop. Su Hao called out to him. Young master, she. Xiao Hu paused, confused. If you get poisoned by her, this young master won't have time to administer the antidote for you, Su Hao reminded him irritably. Xiao Hu looked resentfully at Mingyu, who barely reached his shoulders. Mingyu looked up and glared at Xiao Hu. Tall guy, I'd advise you to treat this lady with more respect. You. Xiao Hu was about to speak when another voice cut in. I suggest you listen to her. That five-step viper in her sleeve, one bite. And even if the young master cures you, you'd be drooling over him. Su Hao said it half-jokingly. Xiao Hu may have been simple-minded, but he knew the young master would never joke about such matters. He took a large step backward. You have a snake. The Little Medical Immortal ignored him and instead looked cautiously at Su Hao. How did you know Xiao Wu is in my sleeve? Su Hao thought to himself, how could I not know? Who would have known that the Little Medical Immortal, renowned for healing the sick, was not at her strongest in medicine? Her family's most precious inheritance was actually a classic on poisons. Xiao Wu was a five-step viper she had raised since childhood, possessing extremely potent venom. When this girl Mingyu is treating patients, you may call her the Little Medical Immortal. But if you intend to oppose her, you'd best be careful. One careless moment, and you'll fall victim to this Poison King's arts. I'm also familiar with the Little Medical Immortal's reputation. It's not strange that I know some of your methods. Su Hao replied casually. Since that's the case, let's cut the chatter and compare our medical skills. The Little Medical Immortal set down the medicine basket on her back and rubbed her hands together, eager and ready. Why had Mingyu come to challenge Su Hao? It turned out that recently Mingyu had been gathering herbs near the imperial capital. In her spare time, she would provide free medical consultations to villagers. That morning, she had gone to revisit a patient she had treated before, only to be told his illness had already been cured. Not by her, but by a miraculous doctor named Su Hao in the West District. After just a few acupuncture sessions, the man was healed. Mingyu examined him herself and confirmed he was truly cured. She immediately felt interested in Su Hao. And so began the story of a young genius encountering another genius in their chosen field, igniting the flame of competition. Su Hao glanced at Mingyu's fighting stance. Young people shouldn't be so overconfident. Nonsense. If you're not overconfident, are you even young? After saying those words with great spirit, Mingyu herself was puzzled. Why had she said that? Su Hao looked at her and thought, thank the heavens I'm not a melon seller. Fine, you win. Su Hao said directly. What? We haven't even started. Mingyu was confused. You can see for yourself how busy I am. Where would I find time to compete with you? The queue stretches all the way to the corner of the street. Su Hao gestured for Mingyu to look at the line of patients outside the medical tent. After seeing it, Mingyu fell silent. If you have so much free time, you can help me treat these patients. Su Hao suggested. Mingyu's eyes lit up. Good, then let's see who treats more patients, she said confidently. Su Hao looked at her helplessly. As you wish. Su Hao merely wanted someone to help him. Warner and Ding Xiu didn't understand medicine and couldn't relieve his burden at all, but the little medical immortal could. Time passed quickly. Inside the medical tent, Su Hao and Mingyu continuously treated the incoming patients. Throughout the day, word spread across the streets and alleys of the West District that the little medical immortal and Dr. Su Hao were providing free treatment to the people. The tent was filled with voices of gratitude from the common folk, and some even performed deep bows to the tent in their excitement. By the time it ended, the little medical immortal no longer carried the confident air she had arrived with. Instead, she looked at Su Hao with disappointment. I've lost. My medical skills are inferior to yours. Yes, ever since she truly witnessed Su Hao's healing abilities, Mingyu knew she had lost. But she had mustered all her strength, still wanting to measure herself against him. Yet for many patients, her methods couldn't compare to Su Hao's. Seeing the disappointed Mingyu, as Su Hao really wanted to tell this medical genius that it wasn't because she was weak. It was because he carried the complete skills of all four great divine physicians. Forget you. Even if your father crawled out of his grave, he'd still have to call you a divine physician. Not exactly. Your medical skills are quite good. Besides, you're still so young. There's plenty of room to grow. Su Hao had only wanted to comfort the little medical immortal's bruised ego, but Ming Yue, with her medicine basket slung over her shoulder, glared at him. Don't think that just because you won you can be so smug. I'll come find you to compete again. I will definitely defeat you. After saying this, stubbornly Ming Yue left the medical tent. Su Hao was bewildered. Hey, this girl. I was trying to comfort you, and you can't even appreciate good intentions. It's only because you're a girl. If it were Zhao Ritian, I'd have shattered his Dao heart into 8 pieces by now. Su Hao complained. Zhao Ritian, my heart is clear as ice. Even if the heavens collapse, I remain unmoved. None can disturb my Dao heart. Su Hao, little Tian, you can't stand tall. Zhao Ritian, this servant will fight you to the death. Let's go. Pack up and head home. Su Hao stretched lazily as he spoke. Just then, the little medical immortal, who had left in a huff with her medicine basket, suddenly ran back to the medical tent. Su Hao. Panting heavily, Ming Yue called out in panic. Why are you back again? Were you chased by a dog? Su Hao asked in surprise. Someone wants to capture me, help me. Ming Yue pleaded. Capture you? Su Hao hadn't even processed this when he saw 7 or 8 figures in black clothing leap down from the rooftop surrounding the medical tent. It's them. The little medical immortal pointed at them in panic. Even a fool can see that, Su Hao said speechlessly. Then he stepped forward. Hey, which gang do you belong to? This is young Master Su Hao. Give me some face. Su Hao said arrogantly. Scram. Little medical immortal, come with us. The leader of the men in black rebuked coldly. What the? In the imperial capital, even the Empress wouldn't dare deny this young master's face. You've picked a fight you can't handle. Empress, are you sure? Ding Xiu, Zhonglong, and Zhao, who had already positioned themselves in front of Su Hao. Young master, they're all experts. Ding Xiu said seriously, holding his horizontal blade at the ready. Just then Warner unexpectedly stood in front of Su Hao. Get behind me. Su Hao was startled and pulled her behind him to protect her. The young master told you, and not a single word did you listen. You have no idea how you died in your past life, do you? Ding Xiu, Zhonglong, Zhao, who find an opportunity to take Warner and escape. Su Hao said seriously now. Young master, when I said they're experts, it means we need to pay extra? Don't forget that. Zhonglong, Zhao, who protect the young master and go. The paid combatant master had logged in, striking first and charging at the men in black, attempting to carve out a path for Su Hao and the others. Zhonglong, Zhao, who protect the 2 of them. I'll go help Ding Xiu. Su Hao instructed the 2. Young master, the enemy outnumbers us. It's dangerous. Zhonglong warned. Damn it, remember, the Prime Minister's mansion has never abandoned a single brother. After saying this, Su Hao followed Ding Xiu and charged at several men in black. The leader of the men in black sneered, refusing to take the upgrade. Attack! Several men in black lunged at Su Hao and Ding Xiu. As the leader of the men in black was about to draw his blade, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him. What are you doing to Dr. Su? The men in black turned around and saw several common people standing there glaring at them with anger. If you don't want to die, get lost. The man in black drew his blade and shouted. The commoners who had been reprimanded by the men in black turned and shouted down the street. Help! Someone is trying to harm Physician Su. The man in black sneered, not giving the unarmed commoners a second thought. Before anyone could react, figures began appearing on the street. Even the leader of the men in black stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, while Su Hao, who had been engaged in combat with Ding Xiu and several others, also looked on in surprise. The street was filling with more and more commoners, most of whom Su Hao had treated that day, each wielding brooms and carrying shoulder poles. At that moment, Su Hao and Ding Xiu ceased their struggle. Young master, what's happening? Su Hao smiled with satisfaction. Those who follow the Tao receive much assistance. The power of the people. Ding Xiu looked at his young master in puzzlement, thinking to himself, it seems the young master is showing off again. Do not harm Physician Su. The commoners shouted loudly at the men in black, and the crowd kept closing in on them. Some commoners threw objects at the attackers, forcing the men in black to dodge and weave. Before long, the entire street was blocked by the commoners from both ends surrounding the several men in black. One of the men in black approached the leader. What do we do now? The leader of the men in black wanted to curse. What can we do? There are too many people. Even if I dull my blade from hacking, I won't be able to kill them all. Mission failed. Retreat. The men in black leaped onto the rooftops along the street and fled in haste. Watching them leave, the commoners turned their attention to Su Hao. Physician Su, are you alright? The commoners asked one after another. I'm fine. Thank you all, Su Hao said calmly, bowing to the crowd with a respectful gesture. Then the commoners began to disperse. Watching them leave, Su Hao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder rebellions were so easy in ancient times. These people are too simple and trusting. Su Hao, thank you for what you just did. The little medical immortal approached Su Hao and said, why were they trying to capture you? Su Hao asked curiously. This scene isn't in the original novel. Minghua looked helpless. It seems they wanted me to treat someone. They were dressed like that and carrying weapons. Obviously not good people. Oh, you refused, and then they tried to use force. Su Hao understood. Minghua nodded dejectedly. If there hadn't been so many of them, and I hadn't been unprepared, I would have made them regret it. Also, your medical skills are far superior to mine. Why are they causing trouble for me? They should be coming after you. Minghua said confusedly. Hey, I just saved you, and you're saying something so cold. Su Hao retorted, it's the truth. I've never seen your acupuncture techniques, or most of your medical prescriptions before. The little medical immortal said enviously, which was also an indirect acknowledgement that Su Hao's medical skills surpassed her own. Want to learn? Shall I teach you? Su Hao asked straightforwardly. Minghua looked up at him in surprise. What did you say? You're willing to teach me your medical skills? Su Hao nodded. As long as you can learn it, I'll teach you everything I know. Why? Isn't this your family's exclusive medical art? Why teach it to me? I won't be bowing down to you as my master. The little medical immortal asked in surprise. In this era, lineage and mentorship were highly valued. Didn't Yin Lu need to formally accept disciples before teaching Su Hao swordsmanship? Without a proper relationship, learning someone else's skills, no matter how you acquired them, even if it was by stealing, would create enmity. True, although the little medical immortal was envious of Su Hao's medical skills and acknowledged them, it didn't mean that Minghua, who had her own family lineage, would lower herself to become Su Hao's disciple. There's no need to become my disciple. Not just you. I'll teach anyone who wants to learn, Su Hao said. Upon hearing this, the little medical immortal was even more surprised. If your master knew you were doing this, wouldn't he scold you to death? Minghua said grumpily. Others might not know, but if she were to teach her family's medical arts to others like this, her father would surely jump out of his grave in anger. Hearing the little medical immortal mention her master, Su Hao thought of the great physicians of his past life, who had dedicated themselves to healing the sick and leaving a lasting legacy. My masters taught me, a physician must have a benevolent heart. To save the world through medicine. How many people could I save in my entire lifetime if I relied only on myself? Only when medical skills are passed on and more people learn them can the suffering in the world be reduced. As a renowned physician, Minghua was deeply moved by the words, a physician must have a benevolent heart. Coming back to her senses, Minghua thought for a moment. Then I won't learn your medical skills for nothing. I can teach you my family's poison classics and medical arts. No need. Su Hao was taken aback and immediately refused. Why, oi? The little medical immortal asked in surprise. Do you look down on it? Why should I learn it? Su Hao's blunt response almost made Minghua so angry, she wanted to throw her medicine basket at his face. No, you must learn it. This is an exchange. The little medical immortal insisted stubbornly. Su Hao rubbed his ears helplessly. Fine, whatever. Alright, I'm going home now. See you later. As Su Hao spoke, he signaled to Ding Xiu and the others. But just as he was about to leave, he noticed Minghua following him with her medicine basket on her back. Why are you still following me? I'm going home. Aren't you going to teach me medical skills? How am I supposed to learn if I don't follow you? Besides, if those men in black come after me again, it's safer to stay by your side. The little medical immortal said, awkwardly embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Su Hao wondered. Does this count as taking a walking health pack home with me? Forget it. With her attitude like that, I can't handle her. In the future, when practicing medicine, having the little medical immortal around would save him a lot of trouble. So this is why you're teaching me medical skills, to do all the work. Seeing Su Hao lost in thought, the little medical immortal assumed he was unwilling. Don't worry, I'll pay you. I won't just eat and live at your place for free. Pay me. Are you looking down on some rich kid? When I make friends, I never care about whether they have money. After all, they don't have as much as I do. Don't use your entire fortune to challenge my allowance. Su Hao said arrogantly. Rich kid? Aren't you a doctor? How did you become a rich kid? The little medical immortal asked confusedly. Sorry, physician, Su has finished work. Now standing before you is the #1 rich kid in the imperial capital, the prime minister's son, young master Su Hao. Little girl want to come home with young master and have some fun. Su Hao said to Minghua in a frivolous and exaggerated manner. Beside him, Ding Xiu, Zhonglong, and Zhao, who could barely bear to watch their young master's bewildering behavior. As for Wan Er, she was watching Su Hao smile happily at this moment. Only she understood that the young master was actually very unhappy today because Sister Yin Lu had left. The young master hadn't smiled much all day, whereas he usually loved to smile. For one, when the young master was happy, she was happy too. Watching Su Hao like this, Mingyue said, "Is your brain broken? Let me check you. You're being so silly. Your brain is broken. This is called your identity, is what you make of it when you're away from home. You wouldn't understand. Let's go home. But let me be clear first. If anything damages your reputation while staying at a rich kid's house, the Prime Minister's mansion won't take responsibility." Su Hao glanced at Mingyue, finished speaking, and turned to leave. Mingyue sniffed at his retreating figure. "Don't dare to act crazy. This young lady will send Xiao Wu to bite you." After venting her frustration, she slung her medicine basket over her shoulder and followed after him. In the Imperial Capital's prison, "My lord, the mission has failed." The person was taken away by Su Hao. The man in black reported to the prison guard, who was meditating inside the cell. The guard opened his eyes and a surge of aura erupted from his body, sending the man in black flying backward. Useless. Blood spilled from the man in black's lips as he struggled to rise. This subordinate failed in his duties. "Continue searching for renowned physicians and rare medicines. His Highness's foundation must be restored," the guard commanded in a cold, stern voice. "Yes, my lord. From what this humble one has observed, this Su Hao possesses peak postnatal stage cultivation." The man in black reported. "Moi. Postnatal stage. Could a postnatal cultivator kill the four fiends of the Southwest? You fools, you've all been deceived by this playboy. There's no need to concern yourselves with Su Hao at present. What matters most is His Highness. Do you understand?" The guard sneered dismissively. The man in black responded with respect and departed. Indeed, the four idiots of the Southwest had been sent by the guard to kill Su Hao, and the kidnapping of the little medical immortal was also orchestrated by the guard's subordinates, all with the sole purpose of curing Zhao Ritian. If Su Hao were to learn of this, he would surely mutter, "Damn it, Zhao Ritian. I suspected everyone except you. You sneaky bastard. Zhao Ritian, I know nothing of this. You must believe me. Why would I need your trust? Wait, no. We are mortal enemies. I'll kill you." Meanwhile, Su Hao had just returned home when Warner settled the little medical immortal into the mansion. Ding, today's act of kindness mission has been completed. The deeds include practicing medicine to heal the impoverished citizens west of the city, receiving their praise, alleviating worldly suffering, rescuing the little medical immortal, and preventing her from being forcibly taken to treat the protagonist Zhao Hao. Based on the behavioral impact assessment, reward 1 lottery draw from the golden prize pool, 1 from the silver prize pool. Upon reading the final line of the kindness mission, Su Hao froze. So these men in black are Zhao Ritian's subordinates. They kidnapped the little medical immortal to cure this bastard's condition. Zhao Ritian, tell me, should I kill you or not? Damn it, good thing he was rescued. Otherwise, what was the point of that kick I gave him? Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief. System draw from the prize pools. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing once from the golden prize pool and once from the silver prize pool. Rewards, reward 1 cultivation realm breakthrough for system characters. Any system character at any cultivation level can instantly advance 1 major realm. Appears in the form of a pill usable only by system characters. Reward 2, 1 bad luck card. The target will be plagued by misfortune for 1 day. Usage activate within 3 meters of the target. Su Hao examined today's rewards. The first reward was quite impressive, but currently, he could only summon 2 system characters, Ding Xiao and Shin Qiqiu. Shin Qiqiu. No way. What would he give that idiot? He'd save it for next time when he drew the special weight loss pills for him. Using it on Ding Xiao felt like a waste. After all, bypassing any bottleneck to advance a full realm. Imagine applying it to a Grandmaster level expert if he drew one in the future. He'd be unstoppable in the martial world. Should he hold on to it for later to maximize its value? So never mind. I'll just use it on Ding Xiao. Indeed, after some thought, Su Hao decided to give Master Jiaqian an epic upgrade. This money-grubbing fellow who always complained about trouble but never hesitated to